On Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom's Haishur city, night had fallen. The lights of Tianhong Street blazed to life, street lamps flickering on one by one as vehicles flowed back and forth, their headlights weaving bright trails like dragons of light through the streets. Fang Yin walked along the edge of the crowd, his pace neither fast nor slow, his eyes fixed intently on the panel before him. He understood that without change, this life would end just as prematurely as before. The only path to extending his life pointed to a single profession: beast tamer. Beast tamers fought through spirit pets, strengthened themselves through contracts, and reshaped their bodies by sharing attributes. The stronger they became, the greater the sharing, thus prolonging their lifespan. He understood the principle and knew the path, yet the very first hurdle had him completely blocked. To become a beast tamer, one must first awaken beast taming talent. And talent wasn't something everyone could awaken. Others displayed brilliant aptitude in their teens, experiencing enlightenment and awakening talents of varying degrees, but at least they had something. At 22, he couldn't awaken even one. Who would have thought that despite having ambition, he couldn't take a single step forward? He stopped at the roadside, pressing down the stifling feeling in his chest. Suddenly, the large outdoor screen in the square switched scenes, light blazing bright as an advertisement blared into his ears. Beast Festival Grand Sale. Take home powerful spirit pets. Haishur City announces a city-wide beast business campaign. Over the next year, the beast-related shop with the highest sales will win grand prizes, including the Water of Life. These words hooked his attention like a fishing line. Water of Life? He had heard of it. Extremely rare throughout the universe, legend said a single drop could break the shackles of time. Because it was so precious, Blue Star had never possessed any, unless one ventured to the myriad races battlefield to snatch a thread of hope from enemies. How could something he didn't even dare dream about suddenly appear in Haishur City? He stood stunned for a moment, then quickly began calculating. He had some money, about 200,000 saved from working. Opening a small shop wasn't impossible. Beast-related shops came in many varieties: breeding, raising, general goods, with numerous categories. The annual sales champions were almost always monopolized by pet shops selling spirit pet cubs. To claim first place, he could only open a pet shop. But he had long heard that this industry was extremely competitive. Yet with his back against the wall and no retreat possible, who would have thought he'd have to stake his entire savings as a wager, just to fight death for one more breath? He froze, then felt a chill run down his spine. The system's activation condition was life force? Then why did he only have 3 years left to live? The answer was crystal clear. He wanted to rage, to curse, to drag this invisible, intangible thing out and demand answers. But the words died in his throat. Since it was already activated, he might as well see what it could do. The system interface was simple and stark, with one function prominently displayed: mythical beast baptism. He stared for several seconds, combining this with his fragmentary knowledge of mythical beasts, his mind churning. This wasn't the time for deep investigation. He pushed his questions aside and focused on getting the shop running first. On opening day, the shop was deserted. A prominent sign by the door advertised grand opening discounts with clear pricing. No customers came, though the wind certainly made frequent visits. The Miracle Pet Shop across the street had a steady stream of customers, and the shops on either side were busy beyond measure, their bustling scenes forming a stark contrast to the emptiness at his doorstep. He said nothing, staring at his ledger and calculating repeatedly. Every time the Miracle Pet Shop owner saw off a customer, he would glance sideways with unconcealed contempt. That look said, "You'll have to close down in just a few days." The moon was bright and stars were sparse as night fell another layer deeper. Shops along the street gradually pulling down their shutters. Fang Yin bent his head to clean up, planning to head home. Just then, a clear female voice stopped by his shop in trance. "Oh, Miracle Pet Shop is closed. Sigh, I'll come back tomorrow." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the Mythical Pet Shop sign, and seeing the door still open, walked closer. Fang Yin looked up, his heart stirring slightly. The visitor was a young woman with a clean aura and cautious expression. He smiled naturally, his voice gentle. "New shop opening with discounts. Would you like to come in and look around?" The girl hesitated briefly before pushing through the door, her tone casual. "I'm just looking anyway, not buying." Her gaze swept around the shop, her brow furrowing slightly. "Where are your spirit pets?" He remained calm, pointing toward the back courtyard. "They're all kept in the backyard. Why don't you tell me what you're looking for first?" The girl was direct. "I just awakened, currently at 1 star mental power, and I want a spirit pet with both bloodline and race at common species 7th tier or above." Her requirements weren't low, targeting the mid to high-end market. Even her tone carried the mixture of caution and confidence typical of newly awakened tamers. Fang Yin nodded, several responses flashing through his mind before he finally replied with just 2 words: "Please wait." He turned and entered the back courtyard with swift steps. 3 minutes later, he emerged carrying a small fox with lustrous fur and bright eyes, curled quietly and obediently in his arms. The girl immediately identified the breed and her expression turned cold. "Hey, boss, Isn't this just a common spirit fox? Are you messing with me? Spirit foxes were common on the market, weak in combat, mostly kept for ornamental purposes. Her requirement was common species 7th tier or above. This little creature clearly didn't qualify. Fang Yin didn't argue, his tone steady and each word distinct. Miss, this spirit fox of mine isn't ordinary. It possesses the legendary nine-tailed fox bloodline. He spoke the 3 words, nine-tailed fox, softly, yet they fell like a hidden hammer. The girl started, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Nine-tailed fox? What's that? She genuinely hadn't heard of it. This world's knowledge system contained no names like nine-tailed fox, Qilin, phoenix, unicorn, or Jormungandr. Her reaction was within his expectations. No amount of explanation would suffice, so he simply gestured. Let's look at the data directly. He placed the small fox into the testing machine. This device was connected to Blue Star's will, making data falsification impossibly a consensus in the marketplace. The machine hummed softly, the light screen flickered, and parameters appeared one by one. The girl stared at the screen, her breathing gradually becoming shallow. Data appeared line by line. Spirit pet, spirit fox. Attribute, fire. Talent, charm. Bloodline, nine-tailed fox. Skills, small flame, brown earth. Power level, juvenile 1st grade. Race level, mythical beast species 1st tier. Bloodline level, mythical beast species 3rd tier. Each line struck like a heavy hammer, landing solidly on her doubts. Her gaze finally wavered, her fingertips unconsciously clenching as the 3 words, mythical beast species, tore through her mental defenses. Her throat moved, her voice trembling with barely contained shock, losing all her previous composure as she exclaimed, "This spirit fox actually has mythical beast species race and bloodline? This is simply unbelievable." Song Wuhan stared at the snow-white spirit fox in the display case, her heart pounding wildly. She quickly reviewed her textbook knowledge, and her mind spirit pets had different racial classifications, and spirit foxes, being common ornamental spirit pets, usually ranged only from common species 1st tier to common species 3rd tier. However, the detector's light screen clearly displayed species, exotic beast species. Tier, 3rd tier. Bloodline, nine-tailed fox, a trace. It's actually an exotic beast species. Song Wuhan held her breath. What shocked her even more was the bloodline level exotic beast species 3rd tier. If she formed a contract with this spirit fox, her first beast companion would possess the potential of an exotic beast species right from its juvenile stage. While it wouldn't immediately boost her combat power, the exotic beast species potential could directly accelerate the growth speed of juvenile level strength, meaning this spirit fox would level up far faster than most spirit pets of the same age on the market. Fang Yin noticed the amazement in her eyes and smiled slightly. How about it? Are you satisfied with this spirit fox? You mentioned earlier that your mental power has reached tier 1. With tier 1 mental power, you can contract spirit pets with a species value upper limit of 100. 100 belongs to common species. 100200 is exotic beast species, with the critical value being exactly 100. Although your mental power could contract a common species 10th tier, I think choosing an exotic beast species is better. Simply put, pursue the extreme. No matter how you compare, exotic beast species are stronger than common species. Song Wuhan was so tempted, she almost reached out to embrace that soft white figure. She didn't really understand what kind of existence a nine-tailed fox was, but clearly, this spirit fox possessed such extraordinary species and bloodline levels precisely because it carried a trace of nine-tailed fox bloodline. Seeing her high enthusiasm, Fang Yin struck while the iron was hot and added, "Legend says fox demons can transform into women after 50 years of cultivation, become stunning beauties after 100 years, and ascend to immortality after 1,000 years. When their tails split into 9 tails, they can even cultivate an immortal body." Immortal body? Song Wuhan's eyes widened. There are actually spirit pets like that? Then, does my spirit fox have a chance to gain such abilities after evolving in the future? I can't guarantee that. Fang Yin spread his hands. Nine-tailed fox is just a legend after all. This spirit fox only possesses a trace of bloodline. If the bloodline purity were higher, its bloodline level definitely wouldn't stop at exotic beast species 3rd tier. It could completely reach spirit beast species or even immortal beast species. But if it can evolve to its final form, it might truly inherit some of the nine-tailed fox's abilities. Song Wuhan recalled the textbook annotation. Any spirit pet with mythical creature bloodline would have higher bloodline levels with higher bloodline concentration. The information matched, and she could no longer resist this temptation, almost making her decision on the spot. Boss, how much is this spirit fox? Coming from a well-off family, she had brought a full 1 million budget to select her first spirit pet, which was already an astronomical figure for many students from ordinary families. Fang Yin pondered briefly and quoted the price, 1,200,000. What? Song Wuhan shrieked. So expensive. This price really isn't high. Fang Yin spread his hands. To open his shop, He had specifically researched market conditions. Exotic beast species spirit pets with special bloodlines were generally priced no lower than 1,500,000. 1,200,000 is already very cheap. I guess that's true. Song Wuhan muttered quietly. The price was indeed reasonable, but this way, her budget wasn't enough. She seemed to recall Fong Yin mentioning grand opening discounts earlier and said, "Boss, isn't this your first day opening? Don't you have any special offers?" Fong Yin leaned against the counter, his fingertips tapping lightly on the calculator as he glanced up at the girl's thin wallet, nodding with a smile. "You're absolutely right. How about I give you a 10% discount? 1.08 million. An ordinary spirit fox on the market cost only tens of thousands, but he had priced this one at 1.2 million after the beast baptism enhancement, which was already equivalent to a 20% discount." Seeing Song Wuhan hesitate with her card for so long, he knew her budget was tight. "I'm still 80,000 short," the girl said tearfully, clutching her card. Fong Yin shrugged, thinking that his first customer should bring good luck, and since his actual costs weren't that high anyway, he waved his hand dismissively. "All right then, I'll round it down for you 1 million even. Final offer." "Really? Thank you so much, boss," Song Wuhan exclaimed joyfully. But just as she finished speaking, Fong Yin added with a slight change in tone, "However, you'll need to help me spread the word when you have time." Of course, she agreed readily, hugging the spirit fox and nuzzling its fur, clearly not taking the promotion request to heart. Fong Yin sighed inwardly, but didn't bother saying more. Closing a deal on his first day already satisfied him. After all, an ordinary spirit fox was worth at most tens of thousands, and selling this system-enhanced beast baptism fox for 1 million was still pure profit. The so-called beast baptism fixed an ordinary spirit pet's racial tier at a specific level within the beast species category, while its bloodline level was randomized within that tier's range. Song Wuhan's spiritual power was only first tier, meaning she could only contract with one spirit pet, and that pet couldn't exceed first tier beast species level. So upgrading the fox to 10th tier would be pointless. She simply couldn't contract it. With each baptism costing 100,000, this transaction netted Fong Yin a clean 800,000 profit, which was more than reasonable. He was in excellent spirits if he could maintain this profit margin. Winning first place in the annual competition would be no problem at all. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Host successfully sold first spirit pet, unlocking juvenile grade pet food. Fong Yin paused, studying the new feature. He could now purchase pet food from the system store with cash and retail it to customers. Juvenile grade food came in 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and premium. As a pet store, selling food was natural, and he couldn't help but wonder what other functions the system might unlock in the future. Thinking of his only customer, he called out to Song Wuhan, who was busy contracting with her spirit fox. "Do you need any pet food? We sell that too." Song Wuhan hugged the fox close, burying her face in its soft silver-white fur. When she heard pet food, she paused for a moment. Raising spirit pets did require food, but she figured it wouldn't cost much and planned to call her parents later or just buy some from another store tomorrow. Then Fong Yin rattled off his prices. "Our store carries juvenile grade food in 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and premium. Basic grade will get your pet to juvenile 10th level within 6 months. Intermediate takes only 3 months. Premium is the fastest it can push your pet's strength to juvenile 10th level in just 1 month." Song Wuhan froze on the spot, her fox-hugging motion stiffening as she blurted out, "Are you freaking kidding me?" "I'm not kidding you," Fong Yin said. No, boss, you must be joking." Song Wuhan waved her hands frantically. "I'm really not joking with you." Fong Yin waved his hands along with her, matching her vigorous gestures. Song Wuhan was instantly speechless and had to attack from a different angle. Never mind the basic and intermediate feeds, claiming that premium feed can boost a spirit pet to juvenile level 10 in just 1 month? That's complete nonsense. By common sense, improving a spirit pet's strength was like developing a beast tamer's mental power. It required gradual progress. Even at the fastest pace, the juvenile stage would take nearly a year to reach the threshold of juvenile level 10. Yet this shop's feed claimed to guarantee maximum level in just 1 month. Is it really that effective? Song Wuhan asked skeptically. Absolutely. Fong Yin gave a definitive answer. What about the price? 1 month's supply of basic feed costs 100,000, intermediate is 200,000, and premium is 600,000. Why don't you just go rob people? Song Wuhan nearly flipped the table. She had spent 1 million on buying the spirit pet, and now the feed would cost another 600,000? Market rate juvenile level feed cost just a few thousand, at most tens of thousands, but Fong Yan's feeding packages were all 6-figure prices. What was even more infuriating was that after a quick calculation, she realized that regardless of which tier she chose, the total cost to reach juvenile level 10 would be 600,000. In other words, the premium feed was the most cost-effective because it had the lowest time cost, just 1 month. "Boss, you're quite the businessman," Song Wuhan said, giving Fong Yin a disdainful look. You flatter me. Fang Yin accepted the comment with a beaming smile. Having reached this point in the conversation, Song Wuhan could find no other angle of attack and could only play the sympathy card. Boss, this poor girl has no money left. Please. Fang Yin raised his hand in a gesture showing her to the door. Song Wuhan glared at him sideways. This damn boss, not mentioning the feed earlier and making her heart itch unbearably. Tonight when she got home, she definitely wouldn't sleep well. I'll come back tomorrow to buy it, she declared through gritted teeth, then turned and hurried out of the shop. She needed to go home and ask her parents for money, as 600,000 was no small sum. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Fang Yin was quite satisfied. Although she hadn't paid today, she would most likely return tomorrow. Even in the worst-case scenario where she didn't buy the feed, earning over 800,000 net profit on the first day of business was quite impressive. After closing time, he locked up and went home. During dinner that evening, his mother Su Yahuan asked, Xiaoyan, how was business on your first day? His father immediately shot her a warning look and quickly comforted his son. It's normal to have few customers on the first day of business. Don't take it to heart. There really were few people, just one customer came. Fang Yin answered honestly. That's not bad. Did you make a sale? Sold one. Oh, what spirit pet did you sell? A spirit fox. His father nodded repeatedly. Ornamental pets are fine too. Selling one should earn you a few thousand, he estimated. For ordinary people, wholesale prices were always a mystery, but spirit foxes sold for tens of thousands on the market, so earning a few thousand seemed reasonable. Fang Yin put on a pained expression as he complained to his father. Dad, you don't know, I gave her a 20 discount, 1.2 million, but she didn't have enough money. Then I gave her a 10 discount, but she still didn't have enough money. Finally, I rounded it down and sold it to her for 1 million, and only then could she afford it. Running a business is so tough. Dad, what the heck? While the Fang family was gathered around their dining table enjoying a lively dinner, the aroma of food was just beginning to waft through the Song household on the other side of the city. Compared to the cozy two-bedroom apartment of the Fang family, Song Wuhan's home had a much more spacious living room. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the ceiling as bright as daylight, and several textured landscape paintings hung on the walls, everything screaming, well-off family. Wuhan's back. You're quite late today. Didn't find a spirit pet to your liking? Song Xixian looked up from the sofa and turned off the financial news. Yeah, I spent the whole day searching and finally found one by chance at a newly opened pet shop. Song Wuhan kicked her shoes into the shoe cabinet and replied quietly. A newly opened pet shop? Song Xixian frowned. I remember the last shop on your recommended list was Serendipity Pet Store, right? After browsing around all day, by the time I got to Serendipity, they had already closed. Even if they were closed, you shouldn't just randomly switch to another store. The father's tone was full of confusion. What good merchandise could a newly opened store possibly have? What spirit pet did you end up choosing? A spirit fox. Song Wuhan placed the cage next to the coffee table. What? Song Xixian shot up from his seat, nearly knocking over his water glass. His daughter had searched the entire city only to choose a spirit fox that could be found on any street corner? He shouted toward the kitchen. Honey, maybe we should take our daughter to the hospital to get her head checked. His tone was half joking, half serious, but filled with concern. Dad, Song Wuhan stomped her foot in frustration, pointing at the cage urgently. What do you mean by that? Song Xixian adjusted his glasses. While the first spirit pet can't have too high of an upper limit contract, you shouldn't have settled for a spirit fox, right? How much did this one cost? Well, this. 1 million. Song Wuhan's voice grew quieter as she spoke. Honey, stop cooking. Take our daughter to the hospital for a brain scan first. Song Xixian was now completely convinced his daughter had been scammed. He used to mock those fraud victims he saw on the news, but now he finally understood a father's anxiety. Song Wuhan's temple veins bulged. Dad, I'm not stupid. This spirit fox is anything but ordinary. No matter how special a spirit fox is, it can't escape its species limitations. Song Xixian spoke rapidly. At most, it's a third-tier ordinary species. Don't tell me you bought it thinking it could work miracles. It's a mystical beast species. Song Wuhan raised her voice, enunciating each word clearly. What? Song Xixian was stunned, feeling like his hearing was failing him. How could a spirit fox possibly be a mystical beast species? It's true. The shop owner tested it on the spot with a detection device first-tier, mystical beast species, with bloodline potential reaching the third tier. The air instantly froze. Song Xixian fell silent for 2 seconds, then turned and retrieved his family's beast detection machine from the storage cabinet, placing it on the coffee table. I'll test it myself. Within just a few minutes, the detector's fluorescent panel displayed a series of data. Song Xixian adjusted his glasses, staring in disbelief at the words mystical beast species, and after a long moment, murmured, how is this possible? It really is a mystical beast species. An explanation automatically appeared next to the machine's panel. Spirit pets are classified by potential from lowest to highest as ordinary species, mystical beast species, demon beast species, magic beast species, spirit beast species, immortal beast species, sacred beast species, and divine beast species. Each tier increase represents a geometric multiplication in value. 1 million would be expensive for an ordinary species, but for a mystical beast species, it wasn't nearly enough. Song Xixian looked at his daughter with eyes that saw a precious gem. My daughter bought a mystical beast species spirit pet for 1 million. What a steal. Song Wuhan said smugly. See, I told you so. She held the spirit fox in her arms, its snow white, soft fur gleaming faintly in the morning light, perfectly complementing the confidence radiating from her eyes and brows. A spirit pet that's exactly at the first tier of the exotic beast category. I couldn't find anything more suitable for my current stage. She patted the spirit fox's little head with conviction. In the living room, Song Xixian set down his teacup with a hint of relief and took the opportunity to give his daughter a lesson. Every time a beast tamer advances one tier in spiritual power, they can form a contract with one spirit pet. At the first tier of spiritual power, the limit is either a 10th tier common beast or a first tier exotic beast. Only when you reach the second tier of spiritual power does the limit expand to a 10th tier exotic beast or a first tier demon beast. If you delay contracting at the first tier and wait until the second tier to search, you'll still be bound by these same restrictions. So, don't hesitate. After each breakthrough, go straight for the most compatible spirit pet. At this point, he looked at the spirit fox with a tone of admiration. This spirit pet has a market value of at least 1.5 million. Getting it for 1 million was definitely a steal. Upon hearing this, Song Wuhan scratched her hair, her voice dropping several octaves. Right, your daughter isn't stupid, so I'm broke now and can't afford pet food. Could you give me some more allowance? Song Xixian was stunned. She spent the entire million on the spirit pet without leaving money for food? Normal pet stores would include food with the purchase of few thousand, or even 10,000 in costs would be pocket change compared to a million yuan spirit pet. But considering this spirit fox seemed to have extraordinary origins, he figured the store might have operated on razor-thin margins, which would explain why food wasn't included. Fine, it's just pet food. 50,000 should be enough, right? He pulled out his phone to transfer the money. Oh well. Song Wuhan poked her index fingers together nervously, looking both guilty and hopeful. I want to buy the food from that same store, but it costs 600,000. What? Song Xixian's eyes widened. 600,000 for pet food? Food for juvenile-level spirit pets should cost at most a few tens of thousands. While the spirit fox being exceptional value was one thing, this store's food prices were highway robbery. Song Wuhan quickly explained. The owner said this food can boost a spirit pet's strength to juvenile level 10 in just 1 month. 1 month. Song Xixian nearly slammed the table in shock. Juvenile levels did advance quickly, but even at the fastest pace, it should take a full year. What kind of food could reach juvenile level 10 in 1 month? Recalling that the store had sold such a miraculous spirit fox, perhaps they really did have some secret formula. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Fine, I'll give you the 600,000. If it doesn't work, I'll file a complaint. With their fake one, compensate 3 policy, I could get 1.8 million back. Just then, Song Wuhan's mother poked her head out from the kitchen, wiping her apron and delivering a cutting remark. Are you stupid? Fake one, compensate 3 foot means you just get 3 portions of fake food. What good would that do? Song Wuhan. The chaotic day finally came to an end. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Fang Yin rolled up the shop's metal door. The morning mist mixed with the faint herbal fragrance from inside wafted toward him. Looking up, he saw Song Wuhan standing at the entrance, holding the spirit fox and looking bright-eyed and energetic. Well, you're here early, he said with a smile, stepping aside to let her in. Boss, I'm here to buy pet food. Song Wuhan entered triumphantly. Oh right, of course. Fang Yin nodded, walking at a leisurely pace. Remembering her father's warning, Song Wuhan puffed out her chest and tried to look fierce. By the way, boss, my dad said if the food you're selling is fake, he'll file a complaint against you. Fang Yin chuckled softly, reaching out to touch the spirit fox's ear tip. Don't worry, your spirit fox is currently at juvenile level 1, and early stage advancement is very fast. It should reach level 2 within the first couple of days. If it doesn't advance to level 2 within 2 days, come find me. Seeing Fang Yan's confidence, Song Wuhan didn't worry about him running off and readily paid the 600,000. At that moment, the weight in her heart finally lifted. Spiritual pet and feed were all sorted out, totaling 1.6 million, which was a full 600,000 over her initial estimate, but it still made her feel incredibly satisfied. She put her hands on her hips and let out a breath. Finally, nothing was weighing on her mind anymore, and she could get a good night's sleep tonight. Boss, I'm heading out now. The girl excitedly picked up the red-tailed spirit fox in her arms, eager to show off to her friends. After all, a first-tier beast tamer forming a contract with an exotic species spiritual pet was extremely rare throughout the entire Federation. Most beast tamers at the first tier could only partner with ordinary species spiritual pets of the 7th to 10th tier. Very few people chose 5th or 6th tier ones. As for first tier exotic species, they were truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. However, just as she stepped toward the door, the system chimed softly, and Fong Yan's eyes lit up. The shop had unlocked new items. He immediately called out loudly. The store just stocked skill orbs. Don't you want to take a look? Song Wuhan's steps froze, and she turned around like a robot, bit by bit, her face so bitter it could drip water. Boss, how do you have new merchandise again? Isn't this a pet shop? Pet shops sell skill orbs too. This isn't actually a general store, is it? Fong Yin shrugged with a matter-of-fact tone. That's normal, right? Most pet shops also sell beast-taming supplies on the side. Skill orbs are items that allow spiritual pets to directly master new skills. He then briefly explained the correspondence between spiritual pet strength and skill levels. 1. Strength, nascent, mortal transcending, awakened, elite, commander, general, overlord, monarch, transcendent, legendary. 2. Skills, brown earth, gray rock, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, platinum plus, emerald, diamond. This meant that nascent level spiritual pets could only learn brown earth level skills, while mortal transcending level could learn gray rock level at most. Song Wuhan's spirit fox currently only had the skill small flame, which was exactly brown earth level. Fong Yin added, although you bought specialized feed, the spirit fox will need at least a month to reach nascent level 10. Breaking through from nascent level 10 to mortal transcending depends on your own cultivation skills, so the timing is uncertain. During this period, it only has small flame. Is that really enough? These words echoed in Song Wuhan's mind like a devil's whisper. She held her head in her hands and shouted in despair. Ah, stop talking. When reason returned, she had to admit that skills were indeed a weak point. Originally, she thought the early stage should focus on cultivation with little need for combat, but now she realized having only one skill was truly pathetic. Boss, what skills do you sell here? How much do they cost? Song Wuhan asked weakly. Fong Yin smiled and recommended. Fire attribute brown earth level skill orbs. I have quite a few, 20,000 each. What? Song Wuhan's eyes widened. Just brown earth level costs 200,000? The market price is less than 50,000. Don't rush. Fong Yin opened the beast detection device and handed over a vermilion-colored orb. The screen quickly displayed data. Name, Fire Bullet. Level, Brown Earth. Attribute, Fire. Power, 10. Song Wuhan stared at the screen, her eyes nearly bulging like copper bells. Power, 10. This is impossible. Brown Earth level skills shouldn't exceed Power level 5. Currently, Brown Earth level skills typically have power ratings between 15, while Gray Stone level skills range from 510. However, the Brown Earth level skill Fong Yin showed her possessed the power of a Gray Stone level skill. Fong Yin held the brown lustrous skill orb in his palm, seemingly making a casual gesture that clearly revealed the energy values pulsing above it. Nothing is impossible here, he said in a calm tone edged with confident sharpness. You surely understand what a brown earth level skill with gray stone level power means in terms of value. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Song Wuhan's temple as she nodded cautiously. Yes, I know. For juvenile stage spirit pets, the rules were ironclad. They could only learn skills corresponding to their level, so juveniles were limited to brown earth level skills with a maximum power of 5 points. But this orb before her eyes, once mastered by her spirit fox, could unleash gray stone level power, even approaching transcendent level. Cross-dire combat would transform from theory to reality, and this temptation made her heart race. Ordinary gray stone level skill orbs on the market were priced between 100,000 to 200,000. Yet this mythical pet shop had priced a brown earth level skill orb at 200,000 equivalent to top-tier gray stone pricing. Song Wuhan knew this wasn't price gouging. The orb's true value lay not in its grade, but in its potential. Fong Yin continued his persuasive approach. You have competitions at school, right? Competition waits for no one. With this skill, dominating your peers would be effortless. Song Wuhan clutched her head, nearly breaking down. Boss, you're going to drain me dry? Woo. 1 million for custom feed. 600,000 for cultivation packages, plus the 200,000 skill orb before her. And if there was more than one orb, that meant even more astronomical prices. At this thought, her heart bled. With more pedestrians on the street now, Song Wuhan's phrase about being drained dry carried unfortunate implications, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Fong Yan's expression changed as he quickly lowered his voice. Hey, watch your words. The skill orb continued pulsing gently in his palm, while Song Wuhan stared at it with reddened eyes. She knew clearly that once her spirit fox learned Fire Bullet, its power would rival that of transcendent-level spirit pets. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her communicator and dialed her father's number again. Upon learning about brown earth-level skill orb, 200,000 each, Song Xixian frowned deeply. Was this shop really not a scam? It was like a bottomless pit. But skill orbs were different from feed. Their data was directly linked to the blue star well through beast-taming detection machines, making counterfeiting impossible. After much consideration, he sighed. Since we've already spent 1.6 million, what's another 200,000? Let's buy one to try. With the transaction complete, Song Wuhan clutched the fire bullet skill orb, her heart both aching and sweet. After Fong Yin put away the payment device behind the counter, he asked with a smile, "Not buying anything else? Our shop has launched a new service." "No. Stop." Song Wuhan waved her hands frantically. "Boss, please don't say another word. I'm not listening. It's Monday, and I need to get to school. Goodbye." She hurriedly waved and practically fled from the shop. Fong Yin called after her, "Hey, don't forget about promoting my shop like you promised." His voice echoed down the street, though it was unclear if she heard him. At that moment, there was a clicking sound next door as the Serendipity Pet Shop opened its doors. "Hey there, young man, how's business going?" Zhou Qi, the owner of Miracle Pet Shop, stood at his storefront with a sly grin that didn't reach his eyes. In his mind, the mythical pet shop barely considered a neighbor since it was separated by several grocery stores and noodle shops would surely close down next month. Fong Yin responded with his usual gentle smile. "Not bad. Just sold a spirit fox." "One? A spirit fox?" Zhou Qi was secretly delighted. Based on his wholesale prices, selling one spirit fox would only net a few thousand yuan, barely pocket change. He waved dismissively. "All right then, young man, keep it up." He turned and headed back into his shop, completely unaware that Fong Yin had actually made over 1 million yuan from that single transaction with Song Wuhan. Song Wuhan's extravagant purchase was, at the end of the day, pure luck. That day, she had intended to visit Miracle Pet Shop, but found it closed, which led her to stumble into Mythical Pet Shop by chance. Now that stroke of luck had faded, and Mythical Pet Shop had returned to its quiet state. After half a day, barely a soul could be seen at the entrance. Meanwhile, Miracle Pet Shop a few stores down was bustling with crowds, looking quite prosperous. Fong Yin wanted to intercept customers from there, but with several grocery stores and noodle shops in between, foot traffic naturally dispersed. Plus, Miracle Pet Shop was more prominent to begin with, making it difficult to draw people over. Difficult as it was, some people still noticed his shop. "Wow, Miracle Pet Shop seems to have quite a line." A young man in his early 20s spotted the crowd from afar, his frown deepening. Large crowds didn't necessarily mean big profits. Most customers probably only bought ornamental pets, and very few actually came to sign spirit pet contracts, since people who could awaken beast tamer talents were extremely rare. But Wei Ran wasn't ordinary. He was a student at Haisher Beast Taming University, and his mental power had just broken through to Tier 2, making him a second-tier beast tamer. With his stats exceeding 200, he could now contract with spirit pets having racial values around 200. Today he had come specifically to select a suitable spirit pet. Looking up, he noticed the deserted mythical pet shop nearby. "Huh, there's another shop here? Why is no one around?" After a moment's hesitation, he stepped toward the entrance of Mythical Pet Shop. Fong Yin had been stationed at the door and immediately put on a professional smile when he saw the young man approaching. "Would you like to look at some spirit pets?" Wei Ran pointed at the empty storefront. "Why do other shops display spirit pets everywhere, but you don't have a single one here?" "They're all kept in the back courtyard," Fong Yin replied calmly. "I provide comprehensive service here. Rather than having them gawked at by crowds, I prefer letting them train on their own." He rattled off a string of reasons. The real reason was financial constraints. His 200,000 yuan was barely enough to rent the storefront, and purchasing a large inventory of spirit pet cubs would require at least 1 million yuan. After organizing his thoughts, he asked directly, "What specific requirements do you have? Just tell me, and I'll see if I can meet them. No point wasting time." Wei Ran hated waiting in lines and queues, so seeing such a straightforward approach, he didn't bother beating around the bush. After thinking for a moment, he said, "My beast-taming talent is a grade serpent mastery. Do you have any snake-type spirit pets?" Fong Yin raised an eyebrow. Serpent mastery? That was a rare talent indeed. Beast-tamer talents were ranked from low to high as G, F, E, C, B, A, and then S at the top. For this young man to have a grade talent, while not making him a once-in-a-generation genius, certainly placed him among the elite. But even with a grade talent, serpent mastery was an exceptionally uncommon specialization. Seeing Fong Yin hesitate, Wei Ran felt his hopes sinking. Over the past 3 months, he had scoured the entire city but still couldn't find an ideal serpent spirit companion, all because of the extremely rare serpent mastery talent. In his mind, the spirit companion had to be a snake, and this was non-negotiable. As for strength, that could be cultivated over time, but the starting point of race and bloodline couldn't be compromised. His baseline was at least a 7th-tier exotic beast, preferably 8th tier, and if he dared to dream bigger, he even hoped to find something above 10th-tier exotic beast level. Wei Ran's perfectionism wouldn't let him settle for anything less, rather leave his contract empty than accept second best. After all, strength could be improved through training, but race and bloodline could only advance through limited evolutionary opportunities. A low starting point meant a bleak future. Fong Yin snapped back to attention and politely inquired. You're looking for a serpent spirit companion? Any other requirements? Wei Ran gritted his teeth. I'm already a second-tier beast tamer. The spirit companion's race and bloodline should be no lower than 8th-tier exotic beast. This was the absolute bottom line he could force himself to accept. If he didn't compromise now, he had no idea when he'd ever be able to sign a contract. Second-tier mental power. Fong Yin murmured thoughtfully, then nodded. All right, please wait a moment. He turned and walked into the shop. Wei Ran stood at the entrance, eyeing the sparse shelves inside, secretly wondering if this place could possibly have what he needed. Before long, Fong Yin reappeared with a slender green snake coiled around his shoulder. The small snake's scales gleamed with a subtle luster, and upon seeing Wei Ran, it flicked its tongue. This? Wei Ran froze. Was this just a common green spirit snake? Fong Yin smiled as he introduced it. This is the spirit companion our shop has prepared for you. Wei Ran nearly slammed the counter. Boss, are you kidding me? Green spirit snakes don't even rank in beast tamer circles. These poison-type spirit companions were everywhere in wild grasslands and forests. Most on the market were only 3rd to 6th-tier exotic beasts, typically adopted reluctantly by cash-strapped beginners. But Fong Yin remained calm. Don't rush, sir. Take a look at the data first. He placed the green spirit snake into the beast detection machine's cage. The light screen illuminated, displaying rows of data. Spirit companion, green spirit snake. Attribute, poison. Talent, high-speed crawling. Bloodline, soaring serpent. Skills, poison spray, earth manipulation. Strength level, juvenile level 6. Race level, demon beast 1st tier. Bloodline level, demon beast 2nd tier. The moment the screen finished updating, Wei Ran went completely rigid. A demon beast tier green spirit snake? He had always dreamed of finding at least a 10th tier exotic beast, or ideally stumbling upon a 1st tier demon beast serpent spirit companion. He never imagined he'd encounter one in this quiet little shop. Fong Yin smiled knowingly. Well, are you satisfied? Satisfied? I'm beyond satisfied. Wei Ran exclaimed excitedly. Fong Yin introduced. This azure spirit snake is different from the common ones found in the wild. It possesses soaring serpent bloodline. Soaring serpent bloodline? Wei Ran frowned. I've never heard of that before. That's perfectly normal. Fong Yin smiled gently. The universe is vast, and there's always something you haven't encountered. In my previous life, many people only knew a single line of poetry: the soaring serpent rides the mist, yet turns to dust in the end, but knew nothing about the actual creature. He pointed toward the emerald green snake in the glass enclosure, his voice clear and confident. The soaring serpent, also known as the flying snake, is a celestial beast capable of riding clouds and commanding mist. Some classify it as one of the constellations. In folk legends, it stands alongside Qilin, ranking below the 4 symbols, able to fly without feet. If your azure spirit snake can evolve to its final form, it might soar through the skies, just like the soaring serpent. Wei Ran's breathing quickened as he murmured, You mean my azure spirit snake could potentially gain the ability to fly after evolution? Fong Yin nodded, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Yes, if the evolution is complete, that possibility exists. I'll take it. How much? Wei Ran decided without hesitation. He wouldn't let such a perfectly matched spirit pet with incredible potential slip away. After a moment's consideration, Fong Yin quoted his price. The market price for a 1st-tier demon beast grade spirit pet is 4 million. Since my shop just opened, I'll give you a discount 3,800,000. Deal. Wei Ran agreed readily. To him, 3,800,000 for an azure spirit snake with limitless potential was practically stealing. Even at 5 million, he might not have hesitated. Fong Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With such low foot traffic, he could only build reputation through competitive pricing first. He checked the payment, a clean profit of over 3 million. His ability to offer this spirit pet came from a new system function, Demon Beast Baptism. After Song Wuhan purchased the skill Orb, the system unlocked Demon Beast Baptism. Similar to Exotic Beast Baptism, it could directly upgrade spirit pets below Common Beast grade to any tier of Demon Beast grade, with bloodline quality determined randomly. While Exotic Beast Baptism cost 100,000 per use, Demon Beast Baptism cost 300,000. Even so, Fong Yan's profit margins remained substantial, 300,000 in costs, 3,800,000 in revenue, quite lucrative indeed. Just then, the system notification suddenly chimed. Host successfully sold Demon Beast grade spirit pet. Unlocking Transcendent grade spirit pet feed. Greystone grade skill Orbs, spirit pet skill cultivation services. New system functions again. Fong Yan paused, then suppressed his excitement. After completing his payment, Wei Ran was in excellent spirits and casually asked, By the way, do you sell feed here? Fong Yan hadn't expected him to bring up feed voluntarily. Suspecting this customer might be quite wealthy, he immediately explained, Yes, we do. Juvenile grade feed comes in 3 tiers. The basic version requires 6 months of continuous use to raise a spirit pet strength to juvenile level 10. The intermediate version takes 3 months. The premium version only needs 1 month. Transcendent grade feed also comes in 3 tiers. The basic version takes 1 year of use to reach Transcendent level 10. The intermediate version takes 9 months. The premium version only requires 6 months. As for Awakened grade feed, that's still in development. Wei Ran stared in amazement. 6 months at the fastest to reach Transcendent level 10? This shop's feed is that miraculous. Is this for real? Wei Ran felt a wave of skepticism. He'd never heard of any growth-enhancing drugs that could work faster than the feed Fang Yin was describing. Fang Yin leaned against the counter, confidently lifting his chin. Honest prices for all customers, 10 times compensation if it's fake. That's what all scammers say. Wei Ran crossed his arms, his eyes clearly showing disbelief. If the results don't meet expectations, you can report me to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce directly. Fang Yin spread his hands, looking ready to accept any inquiry. That won't be necessary. Wei Ran's tone softened, obviously starting to believe about 30% of it, though he was still hesitating. How much does the feed cost? Fang Yin swiped across the transparent control panel, and a price list immediately projected into view. Juvenile grade feed. Basic level 100,000 for 1 month. Intermediate level 200,000 for 1 month. Advanced level 600,000 for 1 month. Transcendent grade feed. Basic level 2.4 million for 1 year. Intermediate level 2.7 million total for 9 months. Advanced level 3.6 million for 6 months. Additionally, Transcendent grade must be purchased as complete packages and cannot be split by month. Cold numbers danced across the light screen, making Wei Ran gasp. These prices were countless times higher than market rates. Fang Yin smiled as he reminded him. You should know how long it normally takes for a spirit pet to advance from Transcendent level 1 to Transcendent level 10. Wei Ran frowned in recollection. According to the records from upperclassmen at school, it takes at least 2 years. This clearly showed just how remarkably effective this mythical pet shop's feed was. Fang Yin spread both hands. Anyway, whether you buy or not is up to you. I'll buy. Wei Ran made his decision instantly. Give me the most expensive of everything. 600,000 for 1 month of juvenile grade. 3.6 million for 6 months of transcendent grade. That's 4.2 million total. After stating the amount, he suddenly remembered another expense and cursed under his breath. Damn, I don't have enough money. 3.8 million plus 4.2 million makes 8 million total. His budget for the second spirit pet was only 6 million, so he was way over budget. Fang Yin looked up at the sky, speechless like this young master, who usually spent money so lavishly, was actually short on cash. An embarrassed expression appeared on Wei Ran's face. He thought he was at least a small-time rich kid, but this shop had managed to drain all his money. Boss, don't worry, I'll call my mom. He pulled out his phone, preparing to ask for help. Watching how easily the other person could ask his family for money, Fang Yin felt envious. If only I had been born into a wealthy family too, not to be a rich kid, but just to receive a better education. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, don't rush to transfer money yet. The shop has other new products. Would you like to take a look? Wei Ran's finger paused over the dial button, looking stunned. There's more. Skill orbs, newly arrived. Fang Yin smiled with narrowed eyes. Wei Ran immediately felt an ominous premonition. Skill orbs. Now that was a real money pit. Unlike Song Wuhuan's beast-taming high school, the Haisher beast-taming university he attended was extremely competitive, often requiring him to command spirit pets in competitions and missions, with skill demands far exceeding those of high school. So, boss, how much do you charge for Grey Rock grade skills? Wei Ran coughed to cover his embarrassment. For him, with his first spirit pet available, his second spirit pet could rely entirely on existing resources for the first month. After buying this shop's feed, his green spirit snake could reach juvenile level 10 within a month. Once it broke through to transcendent grade, Brownsowell grade skills would basically become useless. Therefore, he felt it would be better to skip Brownsowell grade skills entirely and learn Greyrock grade skills directly. Your Azure Spirit Snake is a poison-type spirit pet, and I have plenty of poison-type skills here. A Greyrock grade poison skill orb costs 1 million each. What? Wei Ran nearly lost his balance, his voice shooting up an octave. Greyrock grade for 1 million? Boss, this is highway robbery. They go for 20,000 tops on the market. He admitted that the spirit pets and feed in this shop were exceptional value despite their high prices, but the figure for this skill orb was absolutely outrageous. Hold on, don't get worked up. Fang Yin maintained his usual calm, breezy tone. Wei Ran sighed in wordlethos, for words seemed to be this man's favorite phrase. Fang Yin placed a grayish-white orb into the beast-taming detector. A pale green light screen rose up, and data quickly appeared on the panel. Name, Venom Splash. Grade, Grey Rock. Attribute, Poison. Power, 20. Seeing, Power, 20. Wei Ran was completely stunned. How can Grey Rock grade possibly reach 20? Currently, Brown Earth grade skills typically range from 15 in power gray rock grade from 510, and black iron grade from 1020. This meant that while this orb was labeled gray rock grade, it had already reached the peak of black iron grade. Not even all black iron skills could achieve the maximum of 20. Black iron grade skills should only be learnable by awakened level spirit pets. If a transcendent level pet could learn it directly, wouldn't that unleash awakened level combat power? Wei Ran's heart pounded wildly. Fang Yen smiled with narrowed eyes, savoring the other's shock. I just love that never-seen-the-world expression of yours. Now tell me, is 1 million worth it? Wei Ran calculated on his fingers. Black iron grade skill, orbs on the market cost 50,000 to 1 million. Yours has maximum power, so it definitely deserves the highest price. No, for a real trainer, this could let a spirit pet fight above its level. You can't even put a price tag of 1 million on that. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. 1 million actually felt too low. Fang Yin shrugged. Exactly. Missed this village, and there won't be another shop like it. Damn it. Wei Ran roughly rubbed his face. What kind of establishment was this shop? Everything looked ridiculously expensive, yet somehow felt worth every penny. Boss, wait here. He grabbed his phone and called his mother. Hello, Mom. Transfer me 5 million. Meanwhile, in a gleaming modern building with mirrored glass in High City. Though not the tallest, it still shone brilliantly. In the office, the well-groomed middle-aged woman Lin Fangza answered the phone with a frown. 5 million. Xiao Ran. Didn't I just transfer you 6 million? Still not enough. Yeah, Mom, this shop is insane. I found the spirit pet, but the feed and skill orbs are more expensive than I thought. Lin Fangza tapped the desk lightly, her frown deepening. Gray rock grade skill orbs shouldn't be that expensive. Even several together would barely break 1 million. Why did her son need 5 million? Even the most expensive feed couldn't outweigh the cost of skill orbs. No matter how she calculated, it shouldn't require 5 million. Mom, here's what happened. Wei Ran gave her a brief explanation. Lin Fangza stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, phone pressed to her ear, and fell silent for a long moment after hearing this. Feed that can push a spirit pet to transcendent level 10 in just 6 months? Skill orbs at gray rock grade with power comparable to black iron level. Each term seemed to challenge everything she knew. She frowned, muttering to herself. Has Xiao Ran been scammed? Xiao Ran, where are you right now? I'll come over. Mid-sentence, her office door opened and her secretary poked her head in. Boss, it's time for the meeting. Only then did Lin Fangza remember the mandatory executive meeting. She glanced at her watch and her eyebrow twitched. Fine, I'm busy. I'll transfer 5 million to you in a bit. She hung up and hesitated briefly. 5 million wasn't a burden for the company's accounts, and there was no need for her to rush over personally. Besides, the beast-taming market was strictly regulated these days. If there was any funny business, a single report would be enough to shut that shop down. Having made up her mind, she opened her online banking, entered her password, and typed 5,000,000. The funds transferred instantly. As she prepared to head to the conference room, she instinctively moved to turn off her phone, but stopped mid-motion and left it on instead. Ah, the money's here. Wei Ran sat in the shop, staring at the payment received. 5 million yuan notification on his phone screen, his eyes lighting up. Combined with the 6 million his parents had given him earlier, his account balance now showed a whopping 11 million. Having money really makes all the difference. He flexed his wrist, his voice brimming with inflated confidence. Next, he happily spent 8 million. One Azure Spirit Snake and premium feed that could get it to Transcendent Level 10 in half a year. With the remaining 3 million, he selected 3 Gray Rock, Grade Poison-type skill orbs. 11 million wiped clean. Meanwhile, Fang Yin quietly wrote 11M in his ledger. After deducting costs, he'd made a net profit of over 8 million. In just 2 days, his pure profit was approaching 10 million. Compared to his startup cost of just over 200,000, the numbers were absolutely explosive. At that moment, Wei Ran was beaming as he formed a contract with the Azure Spirit Snake. He spread his arms wide and called out to Fang Yin. Boss, see that? This is the power of money. Wei Ran struck a triumphant pose. Fang Yin watched his smug display and suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. Oh, this is the power of money. Well, this shop also offers brand new spirit pet cultivation services. Want to give it a try? Wei Ran's smile instantly froze. Damn. What other tricks does this shop have up its sleeve? He was completely broke. He should never have shown off in front of the boss. But having already spoken, he could only bite the bullet and clear his throat. So, boss, how exactly do you charge for this cultivation service? What's the process like? Just asking, not buying. No matter how good it is, not buying. Fang Yin spoke unhurriedly. Currently featuring skill cultivation services for both brown earth and gray rock grade skills. 1 day gets you to basic understanding. 3 days, minor achievement. 5 days, skilled application. 7 days, thorough mastery. Half a month, perfect execution, and a full month exceptional mastery. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Wei Ran waved his hands frantically. Boss, what nonsense are you spouting? Exceptional mastery in 1 month? What kind of bull is that? Speed and skill orbs can be improved through research and development, but skill proficiency that has to be built step by step through practice. There might be ways to speed things up, like having other spirit pets share their experience to help one's own pet master skills faster. But even so, pushing a skill's proficiency to outstanding in just 1 month still sounded as absurd as a fairy tale. Spirit pet skill proficiency had 10 levels. Beginner's glimpse, minor achievement, effortless mastery, thorough understanding, perfect technique, outstanding, entering the hall, return to simplicity, divine transformation, and peak mastery. Forget about the lofty heights of divine transformation and peak mastery. Even reaching thorough understanding typically required years of real combat experience just to touch the threshold. Yet Feng Yan, the owner of the mythical pet shop, confidently patted his chest and guaranteed that in just 1 month, he could boost a skill to outstanding. While organizing the softly glowing cultivation chambers behind the counter, he smiled at Wei Ran and said, "Don't believe me? Try boarding your spirit pet for a few days." Of course, gray rock level skills cost considerably more than brown earth level. Wei Ran's heart sank as his brow furrowed. "Boss, how much exactly do brown earth and gray rock level skills cost?" Feng Yan replied leisurely, raising his hand to show two numbers. Brown earth level skills cost 20,000 per day of training. Gray rock level skills cost 100,000 per day. What? 100,000 per day? Wei Ran nearly dropped his backpack. That's 3 million for a month. This is ridiculous. A full month of comprehensive training for a transcendent level spirit pet costs, at most, a few $100,000 on the market. You're charging 3 million for just one skill. Feng Yan remained unfazed, spreading his hands as he countered. So in your opinion, raising proficiency to outstanding in 1 month isn't worth 3 million? Wei Ran's Adam's apple bobbed as he found himself speechless. If it could really save that much time, 3 million might actually be worth it. But could it really be done? As he hesitated, Feng Yan pressed further. You could always try it first. Board your pet for 3 days and see if the skill can reach minor achievement. 3 days won't cost you much time. Wei Ran calculated mentally the 3-day trial cost wasn't high. But what if the boss ran off with his spirit pet? He raised his guard. "Boss, you won't disappear the day after I board my spirit pet, will you?" There are plenty of cases like that in the news, where shops directly sell boarded pets to the 10,000 races. Feng Yan rolled his eyes. "Don't believe everything you read online. If I really wanted to run, I wouldn't head toward the 10,000 races. How could I leave Blue Star without my own spaceship?" Wei Ran thought about it and agreed leaving Blue Star wasn't as simple as buying a train ticket. He nodded. "All right, I'll board my first spirit pet. I still need to get more familiar with the Azure Spirit Snake." Wait. He suddenly remembered his empty pockets. Facing the embarrassment of being exposed after bragging in front of the boss, sweat beaded on his forehead as he pulled out his phone with trembling fingers and dialed Lin Feng's number. In High City, in a conference room, Lin Fengza was standing in front of a projector. "Everyone, this month's KPIs." Before she could finish, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the contact name and saw it was Wei Ran. "Sorry, I need to take this call." She stepped out of the conference room and answered. From the receiver, Wei Ran's voice came through quietly. "Mom, I don't have enough money again." Lin Feng's face immediately darkened. "What the hell? Not enough money again? Didn't I just transfer 5 million to you? That's 11 million in total, and it's still not enough? This is getting more ridiculous by the day. No more money." Lin Fengza couldn't be bothered to listen any longer and hung up the call. Her usually gentle features were now filled with irritation. If she didn't have to enter the conference room in the next minute, she would have flown to her son immediately to see what kind of mystical pet could devour money like a black hole. In the mythical pet shop, Wei Ran heard the dial tone and collapsed against the counter like all his bones had been pulled out. "I'm done for. Mom won't transfer the money, so I can't even afford boarding services." He stared at the thumb-thick Azure Spirit Snake in his palm, on the verge of tears. Feng Yan sat behind the cash register, the corner of his mouth twitching upward while maintaining a serious expression. "Looks like your budget really isn't enough. Come back next time, our little shop welcomes you anytime." His tone was neither cold nor warm, too lazy to offer even polite pleasantries. Wei Ran forced a dry laugh and grabbed the temperature-controlled box containing the snake. "Haha, my mom's in a meeting. Don't worry, boss, I'll definitely be back in a few days. Let me take it home first and study its abilities some more." With that, he slunk out the door. Walking to the street corner, he felt increasingly bitter. The customer is king. What shop these days doesn't treat consumers like royalty? But at the mythical pet shop, he'd been treated like a nobody from start to finish. Thinking about the tens of millions he'd spent without even getting a kind word in return was absolutely ridiculous. Back in the shop, Feng Yan finished tallying the day's earnings and rubbed his temples. Sigh, still didn't break 10 million in profit today. Though sales over the past 2 days had been decent, the water of life promotion had spread throughout High City, with competitors on every street. In previous years, some shops had even resorted to street fights, and he didn't want to get caught up in that mess. Fortunately, while the dam system had drained decades of his lifespan, It had also stuffed his warehouse with top-tier spirit pets and supporting resources. His supply was stable. The problem was foot traffic. Only 2 customers in 2 days wasn't going to cut it. He pondered silently. I wonder if that girl has been spreading the word for me. Meanwhile, at High City's 3rd beast-taming high school, in the grade 12 class 6 classroom, the atmosphere was tense. You actually contracted with a spirit fox? Song Wuhan, you've ruined your entire life. Li Xiang crossed his arms, his tone as final as a verdict. A beast tamer's first spirit pet determines their future path, so naturally, the higher the species and bloodline, the better. But Song Wuhan had chosen a spirit fox with mediocre bloodline, and many classmates had already filed her under bleak prospects. Li Xiang, cut it out. Whether I'm ruined or not isn't for you to decide. Song Wuhan slammed her desk, her pretty face flushing red. Believe it or not, my spirit fox could beat your spirit pet. Li Xiang shook his head in disappointment, glancing at the wolf pup at his feet. Song Wuhan, can't you see my spirit pet? He bent down to gently stroke the white wolf's smooth back. My spirit pet is a white wolf, a species ranking at common tier 10. Its current power level is juvenile grade 5. Both in terms of power and species, it's leagues above your spirit fox. Where do you get the confidence to claim you'll crush my spirit beast? Song Wuhan curled her lips disdainfully, her cold laughter dripping with mockery. Common species 10th tier? Trash. A mere common species dares to show off in front of me. How laughably overconfident. Li Xiang was momentarily speechless. A common species 10th tier was already the upper limit for beast tamers with 1st tier mental power, on par with exotic species 1st tier. He couldn't fathom where Song Wuhan's confidence came from. Could it really be an exotic species? But the spirit fox's racial ceiling was well established and universally acknowledged as impossible to break through common species 3rd tier. Song Wuhan, you really are. Disappointment surged in Li Xiang's chest as he raised his hand to cut her off. Enough talk. How about we settle this with our newly acquired spirit beasts? Fine by me. Song Wuhan showed no backing down, lifting her chin. Let's fight. Was afraid of whom? Her certainty exploded into an uproar among the listening classmates. The students in class exchanged glances. Fighting again? Well, they were used to it. But this time, they were actually going to have a real spirit beast battle? The classroom obviously couldn't contain it, so everyone pushed and shoved, streaming toward the playground in a rush. Word spread quickly. Song Wuhan is going to battle Li Xiang. 1st place versus 3rd place in the grade, fighting with spirit beasts fresh out of the box. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, forming layers 3 deep around the playground's perimeter, with discussions rising and falling. Everyone wanted to know what gave Song Wuhan's seemingly ornamental spirit fox such arrogance. At the center of the field, Li Xiang stood calmly with his hands behind his back, facing Song Wuhan. He felt the outcome was beyond doubt, would definitely win, while Song Wuhan would become the laughingstock of the entire school. All right, let's begin. Song Wuhan spoke first, her voice steady. You go first. Li Xiang made a gesture of invitation, lest outsiders say he was bullying a girl. If I attack first, you'll be instantly defeated. Song Wuhan raised an eyebrow. You go first. This statement immediately ignited gasps from the surrounding crowd. Juvenile 1st tier versus juvenile 5th tier. What gave her the right to claim instant victory? Li Xiang could no longer contain himself, reminding her grimly. Don't say I bullied you when you lose. Before his words finished, his ice wolf pure white threw out, shoulder high to a person pushed off with its feet, and suddenly became a white blur. Charge! Howling wind swept across the playground, sharp claws scratching shallow grooves, needing only an instant to send that small spirit fox flying. Yet Song Wuhan remained motionless, her gaze locked on her spirit fox. Fire blast! Not the initial small flame. Li Xiang's heart skipped a beat, but he had no time to think further. He firmly believed his juvenile 5th tier ice wolf could last 3 rounds without problem, so he waved his hand decisively. Xiaobai, keep charging. Boom. The spirit fox's tiny figure flashed with crimson flames as the fire blast shot from its claws like a cannonball, striking the ice wolf's chest with tremendous force. Bang! The ice wolf cried out miserably as it was sent flying over 10 meters, tumbling across the playground before crashing heavily, raising a cloud of dust. The moment it hit the ground, its limbs struggled weakly, barely clinging to life. The playground fell instantly silent. A juvenile 1st tier spirit fox had defeated a juvenile 5th tier ice wolf with a single strike? What the hell? After a moment of stunned silence, the hundreds of students gathered on the playground erupted into chaos, with discussions surging like a tidal wave. Cross-level battles were common enough, usually involving just a level or 2 difference, but this was a full 4-level gap. Song Wuhan's spirit fox was only at nascent level 1, while Li Xiang's white wolf had reached nascent level 5, yet the spirit fox had won with a single decisive strike. This was absolutely mind-blowing. How about that? Now you know how powerful my spirit fox is. Song Wuhan crossed her arms, her eyebrows betraying undisguised pride. She thought to herself, Boss Fong's skill orbs really lived up to their reputation. The fire bullet's power reached 10 points aside from transcendent grade spirit pets. Nascent level ones simply couldn't withstand it. If Li Xiang had made his white wolf dodge earlier, there might have been some suspense, but charging straight into the fire bullet was pure wishful thinking. At that moment, Li Xiang knelt beside his barely breathing white wolf, his face deathly pale and lips trembling. A nascent level 5 losing so decisively? Impossible. What's going on here? What are you students doing? Several teachers rushed over. Oh no, the teachers are here. The crowd immediately scattered. Yan Shisheng, the homeroom teacher of class 6, with his half-bald Mediterranean hairline, had a face dark as thunder. Song Wuhan, Li Xiang, you too, actually had an unauthorized sparring match? Song Wuhan stuck out her tongue. Teacher, Li Xiang provoked me first. It has nothing to do with me. Yan Shisheng sighed inwardly. These two kids had been constantly bickering before, and now that they had spirit pets, they actually started fighting. But what shocked him more was the spirit fox beat the white wolf. This completely defied common sense. He stared at the collapsed white wolf in the field and asked with a frown. Song Wuhan, this spirit fox of yours isn't an ordinary spirit fox, is it? That's right, my spirit fox is a mystical beast variant, Song Wuhan replied matter-of-factly. What? Li Xiang shot up, his voice thunderous. Impossible. The spirit fox species generally caps at common grade 3. Even with mutation, it couldn't reach mystical beast grade unless it evolved into a fire spirit fox. The facts speak for themselves, believe it or not. Song Wuhan pursed her lips. That's what the beast-taming detection machine showed. The students who had originally wanted to slip away stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. Exchanging glances, a mystical beast grade 1 spirit fox? Was this real or fake? Yan Shisheng was equally incredulous and made a mental decision. He would definitely have this spirit fox undergo detailed testing later. If it was true, this would be major news in the beast-taming world. Suddenly, Song Wuhan remembered her other mission. She scanned the surroundings and announced loudly. By the way, I bought my spirit fox at Mythical Pet Shop, located at 139 Tianhong Street. Everything in that shop is top quality. Check it out when you have time. Mythical Pet Shop. Yan Shisheng silently committed the name to memory, decided to take a look when he had the chance. After all, any shop that could sell such a spirit fox must have some serious connections. Thinking of the large number of first and second year students at school who hadn't awakened their talents or contracted with spirit pets yet, he considered this trip a scouting mission. If the shop's spirit pets were of good quality, he could recommend those students to come here in the future, a win-win for both students and the shop owner. Time quickly passed to the next day. With the demanding high school curriculum and strict schedule, Song Wuhan's promotion on the campus forum last night hadn't immediately brought in customers, and Fong Yan's mythical pet shop remained deserted as ever. Zhou Qi, the owner of the neighboring Serendipity Pet Shop, watched this scene with diminishing interest in his eyes. Fong Yan's shop posed no threat to his business whatsoever. Just as he was feeling bored, a young man of about 17 or 18 appeared at the street corner. The youth wore clean white clothes in a simple style that exuded an extraordinary aura, catching Zhou Qi's attention immediately. Would you like to come in and take a look? My shop has a wide variety of spirit pets, Zhou Qi called out with a businessman's smile. The young man, named Yang Zhao, merely glanced at him indifferently with an expressionless face. I need a very special spirit pet. Do you really have what I'm looking for? What type are you looking for? Zhou Qi asked, somewhat taken aback. Yang Zhao lowered his voice. My talent is quite special. I need a light attribute spirit pet. Light attribute. Zhou Qi's heart skipped a beat. According to current research by beast tamers, there were 16 confirmed spirit pet attributes, with 2 additional new attributes still under verification. Among the known 16, light and dark were the 2 rarest types. This young man had directly requested a light attribute, which immediately put him in a difficult position. I'm sorry, we don't have any light attribute spirit pets in our shop. Disappointment flashed in Yang Zhao's eyes clearly. He had been turned away multiple times already. Looking up, he inadvertently noticed the newly opened Mythical Pet Shop, not far away, and turned his steps, preparing to try once more. Zhou Qi quickly warned him. Young master, don't waste your time. That new shop is even less likely to have what you need. Fong Yan heard everything clearly from behind his counter and frowned slightly, but ignored Zhou Qi and called out to Yang Zhao. A light attribute spirit pet? I can try to find one for you. Try to find. Yang Zhao was puzzled. Either you have it or you don't. How can you try? Nevertheless, he stepped into the shop. Zhou Qi snorted coldly. Light attribute spirit pets were extremely rare in the market. Fong Yan couldn't possibly have one. Please wait a moment, Fong Yan said before turning and entering the back room. Shortly after, he let out a small horse that still appeared quite young. It was pure white all over, with faint, delicate pale golden patterns running through its mane. Yang Zhao frowned slightly, but politely remained silent. Zhou Qi, however, couldn't help but shout. Holy crap, isn't that just a common white spotted horse from the grasslands? Young man, you can't conduct business by fooling people like this. Fang Yin remained composed. This white-spotted horse is not an ordinary breed, it carries the bloodline of the legendary unicorn. Unicorns symbolize sanctity and light. Unicorn? What kind of creature is that? Yang Zhao had never heard of it before. Let's just look at the data directly. Fang Yin activated the beast detection device. A pale golden light screen appeared, displaying detailed information. Spirit pet, white-spotted horse. Attribute, light. Talent, healing. Bloodline, unicorn. Skill, charge brown earth. Power level, juvenile 4th rank. Species level, exotic beast 1st tier. Bloodline level, exotic beast 6th tier. Yang Zhao, who had remained calm throughout, suddenly held his breath upon seeing this data and whispered in disbelief. How is this possible? There's actually a light attribute white-spotted horse in this world. Generally speaking, spirit pets of an entire species don't show much variation in their attributes. Take the white zebra, for example. It's a standard normal type species, and its signature move, charge, is also normal type. But right now, the white zebra being led out from the pet shop entrance had a faint pearlescent glow flickering between the short mane on its forehead, clearly emanating a light attribute aura. Zhou Qi, the owner of the neighboring Serendipity pet shop, was busy attending to customers when he caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye. He immediately rushed over with hurried steps. This is impossible. I've sold so many white zebras, and I've never seen one with light attribute. Forget light attribute, any attribute other than normal is impossible. Fang Yin handed the reins to his customer Yang Zhao, his expression calm. The beast detection machine is directly connected to the blue star's will, so the results can't be faked. As I just mentioned, this white zebra carries mythical creature bloodline unicorn bloodline. Unicorn. Zhou Qi's gaze fell on the still somewhat youthful white zebra, his confusion deepening. Fang Yan's explanation was concise. Unicorns resemble white horses, with the spiral horn on their forehead, symbolizing nobility, pride, and purity. Any creature touched by their bloodline will most likely transform into light attribute. Although this white zebra's appearance hasn't changed, its light attribute is genuine. Zhou Qi was momentarily speechless. Mythical creature bloodline? Is this real? How did this small shop get hold of such a spirit pet? Meanwhile, Yang Zhao had already circled the white zebra several times. Its mane was smooth and lustrous white. The patterns on its body emanated a faint golden radiance, and he even crouched down to part the short hair around its hooves, confirming that the light attribute and unicorn bloodline displayed on the detection machine were accurate. The data was right there. With continuous evolution, this white zebra had the potential to develop toward a unicorn form. This was the significance of mythical bloodline. How is it? Are you satisfied? Fang Yin asked with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. Yang Zhao looked up, his eyes burning with excitement. Setting aside the unicorn bloodline, just being a first-tier exotic beast with rare light attribute is already precious enough. Boss, name your price, no matter how much. I'll take it. Fang Yin pondered briefly. White zebras weren't originally expensive, but to cleanse out the unicorn bloodline, he had performed over a dozen beast purification rituals at 100,000 each. The cost had already exceeded $1 million. Considering that light attribute spirit pets were extremely scarce in the market, the price should be raised accordingly. 5 million, how about that? He looked up and quoted the figure. 5 million. Zhou Qi gasped on the spot. Selling a mere white zebra for 5 million is outrageous. In my shop, even 100,000 would be considered high. Fang Yin replied unhurriedly. Just check the market prices for light attribute spirit pets. Basically none are under 4 million. Mine also comes with unicorn bloodline, so 5 million is already quite reasonable. Zhou Qi's face flushed red with anger, yet he couldn't refute it from the perspective of attributes and bloodline. 5 million was indeed worth it. But he simply couldn't accept that this newly opened pet shop run by some young upstart could complete a single 5 million transaction right off the bat. After all, his shop's daily sales were only around 4 million, and they could only occasionally break 5 million during promotional events. What's the deal with this shop? Zhou Qi gritted his teeth secretly, but could only glare helplessly. Yang Zhao regained his composure, patted the white zebra's neck, then pulled out his payment terminal. 5 million is indeed very reasonable and worth the price. I'll take it. Without a hint of hesitation in his voice, Fang Yin thought to himself that this man might be the real tycoon. Especially compared to that Wei Ran from earlier, it made him even more certain that this buyer was unfathomably wealthy. Fang Yin seized the opportunity to recommend. By the way, do you need any feed? Our store's feed is also extraordinary. Yang Zhao was about to speak when Zhou Qi beside him couldn't help but interrupt. Young man, you really don't know how to do business. You've already sold 5 million worth. Can't you throw in some feed for free? In my store, whenever I sell a non-ornamental spirit pet, I basically always include complimentary feed. A few thousand yuan worth of feed is nothing. Yang Zhao made no comment, simply looking at Fang Yin with a calm expression. How do you price your feed here? Fang Yin smiled slightly and gestured for both men to look at the price board beside the counter. Our store's juvenile grade feed comes in 3 types. 1. Basic feed, 100,000 yuan per month supply, taken for 6 months, can boost your spirit pet's strength to juvenile level 10. 2. Intermediate feed, 200,000 yuan per month supply, taken for 3 months to achieve the same effect. 3. Premium feed, 600,000 yuan per month supply, only needs 1 month to reach juvenile level 10. Zhou Qi was so shocked his whole body trembled, and he couldn't contain himself. This is absolutely ridiculous. Never mind ordinary feed. I've seen the stuff used by wealthy people when I was sourcing inventory, and the effects are just so-so. Reaching juvenile level 10 in 1 month? Who would believe such nonsense? Fang Yan frowned and glanced at him coldly. Sir, this isn't your store. Please leave. Zhou Qi was stunned. What did you call me? Sir. The next second, his face flushed red with anger. I'm only 37 years old. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, you're only 37? Even Yang Zhao, whose expression had remained steady as a mountain, turned to look at Zhou Qi with rare astonishment. You're really only 37? If Fang Yan's teasing was barely tolerable, Yang Zhao's completely serious surprise utterly destroyed Zhou Qi's composure. Even someone so rigid he wouldn't know how to joke thought he looked old. Damn, did he really look that old? Yang Zhao withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice to Fang Yan, Fine, give me the most expensive feed. Also, do you have feed for transcendent grade spirit pets? He calculated in his mind that with the combined resources from his family and himself, breaking through to transcendent grade wasn't far off, so he might as well solve the follow-up feed issue all at once. Fang Yan nodded. Yes. Transcendent grade feed also comes in 3 levels, requiring 1 year, 9 months, and 6 months respectively to reach transcendent level 10. 1. Basic grade, 2.4 million yuan for 1 year supply. 2. Intermediate grade, 2.7 million yuan for 9 months supply. 3. Premium grade, 3.6 million yuan for 6 months supply, cannot be sold separately. Hearing these numbers, Zhou Qi was once again shocked, speechless. The outrageous prices were as consistent as ever. He calculated silently. 5 million plus 3.6 million plus 600,000. This single transaction totaled an incredible 9.2 million yuan. And this was from a store that had only recently opened. Thinking back to how Fang Yan had claimed to sell a spirit fox on the first day, he suspected that fox's selling price was probably equally unimaginably outrageous. However, what would shock him even more was yet to come. After the payment was confirmed, Fang Yan smiled and asked, Our store also has unique skill orbs. Would you like to take a look? We have light attribute skill orbs too. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up, showing rare, obvious interest. You actually have light attribute skill orbs for sale here. Just like light attribute spiritual pets, light attribute skill orbs were extremely scarce resources, with prices listed everywhere, but no actual stock available. When Fang Yan mentioned his shop had skill orbs for sale, Yang Zhao's first reaction was shock. This was just a newly opened, ordinary-looking store. How could it possibly have such precious items? Please wait a moment. Fang Yan turned and walked into the shop after speaking. Zhou Qi and Yang Zhao waited quietly at the entrance for about 5 minutes. Only the sound of their breathing filled the air until Fang Yan returned carrying a wooden tray. Soft silk cloth covered the tray's surface, with several fist-sized orbs resting on top, emitting a brilliant golden glow. They really are light attribute skill orbs. Zhou Qi couldn't help but exclaim. His adventure pet shop didn't even have a single light attribute spiritual pet, let alone these skill orbs. Yet this small shop called Mythology Pet Store had displayed an entire tray. Yang Zhao picked up one of the orbs, feeling its substantial weight along with a faint warmth flowing into his palm. I'd like to check the attributes. No problem. Fang Yan nodded readily. The next moment, a data panel appeared before the 3 of them. Name, Light Beam. Level, Brown Earth. Attribute, Light. Power, 10. Yang Zhao slightly raised his eyebrow, while Zhou Qi nearly jumped. Power 10? How can a Brown Earth level skill have 10 power? Yang Zhao reminded him in a low voice. With Blue Star's will as guarantee, the data can't be fake. Zhou Qi opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. It was common knowledge that Brown Earth level skills normally had a power range of 1 to 5. Compared to his astonishment, Yang Zhao's eyes grew increasingly bright. When Fang Yan had promised earlier that pets could reach infant level 10 in 1 month and mortal transcendence level 10 in half a year, he had been skeptical. Now, seeing this skill orb, he was almost completely convinced. Once spiritual pets learned enough of these exceptional skills, even an infant level challenging a mortal transcendence level wouldn't be fantasy. He took a deep breath. I'll take all these skill orbs. Do you have higher level ones? Of course. Fang Yan smiled. Light element brown earth level skill orbs, 1 million each. Light element gray rock level, 2 million each. As for black iron level, they're still under development. For anything the system hadn't yet unlocked, he simply labeled as under development. At these prices, Zhou Qi was completely speechless, but Yang Zhao only frowned briefly before decisively saying, Give me all the gray rock level ones. Fang Yan maintained his gentle smile. I'm afraid your funds might not be enough to buy out our inventory. These words made Yang Zhao's heart skip. Could this shop actually have large quantities of light element brown earth and gray rock level skill orbs? After weighing his options, he said, then, I'll take 5 gray rock level ones first. Alright, 5 brown earth level and 5 gray rock level, that's 15 million total. Fong Yin announced the figure. When Zhou Qi heard this number, he felt dizzy. Good heavens, this shop made 15 million just from selling skill orbs. Yang Zhao stared at the numbers on the terminal, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. The white zebra had cost 9.2 million, and now with this additional 15 million, the total had skyrocketed to 24.2 million. This was nearly equivalent to a week's revenue from his adventure pet shop. The thought of spending over 24 million on just his first spirit pet made Yang Zhao's heart tighten. This is terrifying. This shop is absolutely terrifying. Yet strangely, he didn't feel cheated at all. Instead, he experienced a sense of satisfaction, feeling he'd gotten excellent value for his money. Boss, you don't have anything else to sell, do you? He tried to maintain his composure, but his voice involuntarily wavered. Fong Yin maintained his polite smile, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. Oh no, there's more. Yang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, regretting his loose tongue. He could afford the expense, but when would this spending spree finally end? Of course we do. Fong Yin pointed to another electronic display in the shop. Our store provides spirit pet skill training services. 1 day gets you to basic understanding, 3 days to minor achievement, 5 days to proficient handling, 7 days to complete mastery, half a month to perfect technique, 1 month to outstanding excellence. Zhou Qi, standing by the counter, couldn't contain himself any longer and interrupted with a frown. What nonsense. My shop also offers boarding and training services, and reaching minor achievement in a month would be impressive. Minor achievement in 3 days? Outstanding excellence in 1 month? Pure bullshit. Though Yang Zhao had his doubts, he remembered the quality of the white zebra and the skill orbs. Perhaps Fong Yin really did have the confidence to back up these claims? After pondering for a moment, he ultimately shook his head. I just got this spirit pet, and I'd rather focus on building our bond first rather than rushing to improve its combat abilities. If I need this service later, I'll come back. Very well. Fong Yin nodded without pressing further. Having collected over 24 million from this young master, he was thoroughly satisfied. Even if this was the only sale today, his 3-day profit had soared to over 30 million. Yang Zhao completed the paperwork and left the shop. Just then, a system notification appeared. Profit exceeded 10 million, unlocking 200 breeding space slots. Before Fong Yin could examine the new features closely, he noticed Zhou Qi was still lingering in his shop. Do you need something else? Fong Yin asked. Zhou Qi snapped back to reality and gave an awkward smile. He didn't actually have any business here. He was simply stunned by the sales scene he'd just witnessed. His adventure pet shop had been operating for several years. Yet today he'd watched a small store that had only been open for a few days effortlessly make tens of millions in sales. Where exactly do you source these spirit pets and skill orbs? Zhou Qi pressed. Trade secret, Fong Yin replied coolly. To be precise, this is my proprietary technology. Even if you searched every supplier out there, you wouldn't find anything comparable. Zhou Qi didn't believe it and snorted coldly. Technology? Your shop is just you working alone, and you don't have any research equipment. How could one person develop this kind of technology? If you don't want to tell me, just say so, don't make up stories. He stormed back to his own shop in a huff, but his mind was already scheming. Next time this guy goes to restock, I'll secretly follow him. I'll definitely find out where this shop sources its merchandise. The supply issue. Seeing Zhou Qi leave, Fong Yin frowned as well. Indeed, when he first opened the shop, he hadn't given much thought to sourcing, but if he truly wanted to scale up, people would inevitably become suspicious of his supply channels. However, since the shop had only been open for 3 days with sparse foot traffic, he decided to set this concern aside for now. Lost in these thoughts, he walked around to the back of the shop to assess his current inventory. With only around 200,000 yuan in startup capital, he had initially stocked just a few spirit pets, some of which were leftover inventory from the previous owner. Now with over 30 million yuan in his pocket, it was time to restock. Fong Yin pulled down the rolling shutter, posted a note reading, temporarily closed out for restocking, turned off the lights, locked up, and left. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Fangza, who had worked through the entire night at the company, dragged her exhausted body home. The moment she entered, she threw her briefcase onto the sofa and fixed her cold gaze on Wei Ran. So, can you explain to me why 11 million yuan only brought back a green spirit snake? Wei Ran froze in place. Lin Fangza's anger wasn't without warning. When her son suddenly asked for 5 million, she thought he had discovered some promising prospect and readily transferred the money. When he said it wasn't enough shortly after, though her heart sank, she still complied. But this ordinary-looking green spirit snake before her completely ignited her fury. Wei Ran was only Tier 2, theoretically able to contract only with Tier 10 beast type or Tier 1 demon beast type spirit pets, which should cost at most a few million at this price point. Not even close to 10 million, let alone 11 million. She even suspected that pet shop owner had brainwashed her son. A green spirit snake. That's it. She pointed at the snake enclosure, grinding her teeth. Mom, let me explain first. Wei Ran said carefully. Explain? In gaming terms, isn't a green spirit snake just like a green caterpillar? Do you really expect it to eventually become a Rayquaza? Lin Feng's voice was extremely low, each word dripping with fire. Wei Ran's eyes lit up. Don't worry. This green spirit snake has soaring serpent bloodline. It might actually evolve into something resembling a soaring serpent. This statement left Lin Feng stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then her eyes reddened. Son, I know I've spent too much time at the company and haven't been there for you. But if you've been brainwashed, Mom will take you to the hospital right now. Mom, Wei Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let me finish. This green spirit snake is a tier 1 demon beast type with genuine soaring serpent bloodline. What? Lin Fengza clearly didn't believe it. How about this? Let's go to the beast-taming testing center. The data won't lie, Wei Ran quickly suggested. Without testing equipment at home, mother and son immediately took a taxi to the nearest official beast-taming testing center. The instruments there were more authoritative than any shops, and the reports more detailed. More than 10 minutes later, the test results came out. Lin Fengza stared at the screen, almost doubting she had misread. A tier 1 demon beast-type green spirit snake. How is this possible? She murmured in disbelief. The testing technician standing nearby was equally dumbfounded. You too. Could this green spirit snake be a mutant variety? I've worked here for 5 years, and this is the first time I've seen a green spirit snake with such high racial bloodline. Besides, he'd never even heard of a creature called the soaring serpent. Wei Ran lifted his chin with a smug expression. Mom, now you can finally relax, right? This azure spirit snake is absolutely worth every penny. How much did you pay for this azure spirit snake? The staff member immediately followed up. 3.8 million. Wei Ran held up 3 fingers, then added an 8. Holy crap. The staff member slapped his thigh hard, his voice echoing through the high-ceilinged hall. You struck gold. These mutated spirit pets are hot commodities, whether for contract bonding or research. You could easily list this for 5 million and people would fight over it. Getting it for 3.8 million? That's pure profit. Although Lin Fengza wasn't a beast tamer herself, her years of running a company gave her a much better understanding of market prices than the average person. She looked at the azure spirit snake coiled in its temperature-controlled container, its scales gleaming with an ethereal light, and nodded. The staff member was pretty much spot on. Xiao Ran, where's that shop? Take me to see it. She could smell a business opportunity. Wei Ran cheered internally. If he brought his mom there, he could smoothly purchase the mythical pet shop's skill training services. The azure spirit snake needed time to bond with him first, so he wouldn't board it yet, but his other spirit pet could definitely be sent there for skill proficiency training. Less than 20 minutes later, mother and son stood in front of 139 Tianhong Street. But they found only a tightly closed rolling shutter, with a white note hanging from the door handle. Owner restocking inventory. Will take some time. Please come back tomorrow. Huh? The owner didn't open today. Wei Ran looked around and double-checked the address, confirming he hadn't made a mistake. Restocking in the beast-taming industry was inherently time-consuming. Spirit pets came in all shapes and sizes with diverse attributes, making transportation complicated enough without considering that handling methods had to be tailored to each type. Lightning attribute spirit pets carried natural electricity, requiring complete insulation during transport. One slip-up could cost you an entire truck's worth of equipment. Thinking of all this, Wei Ran could only shrug. Looks like our timing's off. High City's 5th beast-taming breeding farm. The moment Feng Yin stepped out of his car, he was greeted by owner Hong Zhao's scowling face. You again, kid. Hong Zhao's tone screamed, don't bother me. Last time, Feng Yin had only bought a few cubs, ridiculously few, yet had been incredibly picky, nearly giving him psychological trauma. Feng Yin scratched the back of his head, flashing his signature awkward smile. Boss Hong, I'm bringing you a big order this time. Big order? Hong Zhao snorted through his nose. With that tiny shop of yours, how big could it be? Feng Yin remained calm. Don't worry. The shop's made good money in 3 days, so now I'm ready to stock up. Give me 2 of each common spirit pet type. What did you say? Hong Zhao suspected he'd misheard. 2 of each common spirit pet type. Feng Yin repeated clearly, his words hitting like nails hammered into wood. Hong Zhao immediately became serious, staring at him as he processed each word. Kid, do you know what 2 of each type means? Even counting just 100 common spirit pet varieties, that's 200 cubs. Are you sure you can handle that volume? His mind involuntarily flashed back to 3 days ago. That guy had only picked out a handful of cubs, yet now he was asking for 200? This kid had only bought a few when he came here before, and now he's asking for 200 spirit pet cubs? Just how much money did he make in those 3 days? Feng Yin patted his chest confidently and said, don't worry about it. If my shop weren't still in its early development stage, I could stock even more. Hong Zhao stared at him with skepticism. 200 spirit pet cubs would cost at least 10 million. Do you really have that much money? I remember last time you haggled with me for ages over just a few spirit pets. Of course I have the money, Fang Yin shrugged. But if I'm buying this many at once, shouldn't I get some kind of discount? Hong Zhao's expression turned serious. If you can really buy them all, what's wrong with giving you a discount? Okay, then let's settle the bill. Fang Yin pulled out his phone. Hong Xiao was stunned. You aren't going to select them first? Though this was a 10 million level order, it essentially involved only 200 cubs. Other pet shop owners would carefully pick and choose, some taking an entire day. Yet this young man seemed completely indifferent to quality. In reality, Fang Yin possessed both exotic beast baptism and demon beast baptism abilities, making the spirit pet species and bloodlines irrelevant. Customers would undergo several baptisms at his shop regardless, so there was no need for him to waste time being picky. The two settled on the price on the spot, 9 million for 200 cubs. In front of the breeding farm's warehouse, the heavy iron door stood half open. Hong Xiao pointed inside. As you requested, they're all in this warehouse. Are you sure you don't need me to arrange transportation? No need. Fang Yin shook his head decisively. Hong Xiao raised an eyebrow. He always provided free transportation for customers purchasing over 100 at once. After all, spirit pets came in all shapes and sizes, some so large they'd fill an entire truck. Transporting 200 together would give any shop a headache. Yet Fang Yin insisted he didn't need it. Perhaps the kid had found his own transport team? After thinking it over, he couldn't be bothered to ask further. Fine, then I'm leaving. The warehouse door closed, the heavy iron gate producing deep, grinding sounds as it slid along its tracks. The surroundings instantly fell quiet, leaving only the soft chirping of the cubs in their cages echoing through the space. Fang Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sweeping over the rows of cages as a satisfied smile spread across his face. Perfect, no one's around. I can put them all in now. Put them where? The breeding space, of course. His shop had limited floor space. Forget 200, it couldn't even fit 20. But after completing that big order for Yang Zhao, the system had rewarded him with a dimensional breeding space that could accommodate 200 spirit pets. This was the key reason he'd only purchased 200 this time. In terms of funds, with 30 million in profit he could easily buy more, but this would suffice for now. He could always restock later when the shop expanded. With this thought, he waved his hand grandly. Just like that, all 200 spirit pet cubs in the warehouse entered the breeding space. Sending Hong Xiao away was to avoid him witnessing this scene. After all, dimensional space technology like this would be hard to explain. Okay, restocking complete, time to head back. Fang Yin closed his spatial backpack, pushed open the warehouse's heavy iron door, turned around, and vanished into the night. Just after he left, Hong Xiao finished inspecting several warehouses on the other side of the breeding farm when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Had forgotten to give that kid the invoice. While most people didn't care much about invoices these days, the Commerce Bureau was cracking down hard on the beast-taming industry, and he didn't want any trouble. After thinking it over, he decided to go back. Just a few minutes later, he pushed open the door to that same warehouse again. Cold wind rushed in, and the light illuminated the empty floor. Hong Xiao froze. What the hell? All the spirit pet cubs were gone. Just moments ago, there had been a full 200 cubs caged here, and now only empty cages and scattered straw mats remained. His eyes widened as his heart pounded. Been gone 5 minutes at most, and Fang Yin had moved 200 cubs? Logic dictated that moving this much merchandise would require several large trucks and at least half an hour just for loading. Could this kid actually perform magic tricks? Completely baffled, he stepped outside the warehouse for some fresh air. As soon as he reached the courtyard, he ran into a familiar face. Well, if it isn't Boss Zhou. Hong Xiao forced a smile and waved at the approaching figure. The newcomer was Zhou Qi, owner of Serendipity Pet Shop. He had been secretly following Fang Yin, wanting to discover the supply chain of that mythical pet shop, but hadn't expected the guy to come to the 5th breeding farm too. What surprised him even more was that this place could apparently provide high-end cubs with mythical bloodlines. Yet in all his times purchasing here, Hong Xiao had never mentioned anything like that. Boss Hong, let me ask you, did that kid from Mythical Pet Shop get his stock from you? Zhou Qi cut straight to the point. You mean Fang Yin? Yeah, he just left. Hong Xiao nodded. Zhou Qi's expression immediately darkened. Boss Hong, I've been working with you for years. If you had cubs that good, why didn't you tell me first? Hong Xiao looked completely bewildered. Boss Zhou, what do you mean? I only sell ordinary cubs here. Volume sales, that's my thing. Where would I get mythical bloodlines? Stop pretending. Zhou Qi stepped closer. Where are the mythical bloodline cubs? Take me to see them. I want to pick out a few too, no matter the price. Hong Xiao grew more confused by the second. There really aren't any. Mythical bloodlines can't be artificially bred. Everything in my warehouses is ordinary stock. Zhou Qi's eyes turned cold. If you don't have any, then where did Fang Yin get the mythical cubs he's selling? Hong Xiao stood stunned, his mind buzzing. After a long moment, he managed to ask with difficulty. Are you saying that kid Fang Yin is actually selling mythical bloodline cubs in his shop? Yes, and you didn't know? Zhou Qi frowned. Hong Xiao was speechless. Who knew what kind of tricks that kid was pulling? I only sold him ordinary cubs. Look, I still have the invoice right here. He handed over the invoice. Zhou glanced down. The details were crystal clear. Categories, quantities, prices, all ordinary cups. Zhou pupils contracted slightly. Really just ordinary stock? How strange. If he wasn't getting them from here, then where exactly were Feng Yan's mythical bloodline cubs and skill orbs coming from? Could he really perform magic and conjure them out of thin air? Feng Yan had no idea about the conversation between Hong Xiao and Zhou. Having finished his procurement, Feng Yan was in high spirits. When he returned to his shop entrance, the setting sun had painted the entire street a warm orange. While pondering, hopefully no one came during the few hours I was away, Feng Yan reached for his keys, only to suddenly notice a balding middle-aged man standing by the door. The man had a stocky build and wore a crisply ironed shirt, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he examined the shop sign. Feng Yan quickly put on his trademark smile. "Hello, is there anything you need?" The man's gaze was sharp, his tone concise. "Is this the mythical pet shop?" "Yes, and you are?" Faced with his first proactive customer, Feng Yan could barely contain his excitement. Over the past 3 days, visitors had mostly been passers-by who happened to glance at the storefront and were drawn in by the decor. He suspected this person might be the result of word of mouth from Song Wuhan or other customers. "I'm a teacher from 3rd High School." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Song Wuhan bought her spirit pet from your shop, didn't she?" Song Wuhan. Feng Yan paused, then realized. "You mean the girl who bought the spirit fox?" "That's right, her." The man who identified himself as Yan Shishing nodded while stepping into the shop, his eyes quickly scanning the shelves and counter. Feng Yan felt secretly delighted, thinking Song Wuhan indeed hadn't forgotten to promote his shop. However, Yan Shishing soon frowned. "How come I don't see a single spirit pet? Even a small shop should display a few sample pets, right? Our shop specializes in custom orders for clients." Feng Yan explained confidently. "You tell me your requirements, and I'll do my best to fulfill them." "I see. That's a bit troublesome then." Yan Shishing sighed. "My spiritual power is almost at the 3rd tier, but I'm still missing that final push. Without breaking through, I can't contract a 3rd spirit pet." "Then your visit today is for?" Feng Yan inquired. "Picking something for my students." Yan Shishing gestured, as this was his first time encountering such a situation. Feng Yan pondered for a moment. Since the customer wasn't buying pets for now, he'd approach from the angle of skill orbs. "Our shop doesn't just sell spirit pets, we also provide various skill orbs. Would you like to take a look?" Yan Shishing considered briefly, then nodded in agreement. All right. In fact, he was quite interested in how Song Wuhan's spirit fox could defeat Li Xiang's white wolf in one strike. During testing, he discovered the spirit fox had additionally mastered fire bullet, definitely not a racial skill of spirit foxes. Racial skills were inevitably learned through growth, linked to genetics, while fire bullet was clearly an additional skill that Song Wuhan must have taught her fox through skill orbs. Since the skill orb had already been used, instruments couldn't read the data anymore unless the fox demonstrated on the spot, so he decided to personally investigate this shop's merchandise. Additionally, having not yet broken through to the 3rd tier and currently being only a 2nd tier beast tamer, his own very special 2nd spirit pet was still using gray rock level skills, which were rather low grade. He happened to want to replace it with a skill orb of the same level, but more suitable. "Boss, you sell gray rock level skills here, right?" Yan Shishing asked directly. "Of course," Feng Yan replied confidently. "We have skill orbs of all attributes." "Oh." Yan Shishing raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Feng Yan said. Yan Shishing shook his head repeatedly. "Young man, you can't speak so absolutely in society. You don't even know what attributes my spirit pet has, yet you dare claim you definitely have skills for this attribute." His tone shifted as he snorted coldly. "Fine then, today I'll show you just how rare my spirit pet is. Come forth, flame spirit." As his words fell, he pointed sharply toward the sky, and light burst forth. In the next instant, a semi-transparent humanoid flame materialized beside him, flickering tongues of fire without facial features, as if someone had lowered its opacity. Feng Yan's eyelid twitched. Flame spirit, a fire and spirit dual attribute spirit pet. In this world, spirit pets weren't limited to single attributes. Dual attribute, or even triple attribute spirit pets were not uncommon. Multiple attributes meant the ability to learn more diverse skills, which seemed powerful but also brought new risks. The more attributes, the more weaknesses accumulated. Among the 16 attributes, each had corresponding weaknesses. When 2 attributes combined, the number of weaknesses doubled accordingly. If there happened to be shared weaknesses, one would suffer quadruple damage in battle, truly lethal. However, what truly surprised Feng Yan wasn't the fire attribute, but the spirit attribute. The currently known 16 attributes were water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, ice, poison, bug, light, dark, normal, metal, plant, rock, flying, and spirit. Compared to light and dark, while spirit was slightly less rare, it remained extremely difficult to encounter. Most troublesome of all, the spirit attribute had virtually no ready-made skills available for learning. Once skills became scarce, the spirit type's potential became nearly impossible to unleash. Yin Shisheng raised his hand, and the flame spirit in his palm roared upward, its firelight casting flickering shadows across his face. His tone softened but carried an edge. My second spirit pet is precisely this fire and spirit combination. But because spirit type skills are so hard to find, it has only been able to learn fire attribute skills all these years. His gaze shifted to press down on Fang Yin, his eyes sharp. So, do you have spirit attribute skill orbs for sale here? Fang Yin remained expressionless. This old teacher was putting on quite the intimidating display. Any other shop would surely buckle under the pressure. Unfortunately for him, he had come to the mythical pet shop. Please wait a moment. After speaking, he turned and walked into the inner courtyard. 3 minutes later, Fang Yin emerged carrying a wooden tray. Several orbs on the tray gleamed crystal clear, like condensed moonlight. The gray rock-level spirit attribute skills you need are here. Fang Yin presented the tray. The semi-transparent orbs reflected in Yin Shisheng's eyes, and his expression changed dramatically. These are actually spirit attribute skill orbs. An expert could tell at a glance. Skill orbs of different attributes had distinct appearances. Light attribute orbs often emitted their own glow, while spirit attribute orbs appeared semi-transparent, mysterious as phantoms. Now, the mythical pet shop had actually produced genuine spirit-type skill orbs. What exactly was the background of this shop? Yin Shisheng froze in stunned silence. Hey teacher? Hello? Are you only seeing handsome guys and ignoring the beautiful ladies here? Fang Yin waved his hand in front of Yin Shisheng's face, pulling him back from his daze. Yin Shisheng cleared his throat and nodded nonchalantly. Not bad. I didn't expect you to actually have the goods here. So tell me, how much for one skill orb? Fang Yin pondered briefly. Our store sells gray rock level skill orbs for 1 million each. However, since spirit type attributes are rare, 1.5 million. What the hell, 1.5 million? Yin Shisheng nearly jumped up. Young man, this is highway robbery. In his understanding, gray rock level skill orbs on the market cost only 100,000 to 200,000. Even if spirit type ones were uncommon, 300,000 to 400,000 would be the absolute ceiling. Yet this mythical pet shop was asking for 1.5 million right off the bat. Fury surging through him, he turned to leave. Just you wait. I'm going to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce right now. Let's see how I get you shut down. Fang Yin watched his retreating figure and spoke calmly. You're welcome to try. But if the officials make a wasted trip, would you be able to face their hard work? That single sentence stopped Yin Shisheng in his tracks. Going to the Bureau won't help. Our skill orbs pack extraordinary power. Why not check the data first? Fang Yin suggested with a smile. Yin Shisheng's attention had indeed been completely captured by the word spirit type, and he hadn't examined the parameters closely. Light, dark, and spirit type products were always in high demand, so he figured even with average power, it would be worthwhile. But now, called out by Fang Yin, he could only frown. As a gray rock level item, no matter how powerful, it couldn't possibly be worth 1.5 million. Fang Yin said nothing more, took out a gray rock level spirit type skill orb, placed it on the beast detection machine, and made a please gesture. Let me see what's so special about your orb. Yin Shisheng snorted coldly, his eyes locked on the screen. The test results appeared quickly. Name, Spirit Energy Ball. Level, Gray Rock. Attribute, Spirit Type. Power, 20. Power 20. Yin Shisheng gasped sharply. Isn't that the power level of Iron Tier skills? Fang Yin smiled lightly. Based on this power level, teacher, do you think 1.5 million is worth it? Yin Shisheng's lips parted slightly, but the words stuck in his throat. With a power of 20, this price wasn't just reasonable, it was actually cheap. Moreover, it was still gray rock level, which essentially lowered the threshold of Iron Tier skills. Even spirit beasts at the awakening level could learn it without it becoming obsolete. The significance was self-evident. Seeing Yin Shisheng's shocked expression, Fang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When the customer had threatened to contact the bureau earlier, he had been nervous too, since trouble was the last thing he wanted. But as long as customers recognized the value, everything would work out smoothly. I underestimated you, Yin Shisheng said solemnly. You're too kind. Fang Yin smiled slightly. However, the price was still too expensive, so he decided to come back later. If it were only 200,000 to 300,000, he could still afford it. In fact, the pricing and power of this skill orb were typically only affordable for third-tier beast tamers or those with substantial wealth. But after browsing around, he had to admit the mythical pet shop was truly impressive. Song Wuhan was right when she said it was expensive, but it was worth every penny. Fang Yin watched the hesitant Yin Shisheng and suddenly suggested, you might want to consider brown earth grade skills. Huh? Yin Shisheng was taken aback. The brown earth grade skill orbs in our shop have power comparable to gray rock grade, but cost significantly less. Fang Yin tapped his finger lightly on the counter. Yin Shisheng had an epiphany. If this shop's gray rock grade had black iron grade power, then naturally the brown earth grade could deliver gray rock grade effects. It would be more than sufficient for a second-tier beast tamer. He pressed further. Do you have spirit-type brown earth grade ones too? We stock every attribute and every type. Fang Yan's tone was confident. How much? Regular brown earth grade costs 200,000 each, but spirit types are rare, so 300,000. 300,000 was exactly the price range he could accept, just one grade lower, but with guaranteed power. All right, I'll take one. Yan Shishing made the decision immediately. Deal closed. Fang Yan sold another skill orb and felt secretly delighted. Actually, Yan Shishing had another purpose for this visit scouting the shop. He weighed the box in his hand and said to Fang Yan, "Boss, your prices are just a bit high. If you could lower them somewhat, our school might be able to collaborate with you." Collaborate? Fang Yan raised an eyebrow. Yan Shishing nodded. Every year students awaken and need large quantities of quality spirit pet cubs. But students come from various financial backgrounds, and even with subsidies, your prices. He paused. If you could really lower them a bit, I could go back and discuss it with the principal. We can negotiate for bulk orders, but you can't make that decision, right? The principal would need to come personally. Fang Yan answered honestly. That makes sense. Yan Shishing made a mental note. I'll contact the principal when I get back. Before leaving, he suddenly reminded him. Boss, if someone reports you now, they could still succeed. Fang Yan was puzzled. There isn't even a single price tag in the shop that doesn't count as clearly marked pricing. Yan Shishing pointed at the empty shelves, gave his warning, and left. By evening, just when he thought business was done for the day, cheerful laughter from young girls suddenly came from outside the door. Wuhan, is this shop really as good as you said? Don't worry, the products are definitely good, just a bit pricey. Expensive doesn't matter, me family has plenty of money. Fang Yan listened through the glass with mixed amusement. There really are so many wealthy people these days. Am I the one holding everyone back? He walked to the entrance, and Song Wuhan immediately waved. Boss, why did you bring so many people? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Didn't you want publicity? I called all my girlfriends to reload it, so you can make another big profit. Song Wuhan winked playfully. Seeing so many customers enter his shop for the first time, Fang Yan was in great spirits. Since you're all Miss Song's friends, everyone gets 10% off today. Song Wuhan was thrilled. This is a rare opportunity to start shopping. The third day's revenues soared, with profits exceeding his estimates, breaking through 30 million in total. The mythical pet shop was beginning to show its power. Of course, Song Wuhan deliberately brought up the cultivation service that Fang Yan hadn't finished explaining earlier, looking completely serious. Fang Yan patiently went through the entire process, pricing, and effects. A few minutes later, Song Wuhan's expression completely froze, so shocked that even her breathing slowed down. In the end, however, she still shook her head and declined, attributing her reason to the spirit fox just arrived, need to build a bond first, which translated to, broke as a joke. For beast tamers, money was even more important than spirit stones. At closing time in the evening, just as Fang Yan shut the shop door, a system notification suddenly popped up. Profit exceeded 30 million, silver heart coffee beans unlocked. He froze on the spot. Silver heart coffee beans. Those were rare treasures that couldn't be found anywhere in the entire galaxy. They grew on the equally rare silver heart coffee tree, which countless big shots wanted to keep as a spiritual pet, but no one had ever succeeded. This was because regular consumption of silver heart coffee beans could permanently enhance a beast tamer's mental power, an effect so incredible it was practically heaven-defying, and naturally came with an astronomical price tag. Yet the system told him, this was the shop's guest beverage. Thinking back over the past 3 days, customers either stood around or found random stools to sit on, and he hadn't served tea or water even once. He was exactly like a heartless boss. With this in mind, he decided to pack some beans to take home for his parents to try. Even if ordinary people drank it, they could gain mental power, though they'd have nowhere to apply it. Not to mention his father was already a beast tamer with average talent, so it would be somewhat useful. As night fell, he pushed open the door and returned home. In the living room, his father Fang Jixin had just finished scrolling through short videos and put down his phone. Xiaoyan, you're back. Yeah. Fang Yan took off his shoes properly. How was business today? Fang Jixin asked casually, though he was full of anticipation. The spirit fox that sold for 1 million last time had already shocked him, but he believed that was just his son's good luck. Suckers weren't available every day. Quite a few customers came. Fang Yan dropped his backpack on the sofa, his tone calm. Today's sales alone exceeded 30 million. That young master Yang Zhao spent 24,200,000 by himself, plus Song Wuhan's companions. We passed 30 million easily. Clatter. Fang Jixin's phone nearly slipped from his grasp, his hand trembling uncontrollably. 30 million? Selling one spirit fox for 1 million had already shocked him enough, and now it had skyrocketed to 30 million? This wasn't doing business, it was like printing money. But no matter how surprised he was, his paternal rationality reminded him, normal merchandise should progress gradually. It couldn't possibly surge to such an absurd figure in one day. Watching his father's expression waver between worldview collapse and wanting to pinch himself, Fang Yan waved his hand with a smile. All right. It's mainly because that young master has an extraordinary background. He might be from Dragon Capital. Don't worry about that. I brought some good stuff home. Let me brew you a cup of coffee to try. With that, he took out an exquisite small jar and skillfully ground and brewed the beans in the kitchen. Soon, a faint fragrance filled the air, carrying an indescribable spiritual energy fluctuation. Fang Jixin stood in the doorway, watching his son bustle about, completely puzzled. Coffee beans. Why did Xiaoyan suddenly decide to make coffee? The figure of 30 million in sales revenue churned in his mind, and the more Fang Jixin thought about it, the more shocked he became. It was simply outrageous. Could pet stores really be this profitable nowadays? Old Wang next door had a son who opened 1 year ago, and he ended up losing everything but his underwear. Was it that old Wang's son was too incompetent, or was his own son too capable? Dad, the coffee's ready. Fang Yan brought over 2 cups. Fang Jixin casually took one and tilted his head back for a sip, thinking it was just his son's whim. But the next second, his pupils dilated. It was delicious. No, the taste wasn't the issue. His mental power, which had been stagnant for years, suddenly surged like a bursting dam after that single sip. What kind of coffee is this? It can actually increase mental power. He frowned as he examined the dark brown liquid in his cup. He wanted to ask about it, but seeing Fang Yin duck back into the kitchen to brew a second cup, he held back his curiosity. Fang Jixin calculated silently. With only level beast-taming talent, he was merely a first-tier beast-tamer. Even now, his mental power stuck around 190 points, a meager foundation built over decades of grinding. But that single sip had made him clearly sense that breaking through 200 points was within reach, and becoming a second-tier beast-tamer might not be far off. It was too miraculous. He muttered under his breath. A couple more sips, and I might break through directly. Dad, how's the effect? Fang Yan emerged with the second cup. Though he also felt refreshed and clear-headed, lacking beast-taming talent meant he couldn't accurately gauge changes in mental power. Where did you get these coffee beans? I feel like my mental power is about to break through to the second tier. Oh, Fang Yan's eyes lit up. Dad's almost at the second tier? That's wonderful. When you need a second spirit pet, leave it to me. I'll use demonic beast baptism to get you one with mythical bloodline. Talent deficiencies couldn't be changed, but a good spirit pet could at least compensate for combat power. Had been planning this all along. Under the night sky, father and son discussed at length, sharing a harmonious moment. The next day, golden sunlight blazed down like flames, welcoming the 4th day of business. Fang Yin opened the shop as usual, except there was now a brand new sign by the entrance following Yin Shixing's advice from the night before. He'd worked through the night to create it, listing all products and services with clear prices. 1. Unknown exclusive service for spirit pet cubs. Prices vary by specific circumstances. 2. Skill orbs. Common brown earth grade. 200,000 orb. Common gray rock grade. 1,000,000 orb. Special attributes. Prices vary by circumstances. 3. Juvenile grade spirit pet feed. Basic, 100,000 month supply. Intermediate, 200,000 month supply. Advanced, 600,000 month supply. 4. Transcendent grade spirit pet feed, no partial purchases. Basic, 2, 400,000 1 year supply. Intermediate, 2, 700,000 9 month supply. Advanced, 3, 600,000 6 month supply. With everything clearly listed, he nailed the sign in the most prominent position and nodded with satisfaction. Now no one could say he didn't have transparent pricing. However, because of this very sign, something unexpected was about to happen. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Fang Yin pushed open the glass door, still yawning, when he noticed a cute girl with round-framed glasses and bright, enlarged eyes lingering outside his shop. The entire Tianhong Street was still shrouded in thin mist at this hour, and his mythical pet store was one of the few establishments already lit up and open for business. So the girl's gaze was almost immediately drawn to the illuminated signboard. She hesitated for a moment, but curiosity eventually got the better of her, and she took a couple of steps toward the store. Would you like to come in and take a look? We also offer premium beverages. Fang Yin quickly approached, calculating in his mind that he might make his first sale of the early morning, his face beaming with smiles. However, as soon as the girl stepped inside, she spotted the wooden sign he had just hung next to the cash register. Brown earth grade skill orbs, 200,000 each. Gray rock grade skill orbs, 1 million each. What? Brown earth grade for 200,000? Gray rock grade for 1 million? The girl's face instantly filled with shock, and she instinctively took a step back. You're running a scam shop. With that, she turned and rushed out the door. Hey! Fang Yin stood there stunned, hands still raised, watching her figure disappear into the distance, his heart sinking. On the 4th day of opening his store, this was the first time he had encountered someone who literally ran away. Initially, the store had very few customers, but anyone who did walk in would at least buy something. Except for that teacher Yin Shixing, everyone else had even picked out spirit pet cubs. But this cute girl who had finally entered took one look at the price list and fled. Could hanging this sign actually be counterproductive? Fang Yin rubbed his head in frustration. He had thought he could continue yesterday's sales momentum, but now he might be back to square one overnight. Sure enough, the entire morning passed with the entrance remaining deserted. Occasionally, someone would peek in, catch sight of the price sign, and immediately turn around and leave. If he didn't display prices, he risked being reported for not clearly marking prices. If he did display them, he scared customers away. Fang Yin found himself in a dilemma, sighing audibly while his mind couldn't come up with a better solution. Just as he was feeling troubled, a man and woman appeared at the street corner. Both were in their early 20s, walking in sync, but with a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Xiaoya, I'll cover your third spirit pet. No matter how expensive, pick whatever you want. Don't be polite with me. The young man spoke with full confidence, deliberately raising his voice. The girl immediately frowned. Wang Hao, I've told you many times, I'll pay for my own spirit pets myself. It's not like my family can't afford it. Can you please stop bothering me? This girl named Zhouya had been persistently pursued by Wang Hao recently, but she had no interest in him whatsoever. Unfortunately, their families were old friends, so she couldn't be too harsh with her words. Whenever Wang Hao was around, she didn't dare show genuine interest in any pets. Once she displayed any liking, Wang Hao would definitely rush to pay for it. She secretly hoped to encounter a pet store so ridiculously expensive that it would discourage Wang Hao. Suddenly, Zhouya noticed the new store on the street, Mythical Pet Store. She frequented Tianhong Street and could tell at a glance that this shop had only recently opened. After a moment's consideration, she walked straight in. As soon as she entered, Zhouya saw the price sign. So expensive. She couldn't help but freeze. Premium juvenile grade feed. Up to 600,000 per month. This price is absolutely ridiculous. Zhouya muttered under her breath as she pushed through the door, but when she caught sight of Wang Hao beside her, she immediately began scheming. Perhaps this expensive shop would be just the thing to discourage Wang Hao. With this thought in mind, she pulled out a leather-backed chair and sat down, her fingertips lightly tapping the table as she looked up and asked, "Boss, where are your spirit pets?" Behind the counter, shop owner Fang Yin removed his disposable gloves and flashed a professional smile. "Miss, our shop offers custom spirit pets. Please tell me what you're looking for first." He was secretly delighted. Finally, someone who didn't turn around and run. This time he absolutely had to sell one of those spirit pet cubs. However, before Zhouya could speak, Wang Hao frowned disdainfully and said with cold mockery, "Huh, this is a scam shop, isn't it? Even the premium feed I use at home doesn't cost this much." Fang Yin remained calm, pushing the price list forward. "Our shop has clearly marked prices, and I guarantee that all our products are worth every penny." Come on, doesn't everyone say that? In the end, when you look closely, it's all just mediocre." Wang Hao waved dismissively, then turned to urge Zhouya. "Xiaoya, let's go. This shop is definitely fishy." Zhouya, however, pressed her hand to her purse and replied coolly, "No rush, let's take a look first." Her expression was serious, clearly wanting to understand the situation better. Wang Hao was taken aback, but reluctantly nodded. "Fine, as long as you're happy." In his view, accompanying her for a while wouldn't hurt. Fang Yin observed this exchange and got the general picture. The man was pursuing the woman, but she seemed uninterested. Still, business came first, so he said nothing and turned to start up the coffee grinder. A few minutes later, he brought over 2 delicate porcelain cups, placing one in front of Zhouya and keeping the other for himself. "We can discuss your spirit pet needs slowly. Let's chat over coffee." Wang Hao immediately protested, banging the table. "Hey, do you know how to do business? Where's my coffee? What's with this discriminatory treatment?" Fang Yin remained composed. "She's a customer of this shop, so naturally I'll serve her properly. As for you, you shouldn't need my services, should you?" Wang Hao was speechless. Indeed, his mental power had already reached the 3rd tier, and he had completed contracts with his 3rd spirit pet, so he had no need for cubs. Coffee was just a trivial matter, so he snorted coldly and leaned back in his chair. Fine, I won't drink it then. Normally people serve tea anyway. What's so special about coffee?" Though he acted indifferent, when Zhouya lifted her cup and took a light sip, a subtle fragrance instantly filled her palate. The next second, she felt her mind become crystal clear, and her mental power surged noticeably. Though the increase wasn't huge, it was real enough to be startling. She set down her cup, her eyes flashing as she asked urgently, "Boss, is this coffee made from silver heart coffee beans?" Before the words had fully left her lips, Wang Hao sat bolt upright. "What? Silver heart coffee? Impossible." Silver heart coffee beans were extremely rare, only produced by the seeds of the spirit pet of the same name, the silver heart coffee tree found in the galaxy. How could such a precious item be available in a small pet shop? Zhouya stared at her slightly trembling fingertips, her expression more shocked than ever. "But my mental power just increased so much. Only silver heart coffee could have this effect." Wang Hao was struck dumb. If it really was silver heart coffee, this shop wasn't ridiculous at all, but rather deeply mysterious. He suddenly abandoned his earlier contempt and shouted at Fang Yan. Hey, give me a cup too. I want to try it. To this, Fang Yan's response was, as I mentioned before, this shop only serves coffee to customers. Fang Yan's tone remained steady, but left no room for argument. Moreover, this establishment doesn't welcome ill-mannered guests. Please leave. You expect to make demands when it's free? You think I'd give you coffee? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you actually kicking me out? If you insist on purchasing products from this shop, I'll sell them to you. Fang Yan replied with his usual composure. But coffee will not be provided. Fine, very fine. Wang Hao laughed bitterly in anger, spreading his arms wide. I'm not leaving today. I want to see what gives you the right to charge such outrageous prices. Once I catch you price gouging, I'll report you to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Let's see how you handle that. He especially didn't believe the so-called Silver Heart coffee rumors, convinced that Zhou Ye had mistaken the shop. As long as the prices didn't match the value, he could get this place hit with hefty fines or even shut down permanently. Fang Yin paid no attention to Wang Hao's scheming and calmly returned to his seat across from Zhou Ye. Miss, please tell me your requirements. Zhou Ye cupped the warm coffee mug in her hands, growing more curious about what secrets this little shop held. She introduced herself. I'm a third-year student at Haisher Beast-Taming University. My spiritual power just broke through 300 points, and I'm looking to select my third spirit pet. Hearing Haisher Beast-Taming University, Fang Yin recalled Wei Ran's previous visit, thinking they must indeed be from the same school. Zhou Ye looked young, so her talent was likely impressive too. Sure enough, she continued, my talent is a grade canine mastery. As long as my spirit pet is canine, their skill power increases by 30%. A grade. Fang Yin silently praised her. While canine mastery wasn't as rare as Wei Ran's serpent mastery, a grade and above talents were inherently uncommon. Zhou Ye continued with her conditions. I hope the spirit pet is still canine, preferably no lower than third-tier demon beast grade. Her requirements weren't low. With her status as a third-tier beast tamer and 300 points of spiritual power, she was fully qualified for a contract partner with around 300 race value, corresponding to 5th or 6th-tier demon beast grade. Fang Yin pondered for a moment. Understood. Please wait. With that, he walked into the depths of the shop. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a small dog with jet black fur. Its short black coat gleamed softly under the lights, and its canine eyes were dark as ink. Zhou Ye raised her eyebrows in surprise, while Wang Hao immediately exploded. Well, a real scam shop. You didn't listen to a word of her requirements, did you? What did you bring out? A black fur dog. Isn't this just the same tier as a spirit fox, a decorative pet? Black fur dogs were common even among decorative pets, with unremarkable racial potential, only slightly better than spirit foxes, typically ranging from 2nd to 6th tier common grade. This was a far cry from the demon beast species Zhou Ye had requested. The hall was brightly lit, with shelves neatly displaying various spirit pet cubs, and the air carried a faint scent of beast feed. Facing Wang Hao's cold mockery, Fang Yin remained calm and gently patted the black-haired dog in his arms. This black-haired dog in my shop is no ordinary breed. It carries the bloodline of Cerberus from ancient mythology. Cerberus. Zhou Ye frowned. Having never heard this name before, her eyes filled with confusion. Wang Hao crossed his arms and sneered coldly, his tone full of disdain. Kid, you think you can fool us by making up some random name? Cerberus? Might as well call it Hell's Three Vases. Hearing the provocation, the black-haired dog suddenly perked up its ears, letting out a low, angry growl from its throat, struggling so hard it nearly broke free from Fang Yan's embrace. Fang Yan quickly pressed down on its neck, frowning. Whether it's a good dog or not, see for yourselves. Just test it with the beast detection machine, and you'll know. With that, he walked to the counter and placed the black-haired dog steadily on the silver gray detection platform. The spiritual power detection screen instantly lit up, displaying a series of data. Zhou Ye and Wang Hao's attention was drawn to it. Spirit pet, black-haired dog. Attribute, dark. Talent, deadly venom. Bloodline, Cerberus. Skills, roar brown earth, charge brown earth. Power level, juvenile 9th grade. Species level, demon beast species 6th tier. Bloodline level, demon beast species 9th tier. Demon beast species? Zhou Ye looked up in disbelief, her voice rising half an octave. Aren't black-haired dogs the most common ordinary species? How could it be a demon beast species? Wang Hao's expression froze from mockery into that of a wooden statue. Dark attribute. And it's actually a demon beast species. He muttered to himself, completely unable to comprehend what he was seeing. It was common knowledge that among the existing 16 attributes, light, dark, and spirit were the rarest, with light and dark being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Ordinary black-haired dogs should be non-attribute or earth attribute, yet this one tested as dark attribute, which exceeded his understanding. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Fang Yin smiled slightly, his tone steady. Cerberus is the guardian dog of the underworld. It guards the gates of the underworld, allowing souls to enter but preventing any living being from leaving. It's known as the demon in the darkness. The demon in the darkness. Zhouya repeated softly, feeling the title was incredibly imposing. She looked down at the black-haired dog again, which still appeared utterly ordinary, yet seemed to be shrouded in a dark, oppressive aura. After a moment's hesitation, she looked up eagerly and asked, "Boss, how much for this black-haired dog?" She had originally just wanted to use a high price to drive Wang Hao away, never expecting to encounter such a pleasant surprise. Fang Yin pondered briefly. Generally, demon beast species 6th-tier cubs sell for around 6 million. But this black-haired dog possesses both Cerberus bloodline and the rare dark attribute. So naturally the price must be much higher, 12 million. How about that? 12 million. Wang Hao gasped, his heart skipping a beat. This figure was already approaching magical beast species pricing. Yet he understood that this dog's value truly warranted such a price tag, leaving him with mixed feelings. Zhouya was equally shocked by the price, but quickly nodded firmly. "I'll take it." Fang Yin looked at her smile, and also breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally sold a spirit pet cub today. Running a shop really wasn't easy. Upon reflection, this seemed to be his first time doing business with a third-tier beast tamer. Indeed, the higher the beast tamer's rank, the fatter their wallet. With this thought, Fang Yin cranked his sales pitch to maximum, waving his hand with a smile. "I've got premium spirit pet feed and skill orbs here. Want to take a look while you're at it?" Only then did Zhouya remember that this shop didn't just sell pets. She glanced at the shelves and after some thought said, "Let me see your skill orbs. The black-furred hound is dark attribute, right? Skills of this attribute aren't easy to find." Her beast taming talent was locked to canines only, with no special attribute requirements, and her previous 2 spirit pets weren't dark attribute either. But dark attribute skills had always been scarce. Heard this plenty in the industry. "Don't worry." Fang Yin flashed a confident smile. "Since I'm selling you the black-furred hound, I naturally have all the supporting items ready." Before long, he brought out a white jade tray with several skill orbs that were black with purple undertones, their surfaces occasionally flickering with dark flame-like patterns. Brown earth grade, gray rock grade, all dark attribute. Fang Yin arranged the skill orbs one by one. "Let me show you the stats first. But aren't your prices a bit terrifying?" Wang Hao couldn't help muttering. "Selling skill orbs this expensive, what's the trick? Test the data first, then talk." Fang Yin's tone noticeably cooled when he saw it was Wang Hao asking. The skill orbs were connected to the beast detection machine, and a row of numbers immediately appeared on the light screen. Brown earth grade dark skill, power 10. Gray rock grade dark skill, power 20. Everyone simultaneously gasped. "This power level isn't right, is it? Brown earth grade usually caps at 5. They're called trash tier for a reason." Wang Hao's eyes widened. Fang Yin felt secretly pleased but said casually, "My goods naturally have their unique qualities. Otherwise I wouldn't dare charge such high prices." Zhouya nodded silently. "This shop really is extraordinary. I'll buy them. I'll take them all." Subsequently, Fang Yin smoothly recommended his specially formulated feed, boasting, "Transcendent grade premium feed that promotes physical transformation in dark attribute spirit pets, with effects far superior to similar products on the market." Though Zhouya hesitated somewhat, remembering the skill orb's performance, she finally nodded. "All right, I'll buy some to try." The black-furred hound was currently at juvenile 9th level, just one step away from transcendence, so juvenile grade feed really wouldn't be much use. After a shopping spree, the bill settled at 25.6 million. "I'll round it down, 25 million even." Fang Yin generously offered a discount. For a third-tier beast tamer, this expenditure wasn't outrageous. Rather, it was Yang Zhao earlier who'd been truly extravagant, dropping over 24 million on his first spirit pet. Zhouya's total only slightly exceeded Yang Zhao's, because she hadn't gone as crazy hoarding skill orbs. Hearing the amount, Wang Hao straightened up abruptly. "I'll pay for this." Zhouya had almost forgotten this guy's existence and cursed inwardly. I was hoping the high prices would scare him off, but unexpectedly, though the shop's items are expensive, they feel worth every penny, so I got carried away with my own orders and ignored him. "No need. I can afford 25 million. Her expression darkened slightly. Wang Hao ignored Zhouya and pulled out his phone, saying to Fang Yin, "Quick, let's settle the payment." Fang Yin was quite displeased at this moment. He said, "This store doesn't allow payment using someone else's account." Wang Hao's brows immediately furrowed into deep lines. "Boss, this is the first time I've heard such a rule. It's all money either way. Why are you being so particular?" "Mainly to avoid disputes." Fang Yin tossed the cleaning cloth onto the counter, his tone calm, but brooking no argument. "What if you two have a falling out later? Like if you demand her spirit pet back, or ask her to repay the money? My shop and I would get dragged into it, and that would only mean more trouble." Wang Hao was stunned, opening and closing his mouth for a long while without managing a word. "That actually makes perfect sense. I have nothing to say to that." Fang Yin had no time for whatever drama was going on between these two. He simply refused to get tangled up in any lawsuits, no matter what. Zhouya stood to the side, stifling her laughter, her eyes curved into crescents. Finally, someone had put Wang Hao in his place. How satisfying. How about this then, Xiaoya? Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer. I'm not telling you. Zhouya cut him off coldly. She never shared her bank details with anyone. As long as she kept quiet, Wang Hao was completely helpless. With that, Zhouya had finally shaken off his persistent advances. She never imagined that the mythical pet store would be the one to handle someone like Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression was as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. All he'd wanted was to pick up a girl. Why was it so difficult? Zhouya turned and left decisively, while Wang Hao stood there conflicted. Truth be told, Fang Yan's series of moves had completely changed his opinion of the shop. He wanted to spend big here, but with Zhouya gone, staying would just be awkward. Finally, he gritted his teeth and chased after her. Boss, I'll come back to shop another day. Don't go out of business before then. A vein throbbed at Fang Yan's temple. What did he mean, don't go out of business? His shop was doing just fine. He cleaned up the coffee cups on the counter with a dark expression. Ding. A system notification suddenly appeared. Profit breakthrough of 50 million. Unlocked beast baptism, awakening grade feed, black iron skill orb, pet evolution service. So many new features unlocked. Fang Yan's eyes lit up like light bulbs. More premium spirit pet cubs were now accessible, but the pet evolution service was something he'd never seen before. Pet evolution already had established systems. Bookstores were full of evolution guides, and beast tamers all trained their own pets. What shop would dare claim to offer evolution services? As he was pondering, the crisp sound of high heels came from the doorway. A woman in professional attire paused at the threshold, her eyes sharp. Your prices are steep. I wonder if they're worth it. Rest assured. Fang Yan gestured invitingly. If they're not worth it, you're under no obligation to buy. Click-clack. The woman entered the shop, her heels striking the wooden floor, each step radiating powerful presence. She studied Fang Yan. First time I've seen such a young shop owner. I am indeed young. Fortunately, I'm selling beast-taming products, not myself. Fang Yan's smile was faint. Quite the smooth talker. Zheng Miaolon raised an eyebrow, giving Fang Yan another look. I'll be direct then. My spirit pet's leveling up very slowly. Do you have anything that could? Before she could finish, the shop door burst open. A graceful young girl rushed in, her face flushed with excitement. Boss, your feed is amazing. In just 2 days, my spirit fox reached level 2. Zheng Miaolon glanced at Song Wuhan, who had suddenly barged in. A plant. The moment Zheng Miaolon laid eyes on Song Wuhan, she suspected the girl was a shill. It was just too convenient. She had barely finished asking about rapid leveling methods when this pink-dressed girl burst through the door, beaming with excitement. Song Wuhan froze under Zheng Miaolon's suspicious gaze, the word shill echoing in her mind. Shill? What kind of shill? When it finally clicked, her eyes widened as she pointed at her own nose. You think I'm a shill? I'm not a shill. Her voice was full of indignation. Song Wuhan's radiant mood instantly deflated. She had rushed all the way here to share good news with the shop owner, only to be treated like some kind of actor. Fang Yan stood behind the counter, somewhat surprised to see this regular customer pop up again. He removed his gloves and asked, No school today? We're preparing for major exams, so classes are suspended. Song Wuhan waved dismissively, then remembered why she came, her eyes immediately lighting up. Oh wait, that's not why I'm here, boss. Your pet food really works. My spirit fox reached level 2. The spirit fox on her shoulder flicked its tail, its fur gleaming softly under the lights. Only then did Fang Yan recall his promise. If it doesn't reach level 2, come find me. Now, seeing results in just 2 days, he felt relieved the system store's pet food lived up to its reputation. Zheng Miaolon stared at the spirit fox, shock evident in her voice. You mean, it went from juvenile level 1 to juvenile level 2 in just 2 days? Exactly. Big sister, I told you this shop's pet food is reliable. Song Wuhan nodded happily. I don't believe it. Zheng Miaolon coldly uttered those 3 words. Song Wuhan's chest swelled with indignation as she thrust her beast tamer device in front of the other woman. Then look at my records, they can't be fake. The beast tamer device was a specialized smart terminal for beast tamers, capable of real-time monitoring of spirit pets' vitality, vital signs, and attributes, while generating power progression curves. On the screen, an unusually brief but steeply ascending curve stood out prominently. Zheng Miaolon stared at the curve, first frowning. It's so short. You haven't had this spirit fox for long. Then her pupils contracted sharply. What? It really only took 2 days? Under normal circumstances, even though spirit pets advanced quickly during the juvenile stage, it typically took about a year to break through to the transcendent tier, averaging 1 level per month. Even with faster early progress, reaching juvenile level 2 usually required at least half a month. But this spirit fox before her had done it in just 2 days. Such speed was unheard of. How about that, big sister? I wasn't lying, was I? Song Wuhan raised her eyebrows smugly, seeing the woman's grave expression. Zheng Miaolon didn't respond, instead surveying the shop called Mythical Pet Store once more. The store displayed no spirit pet cubs or cluttered shelves, but its clean, streamlined decor with crisp lines suited her aesthetic perfectly. After a moment of contemplation, she sat down at a table by the window. It seems your shop has something special. Let's talk, boss. Certainly, please wait a moment. Fang Yin replied, then brought out 3 cups of coffee. Zheng Miaolon frowned. No thanks, I don't drink ordinary coffee. Fang Yin pushed a simple, elegant coffee cup toward her, his tone calm, yet confident. This isn't ordinary coffee. Oh, Zheng Miaolon raised an eyebrow, still skeptical. She picked up the cup, watching the amber liquid gleam under the light, its bittersweet aroma carrying a hint of crisp freshness. After inhaling the scent for a moment, she frowned again. The complex fragrance was so unusual, she couldn't identify the specific variety. In contrast, Song Wuhan was clearly less picky. She eagerly grabbed another cup of coffee and examined it. Boss, you finally decided to offer drinks to your customers. But why not tea? Serving coffee isn't exactly common around here. Just as she finished speaking, Zheng Miaolon took a small sip. As the coffee went down her throat, a cool sensation shot up her spine like electricity, instantly reaching her brain. Her eyes widened in shock, her voice dropping to a trembling whisper. My mental power, it's increased so much? Could this beta legendary Silverheart coffee? Song Wuhan's cup was still poised at her lips. Upon hearing Silverheart, her pupils contracted. What? Silverheart coffee? The kind brewed from Silverheart coffee beans? Are you serious? Her textbooks had only briefly mentioned that Silverheart coffee trees were considered the most commercially valuable spirit pets in the galaxy, so rare that even photographic records were scarce. How could an ordinary pet shop owner possess such a treasure? Despite her doubts, Song Wuhan couldn't resist taking a sip. Instantly, alternating waves of coolness and warmth flooded her nervous system. Her thoughts became crystal clear, and her mental power expanded like an inflated balloon. She finally believed the rumors. Amazing. It's really true. Silverheart coffee can directly enhance mental power. Watching their reactions, Fang Yan's lips curved into a subtle smile. Silverheart coffee is indeed extraordinary, but its effects diminish with repeated consumption. Now then, customers, shall we discuss business? His gaze settled on Zheng Miaolon. Zheng Miaolon had completely abandoned her earlier dismissive attitude, mentally labeling the mythical pet shop as mysterious and unfathomable. She spoke earnestly. Boss, I'll be direct. My spirit pet has extremely difficult upgrade requirements. Does your feed really work? Fang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. Your spirit pet is particularly hard to level up? Is it one of those types with abnormally high upgrade requirements? Exactly, it's one of those extremely difficult to upgrade. Zheng Miaolon's tone was calm, but couldn't hide the underlying burden. As humanity entered the interstellar age and exploration expanded, new spirit pet species emerged constantly. Beast tamers gradually discovered that even within the same species and rank, the experience required for upgrades could vary dramatically. To use gaming terminology, most spirit pets needed 1 million total experience points to reach level 100. Some with superior constitutions required only 600,000 or 800,000, growing extremely fast, while another unfortunate group needed 1,250,000, or even 1,640,000. Zheng Miaolon's spirit pet fell into the highest experience requirement category, causing its growth to slow to near stagnation. She recalled with a bitter smile. The juvenile stage was already slow enough, but that was just the first phase. Since breaking through to the transcendent level, leveling up has become incredibly difficult. After listening, Fang Yin smiled slightly and said, if that's all there is to it, then you can rest assured. Fang Yin patted the counter, his gaze sweeping confidently across the rows of feed containers before him. The feed I have here works for any type of spirit pet. Take the juvenile grade, for example premium feed at 600,000 per package. In just 1 month, your juvenile spirit pet will steadily reach level 10, guaranteed no delays. Zheng Miaolon, hearing this, let her dark hair flutter as she nodded. Good, then give me the transcendent grade, the highest quality you have. Premium transcendent feed can elevate your pet to transcendent level 10 in 6 months. Fang Yin raised his hand to indicate the number. Total price, 3.6 million. Zheng Miaolon frowned slightly. Can't you sell it by the month? I should at least be able to test the effects first, right? Juvenile grade can still be split up. Fang Yin shook his head. But starting from transcendent grade, that's not possible. My formula works like a treatment course. Each stage corresponds to a specific feed. Once broken apart, the remainder becomes unsellable. Zheng Miaolon pondered for a moment, then finally pulled out her card. Fine, 3.6 million it is. I hope it works. Her tone was calm, yet carried an underlying threat. If there were no results, she had plenty of ways to shut this little shop down for good. After swiping the card and signing, Zheng Miaolon turned and left, her footsteps clicking crisply. Only Song Wuhan remained in the shop. She watched the figure at the doorway and muttered quietly, that lady is really strange. Strange how? Fang Yin casually tidied the counter. Rather than a beast tamer, she seems more like a corporate executive. Song Wuhan shook the shopping bag in her hand. But where would an ordinary office worker get so much money to buy spirit pet feed? Fang Yin smiled and explained offhandedly. Beast tamers make money fast. With enough combat power, they can take on high-risk missions from guilds with frighteningly high rewards. Ordinary people, unless they own their own business, can barely support themselves, let alone keep spirit pets. Before he finished speaking, the shop door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in frantically. It was Zhou Qi, the owner of Miracle Pet Shop. Hey, kid, did Miss Zheng just make a purchase at your place? He was out of breath, his eyes staring directly at Fang Yin. Fang Yin felt something was even more off. What, you know her? Look at what you're asking. It would be abnormal not to know her. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes. So who exactly is she? Fang Yin pressed. Zhou Qi put his hands on his hips. Come on, are you really clueless or just pretending? Miss Zheng is the secretary to the beast-taming bureau director of our high city. The beast-taming bureau director's secretary? Fang Yin and Song Wuhan exclaimed in unison, looking at each other in surprise. The narration fell, silent yet weighty. Beast-taming bureaus were established in all key locations nationwide, originally tasked with guarding regions and maintaining peace. Bureau directors were typically among the top beast tamers in their areas. After the arrival of peaceful times, the beast-taming bureaus gradually shifted toward competitive symbolism. Countless beast tamers would challenge the directors seeking recognition, and many high-end competitions required certificates issued by directors to participate. To accommodate this competitive focus, the bureaus were streamlined to 16 locations, corresponding to the 16 existing elemental attributes. High City, being coastal and thriving through water, naturally required a director who specialized in water-type spirit pets. Even so, the carefully selected directors remained among the ranks of the strong. Anyone capable of serving as a bureau director's secretary naturally held a position of considerable importance. I never expected Miss Zhang to have such a background. Fang Yin sighed. Of course. In our beast-taming industry, she's practically a household name. She personally handles many affairs for the Manor Lord, but you're just a newcomer to the business, so naturally you wouldn't know. Zhou Qi crossed his arms over his chest with a smug expression. Fang Yin removed his gloves and looked up with a calm question. So, what brings you to my place, old man? What old man? Zhou Qi immediately exploded. I'm only 37. I've told you this many times. At the counter, Song Wuhan had just lifted her cup for a sip when she heard this. Her bright, lively eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Grandpa, you're only 37? I thought you were 60. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing. Oh, I guess 37 is too young to call someone grandpa. Zhou Qi's face turned ashen. Enough. The atmosphere in Mythical Pet Shop nearly exploded from this exchange. Zhou Qi's chest felt like it was packed with gunpowder. Why did everyone in this shop, from the owner to the customers, insist he was 60 years old? It was absolutely baffling. He snorted coldly, pulling his emotions back to business. Miss Zheng's predicament has become quite famous in Haisher circles. The last shop bragged endlessly in front of her but failed to deliver, and now they've closed down for good. I predict Mythical Pet Shop will be next. With that, he stormed out. Zhou Qi simply didn't believe the effect Song Wuhan had captured on her phone. How could strength improvement happen overnight? Level up just by eating feed? The natural order wouldn't allow such absurdity. Watching his indignant figure disappear, Fang Yin shrugged, completely unbothered. He had complete faith in his feed's effectiveness. He turned to Song Wuhan. By the way, is there anything else you need today? The girl smiled sweetly, her ponytail swaying gently. Boss, can't I come even if I don't need anything? I was thinking I could mooch a cup of coffee every day. Fang Yin sighed helplessly. Coffee is provided for customers. I only made you one because you're our first customer. Next time, no purchase means no coffee. Ah, come on, Song Wuhan whined playfully. I've been working hard to promote your shop. Meanwhile, at the intersection of Tianhong Street and Minxing Road. Actually, President Zhao, you really didn't need to come along. Lin Fangza, Wei Ran's mother, said with a forced smile to a middle-aged man in a black suit with a beer belly. Zhao Yoji snorted coldly. Manager Lin, we've been partners with your company for several years and should have renewed our contract. But suddenly you refuse to renew. So naturally, I want to see which shop has the ability to steal our Xinqing Pet Shop's advertising space. Lin Fangza could only explain. I'm just coming to take a simple look. In truth, Zhao Yoji had confronted Lin Fangza at her company and learned she planned to visit a pet shop on Tianhong Street with her son. Fearing they might steal his customers, he rushed over and cornered them. He thought grimly to himself, just a simple look? He'd see what made this shop so extraordinary. Soon, the three entered Mythical Pet Shop. Fang Yin approached them, noticing Wei Ran in the group, and his eyes crinkled with a smile. Oh, it's you. Please have a seat. Our shop offers premium beverages. Please wait a moment. Premium beverages? Zhao Yoji raised an eyebrow slightly, sneering inwardly. How pretentious, treating it like a cafe. Probably just ordinary tea. Moments later, Fang Yin brought over 3 cups of steaming coffee. The instant the coffee touched his lips, Zhao Yoji was about to find fault when he suddenly froze after the initial bitterness. An incredibly smooth sweetness bloomed on his tongue. That gentle, refined quality was something he'd only heard about, but never truly experienced. He shot up from his chair with a bang, his voice trembling. This. His face filled with shock as he stared down at the dark brown liquid in his cup, his Adam's apple bobbing. Could this possibly be the legendary Silver Heart coffee? Nearby, Lin Fangza and her son Wei Ran were equally shocked upon hearing this. Galactic Core Coffee? Manager Zhao, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fangza's first instinct was disbelief. Throughout the entire galaxy, Galactic Core Coffee was universally recognized as the rarest of the rare. This beverage, capable of permanently enhancing mental power, was only occasionally produced in the Galactic Core secret realm and was virtually unseen on the market. Although Blue Star had seized precious resources like the water of life from various races during wartime, the idea that they had even obtained Galactic Core Coffee and that it would appear in a pet shop on an ordinary pedestrian street in downtown Haishur seemed utterly unreliable to Lin Fangza. While she hesitated, she heard her son Wei Ran let out a shocked gasp. Holy crap, my mental power is visibly increasing. This really is Galactic Core Coffee. Wei Ran's reaction was highly convincing. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fangza followed her son's example, blowing away the steam from the coffee's surface and taking a small sip. Although her beast-taming talent was mediocre, in this age of universal beast mastery, she was at least a second-tier beast master and could instantly detect subtle fluctuations in mental power. That gentle stream of mental energy clearly spread throughout her being, exactly the legendary unique effect of Galactic Core Coffee. It really is Galactic Core Coffee. Waves of shock crashed through her heart. Something that could permanently enhance mental power was like a stat-boosting item in a gaming treasure in any era. At that moment, Fang Yen approached carrying a tray, took a seat before the three of them, and spoke in a gentle tone. What services would you like to arrange today? Wei Ran set his cup on the table and said, I'd like to improve my first spirit pet skill proficiency. I'm currently focusing on training my Azure Spirit Snake, and don't have time to personally train my first one. He casually explained the background. When he and his mother had last visited the shop, Fang Yen had been out restocking. They had planned to return yesterday, but Lin Fangza had been delayed by urgent matters until today. Additionally, Lin Fangza was interested in collaborating with the shop, so the two had agreed to come together. Who knew Zhao Yoji would appear out of nowhere? Fang Yen nodded. Which spirit pet would you like to train, and which skill? Wei Ran replied. My first spirit pet is a dust python. It just learned the gray rock level skill Dust Storm, and I want to raise its proficiency to mastery level. The other skills don't need work for now. Zhao Yoji, who had been listening but didn't understand the shop's operations, couldn't help but raise his hand to interrupt. Wait. 7 days to reach mastery level? Did I hear that correctly? Wei Ran wasn't familiar with this person and simply pressed his lips together in silence. Fang Yen treated Zhao Yoji as an ordinary customer and explained with a smile. Our shop's skill training services are highly effective. 3 days for basic competence, 5 days for skill proficiency, 7 days for complete mastery. Zhao Yoji froze completely. 3 days for competence, 7 days for mastery? What kind of joke was this? He ranted internally. Why don't you just claim all the spirit pets in your shop have mythical bloodlines? Other pet shops at least draft their boasts. You just spout whatever comes to mind. In his view, such improvement speeds were absolutely impossible. The series of doubts made the atmosphere suddenly tense, and Fang Yen frowned. Although he understood that words alone meant nothing, proficiency wasn't something that could be verified immediately. The batch of feed Song Wuhan purchased would take at least 2 days to show results. If he truly wanted to prove the improvement speed of skill proficiency, he'd need to wait at least 3 days. Then could Fang Yen push his spirit pet skill proficiency to the minor accomplishment level. Lin Fangza frowned as she examined the shop. She had come here specifically today to assess the quality of spirit pet cubs at this mythical pet shop. If the overall quality was decent, she planned to collaborate with Fang Yen, having her advertising company help with promotion and marketing for mutual benefit. But behind the large counter, not a single spirit pet cub was on display. How could she evaluate anything? Boss, where are your spirit pet cubs? Aren't you going to show them to customers? She asked directly. Fang Yen smiled. If you need cubs, our shop offers exclusive customization service, selecting spirit pets tailored to each customer's specific needs. Lin Fangza frowned even deeper. None of their group had reached a breakthrough point yet, so they weren't in any rush to find cubs for contracts, and her son Wei Ran had already contracted with a green spirit snake. This customization sounded prestigious, but was actually quite troublesome. Humph. A cold snort rang out. Zhao Jiming stared at the price list on the wall, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Manager Lin, is this the caliber of the shop you're interested in? The prices are even more outrageous than my stores. Lin Fangza's heart trembled as she began to hesitate. Perhaps continuing her collaboration with Zhao Jiming would be safer? Mom, doesn't my green spirit snake prove this shop's quality? Wei Ran interjected with dissatisfaction. In his view, Mythical Pet Shop was quite good, and he was hoping his mother's approval would get him a discount on future purchases. But Lin Fangza shook her head. I run an advertising company. I can't promote a shop that doesn't live up to its reputation with a clear conscience. One green spirit snake isn't enough to convince me. I can't generalize from a single example. Fine. I knew you'd be stubborn, Mom. Wei Ran shrugged. Good thing I made backup preparations. What do you mean? Lin Fangza asked, puzzled. Instead of answering directly, Wei Ran turned to Fang Yan. Boss, an incredible person has come to Haisher Beast-Taming University these past few days. I recommended your shop to her, and she'll be here shortly. You'd better thank me properly. Fang Yan was completely confused, barely knew Lin Fangza and Zhao Jiming, and this was the first he'd heard of any advertising or collaboration. But he understood Wei Ran's meaning and responded politely. Is that so? Well, thank you then. Wei Ran added. Don't mess this up. This person is a big shot from Longdu, and I'm worried you won't have spirit pets that can satisfy her. Don't worry. Our shop has products and services that can satisfy anyone, Fang Yan replied with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the shop. Hey, why are you making people leave? Holy crap, what kind of background does she have? Such a grand entrance. Hey, you've driven away all my customers. Everyone inside turned to look. Lin Fangza, Zhao Jiming, Fang Yan, and Song Wuhan exchanged glances, unclear about what was happening outside. Only Wei Ran smiled casually, gesturing toward the entrance. See? She's here. Fang Yan, Lin Fangza, Zhao Jiming, and Song Wuhan all stepped out of the shop onto Tianhong Street. Looking up, everyone gasped in unison. Down the center of the street stretched a line of gleaming black luxury limousines, like a steel dragon extending from the Tianhong-Minqing intersection all the way to the entrance of Mythical Pet Shop. The cold light reflecting off their surfaces was almost blinding. Along both sides of Tianhong Street, men in black suits and sunglasses stood shoulder to shoulder like a moving black wall, maintaining order while loudly dispersing pedestrians. All unrelated personnel must leave immediately. This street has been reserved. Each person will receive 20,000 yuan in compensation. Please cooperate and clear the way for our young lady's safety. The combination of generous compensation and icy tones sent pedestrians scurrying away. The once bustling street became deserted in an instant, with only a few beast-taming shops still operating, their lights glowing lonely in the emptiness. Not far away, Zhou Qi, the owner of Serendipity Pet Shop, poked his head out, completely stunned. Holy crap, what's going on? Which big shot arranged all this? Soon, he saw a car door open among the line of limousines, and a figure gracefully stepped out. It was a young girl. Her eyebrows were delicately shaped, and her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like tiny brushes, framing eyes that were clear yet emotionless. Between her brows lingered a faint melancholy that shouldn't belong to someone her age, adding to her contradictory charm. Her appearance made Zhou Qi's heart race uncontrollably. So young, so beautiful. Which wealthy family's daughter is she? At that moment, Wei Ran emerged from Mythical Pet Shop and waved to the girl. Qiu Ruxue, over here. Qiu Ruxue? Zhou Qi muttered to himself suspiciously. Is there a prominent Qiu family in High City? I haven't heard of any. Could it be the Qiu family from Dragon Capital? At this thought, his eyes widened. It must be someone from Dragon Capital. As Qiu Ruxue stepped into Mythical Pet Shop, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense. The massive entourage she brought was overwhelming, making Lin Fangza, Zhao Jiming, and Song Wuhan breathe carefully. Even without knowing the girl's exact background, the black-suited security team alone commanded absolute respect. Qiu Ruxue looked around and fixed her gaze on Wei Ran. Wei Ran, is this the shop you recommended? That's right, this is Mythical Pet Shop. Wei Ran nodded, then added. Of course, I can't guarantee you'll be satisfied. Remembering his experience buying the Azure Spirit Snake here, he still felt uncertain this young lady's background was too intimidating. He turned to Fang Yan and made a formal introduction. This is Qiu Ruxue from the Qiu family of Dragon Capital, a sophomore at Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University. She broke through to the 4th tier at 19. Our school is having an exchange with Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University. She's their representative, and I'm responsible for hosting her, so I brought her here. With those words, everyone was shaken to their core. 19 years old in 4th tier? What level of talent was that? Dragon Capital truly was a gathering place for geniuses. Fang Yan's expression grew serious. Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University was renowned as the premier beast-taming institution on Blue Star, and every student there was undoubtedly a genius. The young woman before him, Qiu Ruxue, came from Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University. A 4th-tier beast-tamer at just 19, such talent would undoubtedly be considered top-tier, even at Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University. If he could close this deal with her, Fang Yan was certain he'd make a substantial profit. Please, have a seat. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing as he gestured invitingly. Qiu Ruxue took her seat, her gaze sweeping around the shop. Not a single spirit pet was on display, only neat wooden shelves, pale golden pendant lights, and a silver-gray coffee machine behind the counter. The sparse layout caught her slightly off guard, but coming from a prominent family and well-versed in worldly matters, she made no comment. Fang Yin served her a steaming cup of coffee. Thanks to the system, he could present the perfect brew without lifting a finger. He only made coffee by hand at home to avoid arousing his parents' suspicion. The moment the cup touched the table, a dark shadow flashed to Qiu Rushue's side. A bodyguard in sunglasses and black attire stepped forward, blocking her path. Please allow us to inspect this first. Clearly, he feared the drink might be tampered with. Fang Yin frowned slightly. This cup was prepared for the customer, not for you. Besides, how exactly do you plan to verify it? Wei Ran quickly intervened to smooth things over. Qiu Rushue, relax. This is Silver Heart coffee. No one would waste poison on something so valuable. Silver Heart coffee? Qiu Rushue raised an eyebrow. That was a top-tier beverage rare throughout the entire galaxy. Even she had never tasted it. Wei Ran lifted the cup to his lips, half joking. If someone really wanted to harm you, your enemies wouldn't use something this expensive. The bodyguard remained cautious. Miss, currently only foreign countries might have access to Silver Heart coffee. It's impossible to obtain domestically. You should. Qiu Rushue raised her hand to stop him. It's fine. With that, she lifted the cup and took a delicate sip. The warm liquid touched her tongue, followed by a cool, rich aftertaste that exploded across her palate. The next moment, her eyes lit up dramatically. My spiritual power, it's risen to 521 points. The bodyguard gasped in shock. What? That's impossible. Beast tamers were ranked by spiritual power. 100 points for first tier, 200 for second tier, 300 for third tier, 500 for fourth tier, and 1000 for fifth tier. Qiu Rushue had just broken through to fourth tier, barely crossing the 500-point threshold. Yet now she had jumped straight to 521 points. No matter how talented the miss is, spiritual power can't increase this quickly. The bodyguard's expression was conflicted, leading him to speculate. Could this really be Silver Heart coffee? Wei Ran clicked his tongue in amazement. With only 205 spiritual power points himself, Qiu Rushue's sudden surge to 521 was more than double his own. The gap between Sea City Beast-Taming University and Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University was now crystal clear to him. Ripples of surprise stirred within Qiu Rushue as well. This mythical pet shop that Wei Ran recommended was indeed extraordinary. She set down her cup and fixed Fang Yin with a bright gaze. Owner, I'll get straight to the point. I'm looking for a fourth spirit pet to contract. Do you have any ice attribute spirit pets suitable for a fourth-tier beast tamer? Ice attribute. Fang Yan's gaze lingered on her as he vaguely guessed her talent was ice-related. Qiu Rushue nodded gently. Correct. My talent is Shrank, Heart of Ice and Snow. Any ice attribute spirit pet under my control has its ice techniques enhanced by at least 50%. As her words fell, everyone in the shop except Fang Yin gasped collectively. Strength talent. No wonder Qiu Rushue's strength had grown so rapidly. She had awakened and strength talent. So, boss, do you have any spirit pets here that could satisfy me? Let me be clear up front, the species rank can't be lower than 9th tier demon beast. I won't even glance at anything too ordinary. As her words fell, the onlookers all nodded in agreement when top-tier genius Qiu Rushue personally selected a spirit pet. She wouldn't spare a second look at common merchandise. Behind the counter, Fang Yin smiled lightly with confident composure. Rest assured, our shop can definitely provide a spirit pet that will satisfy you. Please wait a moment. With that, he lifted the beaded curtain and stepped into the shop's backyard. This visitor was extraordinary, so he had to bring out his best trump card. Wei Ran lowered his voice, speculating about what rare spirit pet Fang Yin would bring out. Before he could finish speaking, the backyard curtain lifted again. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Yin returned to the front hall, cradling something white and plump. The speed exceeded everyone's expectations. However, when the crowd saw clearly what it was, the air seemed to freeze instantly. A silkworm the size of a thumb was curled up in Fang Yan's palm, wriggling softly. Wei Ran's eyes widened. Hey boss, what are you doing bringing out this silkworm? This is just a common insect-type spirit pet you can find anywhere in the wild. Not to mention how trashy the silkworm species rank is, even its attributes are all wrong, aren't they? Qiu Rushue also frowned slightly. The magical coffee from earlier had filled her with expectations for this shop, but the bug before her eyes hardly deserved the word surprise. Fang Yin maintained his composed smile. Don't rush, everyone. This silkworm of mine is no ordinary silkworm. It possesses ice silkworm bloodline. Ice silkworm bloodline. Qiu Rushue raised an eyebrow. Talking too much is useless, let's just look at the data directly. Fang Yin placed the silkworm on the beast detection machine. Blue light flashed from the device. The crowd, having finished their coffee, immediately gathered around as rows of data scrolled rapidly across the screen before finally settling. Spirit pet, silkworm. Attributes, poison ice. Talents, supreme toxin, supreme cold. Bloodline, ice silkworm. Skills, toxic brown earth, frost brown earth. Power level, juvenile 7th rank. Species level, 2nd tier demon beast. Bloodline level, 10th tier demon beast. Qiorushiwa stared at the screen, her heart surging with waves. This silkworm is actually a demon beast species. Silkworms could be found everywhere in the wild and were universally classified as common species. How could one be elevated to 2nd tier demon beast with 10th tier demon beast bloodline? Wei Ran was equally incredulous, and its attributes aren't even insect type, but dual poison and ice attributes. Whether dual attributes were superior to single attributes remained a hotly debated topic in the industry. Dual attribute spirit pets had broader skill ranges, but this also meant more varied weaknesses. However, for beast tamers like Qiorushiwa and Wei Ran with limited talents, dual attributes could perfectly compensate for their shortcomings. Wei Ran's snake mastery meant his roster consisted of nothing but snakes. Though Qiorushiwa possessed strength talent, she was destined to only control ice-type spirit pets. When facing fire, metal, or rock-type spirit pets that countered ice, the situation would become extremely passive. If her spirit pet also possessed poison attributes, she could at least use poison-type skills to restrain opponents. Even if she couldn't counter them, she wouldn't suffer greatly reduced power due to attribute disadvantages. Of course, the value of this silkworm in Fong Yan's hands went far beyond dual attributes. This silkworm actually possessed dual talents. Generally speaking, single attribute creatures absolutely cannot possess dual talents. Only dual attribute ones have the possibility of manifesting dual talents. Yet even among dual attribute creatures, the probability of dual talents is pitifully low across the vast sea of spirit pets less than 1 in 10,000. Unlike attributes, the more talents the better. Therefore, when that string of detection data appeared on the light screen, Qiorushiwa's worldview was nearly shattered. The silkworm lying quietly on the table looked no different from ordinary ones. Its plump body and fine fuzz made it appear somewhat adorably dopey. However, the data silently proclaimed that its attributes, talents, and even bloodline level far exceeded normal parameters. After several seconds of silence, everyone in the room seemed frozen in place, with only the intertwining ice blue and fiery red icons pulsing on the light screen. Fong Yen smiled gently, breaking the deadlock. Ice silkworms know not cold, fire mice know not heat. He slowly explained that ice silkworms were legendary mystical creatures, so mysterious they barely existed in any mythological texts. The only record consisted of merely one line. On Mount Yuanxiao dwells the ice silkworm, 7 inches long, black in color, with scales and horns. It covers itself with frost and snow to spin cocoons. Each cocoon measures 1 foot, brilliantly multicolored, can be woven into silk that remains dry in water. The implication was clear: this ancient ice silkworm possessed both extreme cold and extreme poison characteristics. Should it continue evolving, it might very well forge an entirely new evolutionary path. Wei Ran's mother, Lin Fangza, frowned and interjected, but this silkworm is a 2nd-tier demonic beast species. Can this young lady really form a contract with it? Wei Ran sighed. Mom, have you forgotten all your high school knowledge? Whether a beast tamer can form contracts depends on mental power and the spirit pet species value. He raised his finger, gesturing in the air. 1st-tier beast tamers have 100 mental power, 2nd tier 200, 3rd tier 300, 4th tier 500, 5th tier 1000, 6th tier 2000. 4 spirit pets, species values 1,100 are common species, 100,200 exotic beast species, 200,400 demon beast species, 400, 1000 demonic beast species, 1000, 2000 spirit beast species. Miss Chio has 500 mental power, perfectly matching the upper limit for 2nd-tier demonic beast species. This silkworm species value sits right at the contractable limit for 4th-tier beast tamers. Absolutely perfect. Oh, Lin Fangza suddenly understood. Her own talent was modest, merely 2nd tier, with limited knowledge of higher levels. Fong Yan turned to Qiorushiwa, his eyes filled with anticipation. Miss Chio, are you satisfied? Qiorushiwa's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars as she nodded slightly. It appears ordinary at first glance, but its overall qualities are exceptional. Boss, how much for this silkworm? Fong Yin pondered briefly. 2nd-tier demonic beast species spirit pets typically sold for no less than 15 million on the market. This dual attribute, dual talent ice silkworm before them was also being sold for the first time. 20 million. How does that sound? He stated his price. Zhao Jiming nearly jumped up beside Themis silkworm for 20 million. Yet while finding it incredible, he also felt it was worth the price. Qiorushiwa, upon hearing this, was slightly surprised. That cheap? For her, this price fell far below her expectations. Fong Yin spread his hands with a smile. Even at its highest, it wouldn't exceed 30 million. Besides, our shop has other products whose prices aren't quite so affordable. Wei Ran's eyes widened. Other products? Boss, what new tricks have you come up with now? Fong Yin smiled and said the shop had newly launched Awakening grade feed and Black Iron grade skill orbs. Would they like to take a look? Awakening grade feed and black iron skill orbs? Wei Ran was startled. These items were completely beyond his reach for the time being. Spirit pets were classified into 10 stages of power: juvenile, mortal transcending, awakening, elite, commander, general, overlord, monarch, transcendent, and legendary. The growth of spirit pets corresponded directly to their beast tamer's mental strength. A tier 1 beast tamer spirit pet could only reach juvenile level 10 at most. To break through further, the beast tamer's mental strength had to advance to tier 2 first. Wei Ran had just broken through to tier 2, so his spirit pets could only advance to mortal transcending level 10 at best. The awakening grade feed and black iron skill orbs before him were utterly useless to him. Qiu Ruxue, however, was quite excited. As a tier 4 beast tamer, her spirit pets could theoretically advance to elite level 10. Since her mental strength had only recently broken through, all 3 of her spirit pets were still at the awakening stage, making the awakening grade feed and black iron skill orbs exactly what she needed. Behind the shelves, Fang Yin quietly observed the 2 customers. Qiu Ruxue pointed to the blank spaces on the price tags and asked, "Boss, why are your skill orbs and feeds so much more expensive than market prices? Do they have special effects?" Fang Yin smiled gently. Of course. He tapped the display screen behind the counter several times, and information about 3 categories of feed lit up in sequence. Each grade of feed here comes in 3 tiers. Premium juvenile grade, feed 1 month to steadily raise a spirit pet to juvenile level 10. Premium mortal transcending grade, feed 6 months guaranteed to reach mortal transcending level 10. Now for the highlight, our newly launched awakening grade feed. Basic awakening grade feed. Advance your spirit pet from awakening level 1 to 10 within 2 years. Intermediate awakening grade feed. Complete the same progression in 18 months. Premium awakening grade, feed just 1 year. The shop fell silent, then erupted with gasps of disbelief. 1 year to push a spirit pet to awakening level 10? Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. Common knowledge dictated that spirit pets' power growth significantly slowed once they reached the awakening stage, typically requiring extensive battles and training, with 3 years to reach awakening level 10 considered exceptionally fast. Even Fang Yan's lowest tier far exceeded the average speed available elsewhere. Sounds like a fairy tale, someone muttered under their breath. Wei Ran spoke up directly. Boss, what about the prices? Since the products were newly launched, the price tags were blank. Fang Yan announced the figures. Basic awakening grade feed, 2-year supply, 7.2 million total. Intermediate awakening grade feed, 18-month supply, 9 million total. Premium awakening grade feed, 1-year supply, 12 million. As the numbers landed, the entire shop erupted in commotion again. 12 million. This approached the selling price of a tier 1 magical beast species spirit pet on the outside market. Standard awakening grade feed on the market cost at most around 1 million, with most priced in the hundreds of thousands, and cheaper options available for just tens of thousands. And Fang Yan's prices were for just 1 year's supply. Absolutely outrageous pricing. Someone couldn't help but curse quietly. Wei Ran stole a glance at Qiu Ruxue. Although Fang Yan described the effects in glowing terms that stirred the heart, feed differed from spirit pets or skill orbs. There were no ready means of testing it, nor any way to verify its authenticity. Making a purchase requires greater determination. Although Qiu Ruxue was born into the prestigious Qiu family of dragon capital with immense wealth backing her, she was no fool with money. Faced with a set of feed priced at 12 million, she instinctively began weighing the authenticity of this deal. Indeed, if the effects were truly as advertised, 12 million was mere pocket change to Qiu Ruxue. But what if it became a bottomless pit? With this thought, her brows furrowed slightly, and she ultimately couldn't bring herself to agree immediately. Boss, could I buy just 1 month's supply first to test the effects? The onlookers nodded in agreement. Buying in installments seemed both prudent and practical for verifying quality. However, Fang Yin gently shook his head. That's not possible. Hearing this, Zhao Jiming frowned and questioned in a deep voice. Boss, you need to be flexible in business. Sell 1 month first, then you'll have returning customers. Aren't you killing your own business this way? In his view, Fang Yan's refusal to sell separately was simply fear of the effects being exposed, hence the insistence on bundling everything together. Yet Fang Yan remained firm in his refusal. Our store's spirit pet feed has a special formula with multiple stages. If I only sell the first month, the remaining stages can't be sold to anyone else, so it must be sold as a complete set. I see. Qiu Ruxue felt even more conflicted, weighing the pros and cons as her gaze shifted between the feed packaging and the door. She believed Fang Yan wouldn't dare openly deceive a genius from the Qiu family, yet she was reluctant to easily part with 50 million. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Song Wuhan, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, timidly raised her hand. I've been using it for 2 days, and this store's feed really works. My spirit pet has advanced from juvenile stage 1 to juvenile stage 2. As her words fell, everyone finally noticed the lively girl's presence. Song Wuhan immediately handed over her phone. The advancement records are all here. You can take a look. Qiu Ruxue took the phone and nodded politely, though she had dropped her habitually warm smile, saying only coolly, "Thank you, classmate." She quickly scanned through it, her pupils contracting slightly. From stage 1 to stage 2 in just 2 days? Although this was only juvenile stage feed and couldn't directly prove the awakening stage effects would be equally impressive, it at least provided living proof. Zhao Jiming was utterly stunned, having operated in Sea City for years. He had never seen such dramatic feed effects. After brief deliberation, Qiu Ruxue looked up decisively. "Boss, I'll take all the feed. 1 set of juvenile stage, 1 set of transcendent stage, and 4 sets of awakening stage, all top grade." "Excellent." Fang Yin rejoiced inwardly, quickly calculating. 1 set of premium juvenile stage feed is 600,000. 1 set of premium transcendent stage feed is 3,600,000. 4 sets of premium awakening stage feed total 48 million. That's 52,200,000 in total. I'll round it down to 50 million for you. Everyone in the store felt their vision blur. 50 million. A single feed purchase that ordinary people would need several lifetimes to earn. Good heavens, this store had just sold 50 million worth of feed. Astronomical. This was absolutely astronomical. This shop just opened, right? But their business has already reached such an incredible level. It's absolutely insane. This tiny storefront looks like just an ordinary mom-and-pop shop. Yet in such a short time, they've managed to sell 50 million worth of pet food. Even the major retailers in Haishur would take notice. What's more, no one has ever heard of any capital backing behind mythical pet shop. And it looks like a small-scale operation no matter how you look at it. Inside the store, Qiu Ruxue crossed her arms and fixed her gaze directly on Fang Yin. "Boss, show me all the skill orbs you have here. I mainly need black iron grade, but my silkworm also needs to learn skills in the early stages, so bring me some brown earth and gray rock grades as well." Fang Yin nodded. "Please wait a moment." He already knew about Qiu Ruxue's talent, and although he wasn't sure about the specific breeds of her other 3 spirit pets, he could tell she needed ice-type skill orbs. So he turned and went into the back courtyard, opened the system shop, patiently filtered through ice attribute brown earth, gray rock, and black iron grade skill orbs, placed every single one on a tray without missing any, and brought it back to the front hall. "Miss, all the skill orbs you requested are here." Qiu Ruxue casually picked up a black iron grade orb and examined it carefully. The silkworm would only use brown earth skills for now and wouldn't need gray rock until after advancing to transcendent grade, but her 3 main spirit pets were already at awakened level. Black iron orbs were the urgent priority. "Boss, I'd like to test the specific stats of this one." "No problem, the beast-taming detector is right over there. Feel free to use it." Fang Yin smiled and gestured. Beep. The detector screen lit up. Name, Ice Storm. Grade, Black Iron. Attribute, Ice. Power, 32. What? Power, 32. Qiu Ruxue gasped. Typically, brown earth skills only had power ratings of 15, gray rock 510, black iron 1020, and bronze could reach 2050. But the black iron orb in her hand had power that nearly rivaled bronze grade. Wei Ran beside her also widened his eyes. As expected, he had long suspected that this shop's skill orbs were far from ordinary merchandise, and now he had proof. Fang Yin smiled calmly. "Our shop's skill orbs completely break the old rule of skill grade equals power limit. Even awakened level spirit pets can learn skills with power comparable to bronze grade." Shock surged through Qiu Ruxue's chest. So this was why the prices were so high. There was a hidden secret. If all 3 of her awakened level spirit pets mastered skills with bronze level power, their combat strength would definitely rival elite grade. But she still had doubts, were there really so many skill orbs of this quality? She picked up another one to test. Name, Frost Domain. Grade, Black Iron. Attribute, Ice. Power, 46. Power, 46. Even stronger than the previous one. Fang Yin explained. Yes, the higher the skill grade, the wider the power range becomes. So starting from Black Iron grade, there will be some variation in the skill power at our shop. These differences ultimately reflect in the pricing, and this Frost Domain skill orb costs more than the Ice Storm skill orb from earlier. Qiu Ruxue nodded slightly, well aware of market principles. Higher power meant higher prices, and skill orbs always followed this rule. She then selected several more skill orbs, some even marked with power 50, approaching the maximum power limit for bronze tier skills. Seeing this number, she gasped. This was absolutely incredible. "Boss, how much for all the black iron tier ice element skill orbs in your shop?" "I'll take them all," she decided on the spot. Fang Yin shook his head leisurely. "This shop has an endless supply of skill orbs. You'd better specify an exact quantity first." The system store had no exchange limits, and even if the Qiu family spent their entire fortune, they couldn't buy out the inventory. Qiu Ruxue stared intently at Fang Yin. If the pet food's effects had left her somewhat skeptical, this series of skill orb parameters made her no longer dare underestimate the young shop owner before her. Being able to nurture ordinary silkworm babies into spirit pet cubs with astonishing potential wasn't just lucka, was very likely a breeder of extremely high rank. She quickly provided her list: 4 brown earth tier, 4 gray rock tier, and stock up on more awakening tier 20 of those. With 3 awakening tier spirit pets under her command, she naturally needed ample reserves. Alright, Fang Yin counted on his fingers quickly. 28 orbs total, the cost. I'll round down, exactly 100 million. Deal. Qiu Ruxue didn't even blink. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, especially Zhao Jiming, who couldn't help muttering under his breath. Boss, this doesn't seem right. How can black iron tier skill orbs cost 100 million? In his view, Fang Yin was clearly fleecing a wealthy sucker. Fang Yin remained calm. Then let me ask you, what's the market price for a power 32 skill orb? Zhao Jiming thought for a moment. That would count as bronze tier, around 4 million plus. What about power 46? 5 to 6 million, I suppose. Zhao Jiming's voice grew quieter. So adding it all up to 100 million, is that really outrageous? Fang Yin countered. Zhao Jiming was speechless. Calculated this way, it actually didn't seem expensive at all. Qiu Ruxue also added, when our family purchases bronze tier skill orbs, 20 pieces often exceed 100 million. These black iron tier orbs essentially bring bronze tier power down to awakening tier spirit pets. The significance is completely different. Finally, the transaction was settled. 1 spirit pet cub worth 20 million. A batch of pet food worth 50 million. 28 skill orbs worth 100 million. Total, 170 million. This was Fang Yan's highest sales record since opening the shop. After settling the bill, he looked at the ledger, equally amazed. He had originally thought the bad luck from the price signs would continue, but unexpectedly sold nearly 200 million in one go. Opening a mythical pet shop was truly hitting the jackpot. When the other customers in the store calculated this figure, they were equally stunned. A single transaction worth 170 million in High City. Only a handful of major pet stores like Cute Pet House, Pet Joy Alliance, Legendary Pet Store, and Immortal Traces Pet Store could achieve such numbers. On the surface, Zhao Youji's Xinxing Pet Store appeared larger than this mythical pet store, but compared to those flagship establishments, it still fell woefully short. Comparisons really could drive a person to despair. At that moment, Zhao Youji finally understood why Lin Fangza had insisted on bringing him here. This store really has something special. He wiped away sweat and sighed inwardly, then bowed respectfully to Fang Yan. Boss, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please allow me to make a purchase here. Seeing even Zhao Youji turn his polite pleasantries into earnest pleas to buy, everyone once again marveled at this store's confidence. Wei Ran also rushed over eagerly, his voice barely containing his excitement. Boss, we haven't finished discussing the skill training proficiency matter. With customers flocking in, Fang Yin found himself overwhelmed. He had expected business to slow down significantly on the 4th day after posting those high prices, but today's earnings exceeded the combined total of the previous 3 days. Looking at the bustling crowd in his store, a sudden thought struck him. Should he hire staff? It had only been 4 days since opening. Although his plans had always included opening branch stores once business stabilized, he hadn't expected the progress bar to move this quickly. Just then, hearing Wei Ran mention skill training, Qiu Rushue's gaze sharply focused on Fang Yan, her tone tinged with curiosity. Boss, what exactly are the effects of your skill training here? Before Fang Yan could answer, Wei Ran jumped in to summarize the process and results in a few sentences. You can improve skills to exceptional level in just 1 month. Qiu Ruxue was dumbfounded. That sounds even more incredible than your store's spirit pet food. Boss, can you train black iron level skills? Fang Yin shook his head. Sorry, we don't currently offer black iron level skill training services, but we'll gradually expand our offerings. I see. Qiu Ruxue nodded without disappointment. She thought to herself, the higher the skill level, the longer the cooldown time and the more difficult the training. That made sense. The subsequent transactions proceeded smoothly. Qiu Ruxue paid her bill with satisfaction, while Wei Ran splurged several million yuan, ordering 7-day training plans for multiple skills for his first spirit pet. Fang Yin paid special attention to this first customer to try something new, earnestly instructing, come back in 7 days, and I'll personally demonstrate the results. 7 days? Qiu Rushue's eyes lit up. I'll come observe then too. She wanted to personally verify this miraculous service. You're always welcome. Fang Yin smiled as he saw them off. Zhao Youji also left after settling his bill, knowing that Lin Fangza still needed to discuss advertising cooperation with Fang Yin, so he decided to seek out another advertising agency. As the voices faded from the store entrance, a notification chimed from the backend system, and Qiu Rushue's massive transfer was instantly credited to the account. However, upon receiving Qiu Rushue's transfer, Fang Yin stood frozen in place. Qiu Rushue's massive spending spree had unlocked an impressive array of system functions. Notification after notification flooded Fang Yan's mind. 1. Profit exceeding 100 million. beast-taming talent unlocked for host. 1 talent lottery chance granted. 2. Profit exceeding 150 million. Regardless of talent drawn, system will automatically evolve once. 3. Profit exceeding 200 million. Life profession talent unlocked for host. 1 life profession talent lottery chance granted. This barrage of information left Fang Yin stunned behind the counter. I've unlocked beast-taming talent. The problem that had plagued him for years was finally about to be solved by the system. To extend his lifespan, he had always yearned to become a beast tamer, yet had never awakened the ability. Now the opportunity was within reach. As for life profession talents, he wasn't particularly concerned about those. This was the age of universal beast taming, where beast tamers were undoubtedly the most sought-after primary profession. However, some people awakened support-type talents and became breeders, skill specialists, beast scholars, and other auxiliary professions. Breeders specialized in nurturing spirit pets. Skill specialists encapsulated and modified skill orbs. Beast scholars researched beast ecology. Though these professions lacked combat power, they were equally in demand. However, for Fang Yin, the most pressing issue remained his lifespan. Only by awakening a powerful beast-taming talent and rapidly improving his strength could he break through his limits and buy himself a few more years. Boss. Lin Fang's voice pulled him back to reality. Fang Yin looked up with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was lost in thought. I'm in advertising. Lin Fang's handed over his business card. Your store's products are very popular, and I'd like to discuss a partnership. So this was what the employees had been discussing earlier. Having an advertising company approach him was an unexpected bonus. In today's world, even the finest wine fears deep alleys advertising could continue attracting customers. Even though today's sales had reached 200 million, Xiao Rushua couldn't possibly shop here every day, and he couldn't expect such generous customers daily. Though the promotion would last a year, time flew by quickly, and more publicity never hurt. Besides, with profits exceeding 200 million, he wasn't short on cash. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. All right, let's partner up. With the contract signed, the store gradually quieted down. As night fell and employees left one by one, Fang Yin didn't rush home. Instead, he locked up and sat alone at the counter, his eyes blazing as he pulled up the system interface. Before awakening, he had to draw his talent first. The system displayed a massive wheel composed of countless colored segments, with clearly defined tiers. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Each tier occupied vastly different portions of the wheel. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yin gripped the virtual pointer like a mouse, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Just as he prepared to click, in the tiniest, most brilliant segment, he saw it. Fang Yin actually saw an SS tier talent. The wheel was enormous, packed with countless talents. Fang Yin had initially approached it with casual curiosity, but froze the moment he laid eyes on its highest quality listed on the wheel was actually SS rank. He knew that the supposed limit was only rank, like Xiao Rushua's Heart of Ice and Snow. Yet here, not only were there countless S-rank talents, but also a considerable number of SS rank ones. He didn't rush to act, instead patiently clicking through each one to examine them. SS rank, Starfire. SS rank, Apocalyptic Thunder. SS rank, Divine Light. All elemental types. He muttered under his breath. Elemental talents provided extreme enhancement for one of the 16 attributes, just like Xiao Rushua's. Besides elemental types, the wheel also featured SS rank talents targeting specific spirit beast categories. Tiger Tamer, Child of Nature, Shadow King, Elven Prince. Next came a batch of special function type SS ranks. Infinite Dodge, Infinite Healing, Eternity. Eternal Life? His pupils contracted sharply. If he could obtain this talent, his lifespan would break through mortal limitations. Even before the universe reached its end, he wouldn't die, and concerns about things like the water of life would be completely eliminated. Though Eternal Life didn't boost combat power, as long as he outlived his opponents, he would naturally remain undefeated. Unfortunately, the wheel clearly stated, SS rank talents had an overall probability of 1, and Eternal Life was just one among many, making the actual odds practically negligible. System, how about cutting me some slack? Just give me Eternal Life, directly can negotiate terms, he tentatively called out. The system remained silent. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, but there was nothing he could do. Having the chance to awaken any talent was already an incredible opportunity. Regardless of the odds, he had to try. Others awakened talents purely by luck too, so overthinking was pointless. Taking a deep breath, he spun the wheel. Colorful lights swirled rapidly as the pointer flickered through layers of radiance, creating a whooshing sound. After what felt like an eternity, the speed finally slowed, and the pointer trembled lightly between the final few sections. You have obtained SS rank talent, Child of Nature. Fang Yan's heart sank. It wasn't the coveted Eternal Life. However, it was still SS rank, which counted as a pleasant surprise. He quickly adjusted his mindset and clicked for details. Child of Nature. 1. All plant-type spirit beasts you contract receive 100 attribute enhancement and 100 skill power boost. 2. When in the wilderness, you will never be actively attacked by any wild creatures, and may even receive their voluntary assistance. This enhancement is absolutely ridiculous. His eyes widened. With this talent, all wild spirit beasts would never treat him as an enemy, but would instead become natural allies. The SS rank designation truly lived up to its reputation. However, things weren't over yet. The host has drawn the SS-level talent, Child of Nature, which comes with 1 evolution opportunity. Evolution in progress. 1 2 3 4 5 6 88 89 98 99 100. Talent evolution complete. The evolution result appeared on Fong Yan's consciousness panel. The SS-level talent, Child of Nature, had been promoted to the unique divine level talent, Lord of all spirits. Lord of all spirits, you are the master of all wild spirit pets in the universe. All free spirit pets will instinctively acknowledge your dominion. You can command them at will to fight for you, and spirit pets assigned to battle by you will receive a 255 boost to all attributes and a 255 increase in skill power. Divine level talent? Seeing the evolution result, Fong Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had thought SS level was the limit, never imagining there could be an even higher tier called divine level. With this talent, my lifespan problem is nothing. Fong Yan clenched his fists, his heart burning with excitement. The universe was vast, surely he could find ways to extend his life. But he quickly calmed down. A beast tamer's growth depended on mental power, and whether he could push his strength to sufficient heights within 3 years remained uncertain. To be safe, he decided to pursue a two-pronged approach, running the mythical pet shop to earn resources while focusing entirely on improving his mental power. With Lord of all spirits, he didn't even need to form contracts with spirit pets. As long as he could find powerful enough wild spirit pets, his combat power would skyrocket. The question was, where could he find powerful wild spirit pets? If all else failed, he'd have to try his luck in remote wilderness areas. On the streets of the beast-taming era, spirit pets were everywhere. The ground teemed with countless but weak little spirit ants, while overhead, flocks of spirit feather birds swept past. All of them could be commanded by him, though their combat value was limited. Thinking of this, he smirked. I'm invincible now. That day, just before the advertising partnership negotiations concluded, Lin Fangzi suddenly offered some advice. Boss, your shop is excellent, but you'd better watch out for your safety. Safety? Fong Yan was momentarily stunned. Lin Fangzi's expression grew serious. This industry is fiercely competitive, with methods beyond your imagination everywhere. Never mind the spirit pets with mythical bloodlines, even the silver heart coffee your shop supplies is something countless investors would fight tooth and nail for. To get it, they won't necessarily play by the rules. Before your reputation fully spreads, you should strengthen your security immediately. With that, she turned and left. Fong Yan nodded silently, finding her warning reasonable. The shop's reputation wasn't huge yet, so troubles were manageable, but as business boomed, coveting eyes would inevitably swarm in. Whether targeting him personally or the entire mythical pet shop, it would become extremely troublesome. Fortunately, he had just awakened a divine level talent. If anyone came looking for trouble, he could simply mobilize spirit pets to fight back hard. With this realization, he felt much more at ease. Next comes the lifestyle profession talent. The lifestyle profession will clearly had fewer slots than the beast-taming talents, but the tier system still topped out at SSS. For him, whatever he drew would be acceptable. Fong Yan raised his hand and spun the wheel, the pointer whirring as it rotated. He stared intently at the cursor, his heartbeat gradually accelerating. When the wheel stopped, Fong Yan looked over with some anticipation. SS rank? Fong Yan looked over and discovered he seemed to have drawn an SS rank lifestyle profession talent. Not bad luck at all. 2 consecutive draws, both talents were SS rank. Though not exactly what he'd hoped for most, it was already quite a pleasant surprise. After confirming the results, he immediately pulled up his panel and focused on the new lifestyle profession talent. Talent name, Divine Enhancement. Profession type, Breeder. Profession ability. When enhancing your own spirit pets, you can permanently boost them to any specified power level. If evolution is triggered during the enhancement process, you can observe all evolution paths and freely choose one. For spirit pets that aren't your own, the enhancement is temporary and they revert to their original state once the time expires. Enhancement limit, mental power limit. Permanent power enhancement. Fong Yan gasped, his heart skipping a beat. This meant his spirit pets could skip the entire leveling process entirely. However, the talent wasn't without restrictions. 1. Only spirit pets he had personally contracted could receive permanent enhancement. 2. Other people's pets or wild spirit pets could only receive one-time temporary boosts. 3. The specific enhancement limit depended on his mental power level. He quickly calculated. If he were a second-tier beast tamer, his mental power should break through 200 points, qualifying as Tier 2. With that level of mental power, his contracted spirit pets could be permanently enhanced up to transcendent level 10. In other words, as long as a spirit pet hadn't reached transcendent level 10, he could directly push it to that tier. For other people's pets or wild spirit pets, he could only temporarily boost them to transcendent level 10, and they'd revert once the effect wore off. Even so, this was ridiculously overpowered, especially considering the combat power gap that permanent represented. What made it even better was that this breeder talent could synergize with the beast tamer talent he'd just drawn, Lord of all spirits. The latter allowed him to freely select targets from wild spirit pets and temporarily borrow their combat power. Unfortunately, most spirit pets encountered near cities were low tier, while truly powerful ones lurked in dangerous zones or hidden locations, making them extremely difficult to find. With divine enhancement, this problem was significantly reduced. He could simply pick up any weak spirit pets lying around, enhance them on the spot, and temporarily boost them to high-tier combat power for emergencies. This way, even if he hadn't contracted any official spirit pets yet, he wouldn't lack fighting strength. Speaking of contracts, his mental power needed to break through the first tier first, and currently he didn't even have a beast-taming phone to test his mental power. Thinking of this, Feng Yan's heart burned with excitement. Tomorrow he absolutely had to go to the mall and pick out the most advanced beast-taming phone to measure his mental power data. As long as he confirmed he met the requirements, he could immediately sign a contract with his first spirit pet. After all, only after signing a contract would divine enhancement's permanent boost take effect. That was his true trump card. The more Feng Yan thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could rush to the wilderness immediately to test it out. But it was already late, so he forced himself to suppress his excitement and decided to plan his strategy tonight and take action tomorrow. That settled it. That night, Feng Yan couldn't sleep a wink. He hadn't mentioned the awakening of his talents to anyone, not even his parents. The talents were simply too absurd. While others would exclaim at the sight of a single strength talent, he had obtained 3 SS rank once, with one even evolving into God rank. He didn't dare contemplate what God rank truly meant. At dawn, he sat up in bed, hastily washed up, and headed to his family's shop. The mall hadn't opened yet in the early morning, so he symbolically kept the store open for a few hours. Although he had already discussed cooperation with Lin Fangza, it couldn't take effect overnight. With barely any customers all morning, he simply closed up and left a note. Tianhong Street was adjacent to several pedestrian streets in the city center. After less than 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the largest commercial complex. It was already packed with people. Beast-taming phones differed from ordinary smartphones. Regular phones could be ordered online and delivered by drone. Beast-taming phones were both expensive and special, requiring beast tamers to personally test their own and their spirit pets' attributes at physical stores, which meant the shops were perpetually crowded. Feng Yan randomly entered a beast-taming phone store. The sales associate greeted him with light steps and a professional smile. "Sir, looking for a beast-taming phone? We have all the major brands. Which one would you prefer?" "The best one." Feng Yan's tone was calm. The lady paused. "Sir, beast-taming phone prices vary greatly. The top configuration costs over $1 million. That's fine, let me see them all." He spoke as if it were nothing. Was this ordinarily dressed handsome man really so wealthy? After all, over $1 million was enough to buy a common species 10th tier or exotic species 1st tier spirit pet, something many lower-ranked beast tamers wouldn't spend on a phone. The lady suppressed her surprise and made a welcoming gesture. "The best would be the fruit brand. Please follow me." At the display case, Feng Yan saw the legendary top-tier beast-taming phone. Both screen and body were a size larger than smartphones, weighing over 300 g, yet packed with high-density batteries. The entire casing and screen used the finest protective materials, like an upgraded version of the old rugged phones. "Sir, this is the latest fruit brand beast-taming phone priced at $1,099,999, with detection error below 0.01. After her introduction, the lady asked curiously, "Did you just awaken?" "Yes, not long ago." Feng Yan nodded. "Then you can tap here to test your mental power." She handed him the phone. Feng Yan lightly touched the screen with his fingertip. Seconds later, the data appeared. Mental power, 112, tier 1 achieved. The phone then automatically determined the awakening time. Yesterday. The lady froze in place. This handsome young man before her had awakened just yesterday, yet his mental power had already reached tier 1 today. Everyone is born with some innate psychic power. According to standard testing, natural psychic power usually ranges from single digits to the teens, requiring years of daily cultivation to improve. But this handsome guy who just awakened his abilities had only activated his psychic power yesterday, and today's test showed it breaking through 100 points, instantly causing an uproar. This almost defied common sense. Feng Yan himself was somewhat stunned, waking up to find he had already reached tier 1, which meant he was qualified to find his first spirit pet and form a contract. After a moment's thought, he attributed this achievement to the silver heart coffee he'd been drinking regularly lately, been consuming quite a bit recently, so naturally his psychic power had grown rapidly. The effects were indeed impressive. Turning his gaze to the counter, Fong Yin pointed at a model in the display case. Is this phone the best one? The saleswoman nodded eagerly. Yes, this is currently the premium model among all Beast Tamer phones. Many Tier 3 and 4 Beast Tamers use this one. Great, I'll take it. Fong Yin swiped his card without hesitation, paying 1.1 million on the spot. Compared to the shop's profit of 200 million over the past few days, this amount was merely pocket change. The other salespeople watched this scene with envy toward the woman who had served him. This single sale alone would earn her a substantial commission. After leaving the mall, Fong Yin returned to Tianhong Street. From a distance, he spotted a young man wearing glasses standing at his shop entrance, apparently having waited for quite some time. Fong Yin hurried forward, pulling out his keys. Just a moment, I'll open up right away. The man adjusted his glasses and looked the storefront up and down. Are you the owner of this mythical pet shop? That's right. Fong Yin opened the door and replied. I'm from the neighborhood committee, here to inform you about something. The man identified himself, causing Fong Yin to pause slightly. The neighborhood committee? It was rare for them to make house calls. The man continued explaining. High City is currently hosting a beast-taming business event. I assume you opened this shop for this event as well. Exactly. Fong Yin nodded. We're also organizing another event, a competition between beast-taming shops. The man adjusted his glasses again. Each shop will send representatives according to each round's requirements, with winners advancing. There are rewards for each round of advancement, and the finals are scheduled for Beast Taming Festival Day, giving plenty of time. The first round is on the 10th of next month, mainly featuring internal competitions within major streets. The winner from Tianhong Street will not only receive street-wide promotional support, but will also be featured as a representative shop on the Beast Taming map. Beast Taming map. Fong Yan's eyes lit up slightly. That was similar to a food map, capable of establishing a shop as a regional landmark with obvious promotional benefits. The staff member added. Of course, you can choose not to participate. There's no mandatory requirement. No, I'll participate. Fong Yin answered without hesitation, then followed up. What are the specific requirements? The detailed rules haven't been finalized yet, the staff member replied. But the requirements for the first round's Tianhong Street competition have already been set. The Tianhong Street competition is divided into 3 categories: the novice group, the transcendent group, and the shop owner group. The novice group features first-tier beast tamers with juvenile-level spirit pets. The transcendent group involves second-tier beast tamers with transcendent-level spirit pets, and the shop owner group is a direct showdown between shop owners. The champions of the novice and transcendent groups each earn 30 points, while the shop owner group champion receives 40 points. The shop with the highest total score will be crowned the strongest on the entire street. A staff member shoved a colorful flyer into Fong Yan's hands and hurried toward the Miracle Pet shop, clearly needing to notify other shop owners. Fong Yan looked down at the flyer, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A competition? How interesting. Most beast taming competitions are individual contests between tamers, like the National Genius Beast Tamer Championship. That high-end event requires approval from all 16 beast taming prefecture lords just to qualify for the finals, something that had always seemed beyond reach for Fong Yan. Even now that he had awakened his talent, he still felt that kind of stage was too distant. But this shop battle was right within his grasp. Though its scale and difficulty were far below the national championship, he had to participate to win the prize, the water of life. Moreover, shop owners had to compete personally, and without his awakening, he wouldn't even qualify. The problem was that besides himself, he needed to find 2 other contestants to compete in the novice and transcendent groups respectively, and he could only recruit from his customers. Clearly, the competition organizers were using this to test each shop's core fan loyalty. Fong Yan already had suitable candidates in mind and would invite them when they visited again. Putting away the flyer, he continued his daily operations. The shop remained quiet, but he didn't mend in just a few days. His profits had exceeded 200 million, a result that would be miraculous for any new shop. What mattered more now was, which spirit pet should he contract? With the beast baptism provided by the system, obtaining mythical bloodlines would be effortless. However, since he possessed both god-tier beast taming talent and SS-level lifestyle profession talent, the beast baptism seemed unworthy of him. While his first spirit pet species was limited to first-tier beast species, there was no limit on bloodline. Using beast baptism would likely only yield beast species-level bloodline, far below his expectations. He could accept species limitations due to mental power constraints, but bloodline represented potential, and he happened to be a perfectionist. Since his talent already stood at the peak, his bloodline had to reach even greater heights, or he couldn't find peace. Just as he was deep in thought, a new customer appeared, a young man in a well-tailored black suit, standing quietly at the shop entrance. Fong Yan immediately approached with a professional smile. Hello, what can I help you with? His smile froze the next second, because after seeing Fong Yan, the man in the black suit spoke directly with an indifferent tone. Is this the shop selling silver heart coffee? Fong Yan immediately frowned upon hearing this. "You're here for the Galactic Heart Coffee?" he asked in a low voice. "This shop doesn't sell Galactic Heart Coffee." The man in the black suit had no intention of responding. He pulled out a hardcover notebook from his pocket and clicked his ballpoint pen with a snap, his demeanor cold and resolute. "Name your price. A small shop like yours couldn't possibly grow Galactic Heart Coffee trees yourself. Hand over your supply chain for the Galactic Heart Coffee beans. From now on, we're taking over this channel." He didn't explain who we referred to, but Fang Yin had a pretty good idea there was likely some capital group backing him. Whenever money was involved, those people always had their hands in it. His tone instantly turned cold. "This shop only sells beast-taming products. If you're not here to make a purchase, please leave." The man in the black suit raised an eyebrow and waved his hand impatiently. "Kid, don't waste my time. I've got other shops to visit. Galactic Heart Coffee beans aren't something an ordinary person like you can handle. You know the saying, an innocent man becomes a criminal when he possesses a treasure, right? Name a price, and we'll all be happy. You need to understand that this industry is highly competitive, and your little shop could close down any day." Fang Yin couldn't be bothered to argue further and turned back toward the counter. "What a hassle," the suited man sighed. "Fine then, I'll reluctantly go in and see what good merchandise you have in your shop." With that, he strode into the mythical pet shop. "Please leave," Fang Yin said, his brow furrowing even deeper. Whether the man was genuinely buying or just pretending, he had no intention of selling anything. Moreover, the man's behavior seemed suspicious. The suited man looked around. Not displaying a single spirit pet? Well, that works out fine. With that, he yanked down the rolling shutter door with one hand. "The shop's empty, perfect for what I need to do," he muttered under his breath. "Come out, flame hound." The air seemed to be sliced by a blade as a canine creature wreathed in blazing flames suddenly landed on the ground, its firelight making the shelves flicker. Fang Yan's heart sank. As expected, the man intended to make his move inside the shop. With so many people on the street, if he summoned a spirit pet in public, he'd definitely be arrested by the Beast Control Bureau. But now the shop was empty and the door was sealed shut. This was trouble. He had only awakened yesterday. His spiritual power had just reached the first tier, and he hadn't had time to complete a contract with any spirit pet yet. A temporary contract? The process and timing simply wouldn't allow it. Meanwhile, his beast-taming phone had already detected that the man before him was at least a second-tier beast tamer, because that flame hound possessed transcendent-level strength. Spirit pet, flame hound. Attribute, fire. Talent, vigorous burning. Bloodline, none. Skills, small flame brown earth, charge brown earth, fire breath gray rock, bite gray rock. Strength level, transcendent level 4. Species level, exotic beast species tier 8. Bloodline level, exotic beast species tier 3. This flame hound had already surpassed the juvenile level and reached transcendent level 4. Combined with the black-suited man's own second-tier beast tamer abilities, there was an enormous gulf between him and Fang Yin. The man in the black suit was not only personally formidable, but he also had a flame hound at his disposal. While Fang Yin didn't even have a decent spirit pet, this was the most fatal gap between them. "Fang Yin, we've investigated you," the black-suited man said, crossing his arms with a cold gaze. "You come from an ordinary family, and your motivation for opening this shop is most likely to profit from the event. You still haven't awakened your abilities, your mother is a commoner, and your father barely qualifies as a beast tamer in first tier. If you don't want to get hurt, hand over the source of those silver heart coffee beans willingly." In his view, violence was a last resort. Solving this without bloodshed would be ideal. Fang Yan's expression darkened. Rant's mother's warning had come true. He was being targeted, and it had happened so suddenly. Facing a life-threatening situation for the first time, he felt nervous, but thinking of the talent he had awakened last night, his emotions quickly stabilized. "You think one flame hound can handle me?" Fang Yin looked up, his tone surprisingly calm. The black-suited man frowned. He scanned the shop interior, seeing neither other spirit pets nor any backup, unable to fathom where this ordinary person's confidence came from. The next moment, a rather comical scene unfolded. Fang Yin extended his right hand, revealing a thumb-sized black ant perched on the back of his hand. "Little spirit ant, it's up to you now," Fang Yin whispered. The little spirit ant raised its two antennae, striking a leave-it-to-me pose. The black-suited man burst into mocking laughter. "So your confidence comes from a roadside ant? You're going to use that against my flame hound? How utterly foolish." Fang Yin didn't argue. This little spirit ant was indeed one he had casually caught moments ago. But with his unique god-tier talent, lord of all spirits, any little spirit ant would willingly fight for him. However, defeating the flame hound was completely unrealistic, because spirit pet little spirit ant. Attribute, normal. Talent, agile dodging. Bloodline, none. Skill, charge brown earth. Power level, juvenile level 2. Species grade, common species tier 2. Bloodline grade, common species tier 5. Whether in species, bloodline, or power, everything was pitifully low. However, Fang Yin possessed another talent, divine enhancement. With a thought, spiritual light gathered around the little spirit ant's body. In an instant, the ant's aura surged upward, directly breaking through to juvenile level 10. Spirit pet little spirit ant. Attribute, normal. Talent, agile dodging. Bloodline, none. Skill, charge brown earth power charge brown earth. Power level, juvenile level 10. Note, a juvenile level 10 little spirit ant automatically masters the enhanced version of the skill, power charge, with a power rating of 5. The complete transformation took only a few breaths. The black-suited man's previously nonchalant expression instantly froze not because the little spirit ant had become particularly strong, but because this incredible change had shocked him. His beast tamer device had been continuously monitoring the little spirit ant's power level, and he could see it clearly. It had shot directly from juvenile level 2 to juvenile level 10. What's happening? What did you do to it? He exclaimed in shock. A spirit pet had actually gained 8 levels in an instant. It was absolutely unheard of. Seeing the little spirit ant reach juvenile level 10, Fang Yin felt much more at ease. Although this little spirit ant wasn't his official spirit pet, just a temporary helper he'd summoned, and its strength had only just been boosted. At least he finally had a combat force that could truly enter battle. His face darkened like storm clouds as he stared at the man in the black suit across from him, his voice cold and threatening. How about it? Still think I'm a pushover? This is your last chance. Get out of my shop right now, or don't blame me for what happens next. If not for his lack of combat experience, Fang Yin would have already commanded the little spirit ant to attack first. At this moment, he suppressed his rage, though his voice couldn't hide the murderous intent. The man in the black suit was equally trapped in a difficult position. The Silver Heart coffee was incredibly valuable, and his employer had made it clear that he must obtain it, even if it meant using force. He licked his lips and sneered. Trash will always be trash. I don't know what trick you pulled, but no matter how strong that little spirit ant gets, it can't change the fact that it's garbage. Juvenile level 10? So what? My flame hound is at transcendent level 4. Its combat power is 10,000 times stronger. With that, he raised his hand and swung it forcefully. I gave you a chance, but you threw it away. Now prepare for a trip to the hospital. Flame hound, bite attack. The blazing flame hound lunged forward, but didn't use any fire-type skills. The suited man knew very well that starting a fire inside the shop would be like walking into a trap. A successful bite would kill the little spirit ant instantly, and since it wasn't Fang Yan's contracted spirit pet, its death wouldn't cause mental backlash, perfect for his purposes. At the same time, Fang Yin silently commanded, Little Spirit Ant, power charge. Beast tamers could issue commands through mental power, and high-level duels relied almost entirely on thought with no delay. The little spirit ant instantly received the order, touched off from the counter with its feet, and shot toward the flame hound like a black shadow. The man in the black suit wore a mocking smile. He knew skill power levels well. Power charge had a maximum strength of only 5, and the gap between juvenile and transcendent levels was like heaven and earth. The little spirit ant couldn't possibly budge his flame hound an inch. Bang! The next moment, something bizarre happened. The little spirit ant suddenly changed direction midair, barely dodging the flame hound's fangs. Then its palm-sized body exploded with incredible force, striking the flame hound directly in the chest. Crash! 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 The flame hound was sent flying as if hit by a high-speed train, smashing through the shop's front door and tumbling into the middle of Tianhong Street outside. Passers-by screamed and scattered in all directions. What? Flamehound. The man in the black suit's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his face instantly turning deathly pale. His chest tightened violently, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. With his spirit pet killed instantly, his mental power collapsed, leaving him with irreversible severe injuries. It wasn't the little spirit ant that died, but his flame hound. His mind reeled in shock. His flame hound was clearly a full major level above the little spirit, and how could it be killed in one strike? Crossing an entire level to instantly kill his flame hound. Has this world finally lost all sense of order? The man in the black suit stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with shock. A juvenile level spirit ant had just taken down his transcendent level flame hound in a single strike. This was absolutely absurd. But in Fang Yan's eyes, everything was proceeding exactly as expected. The reason was simple. His Lord of all Spirits talent granted all spirit pets under his control a 255 boost to base attributes and a 255 increase to skill power. Even though the spirit ant was just a temporarily summoned fighter, still considered weak at juvenile level 10, this terrifying dual amplification was enough to defy common sense. Take power charge as an example. With a base power of 5, after the 255 amplification, it became 17.75. Brown Earth tier skill power, 15. Gray Rock tier, 510. Black Iron tier, 1020. 17.75 directly entered the Black Iron range, and Black Iron tier skills were originally only mastered by Awakened level spirit pets. No wonder the spirit ant could instantly kill a transcendent level flame, how not to mention the attributes were similarly doubled, making the actual burst damage far exceed the surface numbers. The flame hound was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the street with no signs of life. Fang Yin curled his lips in a cold smile. I told you, you wouldn't have a good ending. Before he could finish speaking, the man in the black suit turned and fled, his shoe heels scraping harsh sounds against the ground. Fang Yin shouted, Hey, don't think you can run. He chased out of the mythical pet shop, and just as he stepped onto Tianhong Street, he saw a balding middle-aged man had already pinned the suited man down on the sidewalk, silver handcuffs clicking shut. Fang Yin looked closer. It was Song Wuhan's teacher, Yin Shixing. Boss, are you alright? Yin Shixing's expression was serious. Oh, I'm fine. Fang Yin was slightly surprised that he would appear here. Yin Shixing explained, I was planning to visit the mythical pet shop, didn't expect to run into this situation. He didn't know about the Silver Heart Cafe dispute, assuming someone had broken into the shop to steal. Even so, the shock in his heart was hard to comma, had witnessed the flame hound being sent flying with his own eyes, and confirmed that the attacker was merely a juvenile-level spirit ant. This was cross-dire combat spanning two major realms. At 3rd Beast-Taming High School, being able to win against higher levels was already rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This year there was only one example of Song Wuhan defeating Li Xiang's White Wolf, with all other cases being higher level crushing lower level. Now, a pet shop owner controlling a spirit ant had accomplished this feat. It was simply inconceivable. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. Fang Yin and Yin Shixing worked together to escort the man in the black suit to the Beast Control Office. The Beast Control Office was affiliated with the Beast Control Bureau, specializing in spirit pet disputes. After completing the statement, the staff informed them that the suited man's behavior was egregious, and he would probably be locked up for several years. With the procedures completed, the setting sun had already dyed the street scene orange-red. The two returned to the shop, and just as Yin Shixing settled onto the sofa, he saw the spirit ant on Fang Yan's shoulder suddenly lose its spiritual glow, its aura rapidly declining, dropping from juvenile level 10 back to juvenile level 2. What? This spirit ant's strength has fallen. Could it be that its previous power was only temporarily enhanced? What the hell was that? Yin Shixing felt his knowledge as a teacher had been completely shaken. He had never seen such an outrageous power boost. While some skills could temporarily enhance combat power, the increase was typically just 1 or 2 levels at most, which was already considered powerful. Yet this spirit pet before him had jumped an entire 8 levels in an instant. Yin Shixing couldn't fathom that such a skill or ability even existed in the world. Thanks, little spirit ant. Fang Yin bent down to pat the spirit ant's cool carapace before setting it on the ground. The little spirit ant looked back at its master reluctantly a few times, then wiggled its antennae and departed. It had only been summoned temporarily for battle and now needed to return to its habitat. Teacher Yin, I really owe you one. Fang Yin handed over a steaming cup of coffee. If Yin Shixing hadn't acted decisively, that guy would have escaped into the crowds of Tianhong Street long ago. This was a pedestrian shopping district with no vehicles to block the way, making it extremely easy for fugitives to blend into the crowd. Oh, it was nothing. I'm a teacher after all. I teach my students to stand up for what's right, so when I see something happening, I have to lead by example. Yin Shixing spoke modestly, but his hands had already brought the coffee to his lips. As the warm liquid slid down his throat, he suddenly trembled. His spiritual power surged like a dam bursting. What? This coffee, it can actually increase spiritual power. His pupils contracted sharply. The next second, his mind roared like thunder exploding. His spiritual sea, already pushed to its limits, was stretched, widened, and elevated higher. Boom. The bottleneck that had confined him for so long shattered instantly. My spiritual power. I've broken through to the 3rd tier. Yin Shixing leaped from his chair in excitement. He had been just one step away from breakthrough, and now a single cup of coffee had pushed him over the edge. How could he not be shocked? Oh, you broke through? Congratulations. Fang Yin smiled warmly. Boss, this coffee of yours is extraordinary. Yin Shixing stared down at the dark brown liquid in his cup with a solemn expression. Could this be the legendary Silver Heart coffee? That's right. It's a new specialty drink we're serving. Fang Yin nodded frankly. That guy earlier was after it too. No wonder. Yin Shixing suddenly understood. He recalled that Sea City had been peaceful for years under the protection of the Beast-Taming Bureau's chief, with petty crimes having long disappeared. Recently, only the Advent cult had been stirring up trouble, and now everything made sense. These are truly troubled times. I fear Sea City's peace is about to be shattered. He gazed out at the street scene and sighed, shaking his head. What's been happening in Sea City lately? Fang Yin asked, following up naturally. Nothing much, just the Advent cult being active. I just hope they don't cause trouble during the upcoming major exams. Yin Shixing stopped mid-sentence and changed the subject. But let's not talk about that. Boss, can you tell me how that little spirit ant managed to gain 8 levels all at once? Fang Yin smiled slightly. I can't. Fair enough. Yin Shixing rubbed his nose. It was normal to keep such an incredible enhancement technique secret. The only explanation he could think of was that Fang Yin possessed some kind of top-tier beast cultivator talent. Upon further reflection, This shop owner was probably a beast cultivator with formidable technical prowess himself. The prowess he referred to wasn't combat strength as a beast tamer, but technical skill in cultivating spirit pets. Only someone like that could possibly enable a little spirit ant to temporarily gain 8 levels. Those exceptional breeders are absolutely capable of achieving this. Teacher Yin, what brings you here today? Fong Yin closed his ledger and looked up with a smile. I just got my salary and was planning to buy some skill orbs, but I had an unexpected breakthrough on the way here. Yin Shishing said, his voice barely containing his excitement. Fong Yin immediately showed his true colors. That's perfect timing. You can pick out a spirit pet and take it home right away, saving yourself another trip. Yin Shishing waved his hand with a bitter smile. Although the salary at our beast-taming high school isn't bad, the spirit pet cubs in your shop are really too expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford them. You're a teacher, and you just helped me out. Fong Yin made a gesture with his fingers forming an 8. 20% off all spirit pets in the store. How does that sound? 20% off. Yin Shishing was tempted, his eyebrows unconsciously rising. That does sound pretty good. The more expensive it is, the better the discount. Let me see if there's anything suitable for me first. Of course, please tell me your requirements first. Fong Yin pulled over a high stool for him to sit on, speaking at a measured pace. Yin Shishing sat upright for a moment, then said thoughtfully, to be honest, my requirements might be higher than any other customer who's come to your shop. Oh, Fong Yin raised an eyebrow. He quietly assessed this teacher who had just broken through to the 3rd tier, thinking his tone was quite bold. Let's hear it. My beast-taming talent is a grade dual element synergy. Yin Shishing's voice carried obvious pride at this point. As long as a spirit pet has dual attributes, its combat power gets significantly amplified. So, first, the spirit pet's racial grade cannot be lower than 4th tier demon beast. Second, it must have dual attributes. Can your shop meet these 2 conditions? Dual attributes. Fong Yan's heart skipped a beat, instantly understanding why this man had chosen a fire spirit type flame spirit as his second pet, and guessing that his first spirit pet was likely dual attribute as well. Dual attribute spirit pets had always been rare, and with the racial grade requirement added, no wonder this teacher had been turned away by major pet shops and could only settle for the difficult-to-train spirit type. Fortunately, now that he discovered the mythical pet shop, spirit type skill orbs wouldn't be much of a problem going forward. Please wait a moment. Fong Yin turned and went into the backyard. Strictly speaking, Yin Shishing's conditions were indeed unique, but they really weren't enough to stump him. Before long, he returned carrying a large turtle with a shell half a meter wide in both hands. The turtle's shell was deep blue with silver dots embedded around the edges, like scattered stars in the night sky. Yin Shishing was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a night walker turtle that only appears by the seaside at night? As far as I know, it usually only has water attributes, right? At this moment, even if the shop couldn't produce a spirit pet that met all his conditions, just seeing the words dual attributes would be a pleasant surprise for him. Fong Yin didn't explain, just smiled slightly and placed the night walker turtle on the beast detection machine. The detection machine lit up with a pale blue screen. Spirit pet, night walker turtle. Attributes, water, spirit. Talent, invisibility. Bloodline, phantom turtle. Skills, shell retraction, water spit. Power level, juvenile level 8. Racial grade, demon beast 6th tier. Bloodline grade, demon beast 7th tier. As soon as the data appeared, Yin Shishing immediately cursed. Spirit attribute again? Yin Shishing's reaction was quite different from the other customers. Instead of showing delight, his face darkened with a scowl, and his fists clenched so tightly within his sleeves that they made audible cracking sounds, a clear sign of genuine anger. To him, this shop was no ordinary place, and it was hardly surprising that owner Fong Yin could produce such rare spiritual pets. What truly gave him a headache was that alto familiar spirit attribute displayed on the panel. His second spiritual pet, a fire spirit, also possessed the spirit attribute, and to gather the necessary resources for that creature, he had practically scoured every major auction house, spending money like water. Anything labeled with the word spirit immediately became scarce and expensive in the Marquetta lesson that made him deeply reluctant to go through it all again. Yet here was Fong Yin, offering him a dual attribute night turtle, one of whose attributes was still spirit-based. Fong Yin caught that sense of rejection and felt somewhat awkward. Do you really dislike the spirit attribute that much? He asked tentatively. Well, I wouldn't say I dislike it. I'm still fond of my fire spirit. Yin Shishing sighed, his gaze falling on the dark patterns covering the night turtle's shell. It's just that spirit-based resources are ridiculously hard to find. I never want to be dragged around the markets by one again. You can rest assured about that. Fong Yin smiled slightly, pointing to the neatly stored shelves behind the counter. As long as you shop at this store, all spirit-related items can be handled as an honest-stop solution. Though the promise was tempting, Yin Shishing still frowned as he studied the panel. All right, but the bloodline section says, turtle ghost, what the hell is that? Fong Yin immediately switched into shopkeeper explanation mode. A turtle ghost has a human upper body and a turtle lower body. capable of transforming into a woman. There's actually an old tale about it. Oh, let's hear it. Yin Shishing's interest was piqued. Fang Yin cleared his throat and began. In ancient times, there was a scholar who repeatedly failed his examinations and often studied by lamplight in his backyard. Whenever he looked up, he would see a strange woman leaning against the window with a smile. Her clothing wasn't in the fashionable style of the time, yet she possessed an otherworldly elegance. The scholar became increasingly infatuated, and finally one night when she appeared, he rushed into the room, only to witness that from the waist down, the woman had thick armor, and for closet was the true form of a turtle ghost. What? Yin Shishing's jaw nearly hit the floor. You mean to tell me this turtle could transform into a beautiful woman in the future? He pointed at the night turtle, his eyes wide with disbelief. I can only say it possesses turtle ghost bloodline. Future development isn't completely predetermined. Fang Yin spread his hands. Whether it can ultimately shapeshift depends on how you nurture it. Yin Shishing snorted. Shapeshifting theories are all over the place. I won't get my hopes up too high. But turtles symbolize longevity, which suits my taste. I'll take it. In the end, the night turtle was sold with a 20% discount. When swiping his card, he winced with pain, his mouth twitching, but he still walked out of the shop carrying the specially designed water tank. As he left, the damaged sliding door clanged, scattering broken wood across the floor. Fang Yin looked at the debris scattered everywhere and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Looks like I'll be pulling an all-nighter fixing the door. Over the next few days, he continued operating as usual. The advertising that Lin Fangza had planted earlier began to take effect, and Wei Ran helped spread the word at school, making the footsteps outside the shop increasingly frequent. Many wealthy young people came with their cards to make purchases, and the small mythical pet shop finally began to bustle with activity. The mythical pet shop was finally getting on track. However, what made Fang Yin frown was that the beast-taming bureau had already provided the investigation results on the man in the black suit. According to the investigation report, this suited man's personal background was unremarkable, but what truly deserved attention was his backing the Pet Joy Alliance. The Pet Joy Alliance was no ordinary business, but rather a large corporation specializing in beast-taming commerce. 1. Main business, selling spirit pet cubs, skill orbs and other related products were also comprehensively available. 2. High City layout. They had established 3 large-scale beast research institutes in High City in one go, with annual R&D funding reaching hundreds of billions. 3. Market share. Last year, just their cub sales alone captured 28 of High City's market share, ranking first. 4. National expansion. In other regions of the Dragon Kingdom, they had also opened numerous franchise stores, demonstrating their massive scale. However, there was currently no direct evidence proving that the man in black was sent by the Pet Joy Alliance, so the Beast-Taming Bureau could only remind Fang Yin to keep a low profile recently. Fang Yin felt he was already keeping low enough. His shop hadn't even been open for half a month. The enemy's background was formidable, but fortunately they hadn't yet put his shop on their priority target list, otherwise they wouldn't have sent merely a second-tier beast tamer to threaten him. Large corporations surely had experts in abundance, so he must seize the time to enhance his own strength while cultivating potential high-end customers in his shop into core fans. In the development history of large pet stores, the top-tier powerhouses in the shops were often the earliest fans, and he needed to start from this step as well. Speaking of strength, whenever he had free time recently, he would activate Beast Baptism, hoping to obtain a spirit pet that matched him perfectly, but each attempt left him unsatisfied. Was he being too demanding, or was his perfectionism acting up? His beast-taming talent was divine level, and his lifestyle talent had also reached SS level. With such talents, not pairing with a perfect spirit pet would be a terrible waste. The problem lay in bloodlines. Current rules: contracts only limited species, not bloodlines. System limitations: beast baptism could only fix species at beast species level or below, and bloodlines similarly wouldn't exceed beast species. But Fang Yin specifically wanted beast species race demon beast, magic beast, spirit beast, or even immortal beast bloodlines. Such combinations meant higher aptitude, but currently didn't exist at all. Therefore, he would rather leave his contract slot empty than settle for less. His identity as the master of all spirits gave him a fallback if he truly encountered enemies. He could temporarily enlighten a wild spirit pet for emergency use. The key indicator was still mental power. The higher the mental power, the greater the enhancement during enlightenment. These past few days, he had been drinking Silver Heart coffee like water, and his mental power was already approaching the second-tier threshold. The speed was so fast that even he was secretly amazed. After all, he had awakened on the 4th day of opening his shop, and by the 5th day's assessment, he was already first tier. At that time, Silver Heart coffee had just been unlocked, and he hadn't drunk many cups yet. Now, with the continuous supply of coffee, his mental power had steadily climbed to first-tier peak. Fang Yin looked down at the freshly brewed Silver Heart coffee in his hands, the warm steam swirling in the air as he gently blew on it. After finishing this cup, he should be able to break through to second tier. right? Fang Yin gulped down the coffee directly. The scalding silver heart coffee flowed down his throat into his stomach as he stared at his newly purchased fruit brand beast-taming phone. The mental power curve on the screen trembled slightly. The line that had been stuck at 199 points finally jumped upward. 200. In that instant, his mental sea expanded dramatically, steadily stepping into Tier 2. If outsiders knew about this, they would be absolutely stunned. From Tier 1 on the first day of awakening to Tier 2, just a few days later, this improvement speed could only be described as terrifying. Even Qiu Ruxue, hailed as Dragon Capital's top genius, couldn't achieve this. Fang Yin knew in his heart that silver heart coffee would become less effective the more he drank it, and its efficiency would eventually drop drastically. But since it was available, why not drink it? He might as well squeeze every drop of benefit from it first. After all, others couldn't get their hands on it even if they wanted to. After finishing his coffee, he put away his phone as another important matter surfaced in his mind. With the month ending soon, he needed to settle last month's taxes. The shop had only been open for 10 days, but since it opened on the 20th of last month, taxes were due once the settlement period arrived. The profit growth brought good news. The system had unlocked awakening-level spirit pet training services. But it also brought bad news: taxes. Value-added tax, urban construction tax, education surcharge. All these items combined meant his small shop owed over 100 million in taxes. Never thought I'd have a day when I'd pay 100 million in taxes. Consider it my contribution to the country, he said self-mockingly, operating rapidly on his phone. In the late 21st century, all tax payments were handled online. Just a few taps on the screen, and it was done. With the taxes paid, he closed his phone and turned his gaze to the training space, that sealed world independent of reality, where the sand dust python coiled motionlessly. The system's training logic was brutally simple. Since skill cooldowns would slow progress, it simply created a training space where time flowed at 100th the speed of the outside world. The 1:100 ratio meant that 7 days outside equaled 700 days inside. Such high intensity, continuous training spanning over 2 years wouldn't consume the spirit pet's lifespan. However, Fang Yin felt uneasy. After more than 2 years of continuous grueling practice, the sand dust python's emotional state was bound to suffer. Would Wei Ran be satisfied when he came for the inspection tomorrow? Thinking about tomorrow reminded him of Qiu Ruxue. The exchange between Dragon Capital Beast-Taming University and Sea City Beast-Taming University had just ended, so that genius should be making a special trip here. How far had she progressed with her silkworms training? If he could develop Qiu Ruxue into a core fan of the mythical pet shop, the store would gain a powerful ally. As his thoughts drifted to Dragon Capital, elsewhere in the spacious office of the tax bureau, staff members were typing at their computers. A bespectacled female employee suddenly noticed a massive payment. 100 million? Which company is so generous? The words mythical pet shop appeared on her screen. She clicked into the records. This company had only registered last month. How many days had passed, and they were already paying 100 million in taxes? Something's not right, very not right. The girl printed out the mythical pet shop data on an A4 sheet and headed straight to the neighboring office. After knocking and receiving a response, she pushed the door open and reported to the uniformed, slightly overweight man. Section Chief, please take a look. There's something fishy about this mythical pet shop. The man called Section Chief, Chao Jihong, took the paper, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. 100 million? What? A shop that was only registered last month? Yes. She nodded. It's small in scale, and there's no way it could generate such high revenue in such a short time. Chao Jihong pushed up his glasses, frowning deeply. I understand. I'll personally inspect this shop tomorrow. You can get back to your other work. All right. The girl left the office. After the door closed, Chao Jihong looked down at the A4 paper again. Mythical pet shop? Based on 100 million in taxes, the profit must be at least 300 million or more, he calculated silently. With national GDPs soaring these days and the beast-taming industry booming, how could a newly opened small shop instantly earn hundreds of millions? It looked suspicious no matter how you viewed it. I must check it out tomorrow. If there's any foul play, I'll report directly to the Beast-Taming Bureau. This is beyond what the Beast-Taming Office can handle. The day for Wei Ran to inspect the results had finally arrived. On Tianhong Street, thanks to Qiu Ruxue's advance arrangements, the entire street had been cordoned off and was empty of pedestrians. The Qiu family's black luxury car was parked by the roadside, and in the back seat, Qiu Ruxue pulled out a small mirror and instructed the front seat. Move the rearview mirror away. Yes. The driver respectfully adjusted the angle so the rearview mirror couldn't reflect her. In the mirror, Qiu Ruxue pinched her cheeks and stiffly tried to curve her lips upward. Doesn't look good. She then pulled at her cheeks with both hands, but it remained stiff. She could only sigh inwardly, still couldn't smile properly. Over the years, she had practiced countless times in front of mirrors. As a child, she had once tried to smile at a little girl, only to make the child burst into tears on the spot. She envied people who smiled easily, like Song Wuhan. When she met Song Wuhan that day, She had wanted to return a smile, but was afraid of scaring her, so she could only maintain her expressionless face. Forget it, let me go greet the boss first. She opened the car door and stepped out. The moment her heels touched the ground, another convoy of luxury cars came roaring from the distance, forcibly breaking through the Chiu family bodyguards' blockade. Chiu Rushua looked up in shock. This is... A car door opened, and a tall, upright young man stepped out. She knew that face all too well. Yang Wudi, what are you doing here? Yang Wudi chuckled lightly. What, surprised? Did you think that just because you didn't tell me, I couldn't find out where you bought your silkworm and those skills? He raised his hand, pointing at the sign hanging high on the street. You went to Haishur Beast-Taming University for an exchange recently, so the location must be in Haishur. Besides me, younger brother also bought something from this shop. Chiu Rushua's gaze darkened. This guy just had to show up today, how annoying. Inside the neighboring adventure pet shop, owner Zhou Qi watched the commotion on the street through the glass, his legs trembling. Oh my goodness, what kind of day is today? It was one thing when Chiu Rushua came last time, but today even Longdu's other top genius Yang Wudi had arrived. Two great talents appearing together. What was this about? Ever since Chiu Rushua's last visit, Zhou Qi immediately went online and dug up everything he could find about the Chiu family from Longdu. He thoroughly researched the young talents there, with the most prominent being Chiu Rushua and Yang Wudi. Both were the same age and had both advanced to the 4th tier, earning them recognition as the ceiling of Longdu's new generation. Thinking that they might walk into the mythical pet shop one after another today, he grew increasingly curious. What exactly was the background of this little shop? On the other side, Yang Wudi was equally puzzled about the mythical pet shop. His reason for stepping onto this street traced back to the day Chiu Rushua returned to Longdu. That day, after Chiu Rushua completed her school's exchange mission and returned to Longdu, the entire circle of prodigies erupted in shock. The reason was simple. She had actually formed a contract with the most common silkworm, rated as species trash. Bug-type spirit pets could be found everywhere in the wild, and were considered so low-tier that even rookies wouldn't bother giving them a second glance. No one could understand what this top-tier genius with levelized talent was thinking, and some even used her as a cautionary tale, preparing to submit it to human bewildering behavior awards. Yang Wudi, always straightforward, went directly to ask her face-to-face. The cold and taciturn Chiu Rushua couldn't be bothered to respond, which angered Yang Wudi enough to issue a challenge on the spot. Although the silkworm had only been contracted for a few days, Chiu Rushua was using the specialized feed from the mythical pet shop, causing its level to skyrocket. Combined with that 100 million yuan black iron tier skill, its combat power surged dramatically. On the arena, the two young prodigies unleashed their full power. Chiu Rushua's silkworm and 3 other spirit pets took turns battling, with black iron tier skills delivering bronze tier damage that nearly shattered the arena's protective barrier, ultimately handing the self-proclaimed invincible Yang Wudi his first defeat. When news spread, Longdu Beast-Taming University was in an uproar. Spectators marveled at Chiu Rushua's silkworm while being even more curious about the source of those incredible skills, yet no one dared to ask directly. Yang Wudi did ask, but still got no response. Returning home in frustration, he kicked the training ground's wooden posts until they toppled over, when he happened to see his younger brother Yang Zhao feeding his spotted horse. During their casual conversation, Yang Zhao suddenly mentioned a name, the mythical pet shop. Only then did Yang Wudi learn the address and immediately decided to investigate personally. A small shop that even Chiu Rushua visited twice. Could it really have something magical about it? The question fermented in his mind as his pace quickened. Chiu Rushua, her face cold as frost, silently followed behind with a vigilant expression. Just as the two talents from Longdu stepped into the mythical pet shop, another visitor arrived at the intersection of Tianhong Street and Minxing Road. Chao Jihong had just arrived when he discovered that Tianhong Street was blocked by an entire row of bodyguards, immediately furrowing his brow. He tried to approach, but was stopped by a tall bodyguard who raised his hand. Sorry, my master is visiting someone on this street, so we've temporarily closed the road for security reasons. This display shocked Chao Jihong. What kind of person could shut down an entire street? Following the bodyguard's gaze, he saw several top-tier luxury cars quietly lined up, their gleaming emblems reflecting cold metallic light in the sunlight. Those logos looked familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. The Yang family emblem. Could it be that someone from the Yang family of Dragon Capital has arrived? Chao Jihong was utterly shocked. The business car bearing the Yang family crest at the street corner made his heart race. What were the Yang family members doing on Tianhong Street? This was just an ordinary pedestrian street, without any notable attractions. Visiting? But there were hardly any respectable establishments here, except for that small branch of Pet Joy Alliance. Wait, mythical pet shop. That was precisely the target he planned to investigate secretly. Could the Yang family's visit be specifically for that shop? If so, the shop's background might far exceed his expectations. Although revealing his identity would allow him to follow and investigate, after a moment's hesitation, he decided against if his social circle had no connection with the Yang family. and showing up rashly would only cause unnecessary trouble. After much deliberation, he turned and left, planning to return another day for investigation. Welcome. Inside Mythical Pet Shop, as the front desk bell finished chiming, Fang Yin approached with a warm smile. Seeing Qiu Ruxue enter alongside an unfamiliar young man, he instinctively assumed the latter was her companion. And this is? Fang Yin looked toward the young man. Young Wudi, you should have heard of me. The young man casually took a seat, wearing a confident smile. Sorry, I haven't. Fang Yin answered honestly. Young Wudi's smile stiffened slightly as he raised an eyebrow. Boss, you must have lived in the countryside before. No, I haven't. Fang Yin scratched his head, genuinely puzzled by this conclusion. That's impossible. If you're not from the countryside, how could you not have heard of me? Young Wudi's voice rose. Fang Yin looked bewildered. Who exactly are you that I must have heard of you? Young Wudi's chest heaved, nearly choking with frustration. Uft. A soft laugh suddenly came from nearby. That laugh pierced young Wudi's pride like a needle. He whipped his head around to see Qiu Ruxue, suppressing her faint smile, looking at him with an odd expression. You actually laughed. Young Wudi's eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. I laughed. Qiu Ruxue was slightly stunned. Had she really laughed in such a situation? She uncertainly raised her hand to touch the corner of her lips. Boss, didn't you see it? Young Wudi urgently sought confirmation. I really didn't see anything. Fang Yin shook his head, completely baffled by their excitement. Besides, is this really worth making such a fuss over? Just as he finished speaking, a black-clad bodyguard knocked and entered, reporting quietly to Qiu Ruxue. Miss, there are people claiming to be Wei Ran and Song Wuhan, saying they have an appointment with you today. Please let them in immediately. Qiu Ruxue nodded at once. She had come specifically to check on the training progress of the spirit pet Wei Ran had boarded at the shop. His presence was essential. The three people in the shop tacitly fell silent, waiting for Wei Ran and his companions to arrive. Meanwhile, at High City's beast-taming bureau, the magnificent building resembled a seaside castle, facing the azure coast with the entire harbor at its back. The current bureau chief, Jiang Hai, was one of the 16 bureau chiefs nationwide and held the title of Water Bureau Chief, specializing in cultivating water-type spirit pets. Hence, the bureau was located by the sea, where the sounds of tides and ship horns constantly mingled. In the bureau chief's office, Jiang Hai was reviewing documents. The door opened, and Deputy Zheng Miaolon hurried in, her face glowing with barely contained joy. Miaolon, you look radiant today. What's the good news? Jiang Hai set down his documents and asked curiously. Zheng Miaolon couldn't hide her excitement. Bureau chief, yesterday I bought some feed from a newly opened pet shop on Tianhong Street, and my Earth Rock crocodile finally leveled up. Oh, Jiang Hai was startled by her suddenly raised voice, then nodded with a smile. That's wonderful news indeed. Your Earth Rock crocodile is notoriously difficult to level up. What's the shop called? Mythical Pet Shop. Zheng Miaolon answered truthfully. Before she finished speaking, her beast-taming phone in her pocket vibrated. She glanced at the new message that popped up, her expression instantly freezing. Then she looked up, her voice trembling slightly. Bureau Chief, latest intelligence just now. Two great talents from Dragon Capital, Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi, have both gathered on Tianhong Street. Jiang Hai's expression darkened. Qiu Ruxue came to High City for an exchange visit, but after the exchange ended, she returned again, and even brought Yang Wudi? What exactly is happening on Tianhong Street? Zheng Miaolon quickly scrolled through her screen. Intelligence indicates their destination also appears to be a pet shop, named Mythical Pet Shop. As the last word left her mouth, her eyes widened involuntarily. The Mythical Pet Shop again. Zheng Miaolon never expected to see this shop's name mentioned in such important news. What about the Mythical Pet Shop? Jiang Hai, the director of Haisher Beast-Taming Bureau, immediately frowned upon hearing the name. Are you saying that both prodigies from the capital visited the shop you just mentioned? Zheng Miaolon snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with surprise. That's right. To be honest, I'm quite shocked too. Their pet food is indeed excellent, but surely it wouldn't warrant the attention of two capital prodigies. A thought flashed through her mind. Could that shop have some hidden ace up their sleeve that they didn't know about? Jiang Hai paced with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the spacious office. Miaolon, what's on my schedule next? You have interviews with 2 beast-taming magazines coming up, plus meetings with 3 beast tamers who want to challenge you before entering the national competition. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hai waved his hand dismissively. Postpone those magazine interviews. We're taking a trip to Tianhong Street. Huh? Oh yes, sir. Zheng Miaolon was initially startled, then quickly agreed. She hadn't expected the director to make a personal visit. Truth be told, she was equally curious. Last time at the Mythical Pet Shop, she had only bought pet food. Could their other products or services be equally extraordinary? Finally made it inside, Wei Ran and Song Wuhan pushed through the door, stepping into the Mythical Pet Shop. Neither had expected to be blocked by a large group of bodyguards the moment they arrived at Tianhong Street. Sorry, I'll tell them not to block off the entire street next time. Qiu Rushua looked apologetic. No, no, no. Wei Ran quickly waved his hands. Keep the blockade. It's inconvenient, sure, but it's peaceful. Besides, if something happened to you here, we couldn't bear the responsibility. Qiu Rushua lowered her eyes and said nothing more. Watching this scene unfold, Fang Yin reflected inwardly. Being born into a powerful family isn't always a blessing. He cleared his throat lightly, drawing everyone's attention back to himself. All right, since Wei Ran is here, it's time to show you your spirit beast. Right. Boss, where's my sand dust python? Wei Ran rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Shortly after, Fang Yin let a robust python out from the backyard. Seeing his spirit beast safe and sound, Wei Ran initially felt relieved, but then noticed the sand dust python hanging its head listlessly, looking completely dejected. He couldn't help but wonder, Boss, why does my sand dust python seem so spiritless? The sand dust python, being led to the entrance by Fang Yin, suddenly spotted Wei Ran and immediately slithered over to its master. Its thick serpentine body coiled around Wei Ran's leg, tears nearly welling up in its snake eyes as it whimpered pitifully. Wei Ran was startled when he had first left it here. This creature had been full of vigor and pride. He looked at Fang Yin suspiciously. Boss, what's this about? Fang Yin felt somewhat embarrassed and let out an awkward laugh. Ahaha, training. They're all like this after training. Cough, let's check the training results first. He quickly tried to change the subject. Oh, alright then. Wei Ran recalled that his spirit beasts had also been temporarily weakened after intensive training at other pet shops, so he didn't probe further. He pulled out his beast-taming device. Soon, he used his beast-taming device to scan his sand dust python. Soon, he saw his dust python skill data. Brown Earth Tier Skill Charge LV3 Proficient, Sand Throw LV4 Mastery. Gray Rock Tier Skills Dust Storm LV5 Perfect Mastery, Stomp LV4 Mastery, Bind LV4 Mastery, Tail Whip LV2 Basic Competence. Wei Ran's gaze froze on his phone screen, his breathing nearly stopping. Those rows of numbers represented his dust python's complete strength, yet at this moment they struck him like a heavy hammer, making his heart race wildly. Dust Storm actually reached perfect mastery, he muttered, his voice rising in pitch, startling even himself. For beast tamers, spirit pet skill proficiency had 10 levels total, corresponding to 10 distinct stages, from beginner to divine mastery. For easy viewing, the beast taming phone interface displayed them directly as LV1, LV10. Wei Ran's original commission was to upgrade the brown earth tier sand throw and gray rock tier dust storm, stomp, and bind, all to LV4, which meant mastery. With a 7-day deadline, the goal was already demanding enough, yet now it wasn't just completed, it was exceeded. Boss, what happened? Wei Ran looked up, unable to hide his excitement. You said it would take at least half a month to train Dust Storm to perfect mastery. Fang Yin stood behind the counter, his smile calm and composed. Indeed, normally it takes half a month. But with extended training time, there's a chance to trigger a training critical hit. Training critical hit. Wei Ran heard this term for the first time. Fang Yin raised his hand, making an explosion gesture. Simply put, it's when proficiency suddenly skyrockets. The key factor is the spirit pet's comprehension train enough, and occasionally it'll explode. Qiu Rushua, standing nearby with her arms crossed, nodded, like suddenly having an epiphany. Pretty much. Fang Yin added, though strictly speaking, it's not quite an epiphany. An epiphany is a flash of inspiration, whereas your dust python spent a full 2 years grinding in the training space. Wei Ran was stunned. 2 years. That's right. In our training space, 7 days in the outside world equals 2 years inside. With that much time invested, it would be strange if the skills didn't break through. Seeing his expression, Fang Yin smiled more warmly. Don't worry, triggering a critical hit is just your good luck, he won't charge extra for it. That saves 800,000. Wei Ran excitedly clenched his fists. Based on the shop's rate of 100,000 per day, half a month to achieve perfect mastery would mean 8 extra days, 800,000. And now it was waived? He nearly shouted with joy, thanking them repeatedly. No one noticed that Yang Wudi nearby had already been stunned speechless, his mouth hanging open in an O shape. This young man, nicknamed Madman, at school for his crazy training regimen, prided himself on his spirit pet's exceptionally high skill proficiency. Yet even so, most of his skills only reached LV3 proficient. But this dust python before him had forcibly pushed through to LV4 mastery, and even LV5 perfect mastery, in just 7 days. Yang Wudi felt an inexplicable shock surge through him. What kind of efficiency was this? This was absolutely incredible. Yang Wudi was utterly shocked. He finally understood why Qiu Rushua had insisted on coming to this new shop. The mythical pet store truly had some expertise in skill cultivation. Just as he was about to inquire about the service details, the Yang family bodyguards suddenly burst through the door. Young master, the Beast Master Prefecture Lord of High City has arrived. What did you say? Yang Wudi's heart trembled. completely unprepared for things to escalate to this extent. At the same moment, next to the mythical pet store, Zhou Qi sat listlessly at the entrance of his serendipity pet shop, his peripheral vision constantly fixed on the two bodyguards across the street who were staring him down. Tianhong Street was deserted, the wind making the promotional banners snap loudly, yet his mood was even more desolate than the flags. What the hell, what the hell? Zhou Qi cursed under his breath. Weekends were supposed to be peak promotional season, but the moment Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi stepped into the mythical pet store, the foot traffic on the entire street evaporated. Although those two powerful families had generously provided symbolic compensation to the street vendors, he still felt bitter. What puzzled him even more was, how could the mythical pet store, open for less than half a month, attract all the geniuses of Dragon Capital? The thought of the upcoming shop battle competition flashed through his mind, immediately filling him with resentment. This time, it definitely won't be Mythical's turn to reign supreme. He had investigated. The Mythical store's manager, Fang Yan, had yet to awaken and wasn't even qualified to compete. According to the rules, the shop with the highest points would take first place. If Mythical only entered participants in the juvenile and transcendent groups and won both, even with 0 points in the manager group, they could still claim victory. But Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi were both fourth-tier beast masters, completely ineligible for those two categories. As long as he allied with other shops on the street and found strong enough first and second-tier beast masters, dealing with Mythical would be effortless. The one to make it onto the beast master map will definitely be our serendipity pet shop. Zhou Qi grew more confident with each thought. Suddenly, the roar of engines shattered the silence as several imposing vehicles slowly entered Tianhong Street. Zhou Qi shot to his feet. Who's coming now? First the Qiu family, then the Yang family, and now someone else? Moreover, anyone who could get clearance from both families' bodyguards and dare to drive directly into the street entrance must have considerable backing. What kind of day is this? The convoy stopped in front of the mythical pet store. The car door opened, and Zheng Miaolon stepped out in high heels, looking up at the shop sign above the entrance. Prefecture Lord, we've arrived. Following closely behind, Jiang Hai exited the vehicle, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. That casual glance alone revealed the unique authority of a prefecture lord. This scene scared Zhou Qi so badly that his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Wasn't that Miss Zheng? And that incredibly familiar man beside her was none other than the prefecture lord frequently seen on television, the one who governed all Beastmaster affairs in High City. Holy crap, even the Beastmaster prefecture lord showed up. Zhou Qi's head was buzzing. Even a shop selling mythical bloodline spirit pets shouldn't warrant alarming such a big shot, right? What hadn't the High City Beastmaster prefecture lord seen before? The mythical pet store. After seeing Zheng Miaolon and beast-taming bureau chief Jiang Hai arrive in person, Fang Yin stepped out to greet them warmly. He couldn't quite figure out why even the bureau chief would visit personally, but guests were guests. If handled well, he might be able to make a good profit from both the chief and Zheng Miaolon. Of course, he was just thinking the chief's visit was likely for other important matters. The group passed through the glass door into the elegantly decorated small shop. Fang Yin turned around and brought out 2 cups of steaming coffee from behind the counter, the coffee oils gleaming with a golden sheen on the porcelain surface. Zheng Miaolon's eyes immediately lit up. Chief, this coffee is no ordinary brew, you must try it. Oh, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow. He had never seen Zheng Miaolon so excited. He lifted the cup and took a sip. The rich aroma filled his mouth, and his mental sea felt as if touched by a gentle breeze. The next second, his pupils contracted slightly. My mental power just increased by 11 points. Could this be the legendary Silver Heart coffee? Exactly. Fang Yin smiled slightly. I serve this to all guests who come with sincere intentions. Jiang Hai suddenly understood why the 2 greatest talents of Dragon City frequented this small shop. This single cup of Silver Heart coffee alone made his visit worthwhile. Meanwhile, Qiu Ruxue, Yang Wudi, Wei Ran, and Song Wuhan, who had been selecting services in the shop, exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Hai's sudden arrival had completely disrupted their rhythm. Noticing everyone's tension, Jiang Hai waved his hand with a laugh. Don't mind me on with whatever you were doing. Pick your services as usual. Qiu Ruxue couldn't help but ask. Chief Jiang, are you here as a customer too? No, I only came because I saw you all here. Actually, I don't know much about this shop myself. Jiang Hai answered honestly. Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi exchanged glances. So they had attracted the chief here? They felt even more uncertain about how to proceed. The atmosphere in the shop grew somewhat awkward. Zheng Miaolon thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Boss, the feed you sold me last time was very effective. Of course it was. Fang Yin nodded with a smile. Everything here is genuine, fair to all customers. Zheng Miaolon explained to Qiu Ruxue, Yang Wudi, and the others. My third spirit pet is a rock crocodile. You know how that goes. Yang Wudi's body trembled. A rock crocodile? That's notoriously difficult to level up. Rock crocodiles weren't cheap, but their upgrade difficulty was common knowledge among beast tamers. There were dedicated rock crocodile forums, where people discussed leveling strategies daily, showing just how frustrated their owners were. Zheng Miaolon continued. After using this shop's feed, my rock crocodile leveled up in less than 10 days. The results were amazing. Yang Wudi was secretly Amazetsu. This shop not only offered skill training services, but even their feed was this impressive. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself and stepped toward Fang Yan. Boss, how exactly do you charge for skill training services? 7 days to reach complete mastery. Jiang Hai, who was drinking his silver heart coffee, paused and nearly missed the table when setting down his cup. 7 days to reach complete mastery? He frowned, hardly believing his ears. Song Wuhan timidly added, yes, that's right. This shop offers basic competence in 3 days, proficiency in 5 days, complete mastery in 7 days. Isn't that right, boss? Fang Yin couldn't help but chuckle. That's correct. But really, is that how you introduce it? You've got the subject all wrong. What do you mean this shop achieves basic competence in 3 days? Oh, Song Wuhan lowered her head, her ears turning red as if steam were rising from them. Only then did Jiang Hai fully understand. 3 days to push a spirit pet's skill proficiency to basic competence? Was this real? He found it absolutely incredible. Could this shop really be that miraculous? Lord Governor, please take a look at my phone records and you'll understand. Wei Ran was well prepared, respectfully handing over his phone with both hands. With Jiang Hai, the Beast Master Governor of Haishur, personally visiting, this was an excellent opportunity to build connections with the governor, and Wei Ran dared not show the slightest negligence. Jiang Hai squinted as he scanned the screen, and a soaring red line on the graph made his heart skip a beat. 7 days ago, the sand dust python skill proficiency was still hovering at low levels. 7 days later, the numbers had rocketed upward like a missile, clearly marked with perfect mastery. If the data is correct, this sand dust python skills have indeed skyrocketed during these 7 days. Jiang Hai drew in a sharp breath, thinking to himself, this shop's feed effects are astounding, and their skill training is equally outrageous. No wonder Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi both came running here. This shop is definitely extraordinary. While Jiang Hai was lost in thought, Yang Wudi on the other side had already made his decision. Boss, I'm planning to board all my spirit pets here. Can you train skills of any level? Fang Yin wiped his hands and replied, currently, we support up to bronze tier skills. You can already enhance bronze tier skills? Qiu Ruxue exclaimed in surprise, raising her voice. This service wasn't available during her last visit to the shop, and she immediately became interested, planning to have her first 3 spirit pets undergo training. Before she finished speaking, Wei Ran's sand dust python slithered back with a gurgling sound, raising its head and striking a no way protest pose toward everyone. Both Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi were stunned. What does it mean? Wei Ran immediately understood his spirit pet's thoughts. Little Sand, are you trying to persuade them not to undergo training? The sand dust python nodded vigorously. Wei Ran frowned. Isn't the training effect very good? Hearing this, Yang Wudi burst into laughter, pointing at the sand dust python. It just can't handle intensive training. I'm not afraid. Me spirit pets have all been through rigorous tempering. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual light flashed in his palm, and an ape half a head taller than everyone else crashed to the ground, its fur like iron wire, muscles bulging. Mighty King Kong ape. Fang Yin raised an eyebrow, thinking, that's definitely Yang Wudi's style. This spirit pet excels at explosive power and has top-tier attack strength among its peers. Seeing Yang Wudi's determination, the sand dust python's expression darkened as it bristled its scales. The mighty King Kong ape immediately roared back, its deep roar shaking the shelves. The awakened tier mighty King Kong ape's strength far exceeded that of the transcendent tier sand dust python, so Little Sand could only dart behind Wei Ran with a whoosh. Ever since you've been boarded here, why have your emotions been so off? Wei Ran helplessly patted the snake's head. It's just training being a bit tough. You should learn from the mighty King Kong ape. The sand dust python slithered across the floor, retreating to a corner to secretly wipe away tears. In the end, Qiu Ruxue decided to leave her 3 awakened tier spirit pets at the shop for skill enhancement. Yang Wudi simply boarded his 4th one as well. While signing, he felt a bit regretful. If only he hadn't contracted his 4th spirit pet so early, he might have encountered an even more magical companion at this shop, just like Qiu Ruxue's silkworm baby. Taking on skill cultivation tasks for 7 spirit pets all at once was a first for Fang Yan. Unlike brown earth and gray rock level skills that cost tens of thousands per day, black iron level skill cultivation cost 500,000 per day. Just Yang Wudi's 3 awakened level spirit pets alone required strengthening 9 black iron level skills, while Qiu Ruxue had slightly fewer at 8. The black iron level skills alone totaled 17, costing 8.5 million per day, which would amount to 127.5 million over half a month. Adding the cost for brown earth and transcendent level skills, the total reached a staggering 200 million. In just a few minutes, These two top-tier talents had brought 200 million yuan in revenue to the mythical pet shop. The more Fang Yin thought about it, the more he realized skill cultivation was truly a goldmine. Qiu Rushue still had some concerns. Boss, training so many spirit pets and skills all at once, will there really be enough time? During the 7-day boarding period, Wei Ran only left one dust python, but Yang Wudi and I have 7 spirit pets combined, with over 40 brown earth and gray rock level skills in total. Fang Yin calculated mentally for a moment. 15 days in reality would translate to 1,500 days in the training space, more than enough. He smiled and nodded. Don't worry, there's absolutely plenty of time. Though the Spartan-style training might cause some emotional fluctuations in them. He had diplomatically rephrased hellish training. Before Qiu Rushue could respond, Yang Wudi was already patting his chest and declaring, "Don't worry, boss. My spirit pets have iron-strong willpower, right, King Kong Ape?" The mighty King Kong Ape immediately struck a proud expression. Good. Fang Yan's lips curved upward. Just don't blame me if they have emotional breakdowns later. Watching Fang Yan casually sign a 200 million yuan order, Jiang Hai was left speechless. 200 million wasn't much for him as a beast-taming prefecture lord, and it was normal revenue for large beast-taming shops. But for a small corner shop to reach this scale was indeed rare. After completing the procedures for Qiu Rushue and Yang Wudi, Fang Yan was in high spirits when something suddenly occurred to him. He walked directly to Wei Ran and Song Wuhan. "I almost forgot you too. There's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Wei Ran and Song Wuhan exchanged glances. What could the owner of such a miraculous shop possibly need their help with? Qiu Rushue and Yang Wudi nearby also perked up their ears. High City is hosting a shop battle competition recently. Could you represent our shop in the tournament? A competition? Yang Wudi's eyes immediately lit up. I want to go. I want to go. Fang Yin glanced at him. This tournament doesn't require awakened level combat power. Yang Wudi was now a 4th-tier beast tamer, making him overpowered for the competition. Oh, that's boring then. Yang Wudi pouted. Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. If you want to compete, why not try the national tournament? It's famous nationwide. Why didn't you participate? I'd love to, but I need recognition from 16 prefecture lords, and running around everywhere is such a hassle. Yang Wudi complained. Jiang Hai shrugged. Transportation is so advanced nowadays. What's the hassle? Besides, recently someone visited 4 prefecture lord cities in a single day and obtained 4 recognitions. That person might even be stronger than you. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi was utterly shocked. Master Jiang, who is that person? I want to challenge him. Yang Wudi could barely contain himself. The lamplight in the hall flickered gently with Yang Wudi's excited breathing as his gaze locked firmly on Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai smiled with serene composure, raising his fan with a casual wave. I won't tell you. If you truly wish to know, go participate in the national tournament. Bound to encounter her there. The choice is yours. Yang Wudi was left speechless by this response, stamping his feet in frustration as his chest heaved with agitation. Reason told him that even as a member of the Yang family, he was powerless against the renowned master of the Water Mansion at this moment. His fists clenched and unclenched as he could only suppress his anger. At Tianhong Street, behind the counter of the Spirit Pet Breeding House, Fang Yin closed the ledger. Song Wuhan stood nearby, gently tugging at her sleeve, her voice tinged with urgency. Boss, about the competition. Hearing her voice, Fang Yin looked up, refocusing his attention on Song Wuhan and Wei Ran. The competition has 3 categories: Novice Division, Transcendent Division, and Shop Owner Division. I plan to have you 2 participate in the Novice and Transcendent Divisions. As he spoke, he handed them a freshly printed flyer. Here are the details, take a look for yourselves. Song Wuhan took it and read through it carefully. The words Novice Division made her eyes light up. All right, I'll participate. Her tone was more decisive than Fang Yin had expected. But she immediately pressed her lips together, showing hesitation. I awakened not long ago, and my spirit pet strength is still far from novice level 10. She had only bought novice grade feed a month ago, and with the shop having been open for less than half a month, her spirit fox was only at novice level 6. In a few more days, it would reach level 7 at most, which still seemed inadequate. Fang Yin smiled faintly. No matter, just do your best. He knew in his heart that many shops would seek participants who had just reached level 10 for safety. But both Song Wuhan and Wei Ran had purchased skill orbs from him. Those were their true trump cards. Wei Ran straightened his chest, his tone confident. Junior Song, don't worry, believe in your own abilities. Then he made a money-rubbing gesture toward Fang Yin with a sly smile. Boss, having us compete is fine. But, what's in it for us? Fang Yin pondered briefly. A permanent 20 discount card for each of you. How's that? Oh wow, that's great. Wei Ran's eyes immediately lit up. But Song Wuhan shook her head. That won't do. If we lose, wouldn't we be undeserving of such rewards? Boss, give them to us only if we win. Whoever loses gets no discount card. What? How can that be? Wei Ran cried out in dismay. Even if we lose, There should be compensation for our efforts. Song Wuhan shot him a disdainful glance. The boss's items may be expensive, but they're worth every penny. How can you have the nerve to ask for compensation? Wei Ran rubbed his nose and reluctantly compromised. Fine, but I definitely won't lose. Song Wuhan lowered her head, her fingertips trembling slightly. Would she lose? In the past, she might have been as confident as Wei Ran, but thinking of the formidable opponents she would inevitably face, her heart tightened. The next second, she clenched her fists, her gaze determined she must win. Fong Yin observed this and nodded in acknowledgement, settling the matter. Wait, boss, there's a shop owner division here. Does that mean you'll be competing too? Song Wuhan looked at the flyer and said, but boss, you're not a beast tamer, are you? The shop's lighting was soft, and the neatly arranged pet supplies on the shelves reflected scattered glimmers of light. So far, except for Yin Shishing, no customer had truly regarded Fong Yin as a beast tamer. Everyone generally saw him as an ordinary shop owner. After all, common sense dictated that beast tamers were busy venturing out on adventures and taking on missions, earning money through combat to improve their strength. Who would have the time to run a pet shop? If one had to guess, Fong Yin seemed more like a breeder who specialized in cultivating spirit pets. He was about to explain when Wei Ran jumped in first. The boss indeed isn't a beast tamer, so both of us must win. According to the rules, first place in the novice group gets 30 points, first place in the transcendent group gets 30 points, and first place in the manager group gets 40 points. As long as we take the championships in our respective groups, we'll still be first in total score. Fong Yin listened from the side with a bitter smile. Good grief, even the shop assistant is so convinced. My chance to actually step in probably hasn't come yet, but this is just an internal competition on Tianhong Street. Song Wuhan and Wei Ran both have a great beast taming talent, so winning their group championships is almost certain. They'll naturally learn the truth later. Having made up his mind, he walked toward the waiting area with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jiang Hai waved his hand casually with a relaxed tone. Don't mind it. I was just passing by to take a look. The safety around High City is under my jurisdiction, so I occasionally need to make rounds in my territory. However, he shifted his tone and looked toward Zheng Yaolan. However, Fong Yin raised an eyebrow. Jiang Hai didn't continue, but gestured for Zheng Yaolan to speak. Miaolan, this shop is so miraculous. Perhaps it can solve your problem? Zheng Miaolan waved her hands frantically, so flustered that even her ear tips turned red. No, no, no. That's impossible. I've never heard of any shop that could handle this kind of thing. No matter how amazing this place is, it can't be done. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they all leaned in to listen. Yang Wudi was the most impatient. What's wrong exactly? Zheng Miaolan sighed helplessly. My other spirit pet, the lightning lizard, failed its evolution. What? Yang Wudi shot up from his seat. Evolution failed? Then that evolutionary path is. She nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, it's no longer viable. Then take another path. Yang Wudi blurted out, then slapped his forehead. He knew the consequences of evolution failure. The same evolutionary line would be ruined, and one could only seek alternative branches later. But the lightning lizard had only one path, the thunder lizard. Realizing this, his tone immediately deflated. Oh right. The shop fell into brief silence. Jiang Hai spoke in a low voice. Years ago, Miaolan encountered an attack from the descent cult. They probably wanted to use her to threaten me. In desperation, she forced the lightning lizard to evolve on the spot, but was interrupted. The air seemed to freeze. Yang Wudi clenched his fist and cursed under his breath. The descent cult again. I've long heard they cause trouble everywhere, but I didn't expect them to target even you. Jiang Hai sighed and looked toward Fong Yin. Boss, do you have a solution? He actually didn't hold much hope. Even beast study scholars had conflicting opinions about evolution. To everyone's surprise, Fong Yin only pondered for 2 seconds before smiling faintly. You've come to the right place. This shop happens to provide evolution services. What? Zheng Yaolan suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. Evolution services? This shop actually offers such services? Everyone present froze upon hearing this. Qiu Ruxue, Yang Wudi, and the others stared in shock. Their gazes locked onto Fong Yin behind the counter. This was the first time they'd heard that the mythical pet shop actually offered evolution services. That's right, our shop does indeed provide evolution services, and we offer quite a few functions. Fong Yin raised his hand in a please allow me to continue gesture, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. For instance, material-free evolution, and also hidden evolution paths. Hidden evolution paths? Zheng Miaolan nearly dropped the documents in her hands, and even the usually composed Jiang Hai couldn't help but widen his eyes. So-called hidden evolution paths referred to secret formulas that weren't publicly known, mastered only by a very few top-tier organizations who used them to generate enormous wealth. Yet this seemingly ordinary little shop claimed it could achieve this? Boss, are you serious? You can really provide hidden evolution paths? Zheng Miaolan's voice rose in pitch. and her electric lizard on her shoulder emitted a series of crackling electrical sounds, seemingly infected by its master's emotions. Logically speaking, electric lizards had been thoroughly studied by beast scholars. Their evolution materials and forms were crystal clear, so how could hidden paths possibly exist? The customers in the shop exchanged glances, discussions rising and falling. If he could even handle hidden evolution paths, just how capable was this shop owner? Of course I'm serious. Fang Yin spread his hands, his tone confident. To be precise, I don't provide formulas, I directly help your spirit pet evolve into hidden variants. I can't solve the problem of blocked original evolution paths, but as long as you're willing to switch paths, I can try. In fact, this evolution service had been unlocked in the system long before Zheng Miaolan's first visit. It was just that Fang Yin didn't know her then, was busy with shop affairs, had no time to research it, and didn't know her spirit pet had previously failed evolution, so he never promoted this service. This service had major limitations. Not all spirit pets had hidden paths, and Fang Yin couldn't randomly peddle them to beast masters. Additionally, it wasn't only applicable to hidden evolution. If beast masters couldn't find evolution materials, they could likewise commission Fang Yin to have the system skip the material requirement and complete evolution directly. Though the price wasn't cheap, it was still better than searching desperately for rare materials across the vast universe. After stroking his hands and pondering for a moment, Jiang Hai asked, "Boss, since you have such services, why don't you write them on the price board? I haven't seen you actively promote them either." As he spoke, he looked toward Yang Wudi, Qiu Ruxue, and the others. "Yeah, boss, I've never heard you mention this." Wei Ran interjected, looking completely puzzled. Fang Yin shrugged, explaining helplessly, "Our shop currently only accepts first-stage evolution commissions. Your spirit pets have either not reached evolution stage yet, or have already completed their first evolution." He was already intimately familiar with the spirit pet situations of Song Wuhan, Wei Ran, Qiu Ruxue, and Yang Wudi, especially since Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi had their spirit pets boarded at the shop. The vast majority of spirit pets had their first evolution point at the transcendent level, while Song Wuhan's spirit fox was still at juvenile level, making talk of evolution premature. The first 3 spirit pets of Qiu Rushu and Yang Wudi had already reached the awakening level, meaning they had long since evolved. However, their 4th spirit pets were still at the juvenile stage, just like Song Wuhan's, and were far from ready to evolve. The only one currently meeting the evolution criteria was Wei Ran. His first spirit pet, the dust python, had already reached the transcendent level. Unfortunately, this dust python had evolved from a juvenile level gray earth python, fulfilling its evolution requirements upon its breakthrough. Therefore, it could no longer evolve again. In summary, among the current visitors to the mythical pet store, very few truly needed evolution services. After much deliberation, Fang Yin decided to remove evolution services from the price list. It had a low usage rate and a high price tag, and he didn't want to scare off customers any further. The store was softly lit, and Fang Yin was busy organizing potions behind the counter. Zheng Miaolan's gaze lingered briefly on the empty spot on the price list before she looked up and asked, "Boss, how does this evolution service work exactly?" "It's simple," Fang Yin said confidently, putting down the measuring cup in his hand. "Leave your spirit pet here for a day. By this time tomorrow, you'll see the evolved thunder lizard." But Zheng Miaolan hesitated, worry flashing across her face. What if the evolution makes it weaker instead? Hidden evolution paths are often full of uncertainties, and once chosen, there's no turning back. "Don't worry, our shop only offers hidden evolutions that make pets stronger," Fang Yin said with a slight smile. "Plus, I can show you the projected data in advance." "Oh," Zheng Miaolan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "But first, you'll need to take a look at your thunder lizard to calculate the approximate data," Fang Yin added. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Miaolan unfastened her spirit pet bracelet, and a faint golden light fell to the ground. A shoulder-length lizard lay lazily on the floor, its skin crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. It lifted its head, its vertical pupils glaring at Fang Yin with a rather unfriendly expression. Fang Yin didn't mind. He activated the appraisal function, and a stream of information appeared before him. Spirit pet, thunder lizard. Attribute, lightning. Talent, electrified. Bloodline, none. Skills, impact brown earth, high-speed crawling gray rock, tail whip gray rock, electric shock gray rock, paralysis current gray rock. Power level, transcendent level 3. Species rank, beast species level 8. Bloodline rank, beast species level 7. This was indeed Zheng Miaolan's thunder lizard. Nearby, Yang Wudi and Qiu Rushu exchanged glances, surprise flashing in their eyes. A third-tier beast tamer could only form contracts with spirit pets of beast species level 5 or 6 at most. Yet Zheng Miaolan's spirit pet was already beast species level 8. This meant she had the power of a 4th-tier beast tamer. But she was merely the secretary to the governor. A 4th-tier beast tamer willingly serving as an assistant? The thought made the two of them wonder just how powerful the governor of the water province truly was. So, is it possible? Zheng Miaolon snapped back to the present, her tone tinged with urgency. Just a moment, Fang Yin replied, turning to head into the backyard. A few minutes later, he returned holding a freshly printed A4 sheet, the ink still warm. If your thunder lizard evolves along the hidden path, it's expected to reach this level. Zheng Miaolon took the paper and read it carefully. Spirit pet, thunderfire lizard. Attributes, lightning, fire. Talents, paralysis current, scorching burn. Bloodline, none. Species skills, unknown. Power level, no change. Species rank, magic beast species level 10. Bloodline rank, magic beast species level 10. The data wasn't complete. Its species skills and specific abilities couldn't yet be calculated. But just seeing magic beast species level 10 for both species and bloodline made Zheng Miaolon's hand tremble, and the paper nearly slipped from her grasp. An evolution this significant? Her eyes widened, her voice rising unconsciously. It directly evolves into a magic beast species level 10 for both species and bloodline boss. Are you kidding me? Her face was filled with utter disbelief. The calculation results before her completely shattered her years of understanding about the evolutionary limits of spirit pets under normal circumstances. Even if spirit pet evolution could enhance bloodline and species, it would only reach within a relatively narrow range. Take her lightning lizard as an example. Following the conventional evolution path to become a thunder lizard, its species would only reach around Tier 5 magical beast, with its bloodline stuck at Tier 3 magical beast. Yet the hidden evolution path Fang Yin provided elevated both parameters all the way to Tier 10 magical beast. A complete leap across an entire major tier. She knew all too well what this meant. Not just ordinary beast tamers, even large corporations wouldn't dare dream of such advancement. She stared blankly at the light screen, her throat tightening, almost able to hear her heartbeat thundering in her eardrums. Fang Yin smiled gently, tapping his fingertips on the table. Miss Zheng, this is the charm of hidden evolution paths. Beast tamers worldwide pursue them not just for legend, but for real power. Zheng Miaolon snapped back to reality, suppressing her racing heart, and said urgently, then I'll leave my lightning lizard with you, just for one day. How much will it cost? Different spirit pets have different fees. Fang Yin pondered briefly. Given your current situation, 50 million. 50 million. This time, she wasn't just surprised, she froze in place like she'd been struck by lightning. 50 million was enough to purchase a high-quality, Tier 10 magical beast cub. Compared to the 200 million in revenue Fang Yin had just generated, it seemed insignificant, but that 200 million came from dozens of spirit pets and numerous skill enhancements combined. Halfway through her thought, she suddenly fell silent. Fang Yin looked at her with a smile. You've realized it too, haven't you? Once your lightning lizard successfully evolves into a thunderfire lizard, it will have dual thunderfire attributes, plus Tier 10 magical beast species and bloodline. 50 million is exactly what I'm charging based on Tier 10 spirit pet market rates. Is it really that expensive? Cold sweat trickled down Zheng Miaolon's temples. Indeed, if placed on the market, this price would actually seem reasonable, even a bargain. But the reality was she couldn't afford that much money. I currently have cash flow issues, she said quietly, clenching her fingers. Don't worry about the money, I'll pay. Jiang Hai, who had been silent, spoke up with a steady and powerful voice. Governor, Zheng Miaolon looked up sharply. Jiang Hai nodded slightly. After all, it was because of me that you were attacked by those beasts. Besides, you've worked diligently as my secretary all these years. A mere 50 million is nothing. Zheng Miaolon's eyes moistened, but before she could speak, Fang Yin cleared his throat. Sorry, our shop requires payment using bank cards or accounts with the customer's own real name verification. Wei Ran looked puzzled. Boss, we have that rule. No problem. Jiang Hai waved his hand. Miaolon, send me your account number. As soon as he finished speaking, he transferred the money on the spot, the bank notification sound clearly audible. With the transaction complete, Mythical Pet Shop's daily revenue soared directly to 250 million, setting another new record. After seeing everyone off, Fang Yin returned to the counter with satisfaction, gently flexing his wrists and calculating silently. Tomorrow Miss Zheng will bring her lightning lizard. Additionally, before Jiang Hai left, Fang Yin had entrusted him with a task. That was the man in the black suit who had been taken to the Beast Control Bureau, and Fang Yin hoped he wouldn't be released. Despite possessing divine-level beast-taming talent and SS-level breeder talent, he preferred to keep these two trump cards hidden even deeper, at least until he became truly powerful and no longer feared any prying eyes. That day when the man in the black suit barged into his shop, he didn't have time to conceal his abilities. Now that Jiang Hai had personally come to Mythical Pet Shop, this was an opportunity not to be missed, so he immediately voiced all his concerns. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Hai was furious that Mythical Pet Shop had been subjected to such scheming, his expression turning ice cold. However, without concrete evidence, he couldn't directly move against Pet Joy Alliance and could only promise to help for now. Thus, Fang Yin waited peacefully for the next day to arrive. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tianhong Street, Pet Joy Alliance's Tianhong branch. What's the background of this mythical pet shop? Today not only did Xiao Ruxue and Yang Wudi rush over there, but even the Beast Control Bureau chief showed up. Store manager Wu Man slammed the table, his voice filled with rage. That man in the black suit was precisely the second-tier beast tamer he had sent out, intending to extort Fang Yan using the agency rights for Silver Heart Coffee. He had investigated beforehand the target was just an ordinary person with no background. Yet not only did his man end up in the Beast Control Bureau, but even visits were heavily restricted, leaving him unable to gather any information. Manager, I suspect Fang Yan secretly hired a high-level beast tamer, a subordinate employee whispered. Wu Man fell silent for a moment, accepting this explanation. As for Fang Yan's awakening, at over 20 years old, even the best awakening would be limited. Didn't take it seriously for now. Since the bureau chief personally visited, we can only compete fairly with Mythical Pet Shop. Humph, they're just a newly opened small store. Currently, our popularity is still the highest, and our life water promotion sales are leading too. But manager, Mythical's momentum is too strong. If this continues, Wu Man's brow furrowed tighter as he paced back and forth. Then increase our promotion. The online operations team just reported that tomorrow a popular female streamer with 1 million followers will come to Tianhong Street and will definitely visit our store. Give me your absolute best effort and provide the finest service. Yes, manager. Night turned its page, and the next day quietly arrived. Today was the day Fang Yan had agreed to deliver the spirit pet to Zheng Miaoan, and also the day Pet Joy Alliance was gearing up to welcome the female streamer. Early morning, at the tax bureau, Chao Jihong stepped into his office first thing in the morning. Good morning, section chief. The beautiful female employee who had previously reported Mythical Pet Shop greeted politely. Chao Jihong nodded. By the way, section chief, how did the investigation of that shop go? I went there yesterday afternoon, but the scene was sealed off. I heard people from Longdu's Chiu family and Yang family were also there, so I couldn't investigate thoroughly, and we'll have to make another trip today. The female employee's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? People from Longdu's Chiu family and Yang family went to Mythical Pet Shop. Is this shop really that impressive? Chao Jihong spoke with profound meaning. I have a feeling that this Mythical Pet Shop is definitely not simple. Once I get there, I should be able to figure it out. At the intersection of Tianhong and Minxing Road, 7:50 a.m., the morning mist had just cleared, and crowds were beginning to gather. Just then, 2 unexpected visitors appeared, immediately becoming the most eye-catching presence on the street. Good morning, everyone. I'm Little Wildcat, and today I'm taking you all to explore the pet shops on Tianhong Street in Haishur. The girl's sweet, crisp voice transmitted through her streaming equipment. In front of the camera, she waved energetically, her youthful face glowing with a soft pink hue, her pearl-black eyes sparkling with liveliness, and her cherry lips curved in a slight smile. Her neat shoulder-length hair swayed gently behind her head, and beneath her thick, dark eyebrows, her bright eyes held innocence and curiosity. The cameraman hoisted his equipment onto his shoulder, focusing on her profile. Comments instantly flooded the screen. Tianhong Street. Is that our Tianhong Street in Haishur? Cricket hero reporting for duty. Streamer, you rock. Last time you exposed so many shady pet shops. Hope you can dig up all the Blackheart pet shops on this street. Streamer, stay safe. If you encounter any danger, ask passersby for help. Streamer, you're up so early. I'm still lazy in bed. This girl called Little Wildcat was a famous streamer on Dragon Country's largest video streaming platform. Similar to food streamers, she specialized in offline shop exploration, focusing on exposing various beast taming and pet shops. With her cute appearance and sharp commentary, her followers had already surpassed 2 million. Even in the early morning, her core fans remained enthusiastic. Soon, she arrived at the entrance of Mythical Pet Shop. Mythical Pet Shop? I remember when I came to this street last time, it wasn't here yet, but it's not open yet. She muttered to herself, the camera carefully scanning the tightly closed rolling shutter door. Comments continued to pour in. Huh. Lucky this shop managed to snag that name. Probably reserved it way in advance. Lubu fears no Jiaochan. I have a feeling this is definitely a shady shop. This shop is probably some hole-in-the-wall place that nobody visits. Just as Little Wildcat was about to comment, she suddenly caught sight of a graceful figure from the corner of her eye. A beautiful office lady with a powerful aura walked over in high heels, stopping directly at the shop entrance to quietly wait for it to open. Wow, did you all see that? There's already a customer this early. Little Wildcat excitedly turned to the camera, then quickly approached and politely greeted. Hi there. Beautiful sister. Are you here to buy a pet from this shop? The office lady Jing Milan looked at her with slight surprise. She usually didn't follow live streams and wasn't bothered by the camera, shaking her head indifferently. No. I commissioned this shop to help evolve my spirit pet. Today I'm here to pick up my spirit pet. Evolve spirit pets? This shop offers evolution services. Little Wildcat was stunned. In the beast tamer community, The vast majority of people could complete spirit pet evolution on their own. Evolution guides were readily available online and in bookstores, requiring only sufficient materials and adequate spirit pet strength. Why would this distinguished-looking office lady make a special trip to the shop for evolution? Her first thought was that this was a shill. Because she mentioned during yesterday's live stream that she'd be coming here today, this might have leaked the news of her visit. Early in the morning, 3 people were already crowded at the pet shop entrance. Haishi's internet celebrity, Little Wildcat, her partner carrying a camera, and the beautiful Zheng Miaolon dressed in a sharp business outfit. Little Wildcat's live stream chat was exploding with comments. This is the first time I've heard of a pet shop offering evolution services. Isn't this ridiculous? Evolution is something beast tamers can handle themselves, right? The chat was constantly flooded with world's greatest beast tamer messages. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed viewer exclaimed, "Wait, don't you realize that beautiful businesswoman is the famous Miss Zheng from our Haisher?" "I'm not from Haisher. Who is Miss Zheng?" "Miss Zheng is the secretary to our Haisher beast taming bureau chief." This information completely ignited the livestream chat. Little Wildcat herself was stunned. Though she wasn't a Haisher local, the name, Water Bureau Chief Zheng Hai, was legendary. One of the Dragon Kingdom's 16 bureau chiefs that no beast tamer could possibly not know. If this woman really was the bureau chief's secretary, she absolutely couldn't be a plant. Suppressing her curiosity, she pressed on. "Beautiful sister, may I ask about this evolution service? I've never seen it at other pet shops." Zheng Miaolon had expected this question and explained readily. "Oh, it's like this. My lightning lizard failed to evolve due to certain reasons, and this shop has mastered the lightning lizard's hidden evolution path. The owner says he can push my demon-class lightning lizard to 10th tier magical beast level, so I came to ask for his help." "What? Hidden evolution path?" The chat exploded again with rapidly scrolling messages. Hidden paths are usually very hard to discover. Ordinary beast tamers can't even find the way. 10th tier magical beast isn't a joke. World's greatest beast tamer. Little Wildcat could only respond honestly. "To be honest, I don't quite believe it either, but whether it's real or fake, we'll know once this shop opens." Before she finished speaking, accompanied by the clicking of gears, the huge rolling shutter was slowly pulled up. The young and handsome Fong Yin appeared behind the door. He clearly hadn't expected customers so early in the morning, especially with a streamer broadcasting everything live. He could understand Zheng Miaolon's urgency, but why were the other two here so early too? "It's opening. It's opening." The chat instantly became a waterfall of comments. The audience's curiosity was completely hooked. What kind of background did this shop have to make the Water Bureau Chief Secretary come personally? At the same time, around the corner at another Pet Joy Alliance branch, they had also opened early for business. A staff member saw Little Wildcat heading straight for Mythical Pet Shop and immediately reported to store manager Wu Man. "What? Little Wildcat went to Mythical?" Wu Man was shocked and jumped up, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, she actually came from the Minxing Road direction." A nearby employee asked nervously. "Manager, what do we do now?" Wu Man's eyes darted around as he lowered his voice. "She can't possibly visit just one shop. We'll wait here. If she comes over, we must show her our team spirit and quality service. We absolutely must surpass Mythical in this regard. Welcome. Have you been waiting long?" At the entrance of the Mythical Pet Shop, Fong Yin approached Zheng Miaolon and the live-streaming Little Wildcat with a smile. "We just arrived." Zheng Miaolon steered the conversation back to business. "Boss, about my spirit pet. No rush. Let's go inside and sit first." Fong Yin stepped aside and led them both to the lounge area. Without hesitation, Zheng Miaolon settled into the same sofa as last time. While Little Wildcat looked around, her gaze quickly drawn to the metal price board beside the counter. Spirit Pet Cub Onion 1 exclusive service pricing varies by specific circumstances. Mortal transcending grade Spirit Pet Feed non-divisible packages. Basic, 2.4 million 1-year supply. Intermediate, 2.7 million 9-month supply. Advanced, 3.6 million 6-month supply. Awakening grade Spirit Pet Feed non-divisible packages. Basic, 7.2 million 2-year supply. Intermediate, 9 million 18-month supply. Advanced, 12 million 1-year supply. Black Iron Grade Skill Orbs, 26 million. The top tier Awakening Grade Advanced, boldly displayed, 12 million. This is absolutely ridiculous. Little Wildcat's eyes widened as she nearly jumped out of her chair. She had never seen such outrageous pricing and couldn't imagine anyone actually making such purchases. Meanwhile, her livestream chat exploded with comments. "Holy cow, astronomical feed prices. Scam shop, scam shop, scam shop. Wildcat, be careful, this place is definitely fishy." The screen filled with warnings, sending the atmosphere into overdrive. Sensing something was wrong, Fong Yin turned and asked, "What's the matter?" Little Wildcat pointed at the price board and whispered, "Boss, my viewers are saying, the prices here are way too expensive." Fong Yin mentally facepalmed. Ever since hanging up that price board, it had scared away countless customers, and he'd nearly forgotten about the live stream audience. If this streamer got scared off too, That would be real trouble. Oh, so this shop is open now. A somewhat scrutinizing voice suddenly came from the entrance. Welcome. Fang Yin hurried over to greet the newcomer. The man approached with his hands clasped behind his back, walking at a measured pace. This was Chao Jihong, who had been blocked from Minqing Road yesterday due to road closures and could finally visit today. He mused to himself. Visiting a pet shop had turned into such an ordeal, quite unusual indeed. Fang Yin noticed the man's posture, standing with hands behind his back, as if conducting an inspection. People who unconsciously adopted such bearing usually held positions of considerable authority. Just then, Chao Jihong's gaze fell upon Zheng Yaolan, and he immediately spoke respectfully. Miss Zheng, you're here as well. Only then did Zheng Yaolan look up. She didn't recognize Chao Jihong, but he clearly knew who she was. You are? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Chao Jihong nodded slightly. Tax Bureau, Chao Jihong. Zheng Yaolan thought for a moment, then nodded. So you're Section Chief Chao. I remember that name. What brings the tax bureau here? This shop has submitted an astonishing amount in taxes, so I've been sent to investigate, Chao Jihong stated matter-of-factly. This statement made little Wildcat's heart skip a beat. The tax bureau? Could there really be something wrong with the shop? The live stream chat immediately shifted direction. I knew it. The tax bureau's here. There's definitely drama. Scam shop confirmed. Haha. Even major accounts like Revive My Spirit Pet flooded in to watch the spectacle unfold. Fang Yin was also stunned by this turn of events. Tax bureau? But I just paid my taxes last month. His heart sank as he silently prayed there shouldn't be any problems with the shop, right? They won't shut me down, will they? Zheng Yaolan shook her head with an amused smile, never expecting that such a formidable establishment would also face inspection one day. She turned to explain to Chao Jihong. Section Chief Chao, you can rest assured. It's perfectly reasonable for this shop to handle such large amounts. Yesterday, those two prodigies from the Chiu and Yang families both came here as customers. I see. No wonder this place was sealed off last night. Chao Jihong suddenly understood. In fact, he had suspected there was probably nothing wrong here before coming. So he simply said to the owner Fang Yin, show me all your permits. As long as the paperwork is in order, we're good. Oh, Fang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, handed over the complete set of documents, and walked toward the bar counter. Shortly after, he returned carrying a tray with 3 white porcelain cups containing gently rippling silver-gray coffee. 3 cups of galactic core coffee, please enjoy. Little Wildcat timidly raised her hand. My companion. She pointed to the cameraman who was busy filming. Could he have a cup too? Fang Yin looked up. He's not a beast tamer, is he? What does that have to do with being a beast tamer or not? Little Wildcat was stunned. It matters. Fang Yin nodded. Little Wildcat. At the same time, her livestream chat exploded. Holy crap, is this how you treat customers? Isn't the cameraman human? The owner and prices are both abnormal. Don't drink the coffee. I think something's fishy. Zheng Yaolan and Fang Yin couldn't see the chat comments. Otherwise the atmosphere would have definitely soured. In reality, Little Wildcat was also somewhat displeased, but seeing Zheng Yaolan drink without hesitation, she curiously took a sip. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply. My mental power increased. Hearing this, Chao Jihong immediately picked up his cup to taste, equally stunned. Little Wildcat's main job was streaming, barely qualifying as half a beast tamer in this era of universal beast taming, with limited knowledge of high-end resources, so she didn't recognize it immediately. In contrast, the more experienced Chao Jihong took one glance and exclaimed in shock. Could this be galactic core coffee? Fang Yin smiled in confirmation. That's right. Our shop serves authentic galactic core coffee. We usually only offer it to regular customers or those who genuinely intend to make purchases. This statement completely erased Little Wildcat's last trace of dissatisfaction. Galactic core coffee, a treasure she had only seen in pictures online, one sip of which could visibly boost a beast tamer's mental power, rare throughout the entire galaxy. Such a precious item actually appeared in this seemingly ordinary shop? The livestream chat's tone immediately reversed. What the hell, galactic core coffee? Is this real? Blue Star can actually get this stuff? It's not impossible. People have brought life water back from outside the solar system. Damn, just this 1 cup of galactic core coffee is worth more than pet food prices. No wonder they wouldn't give it to the cameraman. It's wasted on ordinary people. Forget about whether it's worth it. It would be a shame not to give it to genius beast tamers. What's the background of this shop? How can they get galactic core coffee? To confirm, Little Wildcat looked down to search for information, then took several more sips, her voice trembling with excitement. It really is galactic core coffee. My mental power increased by several more points. Holy shit, it's actually real? Where is this shop? I want to go too. The livestream chat erupted with shouts. Suddenly, in places Fang Yin couldn't see, the reputation of Mythical Pet Shop was immediately reversed. Seeing both the Little Wildcat and Chao Jihong looking quite satisfied, Fang Yin finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. As long as these two approved, that precious cup of silver heart coffee hadn't been wasted. He reached up and pulled out his professional certification from behind the workbench, handing it to Chao Jihong. While the man looked down to examine it, he turned to Zheng Miaolan on the other side of the counter, his tone relaxed yet appropriately serious. Miss Zheng, your spirit pet has completed its evolution. Please wait just a moment. Zheng Miaolan clutched her handbag tightly, her heart pounding. She considered herself someone who had seen plenty of big occasions, yet she still couldn't hide her nervousness at this moment. Meanwhile, the little wildcat and Chao Jihong standing nearby exchanged glances with the interest of judges this time. They could use Zheng Miaolan's spirit pet to thoroughly assess this shop's true capabilities. If the quality is good enough, high prices are high prices. I can't be bothered to run to the price bureau. The little wildcat calculated in her mind. Service is what matters. You can't win over customers with just coffee. Chao Jihong nodded silently to himself. Before long, Fang Yin pushed through the door, cradling in his arms a lizard that was considerably more robust than before. Zheng Miaolan's pupils contracted sharply. What had originally been a dark blue electric lizard was now covered in skin, with interlacing red and yellow patterns, with blue-white electrical currents occasionally dancing across it. Accompanied by flashing intense red light, it clearly could no longer be called electric lizard. A dual attribute creature of thunder and fire, the thunder fire lizard had emerged. Fang Yin gently placed the spirit pet beside the testing platform. The beast detection machine is here. Miss Zheng, would you prefer to use your phone or the machine directly? I'll use the detection machine. Zheng Miaolan barely hesitated. This equipment was supervised by the Blue Star Will, providing more detailed data that simply couldn't be falsified. The device activated, and a blue light screen quickly generated a complete information display. Zheng Miaolan, the little wildcat, and Chao Jihong all leaned toward the screen simultaneously. Spirit pet, thunder fire lizard. Attributes, thunder, fire. Talents, paralyzing current, scorching burn. Bloodline, none. Skills, tackle brown earth, high-speed crawling gray rock, tail whip gray rock, electric shock gray rock, paralyzing current gray rock. Power level, transcendent, 3rd rank. Species level, spirit beast species 1st order. Bloodline level, spirit beast species 1st order. The second the data appeared, Zheng Miaolan nearly cried out in shock. This SP spirit beast species. Boss, didn't you say last night it would probably only reach magic beast species 10th order at most? How did it jump straight to spirit beast species? This is indeed a bit miraculous. She covered her chest, still unable to believe it. Common species, strange beast species, demon beast species, magic beast species, spirit beast species, immortal beast species, sacred beast species, divine beast species, skipping an entire major tier. Jumping directly from demon beast species to spirit beast species was simply unheard of. At the same time, the bullet comments in the little wildcat's live stream completely exploded. Holy crap, wasn't the beautiful office lady's electric lizard a demon beast species before? Normally captured electric lizards are demon beast species. This leap is way too outrageous. Bloodline surge. Hidden evolution path? You can't even find thunder fire lizard in any bestiary. The bullet comments scrolled faster and faster, nearly covering the entire screen. Fang Yin smiled faintly. Miss Zheng, what I showed you last night was just a calculation. When actual evolution occurs, there's always bound to be a little margin of error. Everyone looked at each other, all speechless. Margin of error, my ass. Don't you know how huge the gap is between magic beast species 10th order and spirit beast species 1st order? Can such a minor error really make a difference? Anyway, this is the result of evolution. Are you satisfied, Miss Zheng? Fang Yin asked with a smile. Zheng Miaolan nodded vigorously with all her strength, her earrings jingling from the motion. She had mentally prepared herself that failed evolution would still be better than stagnation, but not only had her lightning lizard successfully evolved, its bloodline had directly ascended to spirit beast grade. Bloodline determined potential, and the lightning lizard that had been stuck at mortal transcendence level due to inability to evolve had now become a thunderfire lizard. Its future strength would surely soar, and catching up to her 2 elite-grade spirit pets was just a matter of time. Chao Jihong watched with envy and finally couldn't help but raise his price list, asking, Boss, there's no price written on this sign. How much does this hidden evolution service actually cost? It depends on the specific situation, Fang Yin replied calmly. Not all spirit pets can take the hidden route. Chao Jihong pressed on. Then how much did Miss Zheng's evolution cost? 50 million, Zheng Miaolan announced the figure. Fifth, Chao Jihong's mouth hung half open, unable to finish the sentence. So evolving one spirit pet cost 50 million now, he understood why this shop paid so much in taxes. The nearby streamer Little Wildcat also heard this, her eyes widening. 50 million. Dear viewers, do you think it's worth it? The chat instantly exploded with comments. Silly Wildcat, forget 50 million. Even 100 million would be worth it. Exactly, it directly evolved from magical beast grade to spirit beast grade. Streamer, share the shop's address. Address. Little Wildcat paused, turning to look at Fang Yin. 139, Tianhong Street. Fang Yin promptly provided the address. 139, Tianhong Street. Little Wildcat immediately repeated it, and viewers in front of their screens quickly noted it down. Fang Yin was secretly delighted. Free advertising acquired, what an unexpected bonus. Little Wildcat also gained significantly, with Captain subscriptions rising steadily. Well, I'll head out now. I need to visit other shops. See you next time. She waved and headed toward the door, but after just a few steps, she hurried back. Almost forgot, boss. Can I get your contact info? I'll give you a heads up next time I visit. No problem. Fang Yin casually handed over his business card. I'm also available for advertising. Little Wildcat happily saved the contact information, thinking, maybe I can monetize content here in the future. After leaving Mythical Pet Shop, she jogged to the Pet Joy Alliance branch on Tianhong Street, holding up her streaming equipment. So this is Pet Joy Alliance's branch on Tianhong Street? Let's go check it out. The staff inside had already received Wu Man's instructions and naturally approached her. Welcome. Excessive enthusiasm would seem deliberate. Wu Man understood the importance of restraint. Little Wildcat indeed didn't notice anything unusual and stepped inside. Wu Man, dressed in a crisp white suit, approached energetically. Miss, what service do you need? Little Wildcat pondered for a moment. Do you have spirit pet evolution services here? Preferably the hidden route type. Wu Man's previously confident smile immediately froze. What the hell? Spirit pet evolution service? What is that? And hidden routes too. Don't you know that hidden evolution routes are incredibly rare? Wu Man cursed inwardly while maintaining his business. Smiley suspected this little wildcat in trendy clothes with a cat ear hood pulled down to her eyebrows was here to cause trouble. Sorry, our store doesn't currently offer this service. May I ask where you heard about it? He suppressed his anger, trying to sound as friendly as possible. Huh? At the Mythical Pet Shop at the end of this street. The little wildcat pointed toward the door with a matter-of-fact expression. Wu Man's smile instantly froze. Mythical Pet Shop? What a joke, they actually dare to offer evolution services. And the kind with hidden evolution routes at that. Yesterday, many distinguished figures had indeed visited the Mythical Pet Shop, but Wu Man had assumed they came for those mythical bloodline cubs. He never imagined they would launch new services on the side. Could it be that those two super geniuses from Dragon Capital, or even the Lord of Water Prefecture, personally visited because of this service? At this thought, his heart sank. Regular evolution services were one thing nowadays. The Blue Star Spirit Pet Encyclopedia was available everywhere, and most beast tamers preferred to research evolution themselves. But hidden evolution routes were different. Those were truly rare secrets. The Mythical Pet Shop actually possessed hidden routes? This wasn't in any of his previous intelligence. He had indeed investigated that shop, knowing they could sell mythical bloodline cubs, and that their skill orbs were mysteriously more powerful than same-grade ones. Originally, he judged these 2 points troublesome enough and immediately submitted the information to Pet Joy Alliance headquarters. The Alliance had 3 research institutes in Sea City, and he believed their combined expertise could devise countermeasures. But hidden routes, did the Alliance even possess them? He couldn't say for sure. At this thought, Wu Man broke out in a cold sweat, but could only steel himself to continue serving customers. As it turned out, after some probing, the little wildcat pouted and left disappointed. The moment the door closed, Wu Man's expression completely darkened. Damn, he'd screwed up. If the little wildcat was dissatisfied, forget about promoting him in her live stream. She'd probably complain instead, crushing his hope for online traffic in one blow. Manager, at this rate, I'm afraid the Mythical Pet Shop will steal all of Tianhong Street's business. An employee nervously handed him a data pad. Yes, I still underestimated that shop. Wu Man gritted his teeth, suddenly remembering another matter. By the way, can we visit that guy yet? The guy he referred to was the second-tier beast tamer he'd sent to threaten Fang Yin, who was subsequently arrested by the Beast Control Bureau. No, the employee reported quietly. The Beast Control Bureau says they've transferred him to a classified location and won't reveal where. What? Wu Man shot up, nearly toppling his chair. Normally, such a person would be released after a few days at most. Now they couldn't even find him. Something was clearly wrong. Very well. It seems we're the ones truly in danger. As a branch manager, he clearly understood that the current situation was increasingly unfavorable. The neon lights outside swept across the window, reflecting his face, dark as water. The staff held their breath watching him, none daring to speak. Manager, what should we do? Wu Man's face darkened as he spoke grimly. There's only one way out now. We have to win first place in the Tianhong Street competition. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, his tone low but carrying unshakable determination. The Pet Joy Alliance branch had always been the flagship store of Tianhong Street, with their name prominently displayed on the beast-taming map. Because of this, even winning first place again would bring limited benefits to the store itself, but if they handed this golden reputation over to Mythical Pet Shop, the consequences would be immeasurable. At this thought, he frowned deeply. Most of the talented individuals in Dragon City have now flocked to Mythical Pet Shop, and with those rising stars backing them up. Before finishing his sentence, he let out a cold snort. Don't worry, Xiao Rushue and Yang Wudi are both 4th-tier beast tamers. According to the rules, they're not even qualified to participate in the Tianhong Street competition. As long as we bring in 1 peak 1st tier and 1 peak 2nd tier beast tamer, first place is guaranteed. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he continued. I've also thought of an excellent countermeasure. I want Mythical Pet Shop to understand that even with fair rules, we'll still crush them. Over the following days, Mythical Pet Shop showed no signs of decline, quite the opposite. It was thriving. Crowds constantly gathered at the storefront, and the numbers at the checkout counter jumped rapidly as the system's automatically calculated profits climbed to impressive heights. As the competition approached, Wei Ran visited again, boarding his sand dust python for several days. The python writhed restlessly in its cage, its scales making rustling sounds as it clearly showed reluctance. However, Wei Ran's eager eyes, burning with the desire for victory, spoke louder than any persuasion, and Fang Yan eventually provided intensive training for the creature. As for his green spirit snake, it still couldn't be boarded. The competition rules were clear. The green spirit snake was still in its juvenile stage and couldn't participate. Whether entering the juvenile or transcendent division, each beast tamer could only field 1 spirit pet. Meanwhile, Song Wuhan had considered sending her spirit fox for training, but shook her head at the last moment. Having just acquired the fox, their bond wasn't strong enough yet. She preferred to let the fox learn more skills first while building their relationship, ensuring no mistakes would occur in actual combat. Thank you for visiting us again. At dusk, Fang Yan watched a robust beast tamer's retreating figure. The customer had just purchased several brown earth-grade skill orbs and left in a hurry. Just then, Zhou Qi, the owner of Miracle Pet Shop, happened to walk by. He frowned as he studied the departing customer's back. He looks familiar. After muttering to himself, he simply shrugged and dismissed his doubts. Young man, the competition is tomorrow. Are you confident? Zhou Qi asked with a teasing smile. Crushing Miracle shouldn't be a problem, Fang Yan replied with a slight grin. Zhou Qi's face immediately darkened. You. Good grief. Is Mythical Pet Shop really this arrogant now? Not even taking Miracle seriously. Fang Yan tilted his head, studying the older man. Old-timer, you're not planning to compete in the shop owner division, are you? At your age, you could easily get hurt. You just wait and see. Zhou Qi's face flushed red with indignation as he stormed off. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. I remember now, so it was him. Connecting this to the earlier customer, he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. Fang Yan, oh Fang Yan, you're still too young. Even if Miracle doesn't take first place this time, it'll surely go to Pet Joy Alliance. When would it ever be Mythical's turn? In high spirits, he hummed a tune as he returned to his shop to continue watching anime. At the same time, back in Mythical Pet Shop, Fang Yan remained oblivious. Returning to the counter, he noticed the system interface flashing the bloodline upgrade function had been unlocked. His eyes lit up, but he suppressed his excitement. The competition is tomorrow. I'll finish the important business first before studying this. And so, with the arrival of the 10th, the time for the Tianhong Street competition had come. At the intersection of Tianhong and Minxing Road, the midday sun cast its rays over the temporary plaza at the crossroads, where crowds had already gathered several layers deep. For today's competition, the neighborhood committee had set up a wooden arena 3 meters high and roughly 10 meters square. The intersection was chosen for 2 reasons. Both sides were pedestrian streets with the heaviest foot traffic, and this location sat at the boundary between Tianhong Street and Minxing Road, making it shared territory. Tianhong Street would host on the 10th, while Minxing Road would take over on the 11th, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Boss, I'm here. Wei Ran strode forward confidently, pushing through the crowd with swagger. Fang Yan nodded slightly, had arrived early and was waiting for the competition to begin. Compared to the well-staffed teams from surrounding shops, his group consisted of only 3 lonely figures, barely even employees. In contrast, the Pet Joy Alliance branch had over a dozen staff members lined up in formation, clearly demonstrating the impressive scale of Wu Man's establishment. Fang Yan surveyed his surroundings. The pedestrian street was always bustling on weekends, but now it was absolutely packed with people. He roughly estimated several thousand spectators. While this was still just a small-scale competition compared to national tournaments or official beast-taming bureau venues, the intersection was already feeling cramped. Boss, I'm here too. A crisp voice called out from the other side of the crowd. Song Wuhan waved her arms and bounced toward them, and Fang Yan smiled back. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a black luxury car parked on Tianhong Street, in the distance the Chiu family's vehicle. Could Xiao Rushue have come as well? A tremendous screech suddenly blasted from the microphone. Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm the director of Tianhong Street Neighborhood Committee. The host clearly lacked experience, stumbling through the introduction before cutting straight to the point. Let's skip the small talk and get started. You all know the rules. Novice Division first, then Transcendent Division, and finally the Shop Owner Division. First place in Novice Division gets 30 points. First in Transcendent Division gets 30 points. First in Shop Owner Division gets 40 points. The shop with the highest total score wins. With those words, the competition officially began. What an unprofessional competition, Wei Ran muttered under his breath. Even our school competitions are more formal than this. It's definitely unprofessional, Fang Yin replied calmly. But can you guarantee a sure win? He was confident in himself, but the competition's point system was clear. If either Song Wuhan or Wei Ran faltered, even world-class skills wouldn't help him. As long as both of them won their respective divisions, he was confident he could secure first place for Tianhong Street. Since the novice division goes first, I'll head to the staging area. Song Wuhan tied her hair back in a ponytail and quickly walked toward the arena. With only about 20 shops total on Tianhong Street, there naturally weren't many matches in each division. Song Wuhan stood out as particularly young among the participants. Most of the contestants brought in by other shops were middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s, plus a few spirited elderly women. Truly professional-looking beast tamers were few and far between. The shops that managed to find contestants who actually looked like legitimate professional beast tamers could be counted on one hand. After all, hiring such skilled beast tamers to represent their shops in competitions comes at a considerable cost. So when 18-year-old Song Wuhan was pushed to the sidelines, she looked like a big lowly who had wandered into the adult world by mistake, completely out of place among all the grown-up teams around her. Soon enough, it was her turn to compete, and her first opponent happened to be Miracle Pet Shop, the very store willing to spend big money hiring experts. Walking up from the opposing side was a first-tier professional beast tamer in his 20s, with a diagonal scar across his cheek that stood out starkly under the lights. Clearly someone battle-hardened. He paused, staring at Song Wuhan's soft, adorable face and asked, "Student, which school are you from?" "I'm from 3rd High School," Song Wuhan answered honestly. "The city's top high school." The beast tamer's eyebrow twitched as unease crept into his heart. A student from a prestigious high school wouldn't lack talent, would she? The referees signaled for preparation, and both sides released their spirit pets simultaneously. The large screen beside the arena immediately displayed their stats. Song Wuhan Spirit Fox, Juvenile Level 7. Miracle Pet Shop Sunflower Grass, Juvenile Level 10. Sunflower Grass, a plant-type spirit pet with habits similar to sunflowers, wasn't particularly rare in the wild. As soon as the screen lit up, the crowd below the arena burst into laughter. Juvenile Level 7? And it's just an ornamental spirit fox. Miracle's got this in the bag. The onlookers knew virtually nothing about Mythical Pet Shop and immediately declared Miracle the winner at first glance. In the Pet Joy Alliance viewing area, Wu Man also chuckled. Fang Yin actually sent a student? Even if she's a genius from 3rd High School, there's no way she'd contract a spirit fox. In his eyes, spirit foxes had inferior bloodlines. Even the strongest skill orbs couldn't change that fundamental weakness. The match began. Song Wuhan called out softly, "Fire bullet." The spirit fox flicked its flaming tail, and a fist-sized fireball shot straight at the sunflower grass, blasting it clean off its roots and sending it tumbling off the arena. One-hit victory. The referee stood stunned for a full 2 seconds before raising his flag high. Mythical Pet Shop wins. The audience exploded. Juvenile Level 7 defeating Juvenile Level 10? A full 3-level gap. Fire beats plant types, right? What nonsense. 1 level higher crushes you. 3 levels higher kills you. Even a tier difference couldn't save that. Wu Man's eyelids twitched frantically. Were mythical skill orbs really that powerful? But spirit foxes were clearly ornamental breeds. His employees quickly chimed in. "Boss, type advantage." "Maybe." Wu Man's voice wavered uncertainly. However, in the following matches, Song Wuhan continued with the same pattern. One command, 1 fire bullet, and her opponents were either instantly knocked out or fell unconscious, so efficiently that the audience was left dumbfounded. The Pet Joy Alliance section fell into dead silence. This wasn't type advantage at all. That spirit fox was simply ridiculously powerful. From that point on, as Song Wuhan kept winning, the name of Mythical Pet Shop gradually began spreading among the spectating crowd. After all, Song Wuhan's performance was absolutely stunning to many spectators. On the arena, she had only released a levels even juvenile spirit fox, an adorable, ornamental creature, yet it continuously crushed her opponent's level 10 juvenile spirit pets one after another. The fox's provocative tail swishing drew gasps of amazement and thunderous applause from the crowd. On the other side of the crowd, employees from the Pet Joy Alliance branch store were already running around like ants on a hot pan. "Manager, what should we do? If this continues, we definitely won't get first place." If Mythical Pet Store really becomes the landmark of Tianhong Street, when Manager Ma gets angry, docked wages will be the least of our worries. Getting fired is probably inevitable. Their voices overlapped chaotically, drowning out even the cheers from the arena. Wu Man stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed, his face dark with anger. As the branch manager, he understood better than anyone the consequences of poor performance. He'd definitely be the first one out the door. But he simply raised his hand to quiet the noise and sneered coldly. "Stop making a fuss. Panicking won't help. I've already figured out a solution." He'd said the same thing a few days ago but still refused to reveal any details, leaving his employees with no choice but to continue their anxious speculation. Meanwhile, Fang Yin watched Song Wuhan's winning streak and finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Looks like I won't need to step in personally. Although many contestants had spirit pets with higher levels than that spirit fox, with the powerful skill sets he'd sold to Song Wuhan enhancing it, the outcome was virtually guaranteed. The electronic scoreboard updated, and Wei Ran glanced at it. Next matched the final battle of the juvenile division. The opponent was none other than the Pet Joy Alliance branch store. Wei Ran remained unconcerned. It's just a branch store. What we really need to watch out for is the Pet Joy Alliance, behind them the company with the largest market share in High City's spirit pet industry. Below the arena, Song Wuhan was in high spirits. Her consecutive victories had brought back the feeling of dominating her peers at school. Ever since contracting with the spirit fox, she had consistently held first place in her grade at 3rd high school, and even Li Xiang's persistent efforts couldn't catch up. Although Li Xiang had visited Mythical Pet Store, he had already contracted with a white wolf, and with his spiritual power not yet reaching the 2nd tier, he couldn't add any new pets. Therefore, in the upcoming major exam, Song Wuhan was the acknowledged star student, though Qiu Rushua's appearance had once made her uncertain. Now it seemed her opponents weren't worth worrying about. She gently stroked the spirit fox's head, thinking confidently, first place in the juvenile division is in the bag. However, Fang Yan's expression suddenly grew tense. Boss, what's wrong? Wei Ran noticed his furrowed brow. That first-tier beast tamer from Pet Joy Alliance. Looks familiar. Fang Yan struggled to remember. Then his heart suddenly sank. Oh no. Wuhan, you're probably going to lose this match. Huh. Song Wuhan, who was just about to step onto the stage, froze mid-step, completely stunned. I haven't even gone up yet, how am I already losing? Yesterday, that guy came to my store and bought some skills. Fang Yan smiled bitterly. Wei Ran looked at him in shock. The opponent also got skills from Mythical Pet Store? Song Wuhan exploded, grabbing Fang Yan's sleeve and practically jumping up and down. Boss, how could you sell stuff to our opponent? Fang Yan said. I had no idea he was from the Pet Delight Alliance at the time, and now we have so many customers coming to the shop every day. I can't possibly investigate every single customer. Most importantly, in the service industry, all visitors are customers. Even if they come back to my shop tomorrow, I don't have sufficient reason to refuse them. Boss, what you're saying makes so much sense that I'm speechless. Wei Ran scratched his head, feeling both convinced and worried. The enemy strategy was indeed brilliant. It both consumed the mythical pet shop skill advantages and could potentially steal victory in the competition. He suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice to a whisper. When I go up on stage later, what if my opponent also bought skills from your shop? Then I'd have no advantage at all. And, boss, what should we do now? Song Wuhan was also anxiously stamping her feet. I don't mind losing, but if I lose, and you're not a beast tamer, so you can't participate in the shop owner group competition, wouldn't the mythical pet shop be directly declaring defeat? Fang Yan pondered for a moment, then looked up calmly. It doesn't matter. I'll take action. Take action? Huh, aren't we going to lose directly? Wei Ran was startled. What do you mean lose directly? Even if Wuhan is defeated, we still have 2 more group competitions. Fang Yan's gaze was calm. As long as we take first place in the Transcendent group and the shop owner group, Tianhong Street's first place will still be ours. Song Wuhan was stunned. Boss, you're not a beast tamer. How can you compete in the shop owner group? Who says I'm not? Fang Yan asked back. Huh? 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 Wei Ran and Song Wuhan exclaimed in unison. They had been at the mythical pet shop for so long, yet they had never seen the boss take a spirit pet out. What kind of beast tamer doesn't carry spirit pets? Wei Ran felt uneasy. The boss is also an excellent breeder. Where would he find the energy to cultivate mental power? Fang Yan saw through their doubts and waved his hand to interrupt. Never mind about me. Whether I get to go on stage depends on you. Wei Ran. Do you have confidence in taking first place in the Transcendent group? Wei Ran stammered, clearly lacking confidence. Nearby, the referee had already started the countdown. Song Wuhan anxiously tugged at her sleeves. Boss, what about me? What should I do now? You'll probably lose. Fang Yan spoke quickly. Try to drag out the time. I have a method that can ensure Wei Ran's victory. Really? Wei Ran was skeptical. Just one method is enough. The referee counted down to 3, and Song Wuhan didn't dare delay any longer, hurrying toward the arena. All right, I'm going over. The anticipated stalemate quickly emerged. Song Wuhan was locked in endless combat with that first-tier beast tamer from the Pet Delight Alliance. The opponent's spirit pet was stronger, plus with the high-power skills purchased in advance, Song Wuhan was completely at a disadvantage, yet she still gritted her teeth and held on. In the audience seats, Wu Man crossed his arms, his lips slowly curving upward. Didn't expect this, did you, Fang Yan? The beast tamer I hired went to your shop first to buy skills. This is using your own methods against you. The first place of Tianhong Street belongs to us. He had intended to wait quietly for the results, but noticed that Fang Yan was leaning against the railing, speaking quietly with Wei Ran, his expression composed without a trace of panic. Wu Man's brow immediately furrowed. Could he really have a way to break this? Impossible. Without skill advantages, and with weaker strength, the mythical people have no chance of winning. However, as time passed bit by bit, Song Wuhan on the arena was as tenacious as a nail, stubbornly holding off her opponent, as if she wouldn't give up without fighting for 300 rounds. Wu Man's anger flared. What the hell? Song Wuhan clearly has no advantages, so why can she hold on for so long? Hey, don't tell me you can still lose in this situation. At this moment, on the arena, Song Wuhan's spirit fox stood with its fur bristling, still locked in fierce combat, with the rock-climbing bear across from it. The bear's chest heaved as sweat drops like pebbles hit the ground with loud thuds, yet its Mr. first-tier beast tamer from the Pet Joy Alliance wore an expression darker than the gray-brown arena floor, his voice hoarse and irritable. Damn it, why won't you just surrender? Song Wuhan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shot back through gritted teeth. My spirit pet can still fight, so why should I give up? She knew perfectly well that her trump card had only just begun to show. The power of her rank talent half-health tenacity was quietly emerging once her spirit fox's stamina dropped to half. Its combat power would instantly increase by 30%. It was precisely this boost that allowed her to remain standing despite the 3-level gap between them. Her opponent's chest rose and fell violently, fury in his eyes almost taking physical form. I refuse to believe that a 3-level difference can't beat you. Rock-climbing bear, power charge. Bang. The rock-climbing bear slammed its massive paws against the ground, muscles contracting, and in the next second transformed into a brown cannonball. This power charge technique was one he had specifically purchased from the mythical pet shop. Though it was only brown earth grade, its power rivaled that of gray rock grade, with shockwaves stirring up sand and stones from the ground, as if the entire arena were being overturned. The spirit fox wasn't knocked unconscious by the single blow, but was forcibly sent flying out of bounds. The referee quickly blew his whistle. Tweet spirit fox out of bounds. Pet Joy Alliance Tianhong branch wins. The announcement immediately followed. Congratulations to Pet Joy Alliance Tianhong branch for taking first place in the juvenile division, 30 points. Looking solely at the spirit fox's current condition, it hadn't truly been defeated. However, the arena rules clearly stated going out of bounds meant loss. Phew. The first-tier beast tamer finally exhaled a breath of stale air, wiping the sweat stuck to his forehead. Finally won. Damn it. Then he threw back his head in wild laughter, making no effort to hide his smugness. Huh? So this is what the top student of 3rd high school amounts to? A ranked talent? How does it feel to be beaten by my rank talent? Song Wuhan had anticipated the loss, so she wasn't too disappointed now, just annoyed by her opponent's arrogance. She picked up her spirit fox and rolled her eyes. You're a whole 3 levels above me, and it still took you this long. How shameless of you to brag. You, the opponent's face flushed red with anger, too furious to speak. Outside the arena, Wu Man, the Pet Joy Alliance representative, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we won. Those people from Mythical Pet Shop are really troublesome. With the title of Street Champion secured, he mentally calculated the second-tier beast tamer he had hired had also purchased skill orbs from Mythical Pet Shop, making first place in the Transcendent Division a sure thing. He looked up and glanced at Fong Yen in the distance, his eyes filled with contempt. Mythical Pet Shop? Let's see how you take first place. Wait. Wu Man suddenly frowned. The owner of Mythical Pet Shop wasn't a beast tamer. The Juvenile Division Championship had already been taken, so what could they rely on to turn things around? Unless Fong Yen himself was a hidden powerful beast tamer who would personally compete in the shop owner division. But according to his investigation, Fong Yen was just an ordinary person who hadn't awakened. As his thoughts churned, the Transcendent Division competition was about to begin. Song Wuhan ran back to Fong Yan's side carrying her spirit fox, her eyes slightly red, her voice tinged with grievance. Woo. Boss, I lost. Fong Yen smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. Like I said, just do your best. Besides, your opponent bought skills from our shop, so you can't be blamed for not winning. Song Wuhan lowered her head to stroke her spirit fox's ear tips, muttering sullenly. But that at most just put me and my opponent on the same starting line. He was rank, I was a rank, yet I still lost. Although the beast tamer from the Pet Delight Alliance had purchased her skills from Fong Yan's shop, this could at most level the playing field by eliminating her original skill advantage. Standing on the same starting line, Song Wuhan believed her talent should surpass that of the first-tier beast tamer, yet the result was still a crushing defeat. This setback was hard for her to accept. Don't be discouraged, Junior Song. I'll avenge you. Wei Ran patted his chest, making his promise with full confidence. Song Wuhan let out a cold snort and glanced at him dismissively. You'd better focus on figuring out how to win first. I don't know what the boss has prepared for you, but you're facing the same predicament I was. Well, just wait and see, Junior Song. Wei Ran remained cheerful and carefree, showing no signs of pressure. Fang Yin sighed quietly to himself. Wu Man's strategy had indeed caused trouble for the mythology side, but fortunately, he had already devised a countermeasure. The Transcendent Division competition soon began, with rules nearly identical to those of the nascent division. Wei Ran and the Pet Delight Alliance's second-tier beast tamers swept through their respective groups, quickly reaching the ultimate showdown of the Transcendent Division. Wei Ran versus the second-tier beast tamer. Below the arena, whispered discussions rippled through the audience. Tisk, Pet Delight Alliance played this ruthlessly. First place is probably locked up. Can only blame mythology for being too careless. Careless? You know how popular mythology has become with so many people queuing up daily. How could they have time to investigate every customer's background? Besides, all customers are welcome. For just one competition, refusing to sell would actually give Pet Delight Alliance ammunition for a publicity campaign. The referee's whistle blew, and Wei Ran's match officially began. According to regulations, second-tier beast tamers could possess up to 2 spirit pets, but most second pets hadn't had time to advance to the transcendent level, so this remained an unknown battle. Pet Delight Alliance struck first, summoning a 10th-level transcendent wind speed monkey. The monkey had gray-white fur and elongated limbs. The moment it landed, it moved like wind and shadow, darting back and forth across the arena at such incredible speed that it was nearly impossible to track. Ordinary spirit pets without equivalent agility skills would have almost no chance of hitting it. Facing the wind speed monkey's fierce assault, Wei Ran was in no hurry to order a counterattack. He quickly recalled the strategy Fang Yin had outlined, mentally commanding his spirit pet, Little Sand, Dust Storm. In the next moment, the sand python's massive tail swept violently, its heavy serpentine body carving an arc across the ground as yellow-brown dust billowed into the air. The dust instantly engulfed the entire arena, even causing spectators in the front row to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. This skill's range is way too big. Can't see anything on stage, and we're suffering down here too. I can't even make out any figures. How are we supposed to watch the match? The audience could only hear the ping-pong sounds of collision from the arena, but couldn't see any of the action. Many spectators still assumed Pet Delight Alliance would win based on their earlier predictions. The more obscured their vision became, the more certain they felt. Suddenly, bang! A dull crash shook the air as a dark figure flew backward out of the dust wall. It was the wind speed monkey. Its chest and abdomen caved in, tumbling awkwardly to the arena's edge before rolling out of bounds. The referee reacted swiftly, blowing 2 sharp whistles. Tweet tweet, wind speed monkey is out of bounds. Transcendent Division winner mythology pet shop. The arena fell into dead silence. Over 10,000 spectators looked at each other in bewilderment, remaining quiet for several heartbeats. Then, roar! A tremendous uproar exploded throughout the stadium. This battle mythology pet shop had actually won. Everyone present was completely baffled. How exactly did Mythical Pet Shop win? What had just happened on the arena? Below the stage, Song Wuhan was gripping the railing, her face full of astonishment. She had been locked in fierce combat with the Pet Joy Alliance contestant for several rounds and had no chance to listen to the advice Fang Yin gave Wei Ran. Naturally, she was curious now what brilliant strategy had the boss come up with that allowed Wei Ran to turn defeat into victory? On the Pet Joy Alliance side, Wu Man also stood frozen in place. He had only seen the wind speed monkey get hurled away by tremendous force, followed immediately by the referee's whistle cutting through the air to announce the match's end. Recalling how Fang Yin and Wei Ran had huddled together whispering earlier, he couldn't help but wonder, could Fang Yin really have devised a winning strategy? Impossible. Mythical Pet Shop side was inferior in both skills and raw power by all accounts. They should have had no chance of winning. The dust quickly settled, and the scene at the center of the arena gradually became clear. Wei Ran stood upright with his spine straight, the sand dust python coiled at his feet, its scales without even a single crack. Meanwhile, the ground was covered with furrows and sand, clearly recording the intense collision that had just occurred. Wei Ran jumped down from the arena, his expression full of admiration as he bowed respectfully to Fang Yin. Boss, your method really worked. Song Wuhan blinked thoughtfully and asked, you raised the dust at the beginning to disrupt the battle first, then wait for an opportunity to strike, right? That's a good tactic. No, no, no. Wei Ran smiled and wagged his finger. The boss's plan goes far beyond that. Dust Storm was just about sending Little Sand back to its home. Field the real key lies elsewhere. Song Wuhan pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, could it be you utilized skill proficiency? Dust Storm has the highest proficiency, so you launched it first. Her deduction hit the mark perfectly. Wei Ran's opponent had most likely also purchased skill orbs from Mythical Pet Shop, so there was no difference in skill power between them. However, Wei Ran was different, had brought his sand dust python to the shop for training multiple times, specifically to improve proficiency. Now, most of the sand dust python skills had reached level 4 thorough mastery, while Dust Storm had even achieved level 5 perfect mastery. far exceeding the level of most beast tamers' spiritual pets. After all, training skills to level 10, peak perfection, required an astonishing amount of time. Spiritual pets advanced extremely quickly during their juvenile and transcendent stages, with skills frequently changing, so few people were willing to invest such effort in brown earth and gray rock level skills. Oh yes, Junior Song is indeed clever. Wei Ran clapped his hands, confirming her guess. This was exactly Fong Yan's approach. Build an entire fighting strategy around high-proficiency skills, never rushing to rely on damage skills for direct confrontation from the start. Many beast tamers instinctively lead with offensive techniques, but overlook that control and support skills can be equally deadly. Take Dust Storm, for example. Regardless of proficiency level, it could at least significantly reduce enemy accuracy while disrupting the opponent's vision. When the enemy is in the open and I am in the shadows, isn't it more convenient for the next battle? The skill of raising dust is not very effective due to insufficient proficiency, and the duration of the dust storm is short. The success of this tactic still depends on the operator's skills. Regardless, Wei Ran has already secured the first place in the Exalted group. As long as Fong Yan can clinch the championship in the store manager group, the mythical pet shop will still be number 1 on Tianhong Street. With this thought, Fong Yan finally let out a breath of frustration once he has a chance to compete. Victory is within his grasp. But, boss, it's not that we don't believe in you. It's just, can you really do it? Wei Ran looked at Fong Yan anxiously. Fong Yan was both amused and exasperated. You really have that little confidence? To be honest, you might not believe I just recently awakened my beast master talent. Wei Ran and Song Wuhuan were both taken aback. This was the first time they had heard of it. Awakened recently? That means you're still not at the first level. Wei Ran quickly connected the dots. Oh no, the store manager group is doomed. A first-level beast master definitely can't take the top spot. There are many store owners on the street with considerable strength. I am already a second-level beast master now. Fong Yan calmly added. No way. Song Wuhuan blurted out. Believe it or not, you'll find out when I go on stage. Fong Yan smiled confidently. I just want to tell you there's nothing in this world that I can't accomplish. I never thought I could awaken my talent, but I did, and I'm leveling up quickly. Just wait and see. It might take a little longer, but I will definitely win. At that moment, Director Feng's voice from the street office came through the loudspeaker. The store manager group competition has officially begun. It's my turn. Fong Yan shook his sleeves and stepped toward the stage. The referee was momentarily stunned upon seeing him on stage. Boss Fong, where's your spirit pet? Right there. Fong Yan pointed to the sky. The referee looked up and saw a large flock of birds circling in the air, common flying spirit pets, known as Ling Yunyao. He was momentarily speechless. What was going on? Why were there suddenly so many Ling Yunyao? Then, one of the birds swooped down and landed steadily on Fong Yan's shoulder. This is the spirit pet I will be using for the battle, Fong Yan said with a smile. Similar to the Young Beast group and the Exalted group, the store manager group also allows only one spirit pet to participate. To encourage more store owners to join, the street office set the store manager group as a 1v1 contest. Wei Ran and Song Wuhuan below the stage were dumbfounded. Boss really went up on stage. Although it was just a Ling Yunyao, which was common on the street and considered a low-tier species, the only one able to control the spirit pet in battle is the Beast Master. This meant the boss's identity was undeniable. Little did they know that this Ling Yunyao was just one that Fong Yan casually caught from the wild moments ago. Considering that revealing the process of awakening a spirit pet in public would be too eye-catching, he sneaked out of the arena while Wei Ran was in the final match of the Exalted group under the pretense of using the restroom, quickly caught a Ling Yunyao, and infused it with power, directly elevating it from the young stage to the Exalted level. He continued to let it soar through the sky. When his turn came to take the stage, with just a wave of his hand, the spirit featherbird would dive down and plunge directly into battle. This was his trump card. Although he didn't have any officially contracted spirit pets, with his divine enhancement ability, wild spirit pets were more than enough to handle the situation. Of course, the uncontracted spirit featherbird could only be considered temporarily enhanced, and temporary enhancement had time limitations. Fortunately, the time limit was generous enough that he didn't need to worry about it expiring anytime soon. In fact, bringing the spirit featherbird to compete had been Fong Yan's plan all along. Even though the spirit featherbird might be countered by Wu Man's spirit pets, he still insisted on choosing it because while enhancing wild spirit pets before the competition, he had accidentally discovered a hidden evolutionary path within the spirit featherbird. With this hidden evolution, as long as the spirit featherbird fell into a disadvantage, he could trigger its evolution on the spot and catch Wu Man off guard. Fong Yan had originally wanted to let the spirit featherbird compete in its evolved form from the start, but that would be too conspicuous and disadvantageous for strategy, so he temporarily held back, planning to activate the evolution only when things got truly desperate. Meanwhile, in the Pet Joy Alliance's spectator section, Wu Man's expression instantly darkened upon seeing Fang Yin step onto the arena. What's going on? Wasn't Fang Yin supposed to be unawakened? How is he on stage 2? A nearby employee stammered. Manager, perhaps. He just recently awakened. Just awakened? Then his strength must be pathetic. Wu Man snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the venue. First place will ultimately be ours. With me here, there's no store manager who can match me in battle. Wu Man was brimming with confidence. He was a third-tier beast tamer who could easily crush most store owners present, let alone a novice like Fang Yan. With this mindset, he focused on Fang Yan's first match on the arena. As it happened, Fang Yan's first opponent was Zhou Qi, the owner of Serendipity Pet Shop. Zhou Qi stepped onto the stage and laughed heartily. Young man, I didn't expect us to face each other here. Although Pet Joy Alliance is present, and I might not be able to claim first place, don't think you can easily take the crown. He understood that with Wu Man in the competition, Serendipity Pet Shop had little chance of winning first place. However, since the competition was scored by points, if the store manager division's first place went to neither Pet Joy Alliance nor Mythical Pet Store, they still had a chance to win overall due to the point difference 40 points versus 30 points. Fang Yan remained calm. Please, go ahead, sir. Sir, Zhou Qi exploded. I'm not old. A mere spirit featherbird dares to be arrogant. Let me show you what's what. The big screen immediately displayed both contestants' spirit pet data. Zhou Qi, spirit pet, swift cat. Attribute, normal. Talent, agility. Bloodline, none. Skills, scratch brown earth, tackle brown earth, power tackle brown earth, frenzied clawing gray rock, nimble dodge gray rock. Power level, transcendent level 10. Species rank, exotic beast species tier 5. Bloodline rank, exotic beast species tier 6. Fang Yan, spirit pet, spirit featherbird. Attribute, flying. Talent, high-speed flight. Bloodline, none. Skills, peck brown earth, flap brown earth, wing strike gray rock, lightning charge gray rock. Power level, transcendent level 10. Species rank, common species tier 8. Bloodline rank, common species tier 9. Upon seeing the spirit pet data on Fang Yan's side, Wu Man's face turned ashen with shock. Transcendent level 10. How is this possible? That kid had only just awakened not long ago. According to common knowledge, only second-tier beast tamers could cultivate their spirit pets to transcendent level 10, which meant Fang Yan was already a second-tier beast tamer. This completely contradicted their previous investigation. The intelligence clearly showed that Fang Yan was nothing more than an ordinary person, yet the reality before him slapped Wu Man hard across the face. Damn it. So what if he's second tier? Wu Man gritted his teeth, his face dark as charcoal. He was a third-tier beast tamer. A full-tier higher crushing Fang Yan should be effortless. In contrast, Zhou Qi wasn't as confident as Wu Man. He hadn't expected Fang Yan's spirit featherbird to match his swift cat's parameters, nearly equal except for slightly inferior bloodline and species. However, the advantages brought by bloodline and species required long-term accumulation to manifest. They were useless in the short term. The battle between the two officially began. I refuse to believe I'll lose, Zhou Qi said grimly, commanding his swift cat to launch frenzied clawing first. Fang Yan ignored the fierce pouncing attack and calmly commanded, Spirit Featherbird, Lightning Charge. Lightning Charge, an exclusive skill for flying-type spirit pets. Enhanced by Fang Yan's Divine Talents 255 Amplification, the originally Gray Rock Grade skill with power level 9 instantly surged to 32, directly reaching Bronze Grade. Bronze Grade was typically reserved for Awakened-level spirit pets. Last time, Little Spirit Ant's Power Charge only elevated from Brown Earth Grade to Black Iron Grade, but this time it leaped an entire tier. Zhou Qi knew nothing of this. He had his swift cat activate Agile Dodge, with cat shadows flickering and afterimages crisscrossing. However, the enhanced Spirit Featherbird not only had dramatically increased skill power, but all its attributes were amplified to 255. In the air, it locked onto its target like a blue-white electric arc, its speed and power far exceeding the swift cat's dodging limits. Bang! A dull thud. The swift cat didn't even have time to cry out before being struck heated and sent flying off the arena. The referee's whistle sounded. Mythical Pet Shop owner wins. The stands erupted in commotion, while Zhou Qi stood frozen in place, unable to believe it. I lost. He couldn't accept that his swift cat had been defeated by a spirit featherbird. From then on, whenever Fang Yan took the stage, spectators' gasps rose and fell one too easily, achieving victory after victory. Wei Ran was stunned. His boss was not only an excellent breeder, but also possessed terrifying beast-taming abilities. Meanwhile, Pet Joy Alliance branch manager Wu Man also maintained his winning streak. However, his victories relied more on his solid third-tier cultivation, dominating opponents with overwhelming force. Among all the shop owners present, he had the highest cultivation level, giving him complete confidence. As the tournament progressed, the final match of the shop owner division was about to begin. This would conclude today's events and determine the ultimate ranking of Tianhong Street shops who would claim first place. The audience's attention focused on the central arena, with discussions rising and falling, as many spectators grew excited with anticipation. At the intersection of Tianhong and Minxing Road, the competition reached its final climax. The temporary arena in the center of the square was packed so tightly that not even water could seep through. Waves of spectators pressed shoulder to shoulder, their heads bobbing like a sea of devoted pilgrims, all eyes fixed intently on the arena. Above the platform, a large screen continuously displayed contestant information and their spirit pets' basic stats, allowing everyone to instantly gauge the power gap. Whenever an underdog victory occurred, the crowd would erupt in thunderous cheers. The nearby Tianhong Street was much quieter. Most beast-taming shops had closed their doors, as their owners had also rushed off to watch the competition, completely abandoning business. On this empty street, a black luxury car sat quietly parked. "Miss, the owner of Mythical Pet Shop seems almost impossible to win," said the man in the driver's seat, gazing toward the distant arena. His name was Wu Shouheng, serving as both driver and personal bodyguard to Miss Qiu Ruxue of the Qiu family. With exceptional combat skills came equally sharp eyesight, allowing him to clearly see the match despite the distance. Qiu Ruxue also looked through the car window into the distance. "I never expected the shop owner to be a second-tier beast tamer." This information surprised her somewhat. An ordinary spirit featherbird winning consecutive matches to reach the finals defied all logic. She shook her head gently, yet spoke with conviction. "Though he faces a formidable opponent now, I still believe the shop owner will win." Wu Shouheng raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his surprise. The opponent was a third-tier beast tamera, full tier, higher, and their spirit pet clearly countered the spirit featherbird. Victory seemed impossible. Why does Miss still have such confidence in the mythical pet shop owner? Qiu Ruxue pointed toward the arena, her gaze calm and steady. "Don't you find it strange? Mythical Pet Shop sells various mythical bloodline cubs, yet the owner's own spirit pet is a spirit featherbird with extremely ordinary bloodlines. This..." Wu Shouheng paused, struck by the observation. It was indeed peculiar. Mythical Pet Shop had once sold what appeared to be an ordinary spirit fox to Song Wuhan, a student from 3rd High School, which later proved to have extremely special bloodlines. Yet Fong Yan's spirit featherbird had none listed in the bloodline category of its public data. "So you see," Qiu Rushue's voice was quiet but certain, "I believe that spirit featherbird must have some secret we haven't discovered yet." This was the fundamental reason for her unwavering belief in Fong Yan's victory. However, unlike Qiu Rushue's confidence, most spectators at the scene still believed Fong Yan's defeat was inevitable, especially after seeing both spirit pets' parameters. Fong Yan's spirit featherbird had been observed many times already, but the audience was more focused on Wu Man's spirit pet, the branch manager of Pet Joy Alliance. His pet was an electric shock bear with lightning attributes, electric talent, and charge-stirring bloodline. It had no special skills but possessed various combat abilities: earth ramming, earth slapping, powerful earth ramming, rock electric strike, paralyzing current rock strike, powerful black iron electric strike, thunder strike black iron, electric spark black iron, and powerful black iron block. Its power level was awakening 5th rank, racial level was 2nd-tier demon beast, and bloodline level was 3rd-tier demon beast. Discussions erupted around the arena, with almost everyone convinced that Fong Yan had no chance of winning. The reason was simple: the power gap was obvious. The spirit featherbird was only at transcendent 10th rank, while the electric shock bear had reached awakening 5th rank. Though it seemed like just a 5-level difference, the gap between transcendent and awakening was a true chasm. Even against an awakening 1st rank opponent, a transcendent 10th rank would struggle to win unless the opponent was in extremely poor condition. Even more devastating was the racial bloodline difference. The spirit featherbird was ultimately just an ordinary species, while the electric shock bear belonged to the demon beast category with its bloodline already upgraded to 3rd tier, completely surpassing the exotic beast level. The racial gap manifested in all attributes: strength, defense, speed, and even critical potential. The electric shock bear far exceeded the spirit featherbird in every aspect. In the audience, many people pulled out common attribute restraint charts, once again sealing Fong Yan's death sentence. Lightning attribute's restraint over flying attribute was common knowledge, with the restrained party taking at least double damage when attacked. Even if the spirit featherbird had an awakening level body, it could hardly withstand a thunder strike, let alone when its current power was a full major rank lower. Therefore, no one in the arena favored Fong Yan. Wei Ran and Song Wuhan were equally anxious. Song Wuhan stared at the arena in a daze, her voice filled with worry. We finally made it to the final battle, but how can we possibly win?" Wei Ran frowned deeply. "Damn it, I never expected the Pet Joy Alliance's branch manager to be this strong. What I can't understand is why the boss contracted a spirit featherbird. With the mythical pet shop's resources, would it be difficult to find a mythical bloodline cub? If he had signed a mythical bloodline, This match would be a guaranteed win. On stage, Wu Man crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful sneer. Fang Yan, right? Your pet shop does have some tricks, but unfortunately, today you've met an opponent you shouldn't have encountered. Fang Yan looked at him with a calm expression. He had encountered top-tier talents like Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi before ya. Mere third-tier beast master really didn't need to boast about being the one who shouldn't be encountered. The referee then stepped onto the arena, skillfully pulling out a whistle, his voice clear and loud. Spirit Featherbird versus Electric Shock Bear. The match is about to begin. Neither side may attack the beast master directly. If either party surrenders, attacks must cease immediately. After reciting a series of rules, he blew the whistle sharply. I declare the final battle of Tianhong Street officially begins. Below the arena, tens of thousands of spectators held their breath and watched intently. The curtain on the final match had been raised. In the end, which shop would become Tianhong Street's #1? The moment the battle began, Wu Man made the first move. Though he knew his opponent was no pushover, he still followed the principle of strike first, strike hard. As a seasoned beast tamer, he didn't rush into offensive skills but instead deployed his support tactics first. Big Bear, Electric Spark. At the center of the arena, the Thunder Bear responded to the command, spreading its arms wide and crouching in a half squat, its massive muscles tensing instantly. The next second, golden lightning patterns covering its fur blazed to life, and clusters of brilliant white sparks exploded from its body. Dazzling like hundreds of welders working simultaneously, the light danced wildly, so blinding it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. This was the Black Iron Tier skill Electric Spark. It dealt virtually no direct damage, serving only to disrupt vision like a flashbang, blinding anyone who looked directly at it. Sure enough, the Spirit Featherbird in midair instinctively covered its eyes with its broad wings, though the brief flash still left it dizzy and disoriented. Wu Man, who had donned anti-flash goggles early on, let out a satisfied grunt and seized the opening. Perfect. Big Bear Power Shock. Before the electric sparks had fully dissipated, the Thunder Bear raised its massive paw toward its airborne target. Crackling thick, torrential electricity surged forth like an unleashed dragon, shooting straight at the Spirit Featherbird. Wu Man was confident that a direct hit would instantly kill this transcendent tier spirit beast. But almost simultaneously, Fang Yan issued his first command of the match. Spirit Featherbird, dodge in any direction. The Spirit Featherbird was still covering its eyes with its wings, seeing nothing but darkness ahead. Since it couldn't see, it might as well move randomly. Meanwhile, Wu Man was overconfident and made no attempt to predict the lightning's path. The electric bolt roared forward. The next instant brought a scene that left Wu Man utterly stunned. The Spirit Featherbird, with its eyes still closed, slipped out of the lightning's trajectory at incredible speed. What? It dodged? He couldn't believe it. Lightning was naturally extremely fast, and few could evade it, let alone a target that had just been dazed by electric sparks. Through his protective goggles, he clearly caught sight of the Spirit Featherbird's afterimage far too fast for a mere transcendent tier spirit beast. I knew birds were always known for their speed, but this is ridiculous. Wu Man cursed inwardly. Lightning was among the fastest phenomena in nature, and he had thought victory was assured. Damn it, I refused to believe. Just as he was about to issue another command, the Spirit Featherbird had already shaken off the blinding effects, its gaze sharp as twin blades, locked onto the Thunder Bear. Fang Yan's voice echoed in his mind. Spirit Feather Bird Lightning Dash. In an instant, the Spirit Featherbird shot forward like lightning, charging directly at the Thunder Bear. With a thunderous crash, Electro Bear staggered backward several steps before tumbling across the arena under the tremendous impact. The audience fell into dead silence instantly, tens of thousands holding their breath as their eyes locked onto the gray-brown bear rolling toward the edge of the platform. Electro Bear's bulky body was sliding dangerously close to the boundary line. Don't go out of bounds. Someone whispered unconsciously, their throat bobbing nervously. Finally, Electro Bear came to an abrupt halt right at the edge, its front paws hanging over empty air. A close call indeed. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Spirit Wing again. Fang Yan reacted swiftly, flicking his finger. Get up quickly. Use Power Block. Wu Man shouted frantically. A second dull impact exploded as Spirit Wing transformed into a silver-white streak of light, charging forward, only to be forcefully repelled by Electro Bear's crossed arms. The arena trembled as Spirit Wing flipped in midair, wings beating rhythmically. The stands erupted in commotion. What a shame. Just a little more, and Electro Bear would have rolled right off. Shame? That's a bear. A tiny bird managed to knock it over now. That's ridiculous. The image of Electro Bear nearly falling off the platform replayed in everyone's minds. The power unleashed by the small Spirit Wing completely defied common sense. However, Fang Yan frowned inwardly. Type disadvantage. If flying type wasn't suppressed by electric type, that hit would have been enough to send it off the platform. He recalled how easily he'd controlled Little Spirit Ant earlier, knocking out Flamehound with a single strike. With 255 attribute bonus and skill enhancement stacked together, Spirit Wing should have been able to instantly defeat an Awaken-level Spirit Pet. But Lightning Charge's power was cut in half, forcing him to add a second strike, which Wu Man's Power Block successfully defended against. That's a bronze-level skill bought from my own shop. Fang Yin glanced at his opponent, his frown deepening. In same-level combat, Spirit Wing can't break through that defense. Wu Man was now drenched in sweat, cursing his opponent internally. Damn, how is this Spirit Wing so strong? I almost lost. No, I absolutely cannot lose. He swung his hand fiercely. Electric Spark, then immediately gritted his teeth and changed his command. No, Thunder Strike. Heavy electrical current exploded in Electro Bear's palm as Wu Man looked up and roared. You can't dodge this. Fang Yin called out grimly. Spirit Wing, evade. Boom. Dark clouds split open as a lightning bolt thick as a massive pillar crashed straight down onto the arena. White light engulfed Spirit Wing, and crackling electric arcs scattered across the platform. Spirit Wing let out a piercing cry of anguish before crashing heavily to the ground. It's over. Electric beats Flyingo one-hit KO. The stands erupted again as spectators instinctively rose to their feet, waiting for the referee's announcement. However, from within the electric fire and dust clouds, a slender figure suddenly spread its wings. Spirit Wing shook off the charred tips of its feathers, its wings beating once more, eyes still sharp and fierce as they locked onto Electro Bear. The air seemed instantly sucked away, all exclamations frozen in throats. This Spirit Wing. Even with type disadvantage, it wasn't knocked out in one hit. This Spirit Wing, was it really that tanky? This is impossible. If the Spirit Featherbird were stronger than the Thunder Bear, it might explain why it wasn't instantly defeated. Perhaps the Spirit Featherbird had already reached the Awakened level, or even Elite level, in which case surviving lightning-type attacks would be normal. But the problem is, the Spirit Featherbird is merely at the 10th level of mortal transcendence, far weaker than the Thunder Bear. How on earth did it avoid being instantly crushed? Wu Man was equally shocked. He quickly recalled that blinding lightning bolt. Could the lightning strike have missed? No, lightning strike is a recognized high-tier lightning skill, different from power shock. Its energy descends from the clouds, while power shock erupts from within the Thunder Bear's body. Comparing the two, lightning strike is far more terrifying in speed. Even if lightning doesn't travel at light speed, it still reaches 1/5 to 1/3 of light speed, roughly 60,000 to 100,000 kilometers per second. At such velocity, no matter how fast the Spirit Featherbird is, dodging would be absolutely impossible. Therefore, Wu Man was certain that strike had definitely hit. Yet the Spirit Featherbird was still soaring through the air. Tisk, being countered by type disadvantage is such a pain. On the other side, Fang Yan's brow was also furrowed. Winning against a stronger opponent was already difficult, and now being completely countered by lightning type made the battle exponentially harder. However, the situation was still within his control for a simple reason. He possessed the divine tier talent, Lord of all Spirits, which provided a 255 attribute boost to his spirit companions. If the Spirit Featherbird's base health was 100, after the boost, it would become 355 points. With such foundation, even when countered, it wouldn't be instantly defeated. It could probably survive another lightning strike. But dragging this out wasn't good in the long run. Attacks against type advantage only dealt half damage, and with the Thunder Bear's thick hide, the Spirit Featherbird couldn't achieve a crushing victory. Fang Yan made his decision. In that case, Spirit Featherbird evolved. As his words fell, the entire arena seemed to hit a mute button. Wu Man across from him froze, and the tens of thousands of spectators below also froze. What the hell? Evolve? Huh, you're in the middle of a battle. Evolve? Are you serious? Wu Man's mind was in complete chaos. Even suspecting Fang Yin had lost his mind, making the Spirit Featherbird evolve with just a command? What a joke. However, before his doubts could fully form, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped the small Spirit Featherbird, which slowly rose within the beam and hovered steadily in midair above the arena. Wu Man? Wei Ran. Song Wuhan. Audience. This actually evolved. The next second, the spectator stands erupted in tsunami-like exclamations. The scene before them was too shocking, completely overturning everyone's understanding. In this age of universal beast taming, everyone knew that spirit companion evolution typically required rare materials. Yet Fang Yin hadn't produced any materials from start to finish. Moreover, according to common knowledge, the Spirit Featherbird's first evolution should occur at the 3rd level of mortal transcendence, when it would complete its transformation into the exotic beast species, Great Featherbird. But now, it was actually evolving on the spot. At this level, the Spirit Featherbird could evolve into the exotic beast tier, Great Featherbird. Right now, Fang Yan's Spirit Featherbird was clearly at the 10th level of mortal transcendence, having long missed the timing for evolution. So why could it still evolve? Below the arena, Wei Ran stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the rapidly expanding ball of light. A bold hypothesis surged in his mind. Could the boss be guiding the spirit featherbird down a hidden evolutionary path? A hidden evolutionary path. Song Wuhan's voice shot up sharply, her face filled with shock. Wei Ran nodded, frowning as he explained. Under normal circumstances, a spirit featherbird should complete its evolution at the 3rd level of mortal transcendence. To evolve now at the 10th level can only mean a hidden path. But evolving in the middle of an arena match, isn't he afraid of being interrupted? Song Wuhan asked anxiously. Wei Ran fell silently, shared the same concern. The cautionary tale of Zheng Yalan's failure was still fresh in memory. When a spirit pet's evolution gets interrupted, that evolutionary path is severed forever. Was the boss really not afraid? At the center of the arena, Wu Man's expression had turned completely dark. He had never seen anyone dare to let their spirit pet evolve during combat. Let it continue unchallenged? Absolutely not. Damn it. You want to force this right in front of me? Don't blame me when I interrupt it. Wu Man growled, raising his arm to command. Big Bear, attack that spirit featherbird. Accompanied by gasps from the audience, the electric bear raised its massive paws as lightning crackled. Power shock, blinding electrical arcs tore through the air, instantly striking toward the ball of light that enveloped the spirit featherbird in midair. It's over. The evolution is going to be interrupted. Many in the stands cried out. They had been hoping to witness the spirit featherbird's new form, but now could only sigh in disappointment. However, in the next second, something completely unexpected happened. The electrical arc failed to shatter the light sphere. Instead, like seawater swallowing a stream, it was absorbed by the light ball. The arena remained calm, and the evolution continued. What's happening? The electric bear's interruption failed? Is that even possible? The audience looked at each other in bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend the situation before them. Even more bizarre, as the electrical current flowed in, the light sphere expanded even faster. After several breaths, a piercing cry split the air above, and the light ball exploded. As the dazzling golden light faded, a completely new bird of prey hovered in the air. Its body was nearly twice the original size, with all its feathers transformed into the golden yellow that represents thunder, while crackling electrical arcs danced at the tips of its plumage. It evolved into a lightning attribute, someone exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, the large screen beside the arena updated with new data. Spirit pet, Thunderbird. Attributes, lightning, flying. Talents, electrical storage, high-speed flight. Bloodline, none. Skills, peck brown earth, strike brown earth, wing beat gray rock, lightning rush gray rock, power shock gray rock, dense current gray rock. Power level, mortal transcendence, level 10. Species grade, demon beast species 4th tier. Bloodline grade, demon beast species 2nd tier. The venue fell silent for an instant, then roar. An uproar like a tsunami swept from all directions. Thunderbird. Could this be a hidden evolution of the spirit featherbird? The owner of Mythical Pet Shop actually discovered a completely new evolutionary path for the spirit featherbird. Its bloodline and species jumped directly from common species to demon beast species, skipping right over the exotic beast species stage. Chaotic discussions surrounded the arena completely, with everyone shocked by this brand new spirit pet that had never appeared in any guidebook. Many customers who had visited Mythical Pet Shop originally thought Fong Yin was merely an excellent breeder, but given the current situation, excellent was no longer adequate to describe him. Yes, breeder. In the center of the arena, Fong Yin had his spirit feather bird undergo live evolution directly without using any materials, and the final form was even the legendary hidden form. This scene severely shook Wu Man's understanding. Everyone present knew that live evolution was a breeder's signature skill, but they had never heard of any beast tamer being able to achieve this, let alone a hidden form. Wu Man's heart pounded as his gaze locked onto Fong Yin. Just who was this opponent? Fong Yin knew Wu Man would immediately strike, yet he still let the spirit feather bird evolve in front of everyone. His confidence came down to 2 words, attributes. After completing its evolution, the spirit feather bird would gain dual thunder flying attributes, while Wu Man's lightning bear was also thunder type. Except for a few special types like poison, light, dark, and spirit. In most cases, same attribute attacks would be greatly weakened. The lightning bear's thunder attacks would naturally deal reduced damage to the thunderbird, the evolved spirit feather bird. Even more fortunately, the Thunderbird needed massive amounts of lightning energy during its evolution process. Fong Yin simply used the opponent's strength against them. The lightning bear's destructive lightning strike, rather than interrupting the evolution, was more like charging the Thunderbird. Of course, dual attribute interactions weren't simply subtract and done. While single Thunder type versus Thunder type might only take 0.5x damage, Thunder flying, facing Thunder attacks would result in 0.5 same type resistance to flying weak, to Thunder 1x damage, just normal damage. But for Fong Yin, this was stable enough. If the lightning bear couldn't deal higher multiplier damage, it couldn't interrupt the evolution. What truly left Wu Man helpless was the Thunderbird's new ability, Lightning Rod. This was an extremely common ability among Thunder-type spirit pets, one that even the lightning bear itself possessed, absorbing enemy lightning attacks during battle and storing them as energy for subsequent skills. While normal, metal, flying, and other non-elemental spirit pets would run out of energy after a few rounds of ultimate moves, Thunder-types with Lightning Rod could keep bombarding opponents until their mentality collapsed. In gaming terms, Lightning Rod was equivalent to mana expansion. Precisely because Wu Man didn't know the Spirit Featherbird would evolve into Thunder-type, the Lightning Bear crashed headfirst into the Thunderbird's Lightning Rod trap. The lightning strike was absorbed entirely, with the bird remaining completely unharmed. Some worried this would create a perpetual motion machine. You absorb lightning, I absorb lightning, endlessly refilling each other's energy. But Lightning Rod had limits. Once the electrical storage was full, no more could be absorbed. Moreover, the Thunderbird mastered more than just thunder and flying-type moves. Fong Yan's eye sharpened as he decisively issued his command. Thunderbird, use wing attack. Be careful not to knock it out. Wing attack wasn't a flying-type move, but the most basic normal-type skill almost any spirit pet with wings or reasonably sized hands could learn it. Even in the wild spirit pets could automatically comprehend it through long-term survival, and wild spirit pets in the wilderness could learn it on their own through their survival experiences without needing skill orbs. Of course, this was only a brown earth tier skill, nowhere near the power of gray rock tier. But under Fong Yan's Lord of All Spirits, 255 skill power enhancement, this brown earth tier skill instantly surged to black iron tier level. Normally, only spirit pets with awakening tier strength could master black iron tier skills, and their power was undeniable. Combined with the Thunderbird's dramatically increased base attributes after evolution, plus the same 255 spirit pet attribute bonus, Fong Yan was completely confident in delivering a crushing victory. His judgment was thoroughly validated by the scene that unfolded the next second. The Thunderbird, wrapped in blazing white lightning, streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, swooping low over the electric bear's head before suddenly folding its wings together. Crack! The terrifying black iron tier impact struck like a giant hammer. The electric bear had no time to react and was instantly sent flying, its massive body tumbling repeatedly across the arena floor with thunderous crashes, leaving craters everywhere. Then the entire bear was hurled headfirst off the arena onto the asphalt ground below, smashing the surface to pieces with half its body buried in the rubble. Dust rose from the arena, yet silence reigned. The tens of thousands of spectators seemed collectively speechless, all standing frozen, even holding their breath. The air felt frozen by a stasis spell. The world crystallized in that moment. Fong Yin turned his head toward the referee at the arena's edge. Only when the referee met his gaze did he snap back to reality, quickly raising his whistle. TWED. The Mythical Pet Shop owner wins. Congratulations to Mythical Pet Shop for taking first place in the shop owner division, 40 points. The referee's voice trembled. The host's enthusiastic broadcast echoed through the venue. In this competition, Mythical Pet Shop has become the champion of Tianhong Street. Let us congratulate them. But still no one applauded. Everyone remained immersed in that battle that had nearly shattered their understanding of reality. In mere seconds, completely defeating an opponent a full tier higher with a tribute advantage, this scene left countless spectators' minds blank. As time passed, the audience finally erupted, with discussions surging like waves. So what exactly just happened? Someone asked in bewilderment. All I know is that this Mythical Pet Shop is about to become famous. Another side. Someone had already made a GIF of the entire evolution process and posted it in group chats, where friends found it equally incredible. More than the competition rankings, most onlookers were fascinated by that shocking, live evolution. Fong Yin didn't mind at all. All he wanted was first place on Tianhong Street, and to use this competition to make his shop's reputation. With his goals achieved, he was thoroughly satisfied. Walking down from the arena, Wei Ran and Song Wuhan were still in a daze. Boss, you're absolutely incredible, live evolution. You actually dared to do it. Weren't you afraid of blocking your spirit pet's evolution path? Wei Ran's voice shook. That tough battle was truly spectacular. The opponent was a full tier above us with a tribute advantage, yet still lost. Simply unbelievable. Song Wuhan empathized. Fong Yin shrugged. See? I told you, nothing's impossible at my place. He smiled and asked Song Wuhan. So, do you think I'm more impressive, or are Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi more impressive? After serious consideration, Song Wuhan replied. In terms of strength and age, they're certainly more powerful. But somehow, from a visual standpoint, I still think you're more impressive, boss. Fong Yin laughed heartily. Exactly. That's the feeling I was going for. Next, District Office Director Fong took the stage to announce. Mythical Pet Shop takes first place. In the coming weeks, Tianhong Street will heavily promote Mythical Pet Shop and include it in the beast-taming map as Tianhong Street's representative store. Fong Yan's first small goal was thus perfectly accomplished. As for the next one, that would naturally be the second round of competition, the district-level tournament. Director Feng briefly outlined the upcoming process. The competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round involves internal battles between shops within each district. The recently concluded Tianhong Street competition belongs to this stage, where Mythical Pet Shop unsurprisingly claimed first place. The real challenge begins with the second round. Only beast-taming shops that secured first place in their respective districts are eligible to advance and face off directly within their city zones. As one of Dragon Nation's top-tier cities, High City is built along the coast with excellent transportation networks, having already established itself among the world's international metropolises. The entire city is divided into 16 districts, and the second round requires selecting one true district champion from each of these 16 areas. The final third round is scheduled for Beast Taming Festival Day in June. On that day, prominent figures from all sectors of High City will attend in person to witness the ultimate showdown between the 16 district champions. Although only 16 participating shops will remain, considering their respective foundations, the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. However, discussing the third round is still premature, as victory in the second round remains uncertain. While Tianhong Street may not compare to the core commercial district of Minxing Road, it's still located in the city center, separated from Minxing Road by just one street. Securing first place in such a competitive central district is far more challenging than in the other 15 districts. Director Feng clearly didn't make any absolute promises, as he never truly believed Mythical Pet Shop could make it to the end, though he pledged full support within his capabilities. After all, if they actually secured the district championship, it would only benefit Tianhong Street. Boss Feng, if you can win the second round, your shop will not only be prominently marked on the beast-taming map, but also receive district-wide promotion. I hope Mythical Pet Shop will continue to excel. I'll do my best, Feng Yan replied with a smile. Despite his considerable talent, his daily shop management left little time for cultivating mental power, so he dared not guarantee absolute victory in the second round. With the competition officially concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Feng Yan finally squeezed back to his shop, as it was still afternoon with plenty of business hours remaining. However, he remained unaware that among the departing crowd, several gazes had been following his retreating figure. This boss named Feng Yan is quite interesting, chuckled a mature and beautiful woman. She was the manager of the renowned Adorable Pet House flagship store, located adjacent to Minxing Road. Adorable Pet House, alongside Pet Joy Alliance and Legendary Pet Store, formed High City's 3 premier pet shop chains, and she managed the flagship store, not a branch. Not only was she present, but several other pet shop owners or managers from nearby shopping streets with impressive backgrounds had also mingled within the crowd. Since their district competitions were scheduled for the next 2 days, they had specifically come to observe today's battle, hoping to get a feel for the competition and avoid any mistakes when their turn came. What they never expected was the absolutely stunning performance from a shop called Mythical Pet Store in this competition. A second-tier battle pet defeating a third-tier opponent was already outrageous enough, but the shop owner managed to win even when facing an attribute disadvantage. It was simply heaven-defying. A second-tier beating a third-tier was nearly impossible to begin with, and adding attribute restraint made the odds virtually zero, yet he pulled it off. Even more ridiculous was his claim that evolution requires no materials. Once word got out, the entire Minxing Road buzzed with discussion. Li Feiyu, the manager of Adorable Pet House's main store, had a graceful figure and eyes that sparkled with eager anticipation. Looks like I'll need to check out Mythical Pet Store sometime. But she was busy opening her shop and preparing for tomorrow's competition, so she couldn't spare the time. However, she figured she'd have plenty of time after tomorrow's match, and she was confident her store would claim first place on Minxing Road. Mythical Pet Store. As the streetlights came on, Feng Yan pushed through the door with Wei Ran and Song Wuhan following behind. Their shops were nearby, so after watching the match, they decided to walk together. Feng Yan didn't mind regular customers visiting, could help boost foot traffic. The moment they stepped inside, Wei Ran suddenly slapped his forehead and looked around. Boss, where's your bird? Quick, bring it out so I can take a look. He rubbed his hands together rapidly, his face full of anticipation. Feng Yan alertly stepped back 3 paces, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Sorry, but I'm not interested in guys. Wei Ran froze on the spot, and Song Wuhan blinked for a long moment before catching on, then burst into laughter. Wei Ran's face turned red. Boss, I make your spirit pet. Your Thunderbird. Now it was Song Wuhan's turn to be stunned. In the way back to the shop, they had indeed seen that Thunderbird circling above Feng Yan's head, but now it was nowhere to be found. Feng Yan shrugged. Oh, you mean that? I released it. That featherbird was temporarily evolved into a Thunderbird using divine enhancement. Once the time was up, it would revert to its original form anyway. I figured I'd release it early to avoid unwanted attention. Both of them stood there dumbfounded. Wei Ran couldn't believe it. Released? What? Boss, how could you possibly dissolve a contract with an already bonded spirit pet? Forcibly breaking a contract causes mental damage, just like when a spirit pet dies in battle. I suppose it would, Fang Yin replied calmly. But I never signed a contract with that Thunderbird in the first place, so there was nothing to dissolve. He'd expected he couldn't hide if they were regular customers who would eventually notice the Thunderbird was missing from the shop, so he might as well explain everything at once. Wei Ran and Song Wuhan exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. What did the boss mean? Without a contract, how did he command the spirit pet in battle? Wei Ran asked hoarsely. Boss, are you saying that Thunderbird no, Featherbird was just an ordinary wild spirit pet from start to finish? That's right. Fang Yin nodded, his expression calm. Wei Ran felt his worldview being completely overturned. During the recent match, Fang Yin had commanded that Featherbird in an earth-shaking battle against Wu Man's electric bear with exquisite tactics, only to now learn it was just some wild spirit pet he'd casually caught. Everyone knew that at the same power level, wild spirit pets typically couldn't match battle pets carefully raised by beast tamers. They lacked both the specialized feed formulas and skill orbs created by skill experts. Yet Fang Yin had simply brought along a wild featherbird and managed to defeat Wu Man through both tier advantage and attribute reversal. Only one thought remained in Wei Ran's mind. That's absolutely incredible. Boss, how do you establish a mental connection with wild spirit pets? Normally, beast tamers can't form mental links with spirit pets without signing contracts, right? Wei Ran couldn't help but ask more specifically, his voice filled with confusion. Faced with the questioning, Fang Yin merely lifted his eyes slightly and reminded calmly. That's true, but don't forget I'm a breeder. Wei Ran and Song Wuhan both froze simultaneously. Indeed, this boss before them wasn't an ordinary beast tamer, but a breeder with exceptional talent. Realizing this, Wei Ran exclaimed in amazement. So breeders can do that too. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Fang Yin looked at their astonished expressions, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. If a breeder can't first establish connections with spirit pets, how can they even begin to breed them? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wuhan quickly interrupted Wei Ran's follow-up questions. All right, this must be related to the boss's breeding talent. Senior Wei, stop prying. For breeders, many talents are secrets that some prefer to keep private. Wei Ran had no choice but to remain silent, though the shock in his heart continued to surge. The boss is truly terrifyingly powerful. Afterward, the three continued chatting casually in the mythical pet shop. From sunset until nightfall completely descended, Wei Ran and Song Wuhan bid farewell and left, while Fang Yin closed the shop and headed home. He had no idea that the name Mythical Pet Shop was already spreading like wildfire through Haishi's beast-taming circles at an astonishing speed. Haisher Beast-Taming Bureau, late at night. The building was brightly lit, with the arena particularly bustling. At the center of the ring, the ponytailed girl Shin Mingyun was breathing slightly heavily as she finally spoke. I lost. Across from her, Zhang Hai recalled his spirit pet with an approving expression. To have persevered this long, you're the best performer among all the beast tamers who've challenged me so far. Congratulations, this is proof of the Bureau Chief's recognition. The water orb. He tossed a water blue crystal orb, its surface refracting gentle ripples. Wear it, and your water tribute spirit pets will gain a 5 boost in combat power. Zhang Hai continued inquiringly. How many Bureau Chiefs recognitions do you have now? Last I heard, you conquered 4 bureaus in a single day. Still damp with sweat, Shin Mingyun caught the orb and replied calmly. Including you, 15. That fast? Zhang Hai could hardly believe it. That means you only need 1 more. Yes. Shin Mingyun frowned. The legendary Bureau Chief Lu Lingluo. She was the most special and strongest among the 16 Bureau Chiefs. Just as the two were about to continue discussing Lu Lingluo's difficulty, Zhang Hai's deputy Zheng Miaolan rushed over, her phone screen still glowing in her hand. Bureau Chief. You need to see this. Miaolan. What is it? Zhang Hai took the phone and glanced at it. A shop competition video? The boss of Mythical Pet Shop. Zheng Miaolan nodded gently. Please keep watching. Zhang Hai patiently enlarged the screen. Then suddenly his pupils contracted. This is evolution on the spot? What's wrong? Shin Mingyun asked with confusion. She sat patiently in the corner of the sofa, her gaze fixed on the video playing on the screen, not daring to interrupt, but feeling restless from overwhelming curiosity. Finally, when Zhang Hai put down his phone, she couldn't help but ask, Master Jiang, how was it? Zhang Hai looked up with a serious expression. What if I told you someone not only won against a higher tier opponent, but also triumphed while being completely countered by attributes? Would you believe it? That's impossible. Shin Mingyun blurted out. Fighting above one's tier? Against opposing attributes? With these two insurmountable barriers combined, she couldn't imagine any possibility of victory. Yet it's the truth. Zhang Hai handed over his phone. On the screen, a second-tier spirit featherbird was locked in fierce battle with a third-tier lightning bear. Minutes later, the electric light faded and the lightning bear crashed to the ground. The comment stream exploded with messages. Mid-battle evolution. Interruption failed. A second-tier spirit featherbird defeated a third-tier lightning bear. Shin Mingyun shot upright. her shocked voice barely contained. She knew all too well why evolution interruption had failed. At barely 20 years old, she had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, slightly surpassing prodigious peers like Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi, with evolutionary principles ingrained in her mind. Yet the spirit featherbird's owner had boldly chosen to evolve mid-battle fear was only one explanation. They had complete mastery over the final form of this hidden evolutionary path, or they never would have dared take such a gamble. At this thought, her heart pounded. Though the video showed merely 2nd and 3rd tier creatures what she considered mid to low level combat, the difficulty of this battle was staggering. She was confident about fighting higher levels, but crossing tiers depended on her opponent's condition. If attributes were also against her, she could only concede defeat. Master Jiang, this looks like arena footage. What competition was this? She suppressed her emotions and pressed for details. A shop tournament Haisha recently organized, with finals set for the June beast-taming festival. Jiang Hai replied casually, yet with deeper meaning. Shop tournament? She repeated quietly. Yes. You don't know the young man in the video, but I dosed the owner of Mythical Pet Shop. Jiang Hai's tone shifted, a smile playing at his lips. That shop specializes in spirit beast cubs with mythical bloodlines. Mythical bloodlines. Shen Mingyun's pupils contracted sharply, her voice rising an octave. Are you serious? Indeed. They offer quite a variety of products and services. You should visit when you have time. I'm sure you'll find it worthwhile. Jiang Hai advised. Just remember it's pricey, so bring enough money. Seeing Jiang Hai's strong endorsement, her curiosity was completely ignited. What would a pet shop selling cubs with mythical bloodlines look like? She made mental plans. Rest tomorrow, then find time to investigate. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. That squinty-eyed guy had been searching the entire city lately for ways to enhance bloodlines. Could he have his sights set on this shop too? Imagining the awkward scene of running into him, she frowned slightly. She'd better not encounter that fellow. As night deepened, Haishi's beast-taming community groups erupted in excitement. Videos, GIFs, and discussions about Mythical Pet Shop and its owner Fang Yin spread at lightning speed through chat groups large and small. The reputation of Mythical Pet Shop began spreading throughout Haisha. However, Fang Yin slept soundly that night, completely unaware of what was happening. As dawn broke, he rolled out of bed and was immediately greeted by a new system notification. Shop reputation, street level, district level incomplete, city level incomplete. Unlocked features, spirit beast baptism, automatic pet machine, automatic mental power growth. The blue light from the screen flickered as he sat stunned on the edge of his bed. What the hell? Reputation actually has levels? And it's street level. So the system didn't just care about money, it valued fame too? Street level, district level, city level, progressing tier by tier? He recalled winning first place in last night's Tianhong Street competition. That victory must have been what caused his shop's popularity to skyrocket. The thought brought a satisfied smile to his face. Next, he examined each new feature. 1. Spirit Beast Baptism, an upgrade of an existing feature. Nothing new to explain. 2. Automatic pet machine. This thing was like a pet vending machine. The device connected to the baptism pool and his breeding space. Simply press a button based on the pet's requirements, hear a ding, and it would automatically deliver a fully baptized pet, completely foolproof operation. Awesome. Fang Yin clapped his hands. With this, simple processes were fully automated. Even if he hired employees in the future, they could just follow button instructions. As for hiring, he could still manage on his own for now. No rush. 3. Automatic mental power growth. No meditation required. Once activated, his mental power would flow and increase like a slowly opened faucet. Since he had to mind the shop during the day with no time for cultivation, this would let him work and train simultaneously. 3 major benefits in one go. Put him in an excellent mood as he hummed a tune on his way to the shop. Just as he turned onto the street, he nearly jumped out of his skin at the sight before him. A long line stretched from his closed shop door all the way past 2 neighboring stores. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, but the dark mass of people had completely blocked the walkway. What's going on? His heart skipped a beat, then filled with joy. More customers meant more revenue. Just a moment, opening right up, he called out while hurrying forward. At the front of the line stood a cute girl holding a small white fox. Seeing him approach, she immediately blinked and said, "Are you the owner? I've watched all your competition videos. I heard you can help pets undergo hidden evolution routes." Videos? Fang Yin was still processing. The girl nodded vigorously. Last night, videos of your mythical pet shop went viral in all the beast tamer groups across High City. Videos went viral overnight. He was instantly bewildered. Was actually famous? Though he'd guessed the competition would bring some attention, he never expected such an explosive response. No wonder the system said his reputation had shot up to street level. Without time to think further, he quickly opened the shop to serve customers. With the massive influx of customers, he'd thought he could make a killing in revenue, but reality far exceeded his expectations. All day long, people poured into his shop like a spring. As soon as one group left, another arrived. He stayed busy until 11 at night, and the shop was still packed with people. Finally, as the clock struck midnight, The crowds dispersed and the shop doors closed. Only then did Fong Yen let out a long sigh of relief. He was about to close up shop when he spotted a pair of pure, innocent eyes watching him from a corner across the street. Those eyes were as clear as a river in early winter, quietly resting on Fong Yen. Looking up, he saw a short-haired girl. Half her body was hidden around the corner of a small alley, with only her curious eyes peeking out. He couldn't tell if she was secretly watching him or staring at his little mythology pet shop. What's going on? Am I being watched? Fong Yen wondered to himself. Did she want to make a purchase? But why wouldn't she come in? Could she be a spy sent by some rival faction? While he was lost in these thoughts, the short-haired girl realized she'd been spotted. She quickly ducked her head and turned to flee in panic, only to crash into a nearby utility pole with a loud bang. Clutching her head, she ran off at lightning speed and disappeared without a trace. Fong Yin shook his head helplessly and slowly pulled down the rolling shutter. The next day, on Tianhong Street, he opened for business as usual, and at first glance, it was noticeably quieter than yesterday. Finally, he could catch his breath. But after a busy morning, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed. I need to put hiring staff on the agenda. If this keeps up, I'll never be able to handle it all. Suddenly, a familiar electronic notification sounded in his mind. Profit breakthrough. 100 million. Unlocking elite grade feed, bronze level skill orbs, and bronze level skill training services. Another unlock. Fong Yen was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. Elite grade feed, bronze level skill orbs, and even bronze level skill training services. He was serving customers while the long queue outside still snaked around to the street corner. Meanwhile, at the intersection of Tianhong and Minxing Road, a girl with a high ponytail arrived carrying a backpack. According to the address, this should be it. Wow, so many people. Shin Mingyun looked at the queue and took a light breath. She hadn't expected this shop's business to be booming to this extent. It's going to be a long wait. She mused while gauging the length of the line. Suddenly, a figure caught her eye. It was a handsome young man whose only distinctive feature seemed to be his perpetually squinting eyes. Seeing him, Shin Mingyun blurted out, "Squinty eyes. He actually came?" The young man turned around with a smile. Oh my. If it isn't our champion candidate number one?" Shin Mingyun frowned. What champion candidate number one? The competition hasn't even officially started yet. This squinty-eyed person Xia Zifan was also a renowned top-tier genius. Even Shin Mingyun couldn't guarantee 100% victory against him. Troublesome as he was, he had his weaknesses. His early poverty had resulted in his contracted spirit pets having ordinary bloodlines, which is why the outside world generally considered his strength to be second only to Shin Mingyun's. Recently, he'd been constantly searching for ways to upgrade his spirit pet's bloodlines, obviously aiming to surpass her. Shin Mingyun obediently went to the back of the line, but Xia Zifan didn't follow suit. He walked straight through the crowd toward the shop entrance. Hey, squinty eyes, what are you doing? Shin Mingyun couldn't help but shout. Xia Zifan waved his hand. Of course I'm going to ask the owner first if he can upgrade bloodlines. If not, I won't waste time standing in line. With that, he weaved through the gaps between customers and reached the counter in a few quick steps. Boss, do you have methods for upgrading bloodlines here? Upgrade bloodlines. Fong Yen looked up, sized him up for a few moments, then said with certainty, "Don't worry, this shop offers bloodline upgrade services for spirit pets." Upon hearing this, Xia Zifan's eyes went wide as if struck by lightning. Though he was still squinting, his shock was clearly evident. What? This shop can actually upgrade spirit pet bloodlines? No way. Xia Zifan was out there training and adventuring while challenging beast-taming hall masters. To enhance his spirit pet's bloodline, he had visited every beast-taming scholar and research institute, only to receive the same answer: impossible. Now, with the mythical pet shop sign right before his eyes and the owner confidently claiming it can be done, his hope was instantly ignited. Shin Mingyun, who was waiting in line, also heard this and widened her eyes. This shop actually offers such services? Behind the counter, Fong Yen smiled and added, "Our shop can indeed enhance spirit pet bloodlines, but we can only elevate pets with inferior bloodlines to the normal standard of their current species. We cannot go beyond that for now. If you accept these terms, please join the queue." Current species standard? That's enough. Xia Zifan thought to himself his spirit pet needed exactly this kind of upgrade. He quickly walked behind Shin Mingyun, becoming the last customer in line. Shin Mingyun turned to size up this squinty-eyed young man. Hey, you really believe what the owner said? Xia Zifan squinted at the shop sign, his tone calm, yet carrying a chilling undertone. Real or fake? I have to try. If he's lying to me, I have ways to make this shop disappear completely. That faint smile sent chills down Shin Mingyun's spine. The anime she'd watched taught her one thing: never mess with squinty-eyed characters, and this proved it. Time passed until noon, with the blazing sun scattering customers left and right, leaving only the two of them in line. When their turn came, no one else was waiting outside. Fong Yin gestured, "Ladies first." After all, Shin Mingyun was ahead in line. "Let him go first." Shin Mingyun waved her hand. "I'm just here to look around today." Hall Master Jiang recommended your shop to me. Oh, Fang Yin raised an eyebrow, quietly assessing this ponytailed beauty's background. Just as he was about to speak, an unfamiliar presence appeared at the shop entrance. All three turned around simultaneously as the uninvited guest appeared, instantly tensing the atmosphere. Meanwhile, at Tianyang Road in Haishi City Center, the Pet Joy Alliance flagship store dominated this location, spanning over 5,000 square meters with more than 100 employees and endless streams of customers. In a spacious business suite, a sharp-looking man in a white vest and black suit leaned back against the sofa, his expression cold and stern as he stared at Wu Man across from him. Wu Man was drenched in cold sweat, head bowed like a prisoner awaiting execution. What made him tremble was the man before him, Ma Ruhong, the Pet Joy Alliance's Central District Regional Manager and Flagship Store Manager. Headquarters described him as someone who remains unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before him, and his position was among the most prestigious in the entire alliance. Ma Ruhong's face showed no expression. You can't even handle a small shop that's been open for less than a month, Wu Man. Are you trying to make me laugh? Manager Ma, I've uploaded all intelligence about that shop to headquarters, and they know it's not simple. Wu Man's voice trembled. But that's no excuse for a third-tier beast tamer like you losing to a second-tier beast tamer. Ma Ruhong said indifferently. Wu Man opened his mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. Gao Fanyan clearly only had first-tier strength, and his spirit pet was completely countered by Wu Man's attributes, yet he still lost. At this thought, his face turned ashen. Go on, start from the bottom and learn properly again. Ma Ruhong's voice betrayed no emotion, yet it struck like a final verdict, plunging Wu Man's heart straight into an ice cellar. He gave Wu Man no chance to respond, raising his hand to make a call. Wei Chinny, come here for a moment. 3 minutes later, a young man in a crisp suit pushed through the door with brisk steps. Manager Ma, you wanted to see me? Wei Chinny's voice was steady. Sit. Ma Ruhong gestured with his chin. Wei Chinny glanced at Wu Man with undisguised contempt, then sat down on the sofa beside him. Chinny, I'm thinking of transferring you to the Tianhong Street branch as store manager. What do you think? Ma Ruhong dropped the bombshell directly. Wu Man's head snapped up. Wei Chinny couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Really? Thank you, manager. He had been stuck at headquarters with no hope of promotion due to Ma Ruhong's presence. If he could become a branch manager, though it meant leaving the core, at least there would be a ladder for advancement. Ma Ruhong raised his hand to signal patience. There's been some trouble at Tianhong Street. The mythical pet shop, right? I know about it. Wei Chinny nodded. Good that you know. Go there later and have a talk with the owner of mythical pet shop. Talk about what? Acquisition. Exactly, we want to acquire that shop. Wu Man couldn't help but whisper a reminder. The owner of mythical pet shop won't agree. Wei Chinny scoffed. Don't worry, with me there, I have ways to make him agree. Ma Ruhong added. If he refuses, we can take a step back and let him join our franchise. Franchise? Wei Chinny raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised I hadn't expected manager Ma to be willing to give the other party this opportunity. Yes, franchise is the bottom line. Ma Ruhong's expression remained calm. Also, don't do anything stupid. Remember that. Don't worry, manager Ma, I understand. Wei Chinny's expression grew solemn. Words are the sharpest weapon in our business. Mythical pet shop. When the shop door was pushed open and a graceful woman walked in, the spacious, bright interior fell silent. Aren't you the store manager from Cute Pet House headquarters? Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifen exclaimed almost simultaneously. As beast tamers, they were all too familiar with the locally famous Cute Pet House. Though they didn't know the manager's name, they had memorized her face. Fang Yin also recognized her Cute Pet House was right next to Minxing Road. And just yesterday at the local competition, this manager Li Feiyu had taken first place, demonstrating her considerable strength. Miss Li Feiyu, right? What brings you here today? Fang Yan's tone was calm. Li Feiyu smiled lightly. What? Can't I just browse as an ordinary customer? Of course you're welcome. All visitors are guests. Fang Yan nodded. But first come, first serve, please let them finish their business first. She found a seat and sat down gracefully. Fang Yin gave her a long look, then turned to Xia Zifen. You want to upgrade bloodlines, right? Bring out the spirit pet that needs upgrading. Before he could finish, Li Feiyu suddenly raised her hand. Wait, what did you just say? Upgrade bloodlines. Her expression was shocked, suspecting she had misheard. To think she would hear the term bloodline upgrade in an ordinary pet shop. Hey, this isn't a research institute or some scientific organization, right? Why would bloodline upgrading be mentioned here? When Fang Yin saw Li Feiyu asking questions, he spoke up, saying that his shop offered bloodline upgrade services. He went on to explain that this service had only been unlocked by the system just before the Tianhong Street competition began, officially called Bloodline Upgrade. It wasn't until after the tournament had concluded that he found time to study its specific effects. It was specifically designed for spirit pets, whose bloodline grade was lower than their racial grade. According to the system's explanation, as long as a spirit pet's bloodline fell slightly short of its species standard, The upgrade service could directly elevate the bloodline to match the racial tier. To give the most straightforward example, if a spirit pet belonged to the exotic beast category but only possessed common beast bloodline, after upgrading, its bloodline could be steadily raised to exotic beast level. It was important to emphasize that this function wouldn't raise a spirit pet's growth ceiling, but it could effectively provide a foundation, allowing originally mediocre individuals to at least reach their species' average baseline. For Feng Yan, this was undoubtedly a business venture with tremendous potential. After all, many novice beast tamers, constrained by their limited finances, initially contracted spirit pets with rather touching qualifications. Bloodline upgrading could perfectly target this segment of potential customers. As he spoke, Xia Zifen pressed his contract seal, and summoning light exploded in the center of the shop. A medium-sized wolf landed steadily from the light curtain. Its entire body was covered in crimson fur that stood on end, like burning flames that trembled gently with each breath. The next second, the beast detection machine emitted a soft chime, and Feng Yin squinted as he scanned the screen. Spirit pet, Crimson Flame Wolf. Attribute, Fire. Talent, Fierce Fire. Bloodline, None. Skills, Charge Brown Earth, Small Flame Brown Earth, Power Charge Brown Earth, Fireball Gray Rock, Ignite Gray Rock, Burn Black Iron, Flame Breath Black Iron, Intense Firelight Bronze, Flamethrower Bronze. Strength level, Elite 9th rank. Racial level, Demon Beast 6th tier. Bloodline level, Exotic Beast 7th tier. Seeing the line, Elite 9th rank, everyone in the shop gasped in shock. Even the usually composed Li Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Elite level required at least a 4th-tier beast tamer to cultivate a spirit pet to this degree. This meant that Xia Zifen, the perpetually smiling guy with squinting eyes, was already a 4th-tier beast tamer at such a young age. Absolute genius. Shen Mingyun merely raised an eyebrow. Both racial and bloodline grades are rather low. In her view, the Crimson Flame Wolf's racial classification of Demon Beast 6th tier wasn't particularly high-end, and worse still, its individual bloodline lagged behind by a tier. To avoid confusion among everyone present, Feng Yan provided a simple explanation. 1. Racial level refers to the average tier of that entire species across all planes. Crimson Flame Wolves generally remain at Demon Beast 6th tier, possibly fluctuating slightly due to regional differences, but largely consistent. 2. Bloodline level specifically refers to individual aptitude. Once bloodline falls below racial level, it indicates this spirit pet ranks in the back of its species. If bloodline exceeds racial level, it represents superior talent. It's like students in the same class taking the same courses. Some excel at the top, others lag at the bottom. 3. Typically, bloodline won't deviate too drastically from racial level. The species' upper limit is fixed. Of course, the spirit pet cubs that Feng Yan sold, containing mythological creature bloodlines, all belonged to special existences and weren't part of this discussion. Boss, can you really enhance bloodlines? Xia Zifen asked with narrowed eyes. This is equivalent to upgrading a spirit pet's innate talent. Is this actually possible? Feng Yan looked up from behind the counter, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, of course I can. And it'll be done quickly. Naturally, the price is quite steep since we're dealing with bloodline enhancement. For yours, 100 million. How does that sound? 100 million? Not just Xia Zifen, but even Shen Mingyun and Li Feiyu, who were sitting nearby, nearly jumped out of their chairs in shock. What an astronomical price. However, Xia Zifen took a deep breath and nodded. No problem, as long as you can upgrade my spirit pet's bloodline. Then I'll take the Crimson Flame Wolf inside first. Please wait a moment. Feng Yan gestured for a staff member to wheel the wolf cage into the back room, then returned with 3 white porcelain cups, filling only 2 with coffee. He handed 1 cup to Shen Mingyun and placed the other in front of Xia Zifen. Li Feiyu stood there stunned. Boss Feng, where's mine? Sorry, I seem to have used up all the silver heart coffee beans. Feng Yan shrugged. Li Feiyu's face darkened. Damn it, just when it's my turn, you run out? Despite this, as soon as Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifen took their first sips, the rich, mellow bitter aroma exploded on their tongues. Both widened their eyes simultaneously. Silver heart coffee, this is actually real. Before coming here, they had heard rumors about the mythical pet shop, supposedly serving silver heart coffee to customers. Seeing it for real was still shocking. These coffee beans could fetch high prices at auction. What kind of background did the shop have? Feng Yan hadn't been in the back room long when Li Feiyu pulled up a chair to chat with Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifen. So you're the famous Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifen? Strong contenders for this year's national championship. Strong contenders? Shen Mingyun spread her hands. Honestly, I don't care about winning the championship. Right now, I just want to meet Lu Lingluo and challenge her. Lu Lingluo, that legendary guild master. Xia Zifen had naturally heard of her and was about to respond when the backroom door suddenly burst open. So fast? Xia Zifen shot to his feet. Feng Yan emerged with a smile. All done. Take a look and see for yourself. Xia Zifen eagerly pulled out his beast detection device and scanned the Crimson Flame Wolf. Spirit Pet, Crimson Flame Wolf. Attribute, Fire. Talent, Fierce Flame. Bloodline, Crimson Flame Wolf King. Skills, Power Level, Elite Rank 9. Species Level, Demon Beast Tier 6. Bloodline Level, Magic Beast Tier 3. As the data appeared on the screen, his eyelid twitched, and his perpetually half-closed eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Shin Mingyun beside him was startled by his sudden movement. Holy crap, he opened his eyes. The squinty-eyed guy opened his eyes. This is one of the world's 10 greatest wonders. She leaned over to look and gasped. The bloodline actually surpassed the species level, directly advancing to Magic Beast tier? Boss, didn't you say you could only upgrade subpar bloodlines to roughly match the species level? The bloodline jumped directly from exotic beast tier to Magic Beast tier? Good lord, you skipped an entire demon beast tier. And what the hell is this Crimson Flame Wolf King bloodline? Fong Yin scratched the back of his head, his tone helpless yet casual. Sorry about that. During the bloodline upgrade process, I accidentally awakened the hidden Wolf King bloodline within this Crimson Flame Wolf, so the upgrade was more extensive than usual. Shin Mingyun. Xia Zifen. Li Feiyu. What the hell? Awakened a hidden Wolf King bloodline? Boss, could you be any more outrageous? Actually, Fong Yin himself hadn't expected this outcome. By all logic, when he enhanced the bloodline of Xia Zifen's Crimson Flame Wolf, the final result should have remained at the Demon Beast level after all. This was just the normal standard within the Crimson Flame Wolf clan. But who could have predicted that Xia Zifen's Crimson Flame Wolf harbored the rare bloodline of the Crimson Flame Wolf King? A routine upgrade accidentally activated this entirely different power, causing the wolf's potential to leap directly to the Magic Beast tier, far surpassing its peers. This unexpected windfall reminded Fong Yin that within every species, there existed naturally born royal bloodlines. If he wanted to capture spirit pets in the wild, prioritizing these royal bloodlines would undoubtedly yield the highest returns. Inside the shop, the squinty-eyed Xia Zifen froze for half a second before his entire face nearly burst with joy. Magic Beast tier. It actually reached Magic Beast tier. He laughed loudly, so excited his breathing quickened. Boss, you're incredible. This effect completely destroys those worthless research institutes. Fong Yin nodded with a smile. I'm glad you're satisfied. Shin Mingyun beside them could no longer contain herself and blurted out. Boss, if there's no hidden bloodline, can't you still enhance the bloodline beyond the species' normal level? She also wanted her spirit pet to undergo a complete transformation. Sorry, that's not possible at the moment, Fong Yin replied calmly. I see. Shin Mingyun's shoulders drooped slightly, her disappointment clearly visible. Xia Zifen then pulled out his phone and stepped forward quickly. 100 million, right? Fortunately, I've saved up some money over the years. Don't rush. Fong Yin smiled and raised his hand, smoothly delivering his classic catchphrase. I think you might want to check out our other products as well. Xia Zifen paused, then his eyes lit up. Sure. Boss, what else do you sell? He was already filled with anticipation for this mysteriously enchanting little shop. Fong Yin unhurriedly promoted his wares. Our shop recently stocked bronze-level skill orbs and elite-grade spirit pet food. Bronze-level skills? Xia Zifen actually didn't lack skills of the same level as Crimson Flame Wolf had already mastered fire-type bronze skills like Intense Flare and Flamethrower. Boss, could you show me a few fire-type bronze-level skill orbs? Certainly. Fong Yin turned and walked toward the back courtyard, returning shortly with a tray. Several crimson skill orbs lay quietly on the plate, like suppressed flames dancing within glass spheres. I grabbed a few at random all fire attribute bronze-level skill orbs, he said, placing one of them on the beast appraisal device. The detection panel lit up. Name, Spark Prairie Fire. Level, Bronze. Attribute, Fire. Power, 80. When the line, Power, 80, appeared, Xia Zifen's pupils nearly exploded. This? Power 80? Isn't this the kind of power only silver-level skills have? Shin Mingyun and Li Feiyu simultaneously gasped, exclaiming in shock. This power is nearly double that of similar bronze skills on the market. What kind of skill is this? You call this bronze level? Fong Yin remained silent, simply watching their reactions with a smile. Shin Mingyun quickly recalled common knowledge. Normal bronze level skills have power between 20 and 50, while silver level ranges from 50 to 100. Your orb with 80. It's stronger than many silver skills with 60 or 70 power. Beside them, Li Feiyu was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling continuously. She had no choice. Although she'd heard that the skill orbs sold at Mythical Pet Shop were incredibly powerful, she never imagined they'd be this impressive. Boss, how much for this skill orb? I'll take it. Squinty Eyes stepped up to the counter in one stride, pressing her fingertip against the pale red glowing Spark Prairie Fire orb, her tone as decisive as ordering from a menu. Wide area AoE with devastating burst damage. Once she mastered this technique, her spirit pet's combat power would definitely jump to the next level. Fong Yin smiled and raised his hand, holding up one finger. This one costs 16 million. What the? Xia Zifan instinctively looked up, his eyes widening bigger than pigeon eggs. 16 million? Damn. He converted the price and his Hiata bronze level skill orb cost 1/6 of what he'd just spent upgrading his spirit pet's bloodline. That's outrageous. Bronze level skills on the market only cost a few million each. This is priced like a silver level skill orb. Li Feiyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. As the head manager of Adorable Pet House, she'd seen plenty of expensive skill orbs, but 16 million still made her scalp tingle. Boss Fong, isn't this pricing a bit too steep? Fong Yin leaned against the counter with his hands, completely unmoved. Do you really think it's not worth the price? Li Feiyu and Shin Mingyun exchanged glances. Bronze level classification, silver level power. Once equipped by an elite grade spirit pet, it could rival commander level abilities. They could do the math. Fine, I'll take them all. Xia Zifan gritted his teeth and turned around. Shin Mingyun, lend me some money so I can buy a few more. Get lost. Lend you money to get stronger and then fight me? I'm not that stupid. Shin Mingyun cut him off mercilessly with a wave of her hand, then looked at Fong Yin. Boss, I'm buying too. Circumstances forced her hand. Xia Zifan had already upgraded his spirit pet's bloodline at this shop, and was now preparing to stock up on bronze skill orbs with silver level power. His combat strength would skyrocket. If Shin Mingyun didn't keep up, she'd fall behind, and she absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. Fong Yin looked at the three of them, his smile growing wider. This business deal was definitely profitable. But instead of immediately processing their orders, he waved his hand gently. Don't rush. All three froze. Fong Yin pushed a new price list to the center of the counter. The shop just stocked elite grade feed in 4 tiers. For tiers, if any regular customers had been present, their jaws would have dropped. This shop's feed had always come in only 3 grades, but now there was a 4th tier. Fong Yin explained each option. Basic elite feed. Raises spirit pets to elite level 10 within 3 years. 3-year supply. Total price 18 million. Intermediate. Reaches elite level 10 within 2 years. 2-year supply 36 million. Advanced. 1 year to elite level 10. 1-year supply 60 million. Premium. 6 months to elite level 10. Complete package 120 million. The numbers hit like hammer blows. All three stared at the premium tier with its 6 months and 120 million. Boss, are you kidding? 6 months to reach elite level 10? Even performance enhancers aren't that fast. And 120 million. Isn't that way too expensive? No matter how shocked they felt inside, they understood this was mythical pet shop. Outrageously expensive prices, but effects that never disappointed. Still, this price was higher than even commander level or general level spirit pet feeds on the market. Fong Yin smiled and said, the prices are right here. You can make your own decisions. Expensive things are expensive for a reason. He tapped the counter with his hand, his gaze sweeping across the three faces. After all, time is the most precious thing in this world. Shin Mingyun, Xia Zifan, and Li Feiyu exchanged glances, their expressions skeptical. If it really worked as effectively as Fong Yin claimed, they'd consider it worth the money. But the question was it really that effective? Seeing the three hesitate, Fong Yin could only feel helpless inside. Feed was always the hardest to sell. He understood why. Skill orbs and spirit pets had testing equipment, and once the data was displayed, everyone believed it. Only feed lacked unified standards, and verification could only rely on actual breeding. Add to that his ridiculously high prices, and most people backed away at first glance. Worse still, feed showed results slowly. Skill orbs worked fastest in less than a day, slowest in 3 to 5 days for mastery. Spirit pet combat effectiveness could be judged in a single battle, but feed needed a complete cycle to prove its worth. Currently, only juvenile grade and transcendent grade feeds had been validated by the market. The juvenile and transcendent stages leveled up quickly as premium juvenile grade feed could take a pet from juvenile level 1 to level 2 in just 2 days. Transcendent grade takes a few more days. However, higher grade feeds always had low sales. From the elite grade onward, the feed introduced a 4th tier superior grade. The core selling point of superior feed was faster. If the total cycle of 6 months could raise a spirit pet to elite level 10, then on average, leveling up from elite level 1 to level 2 would take less than 10 days. The transition from elite level 5 to 6 took longer, about 20 days. On average, superior feed allowed for a level increase every 18 days, with results almost visible to the naked eye. If you don't level up within a month, come find me for a refund, Fong Yin added, giving a guarantee. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingyun and Xia Zifan's skepticism immediately softened. The reputation of the Jiang family head was authoritative among young adventurers, and they were somewhat willing to trust it. I'll buy it. Give me 4 sets of elite grade feed. Xia Zifan gritted his teeth and swiped his card. What? Shin Mingyun turned around in disbelief. 4 sets. 4 sets of superior feed cost 480 million. She completely broke down and exclaimed, damn it. How can you borrow money from me when you have so much money? Xia Zifan had already spent nearly 200 million upgrading his bloodline and purchasing skill orbs, and now he was shelling out another 480 million, totaling over 600 million. The more Shin Mingyun thought about it, the angrier she became. Those squinty-eyed people are definitely not good news. Boss, I want some too. Despite her anger, Shin Mingyun refused to be left out. Her 4 spirit pets were also elite grade, so she needed 4 sets as well. Thus, the two ended up making a hefty purchase. Xia Zifan had an extra bloodline upgrade fee of 100 million, with his total expenditure slightly higher. Shin Mingyun, having bought more skill orbs, balanced it out. Fang Yin quickly processed the transaction, and the final total reached 13 billion, setting a new single-day sales record. When Li Feiyu heard this figure, she was completely stunned. 1.3 billion, a full 1.3 billion, she repeated silently in her mind. As the manager of the main adorable pet house store, she had seen plenty of big deals, but those numbers usually only appeared when selling spiritual pet cubs in bulk. To earn this amount from just 2 customers was unimaginable for any pet store. The business model of Mythical Pet Shop was clearly something no other competitor could replicate. This time, she had made the trip specifically to see with her own eyes what made this store so extraordinary. She had grown tired of hearing the rumors, but seeing is believing was the most reliable approach. Yet when she arrived at the scene, she was still left speechless with shock. A transaction worth 1.3 billion was beyond the reach of not just branch stores, but even the main adorable pet house store on most days, with only a few days each year breaking the billion mark. Meanwhile, Fang Yin looked at today's earnings with pure joy. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the backyard to get the feed. The shop's interior space was limited, so he quickly returned and stood at the entrance, raising his hand to operate his spatial storage device. In the next instant, neatly packaged bags of spiritual pet feed appeared on the ground by the door, each sealed with a dark gold anti-counterfeiting label that exuded quality. We'll take them then. Shin Mingyun and Xia Zifan exchanged glances and quickly stored the feed in their respective spatial storage devices. The entire delivery process was now complete. Spatial storage devices weren't uncommon in beast-tamer circles, with rings and bracelets being the most common forms. However, they had one insurmountable limitation: they couldn't store living creatures. This was why Fang Yin had to avoid Hong Zhao's site every time he went to restock from him. After finishing these tasks, Xia Zifan's face couldn't hide his joy, his eyes blazing like flames. Excellent. The Crimson Flame Wolf's bloodline has improved. If I can just train it to elite level 10, I might catch the attention of that legendary governor. Huh, meet the legendary governor. Shin Mingyun sneered. You don't even have a 50% chance of beating me in combat, and you want to meet her? Xia Zifan narrowed his eyes at Shin Mingyun. Are you saying that even you aren't confident? That's right. Shin Mingyun shook her head gently. I've already collected 15 orbs, and even Governor Jiang acknowledges me, yet I still lack the confidence to meet Governor Lu Lingluo. When I asked Governor Jiang before leaving, his response was. Fang Yin emerged from the back room at that moment, having finished packaging the skill orbs they needed, and handed them over. Shin Mingyun and Xia Zifan quickly stored them away. Xia Zifan casually explained, we were discussing that legendary governor. You must have heard of her, right, boss? I've heard a little. I only recently became a beast tamer, so I don't know much about her. Fang Yin answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Xia Zifan squinted in surprise. There are actually people in this world who don't know about the legendary governor? Boss, you're way behind the times. Fang Yin asked curiously. Is this legendary mansion master really that legendary? Shin Mingyun raised her hand and gestured in the air, her tone resolute. Absolutely. This mansion master is the strongest in the world, mind you. Not just the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, but the strongest globally. Globally? Fang Yin was slightly stunned, as he had originally thought Lu Lingluo was merely the strongest among the 16 mansion masters. Shin Mingyun nodded gently and continued explaining. Other countries also have beast tamer competitions and similarly established mansion masters. Yet Lu Lingluo is universally recognized as the world's #1 mansion master. That's why she's called a legend. At this point, her eyes blazed with fervor. They say her talent is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. She doesn't even need to create any achievements or forge any legends. Her mere existence is legendary. Many beast-taming scholars therefore assert that no one more gifted will emerge this century. As long as she remains, the native civilization of Blue Star can safely weather any crisis for the next 100 years. Such exaggerated praise made Fang Yin gasp. That exaggerated? Exactly that exaggerated. Shin Mingyun spread her hands with a proud expression. Moreover, she's the only mansion master not referred to by elemental attributes, the legendary mansion master, Lu Lingluo. The quiet, squinty-eyed one interjected. However, she's also elusive as a dragon. So far, aside from Jiang Hai and the other 15 mansion masters who've seen her at mansion master councils, no other beast tamers who came to challenge her have ever laid eyes on her. To ensure the smooth running of the national gifted beast tamer competition, The organizing committee specially modified the rules for her challengers could obtain the recognition orb simply by defeating all disciples of her beast mansion. Whether they could challenge her personally depended on whether she acknowledged their strength. The reality is, no challenger has truly met Lu Lingluo yet. Since those 15 mansion masters keep tight-lipped and don't go around describing her appearance, the outside world doesn't even know her gender. They don't even know the gender. Fang Yin fell into contemplation. Shin Mingyun cupped her chin thoughtfully. The name sounds feminine, so I leaned toward her being a woman of unparalleled beauty and grace. She finished by pressing her fists under her chin, looking completely enchanted. Xia Zifan couldn't help but tease, so you're her little fangirl. No. Strictly speaking, I want to challenge her more than any of you. Shin Mingyun's eyes burned with intensity. Among the current participants, I haven't seen anyone stronger than me, so to look further up, I can only challenge her. Xia Zifan was momentarily speechless and had to change the subject. You mentioned Mansion Master Jiang earlier, what did he tell you? Shin Mingyun recalled. Mansion Master Jiang said her talent is extraordinarily rare, and everyone who's seen her feels the same way, without exception. The 15 Mansion Masters can't even imagine how far she'll grow in the future. That's about it. After hearing this account, Xia Zifan couldn't help but frown. Even Mansion Master Jiang says that? This Lu Lingluo, is she really that formidable? After all, her various legends felt somewhat inflated. Without any achievements to back it up, many people felt there was something fishy about it. The two customers were about to leave when Fang Yin smiled and stopped them. Don't rush off. Our shop can now provide spirit beast species. If you break through to the 5th tier, remember to come back. Before he could finish, a steady and powerful female voice suddenly came from nearby. Spirit beast species? What a coincidence. I just broke through to the 5th tier. Boss, can you provide a first-grade spirit beast species pet? All three froze simultaneously and turned around in unison. They saw a tall woman approaching from the direction of Hepping Road intersection. She wore a dark coat that reached her calves, the hem fluttering in the breeze to reveal long combat boots, and a silver earring glinted coldly on her earlobe. Fang Yin asked tentatively, "You are?" Principal of 3rd High School, Yining. She smiled slightly and introduced herself. The principal of Haisher 3rd Beast-Taming High School. Fang Yan's heart skipped a beat as he immediately recalled the collaboration Yin Shixing had mentioned during his first visit to the show. Hadn't expected the principal to actually appear in person. Xia Zifan and Shin Mingyun were also stunned by this development. The principal of a key high school was actually a 5th-tier beast tamer. No wonder she could lead such a prestigious institution. Shin Mingyun muttered under her breath. First-grade spirit beast species, that's exactly the highest species level a 5th-tier beast tamer can contract. Isn't that requirement a bit too demanding? In her view, whether captured in the wild or hatched personally, spirit pet species came with random attributes, making it nearly impossible to get exactly 1st grade. However, Fang Yan remained composed. Rest assured, our shop can provide 1st-grade spirit beast species cubs that will satisfy you. Xia Zifan and Shun Mingyun exchanged glances. They had never bought spirit pets from Mythical Pet Shop before, and this confidence only made them nervous. It would be embarrassing if Fang Yan couldn't deliver. Fang Yan invited Yin Ing into the shop, and the two students followed, planning to witness the true capabilities of this mythical pet shop. After all, they would also break through to the 5th tier soon, and if the cubs were of sufficient quality, they might shop here in the future. The shop's lighting was soft and the shelves were neatly arranged. Fang Yan brought over a cup of coffee with a pale golden glow. Please wait a moment. I have another customer here. He glanced toward Li Feiyu. No need. Let her go first. Li Feiyu waved her hand. She had come today just to see what this was all about, and this was a perfect opportunity to observe. All right. Fang Yan turned to face Yining. Please state your requirements. Yining picked up the coffee and gently swirled it, surprise flashing in her eyes. Teacher Yin was absolutely right. This really is silver heart coffee. I've only had it once at an auction. At that moment, her expectations for Mythical Pet Shop soared. Perhaps this place really could fulfill her wishes. She slowly set down the cup. My requirement is simply /type spirit pet suitable for my 5th tier mental power. In reality, her bottom line was a 9th grade magical beast species, though she didn't mention it aloud. It would be best to encounter a 1st grade spirit beast species, but no big deal if not. Who knew Shin Mingyun would nearly jump up? A /type suitable for 5th tier mental power. And you call that requirement not high? She was beginning to think Yining had come here to cause trouble. The /type refers to a combat method used by physical class spirit pets. Beast tamers on Blue Star have long racked their brains over how to classify spirit pets. The most widely accepted system divides them into 16 elemental types with mutual advantages and disadvantages. A less commonly mentioned approach categorizes them by attack methods into 3 types: thrust, and strike. Relies on blade-sharp limbs or weapons for cutting attacks. Thrust emphasizes speed and mobility, delivering unexpected damage through sudden advances. Strike is the most common, encompassing all punches and kicks. Since strike types are everywhere and slash types are rare, almost no one actually uses this classification system, which is why Xin Mingyun was convinced that Yin Ying was deliberately being difficult. To meet Yin Ying's requirements, the spirit pet first couldn't be an elemental type. Water, wind, fire, lightning, earth, light, dark, poison. These attributes excel at ranged energy attacks, similar to mage skills in online games, clearly different from close combat striking. Even when limited to melee combat, most still fall under strike. Among those that could be classified as slash, only mantis-type creatures were commonly seen. In such a short time, Xin Mingyun couldn't think of other options. Yanning smiled and spread her hands. Don't be shocked, little sister. My talent specifically requires slash-type spirit pets. I have no choice either. Xin Mingyun thought to herself. That's certainly possible. Beast tamer talents nowadays come in all shapes and forms, so this wasn't particularly unusual. But this beautiful principal's special requirements wouldn't be easy to satisfy. She wondered if the boss could produce a suitable spirit pet. Fang Yin pondered for a few seconds, said, please wait a moment, then turned and went into the shop's backyard. Although he had successfully unlocked spirit beast baptism, whether he could produce a suitable spirit pet remained to be seen. The automatic spirit pet machine was, after all, only good at producing common varieties with simple requirements. He could only do his best. About half an hour later, Fang Yin returned to the front hall carrying a reptilian spirit pet. This, a gecko? Xin Mingyun's eyes widened immediately. Good heavens, the boss actually brought back a gecko. Yan Ying frowned directly. Boss, this doesn't meet my requirements at all, does it? This is just a common water gecko. Water attribute means energy attacks. It's neither close combat, let alone slash type. Do you think it counts as melee just by ramming into things? Her speech quickened with irritation, clearly feeling she was being brushed off. Fang Yin maintained his smile. Please don't rush. Let's first look at this water gecko's data. Soon, Fang Yin placed the water gecko on the beast-taming detection machine. Spirit pet, water gecko. Attributes, water element, water talent, sharp claw bloodline. Therizinosaurus skills including charge brown earth, spit water brown earth, and claw brown earth. Strength level, juvenile 6th grade. Species level, spirit beast 1st tier. Bloodline level, spirit beast 9th tier. Upon seeing the water gecko's data, Yanning was utterly shocked that it was perfectly positioned at spirit beast 1st tier. Wait, the talent was actually sharp claws. The glow from the display screen reflected on her face as Yan Ying nearly doubted her own eyes. A water gecko's talent should logically be either torrent or high-speed climbing. Yet this one clearly displayed sharp claws. She furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, this is impossible. There's no record of this in any guidebook. Standing nearby, Xin Mingyun, Xia Zifan, and Li Feiyu were equally dumbfounded. Water geckos were already rare enough, but this one also carried the unknown Therizinosaurus bloodline. Had never heard of such a creature, let alone the dual combination of rare bloodline and juvenile 6th grade. Seeing their reaction, Fang Yin smiled slightly and gestured in the air, activating a holographic projection that enlarged the silhouette of a Therizinosaurus before everyone. It was a slow-moving yet massive ancient theropod dinosaur, its forelimb claws resembling giant scythes that gleamed coldly in the projection. Therizinosaurus, Fang Yin began to explain, lived during the dinosaur era, primarily feeding on plants, fruits, and insects. Technically, it's not considered a mythical bloodline, but the dinosaur era itself represents power and dominance. Its claws are sharp as blades, which is why it's classified as a slash-type spirit beast, and it happens to belong to the spirit beast category. It perfectly complements the water gecko's sharp claw talent. He dismissed the projection and turned to Yan Ying. Principal Yan, are you satisfied with this spirit pet? Of course I'm satisfied, Yan Ying exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, then immediately worried. But the orthodox evolution path for water geckos is toward water salamanders. What if its talent changes after evolution and it loses its slash characteristics? Fang Yan's expression grew serious. Principal, please rest assured. Our shop provides spirit pet evolution services, covering both material-free evolution and hidden evolution. Water geckos do indeed have a hidden evolution path, with their ultimate form leaning toward dinosaur morphology. With proper cultivation, there's a complete chance for it to transform into a true Therizinosaurus. Hidden evolution? Yan Ying's mind thundered as she whipped around to glare at team leader Yin Shisheng. Hey, Yin Shisheng, how come you never mentioned this? Xin Mingyun, Xia Zifan, and Li Feiyu also erupted. Boss, you never told us about hidden evolution? Fang Yin raised his hand to signal for quiet, his tone steady. The reason is simple. First, not all spirit pets possess hidden evolution paths. Second, our shop currently only supports first-stage evolution. Third, your spirit pets have already surpassed the first stage and are at elite level, still some distance from the second stage. Since I haven't yet opened second-stage hidden evolution services, Naturally, I wouldn't mention it. The group exchanged glances, their emotions finally settling somewhat. However, the mystery and wonder of the mythical pet shop had already been deeply etched in their hearts. Each layer revealed brought entirely new amazement. It must be said that the surprises and shocks the mythical pet shop brought them were simply everywhere. One moment of inattention could really mean missing out on so much. Boss, name your price. Yining said. This spirit pet's appearance, attributes, and potential matched all her requirements perfectly. Fong Yin weighed his options. It was a spirit beast species with rare bloodline and belonged to the scarce/type. He nodded slightly. 200 million. How about that? The shop fell silent instantly, everyone gasping in unison. A 200 million spirit beast species. This figure was already approaching the price range of the cheapest immortal beast species on the market. Yining pondered for a moment, then readily agreed. It's indeed expensive, but worth it. I'll take it. As a fifth-tier beast tamer, she wasn't unable to afford this amount. However, Fong Yin suddenly flashed his signature gentle smile. Don't rush. Xia Zifan, standing nearby with his squinting eyes, felt a drop of cold sweat slide down his temple. Here it comes again. Last time he heard this phrase, he ended up paying several hundred million extra. Boss, could you please change your script? He silently complained to himself. Might as well call you Don't Rush from now on. Fong Yin continued explaining. You just broke through to 5th tier, so most of your spirit pets are elite level, right? My shop has excellent quality bronze level skill orbs, plus matching elite level feed. Sure enough, he successfully recommended many skill orbs to Yining. As for the feed, Yining didn't buy any. All 4 of her spirit pets had already reached elite level 10, just short of breaking through to commander level. After the transaction ended, Yining walked to the door with a beaming smile. Boss, today's visit was truly worthwhile. No wonder Teacher Yin highly recommended you. Let's exchange contact information. I'll need to trouble you for future collaborations. Sure. Fong Yin readily exchanged business cards. With that, Yin Ying's shopping spree finally came to an end. Boss, we'll be leaving too. Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifan bid farewell. They had already made up their minds. Once they broke through to 5th tier, they would definitely come here to pick spirit pet cubs. At the entrance, Yin Ying, Shen Mingyun, and Xia Zifan waved goodbye to Fong Yin in turn, leaving only Li Feiyu in the shop. The 3 departed in different directions. Xia Zifan and Shen Mingyun returned along Minxing Road intersection, while Yanning headed toward Hepping Road at the other end. I almost forgot. Fong Yin suddenly remembered something he hadn't done yet. With too many customers this morning, he had planned to handle it at noon, but 3 consecutive big deals had dragged it out until now. The help wanted sign. With the surge in customer traffic, he urgently needed to hire a shop assistant. Fong Yin pulled out the freshly printed job posting from under the counter and efficiently stuck it on the wall beside his shop. Done. He dusted off his hands and turned to head back into the shop, but suddenly met a pair of clear eyes. A 12 or 13-year-old girl stood quietly in front of him, staring at him motionlessly. She had appeared so suddenly that Fong Yin nearly cried out in surprise. You are. Just as he spoke, Xia Zifan, Shen Mingyun, and Yin Ying, who had walked away a few steps, all turned back simultaneously. They saw the little girl standing right in front of Fong Yin, while the 3 of them stood behind him. This scene greatly surprised all 3 beast tamers. At this moment, Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifan were facing the Minxing Road intersection, while Yin Ying was walking toward Hepping Road. The 3 of them had a clear view of everyone on the stretch of road from both intersections to the mythical pet shop. However, Fong Yin was certain that this little girl had absolutely not been in his line of sight before, meaning she had appeared as abruptly, as if materializing out of thin air. This abnormal scene made Fong Yan's heart sink, and Shen Mingyun, Xia Zifan, and Yining all frowned in unison, their guard up. Fong Yin muttered to himself. What the hell? A paranormal event. First, this girl was clearly not the mysterious woman from last night who had injured her forehead. That one was in her 20s. Second, though she had a tender, adorable face and was quite young, she possessed sharp eyes that seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. That inexplicable melancholy and composure, combined with her black leather jacket, created a capable aura that was completely at odds with her age, yet strangely harmonious. Just one glance was enough to make Fong Yin feel uncomfortable, with an eerie sensation washing over him. Suddenly, a system notification exploded in his mind. SS-level talent detected. Temporary invincible state, acquired during shop operating hours. The host is in an invincible state, undefeatable by anyone, and the shop is indestructible, unbreakable by anyone. The information overload nearly overwhelmed Fong Yin. This seemingly ordinary little girl was actually an SS-level talent? This was absolutely ridiculous. On second thought, considering the girl's young age yet extraordinary talent, and recalling Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifan's earlier speculations, he vaguely grasped some clues. The system was probably worried he couldn't handle the situation, so it temporarily granted him invincible protection. Understanding this, his anxiety was instantly soothed. Whoever this visitor was, he could handle the situation. Honored guest, please come in. He stepped aside with an inviting gesture. The little girl looked up in surprise. Honored guest, you know who I am? Fang Yin merely smiled slightly, neither nodding nor denying, gesturing again for her to enter. The girl frowned lightly, sensing that the shop owner was more inscrutable than she had anticipated, but still turned and stepped into the store. Yining pondered for a moment before following her in. Xia Zifan and Shun Mingyun exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable chill creep up their necks, and quickly followed suit. Inside the shop, Li Feiyu was busy organizing the shelves when she looked up and saw the girl, her eyes instantly turning into pink hearts. Wow, so cute. She couldn't help but spread her arms wide and pounce forward, wanting to embrace the adorable little bundle, but somehow missed completely, nearly stumbling as her body swayed. Huh. Li Feiyu stared at her empty arms, her brow furrowed as she suspiciously examined the girl. The girl completely ignored everyone's gazes, merely scanning the shop with indifference. Her powerful mental energy instantly spread out, and the result shocked her. Throughout the entire shop, aside from some wild spirit pets crawling on the ground and flying in the air, there were no formally contained spirit pets whatsoever, yet the shop owner continued operating normally. There was only one possibility. Spatial technology? And spatial technology capable of containing living beings. Massive waves surged in her heart. To achieve this level required cutting-edge black technology that only top-tier beast research institutes possessed. She had underestimated this small shop. Behind the mythical pet shop stood a top-level beast research institute. Otherwise, this small shop could never possess such technology. Next, Fang Yin served the little girl a cup of galactic core coffee. The moment the cup touched the counter, the girl glanced at it and felt her heart skip a beat. Galactic core coffee had long lost its effect on her. Yet this small shop could actually serve such a rare delicacy. Their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Perhaps this place can truly meet my expectations. She lifted the cup and took a sip, her gaze first sweeping over Li Feiyu before finally settling on Fang Yin. Please hurry, I'm pressed for time. Of course. Fang Yin nodded and turned to Li Feiyu. Miss Li, don't mind me. Li Feiyu waved her hand dismissively. Boss Fang, please attend to this young lady first. She had originally come just to browse casually, but now found herself intrigued by this mysterious little girl. Fang Yin smiled wryly to himself. What exactly is this woman here for? There's no coffee for her to drink anyway. Fortunately, Li Feiyu's favor didn't cost him any inventory, so he couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. With permission granted, the little girl looked back at Fang Yin. I'm about to break through, and I'm searching for a spirit companion. Her words left everyone in the shop stunned. Breakthrough? Are you aiming for first-tier mental power? So young, and already first-tier, what incredible talent. Shin Mingyun couldn't help but praise. Little sister, you're looking for an exotic beast species, right? Before the little girl could shake her head, Fang Yin spoke softly. No, what she needs is a divine beast species. He met the girl's eyes. Am I right? Huh. Now not only the little girl, but everyone was stunned. A divine beast species? The air seemed to freeze instantly. Boss, you're quite the jokester. Shin Mingyun laughed awkwardly. The little girl nodded seriously. Boss, you're very impressive. I've visited many pet shops, and you're the only one who could see through me at a glance. That's right. I am looking for a divine beast species. Boss, do you have any? What? The atmosphere in the shop shifted once again. Shin Mingyun, Xia Zifan, Yining, and Li Feiyu were all left speechless. As the manager of the main adorable pet house store, Li Feiyu had encountered all sorts of unusual customers, yet she could never have imagined hearing the words divine beast species from a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Common species, exotic beast species, demon beast species, magic beast species, spirit beast species, immortal beast species, sacred beast species, divine beast species. She never would have expected someone to immediately target the highest tier of divine beasts. Just as Fang Yin was about to respond, commotion erupted outside the shop. Holy crap, aren't those people from the Pet Joy Alliance? Wow, so many of them probably here to cause trouble. Before the chatter died down, a large group had already streamed inside. So this is the mythical pet shop? It's quite small. The leading young man, Wei Chun, surveyed the surroundings. Fang Yin frowned. Who are you people? This shop is currently open for business. Wei Chun smiled politely. Sorry about this. We specifically chose the quieter midday hours to visit, but we didn't expect business to be so good. It's really lively in here. Despite his words, his gaze inevitably fell on the little girl. Why would there be a child here? He couldn't quite understand it, but it didn't matter. Nothing would interfere with his mission today. You must be Boss Fang from the mythical pet shop, right? Wei Chen asked with a smile as he pushed open the glass door. I am, Fang Yin nodded. Then let's cut to the chase, Wei Chen said, hands tucked in his suit pockets as his gaze swept from the counter to the shelves. Our Pet Joy Alliance is planning to acquire your shop, everything, including all merchandise, services, supply chains, and related resources. Name your price. The moment he finished speaking, the shop fell silent. Regular customers like Shinming Yun's eyes widened in shock. Through the glass windows, other pet shop owners on Tianhong Street craned their necks curiously. First Li Feiyu's visit, and now people from Pet Joy Alliance had arrived. They were witnessing quite the spectacle. More importantly, Pet Joy Alliance actually planned to acquire this mysterious mythical pet shop. This was big news. Do they really have that kind of power? And even if they do, would Boss Fong agree? Someone in the crowd whispered, though no one dared interrupt out loud. Meanwhile, the little girl who had been left aside frowned deeply, clearly displeased. She wasn't angry about being ignored, but rather felt that Wei Chen's timing was terrible. She had finally found a mysterious shop, only to be rudely interrupted. Fong Yin caught the girl's expression and remembered she had mentioned being in a hurry. So he spoke up. Sorry, I'm not planning to sell the shop. With that, he decisively turned around, intending to continue serving the little girl. Wait a moment. Wei Chen raised his hand. Won't you reconsider? You don't even know how high our offer can go. Fong Yin had to stop. No matter the price, it's not for sale. That's final. Wei Chen sneered inwardly. No matter the price? Don't think I haven't investigated you. Fong Yin, from an ordinary family background, what kind of money had he ever seen? In his view, with a high enough price, anyone could be swayed. 100 billion. How about that? He lifted his chin, his tone brimming with confidence. Gasps echoed throughout the area. Inside and outside the shop, whether regular customers or neighboring shop owners, everyone's faces showed shock. 100 billion. Pet Joy Alliance is really going all out. Such an astronomical sum was beyond what ordinary pet shops could imagine in a lifetime. What shocked them even more was that Pet Joy Alliance would offer such a valuation for the mythical pet shop, showing just how extraordinary this store must be. Fong Yin was also momentarily stunned. 100 billion was indeed staggering. With his current revenue, he was still far from that figure. But he was confident that with the shop's potential, breaking through 100 billion in the future wouldn't be a problem. Sorry. He shook his head, his attitude remaining firm. As I said, it's not for sale. With that, he turned and walked toward the little girl. The little girl's expression softened somewhat when she saw him return. Wei Chen, however, completely oblivious to what he had interrupted, continued raising his voice. Boss, people should know their place. 100 billion is the highest offer Pet Joy Alliance has ever made since our establishment. Our willingness to offer 100 billion is doing you a favor. Honestly, whether your shop can even earn 100 billion in the future is questionable. Although the mythical pet shop appeared to be thriving, the spiritual pet market was already saturated, with major forces circling like vultures. This shop would face many formidable enemies in the future, such as the Pet Joy Alliance. Once the Pet Joy Alliance launched an aggressive crackdown, the mythical pet shop's prospects and potential could be wiped out at any moment. Fong Yin turned around and looked up indifferently. That's not for you to worry about. With the system in place, there's no need to concern ourselves with the mythical pet shop's competitiveness. Wei Chen's previously stern expression softened somewhat. He looked at Fong Yin seriously, then suddenly smiled. All right, boss, you've got guts. Fortunately, Manager Ma said this isn't our bottom line. This statement left quite a few people in the shop stunned, especially Li Feiyu standing in the corner. She had witnessed the magic of the mythical pet shop firsthand and knew clearly that once the shop was acquired, the Pet Joy Alliance's influence would expand further, a situation the adorable pet house definitely didn't want to see. So when she heard Fong Yin refuse the acquisition, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But when Wei Chen mentioned not the bottom line, she immediately realized new possibilities. Could there be even greater conditions? Sure enough, Wei Chen cleared his throat and spoke again. Boss Fong, our Pet Joy Alliance sincerely invites you to join our franchise and become part of our big family. As his words fell, both inside and outside the shop fell instantly silent. A franchise? The Pet Joy Alliance was actually willing to let Fong Yan shop exist as a franchise? Franchising meant establishing a continuous contractual relationship between the franchise chain headquarters and the franchise store. Unlike acquisition, franchise stores retained ownership, with the operator remaining the shop's owner. In other words, after joining the franchise, the mythical pet shop might have to change its name or logo according to the alliance's requirements, but Fong Yan would still hold control. Compared to being acquired, this was undoubtedly more generous terms. The surrounding crowd was shocked. The Pet Joy Alliance valued the mythical pet shop so highly. However, faced with this sincere invitation, Fong Yan still shook his head. You've certainly put thought into this, but unfortunately, I won't join any faction. Sorry. He turned around after speaking, decisive without a moment's hesitation. Seeing Fong Yin so resolute, Wei Chen's heart trembled violently. He wouldn't even agree to franchising? Thinking of Ma Ruhong's instructions, his spine went cold. He absolutely could not fail here. Boss Fong, you should be able to see our sincerity. He steeled himself and pursued. If you won't agree to this either, are you planning to oppose us? Business competition and opposition are two different things. Fong Yan's voice remained calm. Please leave. He finished speaking and stepped toward the little girl by the cash register. But Wei Chenyi pursued relentlessly, his voice dropping an octave. Boss Fong, your parents. Fong Yin suddenly stopped, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees instantly. He slowly turned around, his face frighteningly dark. What are you trying to say? A smug curve appeared at the corner of Wei Chenyi's mouth. How could I possibly threaten you? I'm just reminding you that business is like a battlefield, and war inevitably affects ordinary people. Your family is just an ordinary family. Your parents are ordinary people too. If they accidentally get caught up in this. Fong Yin stepped forward, coming face to face with him, his gaze cold as ice. Are you threatening me? Wei Chenyi spread his hands with a smile. I wouldn't dare. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Fong Yin sneered inwardly. What perfect timing shows up to provoke trouble right when Fong Yin is in his invincible state. And he's putting on that whole, I'll drag your parents into this attitude. Believe it or not, I could beat you to death right now. After all, you may be invincible in this shop, but outside. Fong Yin remained expressionless. He knew the other party's fierce words were just typical business intimidation tactics. As long as Wei Chenyi didn't actually make a move, he couldn't strike first in public, or it would be hard to explain things to Zhang Hai. Boss Fong, opportunity knocks, but once you'd better think this through carefully. Wei Chenyi curled his lips with contempt, his eyes full of, I've got you figured out. Kid, I've been wheeling and dealing in business for years. You think I can't handle you? Hot-blooded rookies like you? I can crush you with a flick of my wrist. The surrounding shop owners couldn't hear their low-voiced confrontation, but beast tamers with sufficient cultivation could catch it, like Shin Mingyun and the others. Damn it, isn't this just naked intimidation? Shin Mingyun's face turned ashen, her fists clenched so tight they creaked. Stay calm. Xia Zifen reached out to stop her. He's just talking tough. As long as he doesn't make a move, we can't strike first. Shin Mingyun took a deep breath and finally suppressed her impulse, but she was still worried. What about the boss? At this moment, the situation was extremely dire for the mythical pet shop. The Pet Joy Alliance's threat was not to be taken lightly. Would Fong Yin be forced to submit? The air seemed to tighten like a bowstring. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a childish yet authoritative voice shattered the deadly silence. Threatening the boss in public, though, you have a death wish. Both Wei Chenyi and Fong Yin turned around simultaneously, only to see a little girl standing before them at some point. Her brows were frosty, clearly already impatient with Wei Chenyi. Wei Chenyi laughed out loud. Boss Fong, is this your little sister? No, wait. I remember you don't have a sister. Then, sizing up the little girl, he sneered. Not very old, but quite the drama queen. Kid, get lost. We adults are talking business here, this isn't a place for you. Fong Yin frowned. She is an honored guest of this shop. Please don't disturb her. Her? An honored guest? Wei Chenyi pointed at the little girl, laughing even more wildly. Stop playing games. She's so young, and you're calling her an honored guest? What? Did she awaken at 10 years old? Some super genius prodigy? You take me for a fool. Then he looked down at the little girl, his voice grating. Didn't your parents teach you not to butt in when adults are talking? What incompetent parents. The moment those words left his mouth, Fong Yin suddenly felt the temperature in the shop plummet. The little girl looked up, expressionless. What did you say? Wei Chenyi remained dismissive. What? Isn't that right? They can't even teach you basic manners? I'd say your parents are just. Boom. A muffled sound erupted as a terrifying mental pressure spread like a landslide and tsunami, instantly plunging the mythical pet shop and its surroundings into the depths of winter. Shin Mingyun, Xia Zifen, and even Yin Ying, whose strength reached the 5th tier, all trembled, their minds buzzing as if they'd fallen into a bottomless abyss. Everyone struggled to focus their gaze on the source of the pressurite, was that little girl. What kind of power is this? Shin Mingyun's heart raced wildly. Cold sweat seeped from Xia Zifen's narrowed eyes. What exactly is this little girl's background? The next second, the little girl's figure flashed, and she had already grabbed Wei Chenyi by the front of his shirt. Her childish face was filled with murderous intent. Go ahead, say it again. On this entire planet, no one has the right to speak about my parents. At that moment, on Tianhong Street, countless passers-by, shop owners, and employees all felt the terrifying aura emanating from the mythical pet shop. The neon lights along the street cast a cold glow as people stopped in their tracks, fear and curiosity appearing simultaneously on their faces. What on earth was happening inside the mythical pet shop? The atmosphere inside the shop was so tense it seemed ready to explode. Wei Chen's heart pounded wildly as he cursed inwardly. Holy shit! Holy shit! What the hell is this little girl's background? He took a deep breath, but still couldn't suppress the tremor in his voice. You? Who are you? I'm telling you, in broad daylight with all these people around, you can't lay a hand on me. Though his words sounded tough, his voice clearly wavered at the end. The little girl before him appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, yet she was releasing mental pressure powerful enough to make his breathing stop. A chill ran through Wei Chen. Most awakened individuals didn't awaken until high school, or even college. So who had ever seen such a terrifying existence at this age? The little girl looked up, her eyebrows carrying a disdainful cold smile. Can't lay a hand on you in broad daylight? You have no idea who I am. Threatening the boss right in front of Mado, you think I'm qualified to make a move against you?" After speaking, she turned her head toward Fang Yin, her voice crisp yet filled with killing intent. "Boss, should he live or die? If it's inconvenient for you to act, it's convenient for me." The icy words made Wei Chen shiver involuntarily. What kind of identity was this, to be so respectful toward that boss? Were all the customers casually received at the mythical pet shop this outrageous? Just as everyone held their breath, a voice like a great bell suddenly descended from the sky, sweeping across the entire airspace of High City. "Who dares cause trouble in my High City?" The sound waves rolled like a citywide broadcast, instantly spreading through every street and alley. All 30 million residents of High City felt a shock in their hearts. This was the voice of Jiang Hai, the Water Prefecture Lord. What's happening? It actually alarmed Prefecture Lord Jiang. Could it be that a powerful expert has arrived? My god, only top-tier experts could make a beast-taming Prefecture Lord speak personally. Discussions rose among the crowd, yet no one dared speak loudly. Hearing Jiang Hai's voice, Wei Chen seemed to grasp a lifeline and was instantly overjoyed. "Prefecture Lord Jiang. Excellent. Making a move under the beast-taming Prefecture Lord's nose? Little girl, you're dead. Let go quickly." He raised his chin, regaining some confidence, and waited with a cold smile for the tables to turn. However, the little girl didn't even lift an eyelid. She simply looked up at the sky leisurely, her voice unhurried. "Jiang Hai, go back to your beast-taming prefecture and handle your paperwork. This has nothing to do with you." Just a few words, yet she addressed the prefecture lord by name without any honorifics. The entire city simultaneously gasped. Immediately after, Jiang Hai's deep voice actually carried shock and hesitation. "You? How did you get here?" The little girl remained expressionless. "Where I go is none of your business." With just 2 sentences, the atmosphere suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hai repeatedly compromised. "All right, all right, all right. I'll go back, okay." As his words faded, his presence receded like a tide, and the sky returned to complete tranquility. The entire high city fell into deathly silence. People looked toward the mythical pet shop, their scalps tingling. The water prefecture lord had actually been dismissed with a single sentence. Wei Chen's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat sliding down his temples. The little girl still held him, her gaze as indifferent as before. Fang Yin stood calmly to the side, as if the outcome had been expected all along. What the hell was this situation? Their high city's water prefecture lord had just been dismissed directly? Holy shit, what kind of person had arrived? They were starting to panic now. On Tianhong Street, when Jiang Hai's voice fell silent, Wei Cheni was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? Why did Master Jiang go quiet? Say something. The petite girl across from him looked up, her gaze as cold as early winter frost, yet her voice was so soft it seemed ready to scatter in the wind. "Now, do you think I'm qualified to make a move against you?" Wei Cheni's heart pounded violently, his chest feeling like it had been struck by a sledgehammer. Panic made his breathing irregular. "Two don't care who you are. I have the Pet Delight Alliance behind me. If you dare touch me." The girl's eyes darkened slightly, as if her last bit of patience with him had been worn away. Stubborn fool. In the next instant, she raised her hand and grasped at the empty air. With a gentle pull of her fingertips, a semi-transparent spirit was forcibly extracted from Wei Cheni's body. The spirit looked exactly like him, its face filled with terror, limbs convulsing. The moment the spirit appeared, Wei Cheni's physical body collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning to fine ash that scattered across the street. "Ah!" The spirit Wei Cheni let out a heart-wrenching scream. "It hurts. It hurts so much. What am I now?" "You're just a soul," the girl said indifferently. "For the rest of this lifetime, use it to survive in purgatory." With that, she swung her hand and hurled the spirit toward the center of the street. Under the blazing sun, invisible sunlight cut through the soul like fire blades, producing audible sizzling sounds of burning. "Ah!" Wei Cheni's agonized screams pierced the air, his shrieks reaching the clouds as pedestrians on Tianhong Street turned pale with horror. Inside the mythical pet shop, everyone stood slack-jawed. A soul could actually be extracted, and it would be burned by sunlight? To avoid being scorched, wouldn't one have to hide in shadows forever? That was worse than death. Shin Mingyun stared blankly at the small girl. Jiang Hai's words echoed in her ears. "Shin Mingyun, you don't know. Her talent is extraordinarily rare. Everyone who has seen her, without exception, develops this feeling. Soul, extraordinarily rare talent." Shin Mingyun suddenly understood the girl's identity. The girl didn't look at Wei Cheni again, turning to Fang Yin instead. "Boss, is this way of dealing with him acceptable?" Fang Yin was slightly stunned. "Good heavens, this little girl is terrifyingly powerful. That's fine, Master Jiang will handle him from here." In his view, Wei Cheni's current fate was more painful than death. The girl asked again, "About the divine beast species?" Fang Yin shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, our shop currently cannot provide divine beast species." Disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. I see. But don't worry, we'll definitely be able to provide them in the future, Fang Yin added. Then I'll look forward to it a little, since I haven't broken through yet anyway. The girl spoke with her back to Fang Yin, her tone flat. The Atlantis Research Institute and Statue of Liberty Research Institute abroad are both willing to offer me decent divine beast species, but I won't accept their conditions. I hope you won't disappoint me, boss. With that, she stepped forward to leave. Seeing her about to go, Shin Mingyun felt like she'd been stabbed by a needle. She rushed behind the girl, her voice nearly hoarse. Wait a moment. The squinty-eyed Xia Zifan was startled. Had Shin Mingyun lost her mind? This little girl was terrifyingly powerful. Wasn't she afraid of death? Everyone soon knew the answer. Shin Mingyun trembled all over, forcing herself to speak. Please give me a chance to challenge you. You're the only one I haven't challenged yet. The girl's footsteps stopped. Xia Zifan whispered in shock. Shin Mingyun, have you lost it? How could you possibly beat? His words cut off abruptly as he finally realized why Shin Mingyun was acting this way. No way. Could this little girl be the legendary master, Lu Lingluo? Everyone else in the room seemed to realize something as well, their hearts filled with shock and awe. In the brief, deathly silence, Lu Lingluo turned and walked toward Shin Mingyun. As the legendary guild master approached step by step, Shin Mingyun instinctively straightened her spine, her entire body frozen in place. Soon, Lu Lingluo stopped in front of her and raised a tightly clenched small hand. Shin Mingyun was stunned for a moment, then had no choice but to open her palms. The next second, Lu Lingluo loosened her fingertips, and a crystal-clear, translucent bead fell down. Shin Mingyun quickly caught it. Cool sensation spread through her palm. She recognized it. This was the spirit orb, proof of the spirit-type beast-taming guild master's authority. Lu Lingluo said nothing and walked over to Xia Zifan, repeating the exact same motion and handing him another spirit orb. Throughout the entire process, she remained silent. After finishing all this, she turned her head toward Fang Yin and said indifferently, Boss, until next time. Fang Yin smiled and nodded. Yes, very soon. A gust of fierce wind swept by, and Lu Lingluo's figure vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes, as if she had never appeared at all. Shin Mingyun's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, staring intently at the orb in her palm while murmuring to herself, I really still don't have the qualifications, do I? The surroundings fell completely silent. The wind stopped, and everyone returned to the mythical pet shop, their hearts still pounding violently. I have to ask, was that really Lu Lingluo just now? Xia Zifan squinted as he spoke, still seeming unable to believe it. What else would it be? Yanning picked up the coffee Fang Yin handed her and took a light sip. What she gave you are spirit orbs. This means she acknowledges your abilities. Just by carrying these orbs, your spirit-type pet's combat power can increase by 5%. But she didn't accept Shin Mingyun's challenge, Xia Zifan frowned. She was just being businesslike, thinking we met the standards for participating in the tournament. Obviously, Yanning scoffed. She desperately needs divine beast species right now. How could you possibly be worthy opponents for her? I've at least reached the 5th tier, and I still can't imagine her true strength. Now you understand why those beast-taming scholars praise her so wildly? To reach such heights at such a young age is simply a monster. Recalling Fang Yan's composure from earlier, she lowered her voice and added, What's even more terrifying is that the boss saw through Lu Lingluo's identity from the very beginning. Think about the depth of this shop's background. Hey, Shin Mingyun, are you okay? Xia Zifan turned to look at Shin Mingyun, who was hanging her head. He guessed she was probably devastated. However, so cute. Huh. Xia Zifan was stunned. Guildmaster Lu is so cute and so cool. Shin Mingyun clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So thrilled, she could barely form coherent words. Xia Zifan rolled his eyes. You heartless fool. I shouldn't have bothered worrying about you. After all the commotion, everyone finally prepared to leave the shop and say goodbye. This time we're really leaving. Looking at them, Fang Yin suddenly smiled and said, Actually, I think you could make another purchase. Our shop also offers skill cultivation services. Skill cultivation services? Everyone was stunned. 3 days to see some progress, 5 days to get the hang of it, 7 days to master the basics, half a month to reach perfection, and 1 month to truly stand out. As Fang Yin finished reciting this timeline, Shin Mingyun, Xia Zifan, Yanning, and Li Feiyu all widened their eyes in unison. Achieving exceptional skill proficiency for spirit pets in just 1 month? That efficiency was unbelievable. Boss, is this really that effective? Li Feiyu, the manager of the main branch of the cute pet house, was the first to voice her skepticism. Fang Yin didn't even bother lifting his gaze. He simply took a sip of tea and ignored her. Shin Mingyun thought for a moment and then spread his hands with a bitter smile. Broke. Besides, for us beastmasters who focus on adventuring, it's impossible to leave our spirit pets in care for too long. His words were met with nods of agreement from the others. They were all too familiar with how difficult it was to improve a spirit pet's skill proficiency. As seasoned adventurers who spent most of their time in the wild, they knew just how grueling the process could be. Fang Yan's claim of transforming spirit pets in just 1 month sounded even more far-fetched than the effects of top-tier pet feed. Fang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. All right then. But soon, the spirit pets of 2 geniuses from Longdu will be evaluated. You're welcome to come by the shop and see the results for yourselves. He was well aware of their limited budgets and hadn't actively promoted the skill training service to them. Mentioning the upcoming evaluation was a calculated move to leave a lasting impression of Mythical Pet Shop on them. If they returned in the future, it would bring more foot traffic to the shop, rather than just squeezing them for profit which, if overdone, would only drive customers away. The Longdu geniuses are you talking about Yang Wudi, Xiao Rushua, Tao Ranran, and Song Ziru? Shin Mingyun asked, clearly recognizing the names that were legendary in their circles. Yeah, Yang Wudi and Xiao Ruxu's spirit pets are both here for skill training, Fang Yan replied casually. Shin Mingyun and Xia Zifan exchanged glances, their brows lifting simultaneously. Impressive. As expected, this place was no ordinary shop. Even the renowned geniuses of Longdu entrusted their spirit pets here. Well, make sure to stop by if you're free, Fang Yan said, waving them off like a shopkeeper seeing off customers. He watched the four leave, and the mythical pet shop finally returned to its usual tranquility. Phew, finally, a moment to breathe. Lu Lingluo's unexpected visit earlier had left him scrambling. Without wasting any time, he turned and entered the breeding space to begin the third round of scheduled feedings for the day. With the space now expanded to accommodate 400 enclosures, it took over 10 minutes just to walk through them all during feeding, not to mention the time spent on other tasks. Running the shop was proving to be just as time-consuming as dealing with customers. I really need to hire someone, he muttered to himself. With an employee to manage the shop, he could finally free up time to train his own combat abilities. While the shop competition wasn't on the same level as the national tournament, advancing to the second or third round would mean facing tough opponents. Moreover, he was still some ways away from reaching the third tier. Even if his raw strength was comparable to others, his lack of combat experience was a glaring weakness. But training for battle required one crucial thing: someone to watch the shop. Otherwise, the daily grind of running the business would completely eat up his time. At the corner of Minxing Road, the night breeze rustled the advertisement papers on a lightbox. Shin Mingyun and Xia Zifan walked out of the alley, still engaged in a quiet discussion. The Longdu geniuses, honestly, I don't think they're necessarily better than us, Shin Mingyun said, crossing his arms. His tone, however, carried a hint of anticipation. But I have to admit, I'm really curious about the skill training at Mythical Pet Shop. Are you going to check it out? Of course. Xia Zifan answered without hesitation. Why? Shin Mingyun raised an eyebrow. Do you even need to ask? This is a shop that even the legendary governor personally visited, Xia Zifan replied, his voice dropping to a whisper as he recalled the earlier scene. And did you notice? Governor Lu was incredibly respectful toward the boss. She even offered to help him resolve his problems. Shin Mingyun froze for a moment, then it dawned on him. That's right. Even the legendary Lu Lingluo had come to this shop and treated Fang Yan with such courtesy. It was clear now. This shop was anything but ordinary. The central area of Haisher City, Tianyang Road, headquarters of the Pet Joy Alliance. Shin Mingyun and the others had just left when the lobby erupted into chaos. The staff gathered around the front desk, whispering as they tried to piece together the strange events. No one knew what had happened on Tianhong Street, but everyone had heard Jiang Hai's abrupt shouts. His voice had been cut off so suddenly that it seemed even the Beastmaster governor had been subdued, a situation unheard of in Haisher City. Even Governor Jiang didn't dare make a move. Who could it possibly be? Wasn't Wei Chenyi sent to handle something on Tianhong Street? It sounded like the governor's shouts were directed at that area. All right, stop scaring yourselves. Just look at Manager Mahe, didn't even flinch while holding his tea. What are we panicking for? Headquarters described him as calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain. Before the words had fully settled, a sudden scream burst out from the private room upstairs. What the hell, Wei Chenyi? What is this mess you've turned into? The lobby fell silent instantly, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. For 5 years, no matter the occasion, be it celebrations or crises, Ma Ruhong had never lost his composure. Yet today, he had shouted so loudly that his image completely shattered. Inside the private room, Ma Ruhong was pressed against the wall, staring wide-eyed at the half-transparent figure of Wei Chenyi. The latter had been scorched and battered under the blazing sun, barely managing to make his way back to headquarters. Reduced to nothing but a spirit, he had opted to slip in through the window only to scare his boss half to death. Damn it. Ma Ruhong, a seasoned businessman with 10 years of experience, had seen all kinds of people. But today, his employee had returned in the form of half a life. Speak. What the hell happened out there? Sob Manager Ma, Wei Chenyi stammered, his face full of despair, as he recounted everything that had transpired on Tianhong Street: the extraction of his soul, the seemingly ordinary little girl, and even Jiang Hai's reluctance to act. Ma Ruhong's face turned ashen as he listened. Soul extraction? A little girl? Even Jiang Hai was hesitant. His instincts told him this was absurd. There are only a handful of people Jiang Hai would fear. Could it be the legendary governor Lu Lingluo? The mere thought of the name sent a chill down his spine, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. No matter how powerful the mythical pet shop is, it wouldn't warrant the attention of Governor Lu. It's true, Manager Ma. You have to believe me. Suddenly, an employee barged into the private room. Manager Ma, we have a problem. Miss Zheng, secretary to Master Jiang, is here. Oh my. The employee was startled when he saw Wei Chen Yi's appearance. The lobby was brightly lit, and Wei Chen Yi stood by the counter in his half-human, half-ghost form, casting long shadows. The employee's voice was still trembling. Miss Zheng. She said she wants to seal the information. Seal the information? Ma Ruhong's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the chill caused by Wei Chen Yi's appearance, he quickly gathered his thoughts. The Pet Delight Alliance headquarters had always praised him for staying calm under pressure, so he forced himself to remain composed. What is she here for now? The employee shook his head, clearly confused. I only heard seal before I immediately came in to report. Seal, Master Jiang, Secretary Zheng Niaolan. These keywords flashed through Ma Ruhong's mind, connecting like dots. Could it be? Lu Lingluo has really arrived. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he glanced at the heavily breathing Wei Chen Yi, feeling even more chilled. Fang Yin, just who are you? Meanwhile, Fang Yin was completely unaware of these turbulent developments. Night had fallen, leaving only the soft yellow glow of the shop lights. After the last customers left, he pulled down the rolling shutter halfway and clapped his hands. All right, time to close up after feeding the spirit pets. As he turned around, he spotted the same girl from last night. Under the clear moonlight, her short hair and the subtle curve of her chest were clearly outlined. She stood in the shadows across the street like a hesitant little animal. Fang Yin raised an eyebrow. Here again? After a moment's thought, he strode toward her. Across from Mythical Pet Shop, Ling Xia crouched behind an advertising board. Ugh, I couldn't help coming again. She muttered quietly. The Mythical Pet Shop seemed to have had quite a commotion during the day, but she could only find fragments online and couldn't piece together the truth. Having recently awakened her abilities, she worked odd jobs to make ends meet. The little money she'd saved couldn't afford the high-quality spirit pets others highly recommended. But rumors said this shop's young pets were extraordinary, so she came to secretly observe every day after work. I heard the owner defeated a third tier with second-tier combat power. I don't care how strong he is. She touched her empty wallet. I only care about the quality of the young pets. Suddenly, the bell at the shop entrance chimed softly. Fang Yin was walking this way. Huh, he's coming for me. Ling Xia panicked and turned to flee. Bang! She crashed into the same utility pole from last night. Ouch! Clutching her forehead, she tried to dodge around the pole and escape. After just 2 steps, a steady, oppressive aura enveloped her. Ahead, a dignified middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back blocked her path, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sneaking around, what are you up to? Under the streetlight, his face looked increasingly familiar. Ling Xia racked her brain. Then her eyes widened in shock. Master Jiang, the beast master of High City. What was he doing here? She looked back in bewilderment. The mythical pet shop glowed warmly with orange light, its sign swaying gently in the night breeze. A late-night visit for that shop? Ling Xia's heart pounded with shock. Even the beast master himself had come to visit. This shop, what kind of background does it have? Just as Ling Xia was reeling in shock, Fang Yin was equally caught off guard by Jiang Hai's sudden appearance. He approached slowly from behind Ling Xia, his voice low but tinged with amusement. Lord Jiang. Jiang Hai nodded with a smile, casually brushing off his robes. Boss, I'm back again. So glad you're still open. By the way, I just saw this young lady acting rather suspiciously. Fang Yin smoothly completed the thought. She's been watching my shop since last night. Oh, Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Ling Xia. Then you're not going anywhere. Come along with us. If you're suspicious, we'll take you in first and ask questions later. Huh? What? Ling Xia's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind practically exploding. She was actually being invited away by the Beastmaster Lord himself? At that moment, only 3 people remained in the shop. The lighting was soft, and behind the counter, shelves quietly displayed various pet supplies. Fang Yin and Jiang Hai sat facing each other, while Ling Xia stood trembling to one side. All right, stop hovering there. Sit down. Fang Yin patted the chair beside him. He was simultaneously trying to discern Jiang Hai's purpose for this late-night visit, while secretly speculating about Ling Xia's reasons for staking out his shop. Jiang Hai spoke first. Boss Fang, sorry to disturb you so late, but something special happened today. The name Lu Lingluo immediately flashed through Fang Yan's mind. He probed cautiously. Are you here about Lu Ling Lord Lu's matter? Ling Xia, who had been sitting rigidly upright, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing Lu Lingluo. That legendary lord, as elusive as a dragon, had actually visited this seemingly unremarkable little shop? Jiang Hai clearly knew the inside story, speaking with certainty. Lu Lingluo must have come for her spirit companion. Fang Yin seemed slightly surprised. Lord Jiang knows about this too? All 15 of us lords are more or less aware. Jiang Hai's response was casual and matter-of-fact. Fang Yin nodded. She did come today asking if I had any divine beast species. As expected, Jiang Hai's eyes filled with admiration. At such a young age, she's already approaching a breakthrough and needs divine beast species for assistance seats perfectly reasonable. Lu Lingluo truly lives up to her legendary reputation. While the two men conversed, Ling Xia's emotions were in complete chaos. Divine beast species? Breakthrough? Is this really something I should be hearing? What exactly is the background of this mythical pet shop? She had originally thought this was just a slightly overpriced small shop, but it turned out that Beastmaster Lords personally visited, and the legendary lord had come during the day. She was too shocked to speak. Jiang Hai continued addressing Fang Yan. Divine beast species, she's under considerable pressure. Since Lu Lingluo has placed her hopes in you, I also hope you can produce divine beast species cubs as soon as possible. Likely Feiyu, he assumed by default that mythical pet shop was backed by massive capital and top-tier research facilities. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to offer such incredible products and services. As for the shop's true background, Jiang Hai didn't care. As a lord, he only needed to protect this region and guard against troublemakers like the Descent cult from disturbing the peace. Commercial matters were not his concern, nor could anyone regulate them. I've already had the news of Lu Lingguo's visit here sealed off, and I came today to inform you of this as well. Fang Yin spoke calmly yet solemnly. Jiang Hai nodded slightly, showing his understanding. I understand, I won't say anything. Fang Yin nodded, but then he smiled. However, in return, I'd like to ask the Lord for a favor. Jiang Hai raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had thought that Fang Yin sealing the news was already more than he could ask for, but unexpectedly, the man was making a counter-request, and indeed, he had the qualifications to do so. After all, this was a shop that even Lu Lingguo would visit. Moreover, before leaving Haisher, Lu Lingguo had specifically come to ask him to look after this store. With this in mind, Jiang Hai readily replied, What is it, Boss Fang? Please speak freely. Fang Yin then recounted in detail how Wei Qinyi had threatened him with his parents today. Although he himself had the system's protection and feared nothing, his parents were just ordinary people. Strictly speaking, his father was also a beast tamer, but with mediocre talent who had only recently managed to break through to the second tier. Even though Fang Yin had given his father a spirit pet cub with mythical bloodline, given his father's aptitude, who knew when he would advance to the third tier? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry. Jiang Hai pondered for a few seconds before speaking. I believe Wei Qinyi was probably just using old business tactics to intimidate you. The likelihood of him actually taking action is slim. His downfall today was mainly because he provoked Lu Lingguo. But since Boss Fang has asked, this matter is simple. I'll assign people to secretly protect your parents. You needn't worry about ordinary troublemakers. What if they're not ordinary troublemakers? Fang Yin pressed. Jiang Hai replied confidently. Then I'll naturally detect it immediately, just like today. Fang Yin was momentarily stunned, then remembered the powerful aura Lu Lingguo had unleashed earlier, which had indeed alerted Jiang Hai. With this arrangement, his parents' safety was basically secured. He said solemnly, Then I thank the Lord. Jiang Hai waved his hand dismissively. As the Lord of the beast-taming prefecture, protecting Haishi's peace is my duty. However, over the years, the beast-taming prefecture has become a symbol of the arena. So besides managing public security, I also have to deal with a bunch of beast tamers coming to challenge me. It's exhausting. His voice rose toward the end, unable to hide his frustration. Fang Yin silently sighed. So being a beast-taming prefecture lord isn't easy either. Jiang Hai changed the subject and looked at Ling Xia. What about you? Don't tell me you also want to make conditions. Ling Xia waved her hands frantically. How would I dare? I absolutely won't say anything. Good. Then let's discuss your problem. Jiang Hai's expression turned serious. What were your intentions when you were sneaking around earlier? Ikai, I just wanted to take a look. Ling Xia trembled with fright and answered in a small voice. Just that. Jiang Hai pressed. Boss Fang said you were also lurking outside watching the shop yesterday. Ling Xia hung her head. I just awakened recently and want to buy a spirit pet, but I don't have money. Jiang Hai was immediately speechless. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hai said to her, Release your spiritual power. Oh, okay. Ling Xia took a deep breath and timidly closed her eyes like a startled deer. Her spiritual power spread out like a thin mist about 100 points, just barely reaching the first-tier threshold. Jiang Hai nodded slightly and gave an affirmative assessment after sensing for a moment. Fang Yin stood nearby, his heart pounding with worry. No money to buy a spirit pet. This is troublesome. The cubs in his shop were expensive, and he couldn't just give them away. It would be a loss and unfair to other customers. Jiang Hai crossed his arms, his gaze shifting between the two. This kind of practical problem is very common. Young people like Ling Xia, who have awakened but can't afford cubs, are everywhere. Coming from ordinary backgrounds, their family circumstances are like a rope that tightly binds promising talents. As the Beast Taming Bureau chief, He least wanted to see such regrets in his jurisdiction. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he raised his hand. Boss Fong, I just saw a job posting outside your door. Ah yes. Fong Yin nodded. I've had more customers lately, and I can't handle everything alone. Then it's simple. Jiang Hai slapped his thigh, his voice booming through the shop. Let this young lady work as your employee, and you advance her a spirit pet cub as her salary. In that instant, both Ling Xia and Fong Yin froze. Let Ling Xia be an employee? Fong Yin didn't mind the gender a beautiful woman would be easy on the eyes but the salary amount. Ling Xia spoke weakly. But the cubs in the shop are so expensive. Wouldn't I have to work for many years? How could that be? Jiang Hai frowned. That's how ordinary people calculate. Don't forget, you're now a first-tier beast tamer. Huh. Ling Xia blinked. Jiang Hai spread his hands, both helpless and serious. Miss, you've already awakened. Don't hold yourself to the standards of a few thousand yuan monthly salary. The hiring rate for a first-tier beast tamer is at least tens of thousands per month. He raised his finger and calculated quickly. Let's say 50,000. 2 years would be 1.2 million, roughly equivalent to the price of your first spirit pet. 2 years. Ling Xia bit her lip thoughtfully. She could accept this time frame. Jiang Hai then looked at Fong Yin. Of course, if you only want to hire ordinary people, pretend I didn't say anything. I don't mind. Fong Yin replied honestly. He really hadn't thought deeply about the level of his potential employees. Recalling Zheng Yaolan, Jiang Hai's secretary with 4th-tier strength, he suddenly realized, around the strong, assistants are never weak either. Jiang Hai continued smoothly. Hiring a beast tamer is definitely better than hiring ordinary people. With a bunch of cubs in the shop, if they escape or suddenly attack, ordinary employees would just get hurt, but a beast tamer could handle them. Then he turned to Ling Xia, his tone relaxed but meaningful. Advancing a spirit pet seems like Boss Fong is at a disadvantage. But if you break through to 2nd tier, or even 3rd tier during these 2 years, he'd actually profit greatly. After all, hiring 2nd tier and 3rd tier beast tamers commands much higher prices. Fong Yin thought for a moment and said, Miss Ling, if you're interested, I could hire you. I'm interested. Ling Xia agreed almost instantly. For someone like her, who couldn't afford to spend $1 million on a spirit pet, this was her only viable option. Besides, this pet shop was frequented by 2 major beastmaster governors. It couldn't possibly be more legitimate. Just as she was quietly feeling relieved, Jiang Hai, sitting nearby, suddenly chimed in with a mischievous grin. If you don't manage to break through to the 2nd tier and end up feeling guilty about it, you could always repay with your body. Repay with my body. Ling Xia froze on the spot, her heart skipping a beat. The esteemed water governor of Haishur City was being this improper? She immediately began regretting her hasty decision. Jiang Hai burst into laughter, slapping the table. Haha, just joking. All right, I'll leave now. You two can discuss the details yourselves. He stood up and turned to Fong Yin. Boss, let's exchange contact info. If anything comes up, they'll call you directly. Sure, Fong Yin nodded. And just like that, Mythical Pet Shop welcomed its first employee Ling Xia. Though she was just a regular staff member, this was a significant step forward for Fong Yin. After some brief introductions, Fong Yin led her behind the counter. Your tasks aren't complicated. First, learn how to use this automated spirit pet machine. Second, feed the spirit pet cubs on a daily schedule. Third, handle regular customer service. As for cleaning up waste, the breeding space takes care of that automatically, and washing is also automated. The only manual work is feeding. Each spirit pet has unique habits, so you'll need to confirm the type of feed and the feeding method manually. If there's a 4th task, it's just keeping the shop tidy and occasionally making coffee for customers. Ling Xia quickly jotted everything down in her notebook, then looked up, stunned. That's it. The workload is this light? Yep, Fong Yin said firmly. She was genuinely shocked. At her previous job in another pet shop, she had to help the boss restock, carry spirit pet cubs, clean up waste, and bathe every single cub. Nothing had been this easy. Still, she quickly reminded herself not to let her guard down. There might be hidden challenges in other parts of the job, like that bizarre repay with your body comment. The thought made her cheeks flush again, and she couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Fong Yin. The boss was indeed young and quite handsome. The two walked through the front hall and into the backyard, where Fong Yin stopped in front of a tomato machine that resembled a large vending machine. This is the automated spirit pet machine. It's connected to the delivery system next to it. The delivery system? Ling Xia asked, her face full of confusion. You've heard of spatial storage devices, right? Fong Yin prompted. Yeah, but they're really expensive. I can't afford one, she muttered under her breath. The principle is similar. All you need to do is operate this machine according to the customer's requirements, and the appropriate spirit pet cub will be delivered automatically. She leaned in to examine the machine closely. The control panel was divided into several section species parameters, bloodline, attributes, strength. Each category could be set to a fixed value or randomized. The more she looked, the more amazed she became. This was practically a foolproof way to select spirit pets. The level of automation in this shop far surpassed anything she had seen in other pet stores. It really felt like this pet shop was on a whole different level. In other pet stores, you basically have to search for pets one by yourself, which is incredibly slow. After explaining the advantages of the automatic spirit pet machine, Fang Yin turned sideways and gestured for Ling Xia to notice the curved metal door at their feet. Through this door is another space where all the spirit pets are kept, and they're fed on schedule every day. Ah, I get it. I've worked at other pet stores before. Ling Xia raised her hand in an okay gesture, her voice crisp and confident. Although she didn't understand the principle behind this door, the concept of feeding spirit pets was all too familiar to her. Fang Yin didn't explain further. This door was actually a teleportation portal he had the system temporarily activate, leading directly to his breeding space to facilitate the new employee's work. As for the space itself, he planned to add a strict confidentiality clause to the contract to ensure no secrets would be leaked. Okay, next is coffee brewing. He lifted the coffee grinder on the counter. Coffee can't be taken directly from the system store ready-made. It has to be done manually, which is a bit slower than machines. I can do it. Ling Xia nodded repeatedly. I used to work at a coffee shop. Hearing this answer, Fang Yin nodded with satisfaction and casually explained the three main categories of products currently available in the store. We support up to spirit beast species cubs, bronze level skill orbs, and elite grade feed. Any requests below spirit beast species, below bronze level, and below elite grade are all yours to handle. I'll personally attend to high-tier customers. He always handled important clients personally. With that, the training portion ended, and the two began drafting the contract. Take a look at the terms. Fang Yin projected the electronic contract onto a light screen. Ling Xia browsed through it quickly. 1. To avoid hindering her growth, Fang Yin would advance her a spirit pet cub as salary. 2. She must work at Mythical Pet Store for a full 2 years, and regardless of whether her abilities skyrocket to second or third tier during this period, she cannot resign early. From Fang Yan's perspective, if she broke through to the second or third tier and stayed at regular employee wages, he'd make a solid profit. If she remained at first tier, he'd only take a slight loss. 3. Additionally, there were several clauses regarding confidentiality agreements about the breeding space and supply channels, with hefty penalty fees for any breaches. I have no issues with this. Ling Xia signed with her fingerprint. The moment the contract was completed, a familiar system notification exploded in Fang Yan's mind. Ding! Store has acquired its first employee. Reward: Grade Aptitude Fruit 1. Grade Aptitude Fruit? His first thought was that it was for spirit pets, but the next second, the system explanation appeared. Upon consumption, can directly upgrade any beast-taming talent below grade to grade. Fang Yin froze, his breathing becoming heavier. It was common knowledge that a beast-tamer's talent was permanently locked from the day of awakening and could never be improved afterward. Yet this fruit could defy natural law. His father's image flashed through his mind. His father's talent was only grade, practically rock bottom. If he gave the fruit to his father, the benefits would be maximized. Jumping directly from G to S grade would be nothing short of a complete transformation. As for the busty girl in front of him, they'd only just met, and she already had grade talent. Using it on her would be cost ineffective, so Fang Yin didn't even consider it. At this point, his mood reached its peak. Today, his nerves had been tense due to the sudden news of Pet Joy Alliance's acquisition and franchise intentions, but Lu Lingluo's powerful appearance had completely resolved that. His parents' safety in High City was now guaranteed as well. Combined with this heaven-defying fruit, once his father consumed it, his strength would rapidly soar, leaving no future worries for the family. Then he wouldn't have to worry about their safety anymore. Here are the shop keys. If you arrive early, you can open up first. After pressing the keys into Ling Xia's hands, Fang Yin contentedly headed home. The night was deep, with only dim emergency lights illuminating the apartment building's corridors. He quietly pushed open the front door to find the living room lights already off. His parents had clearly gone to bed. Without making any noise, he went straight to his room and collapsed into sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Normally by this time, Fang Yin would have already left for the shop, but today he was still in bed scrolling through his phone under the covers. His mother wiped her hands and walked into his room. When she peeked in, she was so surprised she nearly dropped her ladle. "Xiao Yin, don't you usually leave early to open the shop?" She couldn't help asking. "No rush. I hired an employee yesterday. She can open up," Fang Yin replied with a yawn. Hearing the commotion, his father Fang Jixin also emerged from his room, still in pajamas, clearly just awakened. Like a magician, Fang Yin produced an emerald green fruit about the size of a fist with smooth skin. "Dad, come here. This fruit is pretty good, try it," he said, handing it over. What kind of fruit are we eating this early in the morning?" Fang Jixin dubiously took it and swallowed it whole. Ugh. As soon as he swallowed, his entire face scrunched up like a bitter melon. "So bitter. What did you just make me eat? Very bitter?" Fang Yin blinked innocently. "Of course. Haven't you even tried it yourself?" Fang Jixin glared at him. You gave me something to taste that you haven't even eaten? You're something else. Ignoring the bitterness issue, Fong Yan's eyes lit up. Dad, how does your talent feel now? Talent? I can't sense that myself. I'd need to test it. Fong Zhixin was increasingly confused, but at his son's urging, he pulled out his beast-taming phone and casually opened the detection page. What's there to see about my talent? It's just level, huh? The familiar letter on the screen had instantly transformed S-level. Fong Zhixin rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. Still S-level. S-level? What the hell? He nearly shouted. Fong Yan leaned over to confirm. It really is S-level. Fantastic. Xiaoyan, that fruit you gave me? Oh, that's a kind of heavenly treasure that can improve someone's talent level, Fong Yan said casually. What? Fong Zhixin practically jumped up. Something so precious, and you gave it to me? You should have used it yourself. Don't worry, Dad. My talent isn't bad at all, Fong Yan smiled, not revealing his specific talent level. To let his father see the difference directly, he pulled up the detailed data. The previous page had shown. Non-conductive water G. Effect. Your water attribute spirit pets possess non-conductive properties. Lightning attribute attacks deal 3 less damage to you. Now it displayed. Omnipotent water S. Effect. When your water attribute spirit pets receive attacks from weakness attributes lightning, ice, earth, poison, plant, damage is reduced by 70. The percentage had skyrocketed from 3 to 70, and now covered 5 attributes lightning, ice, earth, poison, and plant that normally dealt double damage to water types. Simply put, weaknesses were no longer weaknesses. For his father, his water attribute spirit pets essentially had no weakness attributes left. Fong Zhixin was utterly stunned at this moment. His beast-taming talent had actually jumped to strength, something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. What did strength mean? It meant leaping from an ordinary enthusiast to a true genius. At this thought, his entire spirit was lifted. Dad, look at your age. Fong Yin reminded him half-jokingly. No matter how high your talent is, your age is still what it is. Ah, yes, getting old. Fong Zhixin sighed, but his eyes still sparkled with light. But it's not too late to start cultivating now, right? Of course it's not too late. With higher talent, your cultivation speed will improve too. When our family becomes stronger, we'll all feel more at ease. Good. I've decided to restart my cultivation. Fong Zhixin made his decision. Fortunately, Fong Yan's pet shop was quite profitable, so he didn't need to work outside for now. After the father and son finished breakfast, Fong Yan glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock, time to head to the shop. Mythical Pet Shop was already open. Behind the glass door, Ling Xia was mopping the floor early in the morning. She was wearing a crisp business outfit today. Her white shirt hugged her chest, with a cinched waistline that outlined smooth curves. As she moved the mop back and forth, her whole body swayed gently, creating quite a pleasing sight. Fong Yan nodded to himself. Hiring her as a shop assistant was definitely the right choice. Boss, you're here. Ling Xia put down the mop. Today, watch how I serve customers first. I'll leave the coffee to you. Got it. Customers began arriving one after another. In the past few days, she had to learn the procedures first, feeding spirit pet food, operating the automatic spirit pet machine, and making coffee. She picked up everything quickly. But when it came to actually introducing spirit pets to customers, especially those with mythical bloodlines, she opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything substantial. The problem lay with the bloodlines. The mythical grade young pets produced by the system had no corresponding information in this world. Other pet shops could at least give their employees materials to memorize, but here they couldn't even find reference books. This is a bit tricky. Fong Yin scratched his head. With no other choice, he had to personally teach Ling Xia about those ancient myths during his spare time. During quiet moments, he organized the shelves while eloquently narrating. Eastern mountains and seas, Nordic gods, Greek titans. Story after story, layered and systematic. Ling Xia took notes frantically in her little notebook, becoming more amazed as she listened. These sounded like impromptu creations, yet they were interconnected and logically consistent, far more complete than the legends in most novelists' works. She genuinely admired him. Even if it was all made up, it was still impressive enough. Just as he was halfway through, the door chime rang. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses walked in. Welcome. Ling Xia immediately flashed her signature smile, mistaking him for a customer. However, Fong Yin recognized him. You're the one from last time. That's me. The young man nodded politely, his street office work badge glinting slightly under the light. Boss Fong, Director Fong asked me to inform you about something. Oh. Fong Yin raised an eyebrow, a hint of wariness in his tone. What is it? The man adjusted his black-framed glasses, speaking clearly. The second round competition rules are out. Compared to the first round, there's an additional new category. A new category? Yes. The young man opened his clipboard, pointing with his finger. Besides the novice, transcendent, and store manager categories, there's now an awakening category. Only third-tier beast tamers can participate in the awakening category. Also, the number of spirit pets is no longer fixed at 1. The novice category remains 1v1, but Transcendent, Awakening, and Store Manager categories can all bring up to 2 pets into battle. During matches, both sides' complete pet data won't be revealed. Talents, bloodlines, and skills will all be hidden, and beast tamer phones are prohibited. After hearing this long list of changes, Fong Yan's brow furrowed deeply. It's becoming more and more like an official professional tournament. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "How are points calculated? Who wins first place in the second round?" The man adjusted his glasses again, speaking at a measured pace. Each of the 4 categories has corresponding point values. First place in Novice gets 20 points, Transcendent gets 30 points, Awakening gets 62 points, Store Manager gets 70 points, totaling 182. Final rankings are based on each shop's total score. Fong Yan calculated silently, his expression peculiar. What strange yet ingenious numbers. If you take first in the first 3 categories, even if you fail in the Store Manager category, the shop still has a chance at overall first place. But it won't be easy to achieve. The Novice category allows for some mistakes, but Transcendent and Awakening can only afford 1 error, otherwise those 2 scores alone exceed half the total. I understand, thank you. You're welcome, Boss Fong. The young man put away his clipboard, smiling earnestly. You're the hope of our Tianhong Street. Sounds like the hope of the whole village, Fong Yin complained, watching him leave. Then why don't you bring out the village's best sword? As the glass door closed, Ling Xia poked her head out from behind the counter, her tone inquiring. Boss, for the second round competition, are you confident? She knew a bit about the shop tournament, having first noticed this store because of Fong Yan's impressive performance on Tianhong Street. Yes, but also no. Fong Yan shrugged. Ling Xia rolled her eyes. That's like saying nothing at all. Fong Yan quickly strategized in his mind. According to the schedule, Song Wuhan's Spirit Fox should reach Novice level 10, but whether it could break through to Transcendent was uncertain. The new Awakening category meant he had to find another 3rd-tier beast tamer to compete for Mythical Pet Shop, but where do you just find a 3rd-tier beast tamer? Difficult. He scanned through his regular customer list. Besides Song Wuhan and Wei Ranji, there were Qiu Ruxue, Yang Wudi, Shin Mingyun, Xia Zifen, all starting at 4th tier and above. Come to think of it, that made sense. Anyone who dared spend heavily at this shop was either from a wealthy background or a monster backed by genius investors. Ling Xia also frowned. The Awakening category requires 3rd-tier beast tamers. Before she finished speaking, the shop door chimed open. A capable-looking long-haired beauty stepped in, her black boot heels clicking against the floor tiles. She surveyed the interior, her voice crisp. Awakening category competition, 3rd-tier beast tamers? A shop tournament? I've heard of it. Boss, wanna let me give it a try? Fong Yan paused, instinctively turning around. Under the lights, that somewhat aloof, pretty face gradually merged with his memory. The person before him was none other than the long-absent Zhouya. Fong Yan never expected to see Zhouya again. This time, she wasn't accompanied by that wealthy young man Wang Hao. As their eyes met, he opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After all, Zhouya had only visited the shop once, so they weren't exactly close. But she was undeniably a genuine 3rd-tier beast tamer. Don't you trust my abilities, boss? Zhouya spoke first. It's not that, it's just. Fong Yan scratched his head. My black-furred hound is only at the Transcendent level, not yet at the Awakened level. Zhouya pondered upon hearing this. Don't worry, Fong Yan quickly added. According to the competition rules, only 2 beasts are needed for the Awakened group. He then explained the detailed rules for the second round. In official arena matches and shop competitions, 3rd-tier beast tamers typically only deploy 2 spirit pets. The reason was simple. Spirit pets improved slowly, and newly contracted pets often took 1 to 2 years to reach the Awakened level. Most 3rd-tier beast tamers simply couldn't gather 3 Awakened level pets. Oh, that's perfect. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. My first 2 spirit pets are both at the Awakened level, which completely meets the requirements. Well then, alright, I'll leave it to you. Fong Yan nodded. For him, the scoring system of the second round had hidden implications. The outcome of the Awakened group almost determined the entire match, so he had been looking for someone who could guarantee victory. However, regular customers who had reached the 3rd tier were rare. The shop's clientele either remained at the 1st or 2nd tier, or like Qiu Ruxue, jumped directly to higher levels, creating a gap at the 3rd tier. Fortunately, they now had enough people, leaving only the need to communicate with Song Wuhan and Wei Ran. As they were talking, Zhouya suddenly remembered something. Boss, I heard you've added many new services here? Yes. Fong Yan gave a brief introduction. Excellent. My father just gave me some spending money, so I'll leave my spirit pets here for training. Zhouya smiled cheerfully. She immediately made some purchases, leaving her 2 spirit pets behind to improve their skill proficiency. Fong Yan gladly accepted and even gave her an additional 20% discount. The stronger Zhouya became, the better it would be for the competition. After finishing these tasks, he finally had some free time. With Ling Xia handling customers at the front desk, he devoted his time to improving himself. The first step was his spirit pets. If he wanted to enhance his combat abilities, he couldn't do without capable companions, so he summoned the little spirit ant, and spirit-winged bird again, the same two he had used before. After teaching them new skills, he directly placed them in the training space to hone their proficiency. Since he owned the shop, he could learn whatever he wanted and train for as long as he wanted, all without spending money. With his spirit pets properly arranged, next came his mental power. Without breaking through in mental power, his strength ceiling would remain firmly capped. Besides continuously drinking Silver Heart coffee and relying on the system's automatic growth, he also began formally cultivating his mental power. It had to be said that divine level talent was truly extraordinary. The speed was like riding a rocket. With a three-pronged approach, Fang Yan's mental power broke through to Tier 3 in just a few days. This outrageous improvement even made him secretly think that even the genius Lu Linglu probably couldn't keep up with his pace. The surge in mental power wasn't the only gain. The moment profits broke through 5 billion, the system quietly unlocked a new feature: hidden skills. These so-called hidden skills referred to ultimate moves buried deep within spirit pets' genes, with extremely strict requirements for the pet's aptitude. Previously, only those with exceptional talent could comprehend them on their own, but now with the system, even those with slightly inferior aptitude could forcibly learn them. Because of their exclusivity, these skills were often used as trump cards that could shock the entire arena once revealed. Thinking about his upcoming trip to Haisher Beast-Taming Battle Center to hone his combat abilities, Fang Yan simply selected several hidden skills for both Little Spirit Ant and Spirit Featherbird to instill in them. With this, his preparations were complete. Tomorrow, Yang Wudi, Xiao Ruxue, and the others would come to inspect his progress, but Fang Yan didn't plan to wait. He decided to go to the battle center today to gain some real combat experience first. The enlightenment began. As mental power flowed in, spiritual patterns appeared and flickered on the surfaces of Little Spirit Ant and Spirit Featherbird. Suddenly, the system panel displayed a new notification. Little Spirit Ant had a hidden evolution path during its awakening stage. During the last battle, his mental power was only Tier 1, so he could at most push Little Spirit Ant to juvenile level 10, naturally unable to discover this branch. Now with Tier 3 in hand, he could directly push Little Spirit Ant to awakening level 10, or even complete its evolution in one go. But Fang Yan quickly calmed down. The purpose of this trip wasn't to crush opponents, but to improve combat techniques. If he boosted Little Spirit Ant to awakening level 10, relying solely on level suppression against opponents, the training effect would be basically zero. Moreover, it had only been a few days since the Tianhong Street battle, and having his spirit pet suddenly surge to awakening level 10 would be too conspicuous. After thinking for a moment, he only pushed Little Spirit Ant to awakening level 1 and postponed its evolution, keeping its appearance unchanged. Meanwhile, Spirit Featherbird continued to maintain its Thunderbird form. After all, it had already evolved last time, and suddenly reverting would actually arouse suspicion. Okay, almost ready to go. Fang Yan patted his clothes and left the shop with his two spirit pets. Haisher Beast-Taming Battle Center, the city's largest and most comprehensive offline PK sanctuary, where large numbers of young beast tamers came daily to challenge each other, with students from Haisher Beast-Taming University being the most active. The spacious lobby was brilliantly lit, with the mirror-like floor reflecting the hurried silhouettes of passers-by, and occasionally the sound of energy explosions could be heard from distant arenas. I'm telling you, can you stop calling me Wei Howren every time you come back? Wei Ran frowned as he strode quickly through the hall. The young man beside him followed with a grin. Can't help it. Your name is Wei Ran, and I always think of Meng Howren. How is that the same thing? Wei Ran rolled his eyes helplessly. While chattering, he caught sight of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision and suddenly stopped. It wasn't that boss Fang. What was he doing here? Wei Ran couldn't be bothered with his companion's teasing and rushed over in a few steps. Boss. Fang Yan was also stunned for half a second, then nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Ran lowered his voice and asked, Boss Fang, what are you doing here? Oh, my mental power broke through to Tier 3, so I thought I'd come hone my combat abilities. Fang Yan's tone was casual, as if breaking through to Tier 3 was as simple as drinking water. Huh? Wei Ran nearly choked on his own saliva, his entire face filled with disbelief. It had only been a few days since the Tianhong Street competition, and the boss was already Tier 3? This leveling speed. Wei Ran was utterly shocked. Boss, I remember you mentioned that you had just awakened not too long ago, and now you've already reached the 3rd tier so quickly? Wei Ran asked tentatively. Yeah, but don't forget, I drink Galactic Heart coffee every day. Fang Yan casually shifted the blame to the Galactic Heart coffee. Wei Ran was stunned for a moment, then immediately recalled the inventory at the mythical pet shop. The boss drank this rare beverage like a daily drink, so his ridiculously fast breakthrough speed wasn't surprising at all. Thinking about how he could have reached the 3rd tier long ago if he could also chug Galactic Heart coffee like water, Wei Ran scratched his head enviously. At this moment, Yu Lang, the young man standing beside him, interjected. Wei Howren, aren't you going to introduce us? Wei Howren. Fang Yan was puzzled. Yu Lang smiled smugly. How about that? It's a nickname I came up with for him. Not bad. Fang Yan casually agreed. What? Even you think it's good, boss? Wei Ran nearly jumped up, feeling frustrated. Incity definitely didn't want to be called Wei Howren. Fong Yin patted his shoulder. Having a nickname is pretty nice, isn't it? It shows everyone likes you. Wei Ran pouted. Humph. Yeah, having a nickname is great. Boss, do you know you have a nickname too? I do too. Fong Yin blinked. Wei Ran chuckled. Now many people call you Don't Rush Boss Fong. Why? Do you even need to ask? Because Boss Fong always says don't rush when serving customers, and every time you say that, the customers end up spending a lot more money. Fong Yin fell silent, only able to sigh inwardly. Watching the two banter, Yulang helplessly raised his hand. So, who exactly is this person? Wei Ran always treated him like air, so he had to confirm the identity again. Wei Ran quickly introduced. This is the owner of the mythical pet shop Fong Yin. Oh, I've heard of that shop. But what's this about Galactic Heart Coffee? Yulang obviously didn't know the details. The mythical pet shop serves Galactic Heart Coffee to customers. As soon as Wei Ran finished speaking, Yulang was completely shocked. Using the rare Galactic Heart Coffee as a customer beverage, this level of luxury probably surpassed even the Pet Joy Alliance flagship store on Tianyang Road, right? Yulang secretly decided he must visit the mythical pet shop when he had time. The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the battle center's front desk. Wei Ran reminded, Boss, this is the front desk. As a third-tier beast tamer, you can only participate in battles between third-tier tamers. Got it. Thanks, Fong Yin nodded. The battle center was quite large, and the procedures were complicated. Being his first time here, he had to complete registration and enrollment. Fortunately, Wei Ran was there to guide him, otherwise he really wouldn't know where to start. After submitting his information, he approached the receptionist. The receptionist smiled and asked, would you like to schedule a battle appointment, or do random matching on-site? Appointment meant arranging an opponent in advance, while random matching assigned opponents based on ability, occasionally resulting in extreme situations like a first-level awakened facing a 10th-level awakened though the probability was extremely low. On-site matching is fine. Fong Yin glanced around the lobby. Currently, no one had challenged him to a battle, and Wei Ran was only second tier, making him unsuitable for sparring. All right, how many battles would you like to participate in? The receptionist continued asking. Fong Yin thought for a few seconds, then looked up and answered. Let's start with 2 battles. He wasn't entirely sure, but he felt that just one match might not be very useful and wouldn't serve as proper training. All right, due to venue limitations, the second match may take some time to begin. Once you finish the first match, the pairing for the second should be ready, the staff member explained before leaving. Fong Yin walked to the lobby waiting area with Wei Ran and Yulang, and the three found an empty spot to wait. A few minutes later, the massive electronic screen overhead lit up, instantly displaying the first match results. My opponent is Cui Hao. Fong Yin read aloud quietly. Wei Ran leaned over to look. Oh, he's also from our Haisher Beast-Taming University's combat department. Same major. Meanwhile, in front of another screen at the battle center, a short-haired young man looked up. My opponent is Fong Yin. Never heard of him. Cui Hao frowned. I come here almost every day, but I have no impression of this guy. Could he be a newbie? At this thought, he shrugged. Years of training in the arena had given him complete confidence in his skills, and nowadays he rarely lost. If his opponent was truly a newcomer, this match obviously wouldn't serve its training purpose, which disappointed him considerably. If only I could fight that guy over there. He glanced toward a distant crowd. In the center of the crowd, an extremely young boy was surrounded like a star, barely able to move. Cui Hao squinted slightly. He hadn't expected that person to show up today too. Supposedly, this prodigy had skipped grades and possessed talents second only to the 4 great talents of Longdu. Unfortunately, getting matched against someone of that caliber was nearly impossible. He wondered if directly challenging him would get a response. Just as he was thinking, an announcement echoed through the hall. Please ask Cui Hao from Haisher Beast-Taming University's combat department to proceed to Arena A23. Cui Hao responded and stood up, striding away from the crowd. Arena A23. The battle center housed dozens of arenas where fights took place simultaneously, dispersing the audience accordingly. Most stands remained empty, with only truly stellar matchups drawing packed crowds. Years ago, the legendary battle that made Jiang Hai, the current beast-taming governor of Haisher, had set a record of 80,000 simultaneous spectators right here though that required a specially constructed mega arena. Otherwise it couldn't have accommodated everyone. Today's regular arenas were far smaller in scale, with correspondingly limited seating. Fong Yin stepped onto Arena A23 as Wei Ran and Yulang took seats at the sidelines. Perfect. Let's see just how strong the boss has become. Wei Ran rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with excitement. Yulang looked at him curiously. You're really that interested in this shop owner's abilities? You have no idea how amazing this shop is. Hey. Yulang raised an eyebrow, signaling him to keep his voice down. On the arena, Cui Hao sized up Fong Yin. Looks about my age. Are you new here? Yes, this is my first time, Fong Yin replied calmly. Chui Hao rubbed his forehead helplessly. So he really was a newbie. What was the point of this? Against a complete beginner, wasn't his victory guaranteed? This wouldn't help improve his combat skills at all. Fang Yin looked at Chui Hao. He couldn't read minds, but he could see the contempt in his opponent's casual expression. Chui Hao clearly regarded him as a complete novice. Fang Yin thought to himself, does he think I'm just a rookie, so he can't be bothered to take this seriously? Actually, he was quite pleased with this assumption. For him, coming to the battle center was all about honing his skills, and facing experienced opponents was far more valuable. Although Chui Hao's 2 spirit pets were only at awakening level 1, veterans had seasoned techniques, and if he didn't give his all, he could still risk an upset defeat. With this thought, he clenched his fists, reminding himself to go all out. At the center of the arena, both contestants took their positions on the metal floor that reflected the cold light from the overhead lamps. The large screen beside them lit up simultaneously, projecting the basic information of both sides' starting spirit pets. Fang Yan's side. Spirit pet, little spirit ant. Attribute, normal. Talent, confidential. Bloodline, confidential. Skills, confidential. Power level, awakening level 1. Species grade, common species tier 2. Bloodline grade, common species tier 5. Chui Hao's side. Spirit pet, mighty guard rat. Attribute, normal. Talent, confidential. Bloodline, confidential. Skills, confidential. Power level, awakening level 5. Species grade, exotic beast species tier 5. Bloodline grade, exotic beast species tier 6. Unlike the impromptu competition on Tianhong Street, the battle center's procedures were much more standardized. In that street tournament, all the spirit pets' talents and skills were displayed openly, because most participants were local shop owners and curious elderly folks from the neighborhood who knew each other well, and their spirit pets were mostly common varieties with nothing worth hiding. Wei Ran had specifically complained about that kind of streaking transparency at the time, but official competitions were different. To protect contestants' trump cards, organizers only revealed the most basic data, and beast tamer phones were also prohibited to prevent anyone from looking up information for on-the-spot countermeasures. Once trump cards were exposed early, advantages would instantly crumble. Even with information strictly concealed, when the words "little spirit ant" appeared on screen, the sparse audience still erupted in exaggerated exclamations. What the hell, a little spirit ant? People still contract these things nowadays? Hilarious. It's a bit stronger than ornamental pets, but it's still totally useless in the battle center, right? Might as well tell the opponent straight up that its talent is agile dodging. The chatter rose and fell, nearly drowning out the arena's broadcast system. On the other side of the spectator seats, Wei Ran was also dumbfounded. He stared intently at the screen, his face full of bewilderment. The boss's starting spirit pet was actually a little spirit ant? With so many mythical bloodlines in the mythical pet shop's inventory, why choose a little spirit ant of all things? Suddenly, he remembered that wild feathered spirit bird from last time. Could this little spirit ant also be wild? That was possible. But even so, he shouldn't have brought a little spirit ant into battle. Most wild spirit pets are much stronger than little spirit ants. Yulang's eyes reddened as he stared at the arena, momentarily speechless. Wei Haoran, is this the masterful boss you were talking about? He asked in a lowered voice. Aye. Wei Ran was also stunned, unable to think of how to smooth things over. In his view, Fang Yin was bound to lose this battle. The gap between their spirit pets was too vast. Only level and species information was publicly available, but everyone knew that armored rats possessed the innate talent, strong defense. This talent provided additional defensive power, which was already quite considerable. The most critical gap was still the level difference. Fang Yan's little spirit ant was only at awakening level 1, while Chui Hao's armored rat was at awakening level 5. A 4-level chasm, combined with the armored rat's naturally defensive species characteristics, made everyone believe the little spirit ant had no chance of victory. The referee's whistle rang out crisply, officially beginning the battle. On the arena, Fang Yin gave his mental command without hesitation. Little spirit ant, high-speed charge. Chui Hao smiled dismissively. High-speed charge? Armored rat, power block. The armored rat crossed its arms as a faint dark iron-colored radiance emerged. This was the Iron Tier skill, Power Block, a rare defensive move for normal-type spirit pets in the early stages. When stacked with its racial talent, it was nearly impregnable. However, the next second, a piercing sound of tearing air exploded. The audience heard a thunderous bang, as if someone had set off a firecracker right next to their ears. A blurred black shadow flashed by like a teleportation, and the little spirit ant was already standing where the armored rat had been. Meanwhile, the struck armored rat flew off the arena like a cannonball. Crash! The massive form slammed hard into the outer barrier, causing the steel railings to shake violently and making the front row spectators recoil in unison. The entire venue fell into instant silence, then erupted in waves of shocked exclamations. What the hell? A common little spirit ant one-shotted an armored rat. Yulang beside Wei Ran even jumped to his feet, his voice trembling. This How is this possible? Chui Hao on the opposite side of the arena was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the petite little spirit ant in the center of the arena. Where's my armored rat? Where's my huge armored rat? His gaze searched frantically until the referee's device beeped. Beep, beep, armored rat out of bounds, snapping him back to reality. Out of bounds. Chui Hao's face turned pale. Same attribute type, little spirit ant at awakening level 1, armored rat at awakening level 5, and it had just activated power block. By all logic, the little spirit ant shouldn't have been able to budge it an inch, yet the reality was knocked off the arena in one strike. Unable to believe what had happened, Chui Hao raised his right hand high. Referee, I request a timeout. He immediately questioned Fang Yan. Don't you think you owe an explanation? Fang Yan raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half smile. I 1-in-1 move, what's there to explain? You? Chui Hao was instantly furious. Referee, don't you think there's a problem here? Chui Hao could only turn around and question the referee. In his view, his mighty imperial rat was superior to that little spirit ant in terms of strength, species, and bloodline. There was no way it could have been knocked out in a single blow. However, the referee scratched his head and said, I don't see any problem. The process was simple. He attacked, you defended, and then you just went poof and were gone. Chui Hao was speechless. What did he mean by, you just went poof and were gone? Couldn't he have just said no problem instead? Why did a referee need to say so much? Whatever. He still had his second spirit pet. He refused to believe that his trump card couldn't handle this little spirit ant. Soon, Chui Hao summoned his second spirit pet. It was a chrysanthemum floating in midair. Spirit pet, wind drifting chrysanthemum. Attribute, wind. Talent, classified. Bloodline, classified. Skills, classified. Strength level, awakened 7th rank. Species level, magical beast 3rd tier. Bloodline level, magical beast 2nd tier. A wind-type spirit pet, the wind drifting chrysanthemum. Seeing this spirit pet, the surrounding audience erupted in commotion. The key wasn't really the spirit pet itself, but rather its attribute. Wind attribute. Wind attribute was also relatively rare, though there were quite a few in the wild. The reason it was rare was that wind attribute creatures were extremely difficult to capture. The greatest characteristic of wind attribute was speed, and it was incredibly fast, moving with the wind, even controlling wind. Powerful wind-type skills included tornadoes and great storms that could affect the entire environment. This showed just how formidable wind attribute could be. Moreover, among all 16 attributes, wind attribute was exceptionally strong. The reason for this was that wind attribute had no weaknesses. Yes, it was that amazing wind attribute had absolutely no weaknesses. Of course, correspondingly, wind attribute countered relatively few attributes, only earth and flying. Against metal attribute attacks, it only dealt half damage, since metal was usually too heavy to be blown around. This couldn't compare to other attributes. Fire attribute countered 5 attributes: ice, bug, dark, metal, and plant. In this regard, wind attribute was somewhat similar to normal attribute, since normal attribute only had metal as its weakness. Wind and normal were probably the 2 attributes with the fewest weaknesses among all 16. Against wind attribute, the little spirit ant is surely doomed. Speed conquers all martial arts. The spirit ant's speed still can't match wind attribute. Without elemental skills for support, it's impossible to hit wind-type spirit pets. This time Chui Hao's strength exceeds his opponent by 6 levels. With a 6-level gap, he shouldn't be instantly defeated. Many people were discussing. Yulang asked Wei Ran, what do you think? Does the spirit ant have any chance of winning? Seeing this scene, Wei Ran also frowned. Normally speaking, the spirit ant has no chance of winning whatsoever, but this is the boss's spirit ant after all, so it should at least be able to put up a fight, right? He felt that under Fang Yan's dual profession enhancement as both breeder and beast tamer, this spirit ant might have some special qualities. In fact, the spirit ant's ability to instantly defeat the mighty imperial rat earlier was enough to demonstrate its uniqueness. Yulang never expected his good friend to have such faith in this boss. He really couldn't figure out where the spirit ant's chances of victory lay. Despite the skepticism from everyone around them, the battle resumed the moment the referee's whistle blew. Chui Hao silently commanded, Wind Chrysanthemum, Wind Speed Strike. Wind Speed Strike was a bronze-tier wind element skill known for its velocity. Once it hit, the Gale Force Assault would leave opponents with no time to react. This time, Chui Hao was determined to reclaim his dignity. Would use Wind Chrysanthemum to defeat that little spirit ant that had humiliated him in one decisive blow. In terms of level, Wind Chrysanthemum was a full 6 levels higher than its opponent. In terms of species, it was a magical beast. There was no way he could lose to a mere spirit ant. However, a shocking scene suddenly unfolded. Just as Wind Chrysanthemum transformed into a green blur and charged forward, an even faster black shadow streaked across everyone's vision, drawing a straight black line. A sharp whoosh echoed throughout the arena as the black streak passed by Wind Chrysanthemum's side. Bang! Wind Chrysanthemum froze midair for 2 or 3 seconds before crashing heavily onto the arena floor, instantly knocked unconscious. The referee's eyes widened as he quickly blew his whistle. Tweet tweet Wind Chrysanthemum has lost its ability to fight. Fang Yin wins. In the spectator stands, Yu Lang shot to his feet. How is this possible? Wei Ran beside him was equally speechless. Another instant knockout? But Wind Chrysanthemum was 6 levels higher. At the center of the arena, Chui Hao stood frozen in place, his voice trembling. Wind Chrysanthemum? Hey, get up. No matter how much he called out, Wind Chrysanthemum remained unconscious. Medical personnel quickly rushed onto the stage to carry the spirit pet away for treatment. Chui Hao stood there like a wooden statue. What exactly had just happened? He had only seen the little spirit ant transform into an afterimage, like a black line flashing past, and then Wind Chrysanthemum collapsed. That speed could no longer be described as merely extremely fast, but rather super fast, or incredibly fast. Spirit ants were known to have only speed as their advantage, but it shouldn't be fast enough to overwhelm a wind attribute spirit pet. What puzzled him even more was what skill the little spirit ant had actually used. He had searched through every skill manual and had never seen anything like it. Chui Hao gritted his teeth and demanded, What did you do? Fang Yin shrugged. I didn't do anything special, just had my little spirit ant use a skill. What skill? It's not in any of the skill manuals. Well, this move can only be learned by spirit ants. It's a hidden skill. As for its specific effects, I'm not planning to tell you. Fang Yin replied casually. What? A hidden skill? Chui Hao was completely dumbfounded. Hidden skills, like hidden evolution paths, were rare treasures that all beast tamers dreamed of obtaining, but they were encoded in the spirit pet's DNA and couldn't be learned through effort alone. Yet this person claimed it was a hidden skill? Just who was he? To be honest, Fang Yin never expected his little spirit ant to defeat 2 opposing spirit pets in quick succession. Even though he had deliberately limited the little spirit ant's power to awakening level 1, it still dominated the opponents completely. Whether it was because he was too strong or the opponents were too weak was hard to judge at the moment. Strange. I haven't even let the little spirit ant evolve yet. Logically, an unevolved low-tier bloodline should have mediocre base attributes, he muttered to himself. The only explanation he could think of was his god-tier talent, Lord of all Spirits. The 255 boost to all attributes was enough to transform any spirit pet, and the little spirit ant was no exception. As for that last strike, he found it perfectly natural. That was the little spirit ant's hidden skill, Divine Speed. When activated, the spirit ant transformed into a black shadow, sweeping past its target at incredible velocity, its air-cutting sharpness instantly tearing wounds in the enemy. The little spirit ant was naturally gifted with speed and had talents leaning toward agility and evasion, making this hidden skill a perfect match. Of course, each species had more than one hidden skill, but for now, Divine Speed was the only one the little spirit ant could learn. Before coming to the beast-taming battle center, he had specifically trained the little spirit ant to master it, and its power in actual combat was indeed impressive. However, the drawback was equally obvious. It consumed too much stamina, leaving almost no energy for a second move after one strike. Fortunately, since each side fielded 2 spirit pets and the opponent's wind-drifting chrysanthemum was the second one, this stamina disadvantage wasn't a problem at all. After the match ended, Fang Yin picked up the somewhat weakened little spirit ant and stepped down from the platform, preparing to find a place for it to rest. Boss, you're amazing. Wei Ran had already rushed over with an excited expression, while Yu Lang followed closely behind. Were you two watching just now? Fang Yin only then noticed the crowd of spectators on the sidelines. Yes, boss, what was that move the little spirit ant used? It was incredible. Wei Ran's eyes were shining. It was indeed powerful, but it leaves almost no energy afterward, Fang Yin replied calmly. No energy left after one use. Could it be the legendary hidden skill? Yu Lang couldn't help but interject. The audience couldn't really hear the quiet conversation between Fang Yin and Chui Hao on the platform, so he was seeking confirmation now. Yes, Fang Yin nodded. Wei Ran immediately exclaimed, a hidden skill. Boss, can your shop already teach spirit pets hidden skills? It's possible, but I don't plan to offer this service publicly for now, Fang Yin said honestly. His system had just unlocked this function, but with the shop competition approaching, if he openly sold hidden skill training, there was no guarantee that competing opponents wouldn't secretly visit his shop to enhance their own spirit pets, which would obviously be disadvantageous. Right now, he needed to build a reputation for his existing products and services, establishing his brand throughout the district and even the entire city. Wei Ran was greatly disappointed upon hearing this. Boss, how can you do this? His hopes of spending money to boost his beloved pet's abilities were instantly dashed. Yu Lang listened to their conversation with a shocked expression. Service? You really have a way to reliably teach spirit pets hidden skills? More or less, Fang Yin replied indifferently. What? Yu Lang was utterly stunned. His father, Yu Zhongren, was a renowned beast-taming scholar in Haisher City, So Yulang definitely knew more about beast-taming skills than most people. He understood very well that hidden skills were practically every beast tamer's nightmare. If a spirit pet's aptitude was even slightly lacking, there was no hope of reaching the threshold. What beast tamers could do was limited. Whether the skill could ultimately be learned depended entirely on the spirit pet's own comprehension. However, this seemingly ordinary pet shop owner spoke with absolute certainty that he could help spirit pets reliably master hidden skills. Yulang felt his head buzzing. This level of expertise would be classified as top secret in any major research institute, wouldn't it? What was this shop owner's true background? After returning to the battle center lobby, Fang Yin stood before the crowded self-service terminals, waiting for his second match to be paired. His earlier battle with Cui Hao had ended in the blink of an eye. Cui Hao's two spirit pets were instantly defeated by little spirit and lacking any sense of achievement. He couldn't wait to encounter stronger opponents. Meanwhile, Cui Hao had also blended into the crowd and returned to the lobby. With people packed like a train station waiting hall, he hadn't noticed Fang Yin, Wei Ran, and Yu Lang. Thinking about that battle where he'd been completely dominated by a newbie, he sighed heavily. What terrible luck today. What was that guy's name again? Fang Yin? That name sounded familiar somehow. While pondering this, he casually glanced at the central screen, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Fang Yan's next opponent was actually him. At the same time, Wei Ran and Yu Lang also saw the screen refresh. Hey, the match is up. Let's see who the boss is facing. What? Wei Ran's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. What's wrong? Fang Yan asked, puzzled. He had also glanced at the screen and remembered his opponent was called Mo Han, but had no impression of him. Is this person special? Wei Ran quickly explained. Boss, you might not know Mo Han, but everyone at our school does. He's Haida University's #1 genius. Oh, that famous. Fang Yan raised an eyebrow. Wei Ran slapped his thigh, his voice rising. He's second only to the 4 great geniuses of Dragon Capital, the future heir of the Mo family, one of Haishi's 4 great families. At such a young age, his mental power has already reached the peak of 3rd tier, and I heard he's about to break through to 4th tier. His first 2 spirit pets are awakening level 10, and he himself has great ice talent. Boss, how could you possibly beat him? Yu Lang also added. He skipped grades to enter our school and became widely known. Logically, your awakening level 1 little spirit ant shouldn't be matched against him. Could it be that there are too few participants during this time slot? Awakening level 1 versus awakening level 10. The gap was like a chasm. Although the receptionist had mentioned the special situation of low awakening meeting high awakening, Wei Ran and Yu Lang had never actually witnessed it in all this time. Wei Ran anxiously scratched his head. The gap is too ridiculous. But we can't let the boss just forfeit right after starting, can we? Sigh, the boss was just too unlucky. The announcement echoed through the arena once more. Fang Yin, please proceed to battle platform 32G. Fang Yin looked up, thinking to himself, this size suits my taste perfectly. He casually brushed off his clothes and stood up with a calm expression. All right, I'll head out first. Wei Ran quickly followed, lowering his voice. Boss, aren't you nervous at all? Nervous? Fang Yin chuckled. I came here to hone my combat skills. The stronger the opponent, the better it suits me. Yu Lang nodded admiringly from the side. Boss has such a great mindset, truly worth learning from. Then he couldn't resist adding a jab. Unlike Wei Haoran here, who only dares to fight once a day and is terrified of losing. Hey, Wei Ran bristled. Who says I'm afraid of losing? When have I ever been scared? The two bickered back and forth, their faces flushing red with argument. Fang Yin shook his head and headed toward the battle platform first, leaving the two to follow behind in a huff. When the trio arrived at battle platform 32G, they discovered they were already quite late. The circular stands with thousands of seats were nearly packed, erupting in unified cheers. Go Mo Han. Finally we get to see Junior Mo Han in action. This opponent is really unlucky. Well, actually, getting to witness Mo Han's strength is pretty fortunate too. The enthusiasm exceeded all expectations. Fang Yin raised an eyebrow. This Mo Han is that popular? Wei Ran nodded. The school's top prodigy, it's normal for admirers to flock to him. All right, I'm heading up. Fang Yin stepped onto the arena. At the center of the platform, Mo Han had been waiting. He appeared to be under 20 with a composed aura. He greeted Fang Yin friendly. Senior? Or perhaps an off-campus veteran? Just graduated, currently running a pet shop on Tianhong Street. Fang Yin smiled back. Feel free to drop by sometime. Oh, sure thing. Mo Han paused for a moment before agreeing. Someone from the stands urged. Mo Han, hurry it up. Let's grab lunch after you finish. Coming. Mo Han called back. Fang Yin, with his sharp hearing, caught the whispered discussions. How long will it take Mo Han to finish this time? Depends on that handsome guy's spirit pet strength. Speaking of which, he really is handsome. Clearly, they weren't worried about Mo Han losing. Seeing both contestants in position, the referee immediately announced the spirit pet information. Fang Yin, spirit pet, Thunderbird. Attributes, lightning, flying. Talent, classified. Bloodline, classified. Skills, classified. Power level, Awakening Level 1. Species Grade, Demon Beast Tier 4. Bloodline Grade, Demon Beast Tier 2. Emohan. Spirit Pet, Frost Warrior. Attributes, Ice. Talent, Classified. Bloodline, Classified. Skills, Classified. Power Level, Awakening Level 10. Species Grade, Exotic Beast Tier 6. Bloodline Grade, Exotic Beast Tier 8. Indeed, Fang Yin had switched out his little spirit ant this time, giving Thunderbird a chance to shine while Emohan's Frost Warrior was equally impressive. Composed entirely of blue-white ice crystals and evolved from an ice fighter, it possessed extremely refined combat techniques. Emohan was undeniably formidable, with his Awakening Level 10 Frost Warrior, a humanoid pet made entirely of ice blocks, evolved from an ice fighter, exceptionally skilled in combat. Despite this, when Emohan's classmates from Haisher Beast-Taming University saw Fang Yan's spirit pet, they all burst into exclamations of surprise. What kind of spirit pet is that? I've never seen one before. Wait, isn't that the one from the viral video that's been all over the internet recently? My god, its bloodline is from the demon beast race, much stronger than Emohan's ice warrior. This Thunderbird should be Fang Yan's second contracted spirit pet, while Emohan's ice warrior is his first, so having a lower bloodline is normal. Don't forget though, when it comes to real combat, it's strength that determines victory, not bloodline. The discussions rose and fell in waves, and soon people turned their attention to the levels of the two spirit pets. The Thunderbird is only at Awakening Level 1, while the Ice Warrior is at Awakening Level 10. That's a 9-level gap. This difference is simply insurmountable. The sharp whistle sounded, and the battle officially began. Tits crack. Blinding golden arcs erupted in the center of the arena, spreading rapidly like a spider web. The Thunderbird flapped its wings, lightning coursing around its entire body. Emohan squinted, instantly recognizing the skill. Power Lightning Strike. Warrior, endure it. The Ice Warrior lowered its stance and arched its back, condensing frigid air into thick armor around its body, preparing to take the hit heat. Boom. A lightning pillar crashed down, electric current thunderously piercing through the Ice Warrior's body. Its massive frame was sent flying, crashing into the edge of the arena as the ground exploded with debris and ice shards. What? Emohan's eyes filled with disbelief. That power lightning strike was actually this strong? Warrior, hang in there. The Ice Warrior roared, driving both arms and legs into the arena floor, forcibly carving out 4 frost-covered gouges. After sliding several meters, it finally stopped its momentum, but was already panting heavily, its chest armor covered in spider web cracks. Just one strike had already pushed it to its limit. Emohan's face turned ashen as he suddenly waved his hand. Damn it! Warrior Ice Punch! The Ice Warrior raised its fist, frigid air exploding from its knuckles. The air seemed to tear as an ice punch instantly closed in on the Thunderbird in midair. Fang Yin remained calm. Wing Guard. The Thunderbird snapped its wings together, golden arcs clashing violently with deep blue frost. Thud. It let out a screech as thin ice cracks instantly appeared on its wing membranes. In the stands, Wei Ran gasped. Ice beats flying types. The Thunderbird must be seriously injured. But Yulang beside him shook his head coldly. Don't forget the Ice Warrior is 9 levels higher than it. If it can't even kill the Thunderbird despite the type advantage, this bird is already incredibly abnormal. Wei Ran was stunned, unable to argue. On the arena, the Thunderbird continued soaring through the air, its lightning undiminished. Fang Yin immediately followed up. Again, power lightning strike. The second and third lightning pillars crashed down in succession. The Ice Warrior's figure swayed precariously in the electric light and ice mist, its feet unable to maintain stability. Finally, it heavily collapsed to its knees, its massive body falling to one side and crashing into the arena with a tremendous impact, its breathing so labored it nearly stopped. Several consecutive rounds, lasting less than 3 minutes total. The 9-level gap crumbled under the lightning. Beep beep. The referee quickly stepped forward, and after confirming the situation, raised the flag to announce. Ice Warrior has lost combatability. Thunderbird wins. As the words fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Thousands of spectators stared wide-eyed, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. Wei Ran's eyes were even more vacant, his lips slightly parted. To defeat Emohan's first spirit pet so quickly. Boss is just too amazing. Not only was Wei Ran shocked, but the thousands of students supporting Emohan around them also widened their eyes in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could this happen? Emohan had actually been defeated? And so decisively at that? They had followed Emohan for a long time and had never seen him so overwhelmingly suppressed by an opponent. What method had the other side used? With a full 9-level gap between them, even if attributes were countered, the higher level should have been enough to crush the opponent. Moreover, the Thunderbird's attributes didn't counter the Ice Warrior at all. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. If the Thunderbird countered the Ice Warrior, the result would still be barely acceptable, since attribute advantages could bring more than double the damage. But the reality was quite the opposite. Neither thunder nor flying countered ice, while ice actually countered flying. Although in the 16-type attribute system, ice countering flying wouldn't reverse suppress flying damage, it would still be normal 1x damage rather than 0.5x. Therefore, from an attribute perspective, the Thunderbird had no advantage whatsoever. Yet the Ice Warrior was still instantly defeated and lost miserably, which was what everyone found most incomprehensible. Wei Ran and Yulang were so focused they didn't even notice that Fong Yan's previous opponent, Cui Hao, was sitting right next to them. Cui Hao was equally shocked. So this person was actually this terrifying. Why did the Ice Warrior lose? The reason was actually extremely simple. Before coming to the battle center, Fong Yan had specifically made Little Spirit Ant and Thunderbird learn numerous skills. Besides hidden skills, he had also paid out of his own pocket to purchase several devastatingly powerful bronze-tier skills. What Thunderbird had just unleashed was a newly learned bronze-tier skill, Powerful Thunder Strike, an evolved version of Strong Electric Attack. However, this wasn't the common version available on the market. The Powerful Thunder Strike Fong Yan had prepared for Thunderbird had its power boosted to a full 47. Keep in mind that most bronze-tier skills on the market only had power ratings between 10-20, so this value was more than double. Combined with the 255 amplification from his talent, the final actual power output reached a staggering 157, already approaching gold-tier skill levels. The mythical pet shop hadn't even sold a single gold-tier skill scroll yet, but Fong Yan's Thunderbird could unleash attacks of this caliber. The 9-level gap was virtually meaningless in the face of such terrifying power, so naturally the Ice Warrior couldn't withstand it. On the other side of the arena, Mo Han stared blankly at the fallen Ice Warrior, his mind reeling with shock. An Awakening level 9 being instantly defeated by an Awakening level 1 spirit pet. Such a scene was rare, even throughout the entire school. But as a genius, he didn't linger in defeat for long. Taking a deep breath, he immediately summoned his second spirit pet. As the brilliant white light faded, a massive bear with an ice-blue body and swirling cold aura stepped onto the field. It bristled its fur, eyes gleaming with ferocity, then suddenly raised its head to glare at Fong Yan, letting out a deafening roar from deep in its throat. The giant bear glared furiously at Fong Yan and even let out an angry roar. For this giant bear, the Ice Warrior that had just fallen was its close companion, so naturally it was enraged when Fong Yan defeated the Ice Warrior. The massive viewing screen immediately refreshed, displaying the complete information of the second spirit pet. Spirit pet, Polar Ice Bear. Attribute, Ice. Talent, Classified. Bloodline, Classified. Skills, Classified. Power level, Classified. Awakening level, 10. Species rank, Magical Beast 4th tier. Bloodline rank, Magical Beast 7th tier. This striking data told everyone that Mo Han's second spirit pet also possessed 10th level Awakening combat power. Mo Han's main force is entering the battle. Someone from the crowd of high university students couldn't help but shout. The Polar Ice Bear has thick skin and tough flesh. The Thunderbird might not be able to break through. The Ice Warrior's defeat was just Mo Han being careless. He can definitely turn this around. Discussions erupted everywhere, as many people clearly couldn't accept the Ice Warrior's defeat. The Polar Ice Bear had evolved from an ice bear and possessed naturally astounding defense and considerable strength, making it well-balanced in both offense and defense, with speed being its only weakness. The referee on the sidelines was also seeing this rare spirit pet that lived in extremely cold regions for the first time, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Mo Han's foundation is truly extraordinary. Both sides took their positions, and the battle resumed. Thunderbird, Powerful Lightning Strike. Fong Yan took the initiative once again. Purple electricity surged and thunder roared. The Polar Ice Bear crossed its arms in front of its chest to block, while Mo Han simultaneously slammed out his right palm, instantly enveloping the Polar Ice Bear in a circle of ice-blue radiance, like draping it in heavy ice armor. Sizzle, 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 boom. The electric current struck down, and the Polar Ice Bear grunted but remained standing firm. Fong Yan's eyelids twitched wildly. Is this talent enhancement? In the stands, Mo Han's classmates were already cheering. Excellent. Mo Han activated his talent. If he had used it earlier, the Ice Warrior definitely wouldn't have lost. They knew better than anyone that Mo Han's talent was precisely the Shrank Ice Dominion. Passive. All Ice Attribute Spirit Pets gain 20 defense. Active. Designate one Ice Attribute Spirit Pet to gain 100 defense for a short time. Although it could only enhance one at a time, for Mo Han, who didn't have many spirit pets, this was quite deadly. With doubled defense, the Thunderbird's damage was effectively halved, and combined with the Polar Ice Bear's constitution that far exceeded the Ice Warrior's, the Thunderbird's offensive was almost completely neutralized. Mo Han's gaze was piercing, as if silently asking, "What can you do next?" Fong Yan frowned deeply. Indeed a genius, troublesome. It seems his talent is purely defensive enhancement. Then I'll amplify my attack. The Thunderbird's hidden skill flashed through his mind, and he finally decided to hold nothing back. Thunderbird Electric Domain. The Thunderbird soared skyward with wings spread to their fullest extent, with cloud-like electric light surging between its feathers. Streams of dense electric current extended outward, covering the entire vast arena in the blink of an eye, ionizing the air with crackling sounds. Emohan's pupils contracted sharply. This is a domain technique. His opponent's Thunderbird actually knew domain techniques. Domain techniques generally refer to area effect skills. However, this definition isn't entirely accurate. Under normal circumstances, Spirit Pet's AoE abilities can still be dodged. Take the heavens descending thunder that Feng Yin taught his Thunderbird as an example. Though the lightning pillars crash down from above with considerable range, if a Spirit Pet is agile enough, it can still weave through the electric flashes and avoid them. True damage-type domain techniques, however, leave no blind spots. This is the first characteristic of domain techniques. The second characteristic is that their power far exceeds ordinary skills. Conventional area skills typically fall into two categories: area damage or area enhancement. Domain techniques, however, may carry various rare and formidable effects. What the Thunderbird is now unleashing is precisely its clan's hidden skill, Electric Domain. Skill description. Electric Domain draws massive amounts of lightning power to activate a domain. All non-lightning attribute Spirit Pets within the domain immediately fall into paralysis. Lightning attribute Spirit Pets gain 50 lightning damage amplification and 50 speed enhancement. The Thunderbird can also lock onto one target, causing them to continuously suffer percentage-based damage within the domain. At first glance, this appears to be a support-oriented move, but problems arise accordingly. First, there's no guarantee that all allies in team battles will be lightning attributed. Second, like divine speed, it consumes enormous energy, often leaving the Spirit Pet with no remaining strength after use. Though the effect is powerful, once executed, it may immediately exhaust the user. This sounds almost contradictory. Yet Feng Yin still decisively employed this technique for a simple reason: his Thunderbird possessed the talent, charge storage. With this talent, its endurance lasted longer than others of its kind. From the battle's beginning, the Thunderbird had been silently charging, and by now its energy was nearly saturated, sufficient to support the upcoming fierce assault. At this moment, the Thunderbird soared high with spread wings, its feathers blazing with golden light like a thunder god descending to earth. The domain erupted violently, with brutal electric currents racing wildly across the arena, instantly penetrating the polar ice bear's body, causing its limbs to stiffen and its entire body to become paralyzed. The audience erupted in uproar, with exclamations rising one after another. What kind of monstrous skill is this? Emohan's expression changed drastically as he immediately commanded, "Polar ice bear, surface dissolution." The polar ice bear let out a labored roar as the thin layer of ice on its surface cracked and melted with a snap, transforming into a layer of clear water. Surface dissolution was an extremely rare support skill that had a 50 chance of removing self-inflicted abnormal conditions. This time, Emohan won the gamble, and the paralysis was successfully removed. Feng Yan's lips curved slightly. Nice reaction. But don't forget, melted water conducts electricity. Before his words finished, the golden-feathered Thunderbird dove down once more, thunder roaring. Boom. Another devastating lightning strike. Enhanced by the electric domain, the Thunderbird's lightning was far more ferocious than during its earlier battle with the Ice Warrior. The polar ice bear's thick ice armor melted into a thin film of water under the intense heat, and the resulting conductivity amplified the damage even further. Brilliant arcs of electricity crashed into the polar ice bear's body, eliciting a pained roar as it was sent flying dozens of meters, tumbling across the arena floor. At the critical moment, it dug its claws desperately into the ground, managing to halt its momentum just before crossing the boundary line. Everything happened in a flash. The audience fell dead silent, many even forgetting to breathe. Ha ha ha. Holy crap, that was so intense. Thank goodness the polar ice bear didn't get blasted out of bounds. Damn, now I get it. Though, did Emohan get matched against such a powerful opponent? This guy is seriously strong. Before the thunderous whispers could fade, Feng Yin high above gave the polar ice bear no respite. You're tough and thick-skinned, so I'll just hit you a few more times. On the other side of the arena, Emohan gritted his teeth, his face grim. Damn it, I need to counterattack Polar Blizzard. The polar ice bear raised its head and unleashed a stream of frigid air straight at the Thunderbird. The Black Iron Tier Ice attribute skill Polar Blizzard had a chance to freeze targets solid upon impact. Ice-type moves were also effective against flying types, so if the Thunderbird got hit, even if it luckily avoided being frozen, it would still take massive damage. If it actually got frozen and fell, leaving it vulnerable to the polar ice bear's close-range assault, the tide of battle would instantly turn. However, the Thunderbird traced elegant arcs through the air, nimbly dodging the icy breath. The electric domain boosted all lightning attribute Spirit Pet's speed by 50%, and the Thunderbird was already naturally swift with equally fierce attacks, its only weakness being defense, which was precisely why it had to avoid Polar Blizzard. Even if it did lose, Fang Yin still had little spirit ant in reserve, so he remained calm. After completing its evasive maneuvers, the Thunderbird spread its wings and let out a piercing cry as the third and final devastating lightning strike crashed down. When the lightning faded, the polar ice bear collapsed to its knees, unable to rise again. Beep beep, polar ice bear has lost its ability to battle. Winner, Fang Yin. The referee's electronic voice echoed throughout the venue. In an instant, thousands of spectators fell so quiet you could hear heartbeats. The students from Haisher Beast-Taming University stared in stunned disbelief. Emohan, the genius who had never tasted defeat on campus, had actually lost? That morning, he had swept through the battle center nearly undefeated, simply wanting one casual match before lunch, only to be randomly matched against Fang Yin. And Fang Yin, with just 2 awakening level 1 spirit pets, had defeated Emohan, whose talent and spirit pet quality were both exceptionally brilliant. In the spectator stands, Wei Ran, Yu Lang, and Chui Hao wore equally shocked expressions. Even Wei Ran, who had considerable confidence in Fang Yin, hadn't expected him to actually overcome a 9-level combat power gap. Chui Hao was left speechless, crossing a 9-level gap and having his spirit pet use domain techniquism that just too heaven-defying. Who exactly was the real genius here? On the arena, Fang Yin saw that the Thunderbird hadn't sustained much damage, so he decided not to have it treated and let it recover its strength naturally. Come on, Pippy Bird, let's go. He raised his hand to call out, and the Thunderbird flapped its wings to follow behind him. Since it wasn't a contracted spirit pet, it couldn't be stored in the beast-taming space and had to leave the arena with him. Wait a moment. From the audience seats, Emohan suddenly spoke up. Is there something else? Fang Yin stopped in his tracks. Who exactly are you? Emohan stared at him intently, clearly convinced that this person was no ordinary trainer. Fang Yin smiled gently. Didn't I tell you? I'm just a pet shop owner, nothing more. With that, he turned and left the stage. Below the stage, Wei Ran and Yu Lang had already come up to greet him. Boss, you were amazing. Wei Ran's eyes were full of admiration. Fang Yin smiled calmly. Not bad. Finally had a decent battle. Yu Lang nodded. Emohan has good skills, and the clash with the extreme ice bear was quite evenly matched. It's lunchtime, boss. Want to eat together? Wei Ran suggested. Sure, you're treating. Fang Yin readily agreed. Boss, your shop makes so much money. Why are you making me pay? Wei Ran's face instantly fell. The three of them left the Haisher Beast-Taming Battle Center with laughter and conversation. They hadn't gone far when Emohan chased after them to the entrance. He suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask the shop's name and felt annoyed. Where are they? He looked around, but could no longer find any trace of Fang Yin. At that moment, a man in a finely tailored black suit approached with a warm but inscrutable smile. Young Master Emohan, that was truly a spectacular battle. Emohan frowned slightly. You are. The man handed over his business card and introduced himself. Zwapeng, the new regional manager for Pet Joy Alliance's Central District. Pet Joy Alliance? Emohan knew nothing about the matters involving Maru Home, Lu Ling Luo, and others, so the name sounded unfamiliar. Zwapeng maintained his polite smile. Young Master Emohan is looking for that pet shop owner, aren't you? Do you know what his shop is called? Emohan asked directly. Of course. Recently, around the city center pedestrian street area, Mythology Pet Shop has gained quite a reputation. Zwapeng said. Mythology Pet Shop. Emohan silently memorized the name. Zwapeng shifted the conversation. Does the young master want to battle the mythology shop owner again? Emohan raised an eyebrow. Manager Zwa, speak plainly. What do you want with me? Haisher is about to hold a shop competition, and Mythology Pet Shop just advanced to the second round. Zwapeng paced slowly. At the end of the month, they'll face our Pet Joy Alliance flagship store. We'd like to temporarily hire young Master Emohan to compete for us. Emohan was stunned. You just watched the match I lost miserably. That's precisely why we want to hire you. Zwapeng stopped in front of him, his voice low and confident. You might not be able to defeat that owner, but you could face other competitors that Mythology Pet Shop sends out. For you, this would be an excellent opportunity to gain experience and hone your battle skills. Other people? Emohan wasn't particularly interested. His mind was still focused on Fang Yin. Young Master Emohan, please don't underestimate others. It's said that all 4 top talents from Dragon Capital have shopped at the mythical pet store, so whoever mythical sends won't be simple. Besides, if you can't even defeat someone handpicked by Fang Yin, then young Master Emohan, I'm afraid, it would be very difficult for you to beat Fang Yin himself. Zwapeng spoke calmly, yet each word struck Emohan's heart. Emohan remained silent for a long while, his brow furrowed tightly, before finally uttering, I understand. I'll go. That's truly appreciated. Zwapeng nodded slightly, joy flashing in his eyes. The two parted ways. Emohan turned and left, his silhouette growing ever more gaunt against the towering glass curtain wall of the battle center. Peng remained in place, looking up at the massive electronic screen of Heisher beast-taming battle center. Traffic roared past, horns and engine sounds rising and falling in succession, while rows of beast tamers streamed in and out of the building entrance. Humph, Maru Hong, I didn't manage to snatch the regional manager position from you last time, but now that you've made a mistake, I've stepped up. Peng sneered inwardly. In the second round of competition, Pet Joy Alliance will definitely take first place. I'll prove that I'm the most suitable person. With this thought, he composed himself and strode away. No one noticed a long-haired young beauty leaning against a street lamp in the distance, her gaze following their retreating figures for a long time. If Fang Yin were here, he would recognize her immediately. Zhouya, representing mythical in the Awakening Division competition. Zhouya murmured softly to herself, meeting Imo Han in the shop competition. Could this be fate? Fang Yin knew nothing of Pet Joy Alliance's internal machinations. After lunch with Wei Ran, Yu Lang, and the others, he returned directly to his shop. He wasn't sure whether today's sparring at the battle center would truly hone his skills, but at least he had consolidated the proficiency of the new techniques his little spirit ant and Thunderbird had learned these past few days, making the trip worthwhile. Tomorrow would be the day when Xiao Ruxue, Yang Wudi, and the others came to inspect their spirit pets. 15 days in the outside world meant 1,500 days had passed in the training space. Could the spirit pets maintain stable mindsets without seeing their masters? Fang Yin calculated silently in his heart. At this moment, Ling Xia stood at the cashier counter serving customers, wearing a standard smile. Fang Yin approached and lowered his voice. You handle the customers first. I'll go feed the spirit pets. Boss, that doesn't seem right. This should be my job. Ling Xia was taken aback. It's fine. Serving customers is also your job. Fang Yin waved his hand and headed toward the back courtyard. Afterward, the two divided their duties, one at the front desk, one in the back courtyard. Once lunch hour passed, scorching sunlight streamed through the glass into the shop, customer flow dropped sharply, and the air became drowsily warm. Phew. As the last customer left the shop, Ling Xia wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. That should be the end of it, right? The wind chimes at the entrance suddenly jingled, and a sickeningly sweet voice burst in. Boss, I'm here. The big lowly Song Wuhan bounced through the door, her small backpack swinging so hard its chain rattled. She immediately spotted Ling Xia and paused mid-step, blinking her eyes. Song Wuhan. Ling Xia instinctively put on her professional smile. Welcome, customer. But Song Wuhan stepped right up to her, looking her up and down, her eyes practically glued to Ling Xia's body. Who are you? I'm an employee of this shop. Employee? Song Wuhan instantly switched to dead fish eyes, leaning even closer, her gaze sliding from the top of Ling Xia's head down to her waist, finally stopping at her chest, and staring for a full 3 seconds. Damn, they're so big. She cursed inwardly, yet consoled herself. She still had a girl's figure, and maybe in another 2 years she could win back the advantage. The backroom curtain lifted as Fang Yin emerged carrying an empty feed bucket. What's wrong? Before Ling Xia could answer, Song Wuhan was already giving him a sideways glance and teasing. Boss, you actually hired such a beautiful employee. You really know how to have fun. What nonsense are you talking about? Fang Yin looked up, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Ling Xia was placing a gleaming coffee cup back on the counter and curiously approached. Boss, who is she? Her? She's the very first customer of this shop. Fang Yin casually pointed toward the entrance, then added, from now on, whenever she comes, she can have as much Galaxy Heart coffee as she wants. Ling Xia was momentarily stunned, her gaze falling on the short-haired girl who had just walked through the door. So she was actually the first customer since opening. No wonder the boss let her drink without any regard for cost. For a newly opened small shop, the first customer was indeed someone you'd remember for a lifetime. Song Wuhan walked into the shop and sat directly by the window. The air was filled with the unique light mint fragrance of Galaxy Heart coffee. She looked up and glanced at the opposite wall, where a projector was casting invisible light beams onto the milky white surface, forming a nearly 100-inch screen. After entering the late 21st century, this screenless projection technology had almost completely replaced traditional televisions. The projection was scrolling through recent news from High City. Multiple shops in High City suburbs have been robbed consecutively, suspected to be the work of Advent cult members. As this year's beast-taming examination approaches, major high schools are conducting final intensive training. The second round of the beast-taming shop competition will be held at the end of the month. One headline after another flashed by, seemingly chaotic, yet each one crucial. Song Wuhan propped her chin up and snorted softly. The Advent cult. With Master Jiang in charge, how dare these petty criminals cause trouble? Her tone was full of disdain. Ling Xia approached with steaming Galaxy Heart coffee. Yes, come to think of it, we haven't heard from the Advent cult in quite a while. The light silver coffee with swirling foam reflected points of light, gently rippling at the cup's rim. Song Wuhan took the cup and looked up at Fang Yin again. Boss, when did you hire staff? I had no idea. Just hired her recently. Fang Yin shrugged. Hearing this, Song Wuhan's smile instantly fell. Then why didn't you hire me? I wanted to work here too. Fang Yin raised an eyebrow. You're taking the beast-taming examination at the beginning of next month. How could I possibly employ you? The girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Indeed, she had rarely visited the shop recently because she'd been constantly training at the school's practice grounds. Plus, Fang Yin had announced on Penguin Software that the second round of the shop competition would be held at month's end. She had already lost the first round, and losing again would be truly embarrassing, so she was desperately working to improve her Spirit Fox's abilities. A few seconds later, she smiled again. Then boss, after I finish the exam and graduate, can I come work here? Huh? You have a level talent. With normal performance, you could get into High City Beast Taming University or even Dragon Capital Beast Taming University. Working at my place would be a waste of your talents. Besides, having Xia here is enough now. Fang Yin spoke matter-of-factly. TCH. Song Wuhan pursed her lips reluctantly. Fang Yin hung the dried cup back on the rack. All right, what's the real reason you came today? Song Wuhan smiled with narrowed eyes. Can't I come without a reason? Of course you can. After all, you're my first customer. Fang Yin smiled too. Fine, I do have something. The girl sipped her coffee and slowed her speech. I wanted to ask if you'd come watch me take the beast taming examination in person. That's it. Fang Yin was slightly surprised. In today's beast taming era, the annual beast taming examination was a nationwide celebration. Not only could candidates' family and friends observe, but people from all walks of life enjoyed attending, creating an atmosphere much like a major sporting event. The only difference was that the exam venues were often set in suburbs or even wilderness areas, with projects updated annually and full of unknowns. As his words faded, the projection continued scrolling through news, while the coffee's steam quietly rose in the dim yellow light, much like their current anticipation filled with different thoughts. Most of the people watching were beast tamers, after all. The area outside the city remained dangerous, so even those just going to observe should bring spirit pets capable of protecting themselves. Fang Yin thought the same way. Even if Song Wuhan hadn't come to invite him today, he would likely have joined the excitement on exam day anyway. When Song Wuhan heard his answer, her eyes instantly lit up with joy. The two finished their coffee, and she cheerfully waved goodbye before quickly walking out of the shop. Fang Yin watched her retreating figure until she disappeared around the street corner. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly caught sight of something suspicious and rushed outside as if pulled by invisible strings. Boss, what's wrong? The shop clerk Ling Xia was wiping tables when she saw him suddenly rush out. She hurried after him a few steps, asking in confusion. I think I spotted some suspicious people. Fang Yan's gaze locked onto the distance, his voice low and serious. This is downtown though. With so many people around, plus Lord Jiang and the Beast Guard patrols, how would any troublemakers dare come here? Ling Xia couldn't help but laugh, but she still looked in the direction Fang Yin was pointing. Among the flowing crowd, she actually caught sight of several figures whose movements seemed out of sync with everyone else, and her eyes widened. Huh, there really does seem to be something wrong. Tianhong Street was a pedestrian area, bustling with crowds in the afternoon. Because of this, neither Song Wuhan nor her several pursuers dared to speed up, maintaining an elusive distance. Xia, watch the shop and notify the Beast Guard. I'll follow to confirm. Fang Yin instructed. Got it. Ling Xia immediately picked up the communicator while he had already melted into the crowd. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. I'm really so hungry. Song Wuhan hummed a little tune as she moved briskly through the crowd. She was completely unaware of the shadows trailing her like persistent ghosts at just the right distance. After leaving the bustling Tianhong Street with practiced ease, she turned into a side street with few pedestrians. The next second, everything changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 people ahead, 5 behind. A total of 10 figures landed almost simultaneously, blocking both ends of the road. Unrelated passers-by, disperse immediately. The 10 shouted in unison, their voices rolling like thunder. The few pedestrians were so frightened by this display that they screamed and scattered. In the blink of an eye, only Song Wuhan and the black-clad figures blocking her path remained on the entire street. Who are you people? In her panic, Song Wuhan immediately summoned her spirit fox. The purple-striped spirit fox appeared with ears perked up, watching both sides warily. Though this street wasn't a main thoroughfare, it was still in the city center, yet these people dared to act so brazenly here. Their audacity was shocking. The black-clad figures didn't respond, only expressionlessly raised their hands and summoned their own spirit pets. Within moments, 20 spirit pets of various forms surrounded her menacingly, each one clearly emanating an aura above second tier, with some even giving off the oppressive presence of third tier. Cold sweat trickled down Song Wuhan's temples. She remembered the crazy organization mentioned in this morning's news, and her heart sank. The Descent Cult. Have you really become this brazen? She screamed. No choice. Who told you to be third high school's genius? One of them sneered coldly. So this is today's target? TSK, her chest really is big. Another licked his lips with a lewd tone. Shut up, the leader scolded sternly. This isn't some deserted alley. The beast guard could arrive at any moment. Quick battle, quick resolution. Kill her. Song Wuhan's heart felt as if it were being squeezed tight. She had only wanted to invite Fang Yin to watch the beast-taming exam today. She never expected to encounter such danger halfway there. 10 people, a full 10 people. How could she possibly fight them all by herself? Song Wuhan's breathing became erratic. Any one of them could easily overpower her, and she hadn't even reached the threshold of the second tier yet. Worse still, these weren't ordinary bandits. They were members of the infamous Advent cult. Just minutes ago, the projection TV in the mythical pet shop had been broadcasting news about the Advent cult, this massive organization that everyone on Blue Star despised. They advocated for the descent of myriad civilizations, seeking to replace human rule with alien races. Ever since Blue Star entered the interstellar age, with spacecraft traversing wormholes and civilizations colliding, the Advent cult had emerged and thrived. They shouted slogans about environmental protection and punishing human sins, but in reality, they constantly worked to weaken humanity, assassinating Beastmaster officials, destroying top-tier facilities, and even attacking spaceports beyond the atmosphere. Years ago, they had destroyed an entire spaceport, sending it crashing into the Pacific Ocean and causing astronomical economic losses. They had even orchestrated the Moon Push plan, attempting to crash the moon into Blue Star, though fortunately they failed. Compared to these terrifying large-scale operations, hunting down talented individuals on the surface was merely trivial to them. But she never imagined that this time, the target would be herself. Song Wuhan, a high school senior. Facing such a life-or-death situation for the first time, her mind was in complete chaos. If there were only 1 or 2 enemies with 1 or 2 spirit pets, she might have had a fighting chance. But now there were 10 people with 20 spirit pets. She only had 1 juvenile 10th level spirit fox. 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands, and this gap couldn't be bridged by skill alone. In her panic, Fang Yan's name flashed through her mind. The mythical pet shop was nearby. Could the owner come to her rescue? But then she shook her head with a bitter smile. Even with the owner's strength, he couldn't possibly withstand this group. It's over. Am I going to die here today? Song Wuhan's face turned ashen. Before she could think further, the enemies pressed forward in unison. Attack. Take her down within 10 seconds. Their tone was confident. 20 spirit pets simultaneously locked on a Song Wuhan in their eyes. This was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. Damn it. In this critical moment, Song Wuhan's fierce determination was fully awakened. If you want my life, you'll have to pay a price. She stopped hesitating and didn't bother pulling out her Beastmaster phone to check data. Instead, she lunged toward the nearest enemy, shouting fiercely, "Spirit Fox, unleash fire bullet with full power." A blazing fire bullet whistled through the air, but the enemies moved faster. From front, back, and both sides, 20 spirit pets simultaneously activated their skills: water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, poison mist. Various elemental lights wove together into an inescapable web of death. Song Wuhan felt the world suddenly closing in around her, with 20 attacks from all directions blocking every possible escape route. These skills converged together like a dense network of firepower, resembling a celestial barrier descending and a massive tsunami sweeping over her, making her feel suffocated. In that instant, time seemed to slow down as images from her past flashed through her mind. Is this what they call seeing your life flash before your eyes? Am I going to die? Song Wuhan's shoulders trembled lightly as 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Thunderbird, grab her. Fang Yan's sudden shout pierced through her eardrums. Song Wuhan felt her shoulders tighten as her feet left the ground, the weightless sensation of rising making her heart race wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly 20 skill attacks struck the ground simultaneously. The asphalt road looked as if it had been plowed by concentrated artillery fire, with debris flying everywhere. The entire street was instantly engulfed by deafening explosions. The terrifying roar could be heard clearly by residents several kilometers away, but when the sound waves dissipated, the 10 members of the Advent sect were shocked to discover that Song Wuhan was no longer there. What happened? Where is she? Following the sound, everyone looked up to see a slender figure being carried by a large bird with golden wings, suspended in midair. Ah! The howling wind at high altitude mixed with Song Wuhan's screams. She instinctively flailed about, but through the turbulent wind, she saw a hand reaching down from above. "Wuhan, come up quickly." A familiar voice came through the fierce wind. "Boss." She stared in confusion at the owner of that hand. Fang Yan. "It's me." Fang Yan sat steadily on the Thunderbird's back, using his strength to pull Song Wuhan up. The moment her feet found solid ground, her suppressed emotions burst like a dam. Tears poured out as she threw herself into Fang Yan's arms. "Boss." Fang Yan looked down at the street below, his voice cold. "Are those people from the Advent sect?" "Yes, they should be." "Boss, we need to find the Beast Guard squad right now." Song Wuhan spoke urgently, convinced that Fang Yan couldn't possibly take on this group alone. Before she finished speaking, more than 10 giant birds of various colors took flight, quickly sealing off the airspace above Haisher Pedestrian Street, surrounding the two of them and the Thunderbird in a tight aerial encirclement. Did you think we didn't have flying spirit pets? If you want to escape, it won't be that easy. One of the Advent sect members sneered, his voice laced with menace. Looking at the figures and spirit pets closing in from all directions, fear rose again in Song Wuhan's heart. They had even calculated the aerial escape route. She desperately clutched her clothes. Boss, what? What do we do? Their target is me. Don't worry about me. She gritted her teeth, trying to get Fong Yan to escape. What are you talking about? How could I possibly abandon you? Fong Yan's tone was calm, yet ice-cold. Besides, these petty villains before us, I can easily eliminate them. Boss, what are you saying? There are 10 of them. Song Wuhan quickly took out her beast-taming phone to scan them. The values flashing on the screen made her scalp tingle. Many of their spirit pets are at the awakening level. They're all third-tier beast tamers. Faced with her exclamation, Fong Yan remained silent, his gaze calm to the point of indifference. Outnumbered by many fists? That depends on whether the opponents are qualified enough. Mere third-tier had never taken them seriously. The next second, his killing intent erupted. Thunderbird Electric Domain. The hidden skill originally designed to deal with Mohan's polar ice bear was fully unleashed. Lightning blazed around the Thunderbird's body as countless fine electric arcs hissed and spread, instantly covering the entire airspace above the pedestrian street like an overwhelming net of thunder. The blinding lightning reflected in the pupils of the Advent sect members, their hearts suddenly contracting. What kind of skill is this? Such a wide range. Could this be a domain skill? The members of the Advent sect never expected that Fong Yan's Thunderbird had mastered domain techniques. This was an extremely rare and devastatingly powerful skill that sent chills down their spines in an instant. This is bad. Attack him quickly. Don't let the situation get any worse, several members shouted in low voices, gathering their spiritual power as they swarmed toward Fong Yan. However, Fong Yan was clearly well prepared. He raised his hand with a wave, his voice cutting through the thunderous roar like electric current striking everyone's eardrums. Thunderbird, show them what real power looks like heaven's lightning strike. Boom. The sky split open with a blinding golden lightning bolt, crashing down like a giant hammer toward the battle circle. The first to bear the brunt was a large firebird with crimson wings. Electric light exploded across its feathers, and the firebird had no time to dodge, managing only a mournful cry before plummeting toward the street below like an out-of-control aircraft. Crash! The creature's massive body, weighing several tons, smashed a huge crater into Minxing Road's pavement, flames and smoke intertwining. Pedestrians on the street screamed in terror, scattering in all directions as the entire block instantly descended into chaos. At that moment, Li Feiyu was rushing out of the nearby Pet Paradise flagship store. The instant she looked up, her pupils contracted sharply. 7 or 8 large birds of various species were attacking Fong Yan's Thunderbird in the sky above. A Thunderbird? Isn't that Boss Fong's spirit companion? What kind of battle is he fighting? This is the Central District. Li Feiyu was shocked, but could only suppress her confusion and direct the staff to evacuate customers and passersby. Meanwhile, the Advent sect members were left numb with shock by Fong Yan's domineering assault. They're both third tier, so how is his Thunderbird this powerful? Damn it, this is an indiscriminate wide area skill. Dodge quickly. They frantically maneuvered their flying spirit companions, only to discover that the lightning formed a net with no gaps to escape through. Fong Yan gazed down coldly, his voice ice-cold. You might be able to dodge lightning strikes, but within the electric domain, you cannot escape. Z-80's electric arcs danced through the air as 7 or 8 large birds' feathers stood on end, their wings trembling violently. The Advent sect members looked down to discover their spirit companions were paralyzed by the electric current and losing their ability to fly. The electric domain causes paralysis. Quick, use the anti-paralysis spray. They frantically reached for the spray bottles they carried. But before the spray could be released, their spirit companions had completely stiffened, tilting sideways and plummeting straight down. The crowd on the street erupted in tsunami-like screams once again. Holy crap, run! There's a no-flee zone over the city. Who dares to have an aerial battle in the Central District? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Amid the howling wind, the falling spirit companions crashed down with the smell of burning and the lingering echoes of thunder and fire, smashing through the pavement one after another as building glass shattered everywhere. Boom, boom. The successive thunderous impacts shook the entire block. Under the combined effects of paralysis and lightning strikes, the Advent sect's flying spirit companions fell one after another onto the streets below. These massive birds were so enormous that each time they crashed down, they smashed huge craters into the street below, leaving spiderweb patterns of fine cracks. Debris and dust were hurled up by the tremendous force, scattering like a torrential downpour as the entire street was instantly swallowed by gray smoke. In just half a minute, under the Thunderbird's relentless barrage of heaven's lightning strike and electric domain, Not a single member of the Advent cult in the air survived. All were torn apart by the violent air currents and plummeted to the ground with their charred wings. Song Wuhan, cradled in Fong Yan's arms, stared in complete shock. Her tear stains hadn't yet dried, but her mouth had already fallen open in amazement. The boss had single-handedly brought down all these Advent cult members? That was just incredible. She gazed at the Thunderbird wreathed in crackling electric arcs, with only one question remaining in her mind. What kind of skill was this, and how could it be so terrifyingly powerful? Song Wuhan had never seen Fong Yan fight at the Haisher beast-taming battle center, so she had no concept of his true strength. What Fong Yan had just commanded the Thunderbird to unleash was the electric domain. Lightning attributes naturally countered flying types, and when over a dozen Advent cult members took to the skies simultaneously, they had essentially delivered themselves to the Thunderbird's most advantageous battlefield. Their flying spirit pets, spirit featherbirds, great firebirds, water swallows, great frost swallows, and others, as long as they lacked lightning attributes, couldn't resist this natural law. Fong Yin simply stopped holding back, cranked up the output, and combined electric domain with heaven's lightning strike to decisively end the battle. He had demonstrated electric domain before in front of Mo Han, but heaven's lightning strike was being used in actual combat for the first time. Though not a hidden skill, it came from the system shop and was only black iron grade, yet possessed power comparable to bronze grade. Combined with the 255 skill power amplification from Fong Yan's talent, its destructive force multiplied exponentially. He hadn't used it during his battle with Mo Han because it was an area effect AoE skill with limited effectiveness in unknown combat. The deafening thunder faded, but Song Wuhan's heart still surged with excitement. This was her first time being attacked by enemies, and she would probably never forget what she had just witnessed. After confirming all enemies had crashed to the ground, Fong Yin commanded the Thunderbird to dive, charging toward the ground without hesitation. "Boss, what are you doing?" Song Wuhan asked urgently. In her mind, waiting for the Beast Guard squad to arrive would be sufficient. Why get personally involved? Shooting them down and killing them are two different things. Fong Yan's gaze was sharp as lightning. That height isn't enough to kill them. Their mental power is at most damaged. If we don't eliminate them completely, they can blend into the crowd and escape. What? Boss, that's too dangerous. Song Wuhan reminded him anxiously. Even though they've lost their flying spirit pets, they're all third-tier beast tamers with at least 20 spirit pets combined. Fong Yan's expression remained resolute. Their target is you. I can't let them escape, or you'll face danger again and innocent people will be harmed. Song Wuhan was stunned, her voice dropping. But there are still too many of them. In the air, most of the Advent cult's ground-based spirit pets couldn't function effectively, making the 7 or 8 large birds manageable. But on the ground, Fong Yin would face up to 20 spirit pets 10 times his number. How could the boss possibly handle that? Meanwhile, rewinding the clock just a bit to when Fong Yin commanded his Thunderbird to unleash its electric domain and lightning strike from above. High in the sky not far from the city center, a squad of beast tamers in cyan uniforms riding avian spirit companions was cutting through the wind. They belonged to the Beast Taming Bureau's Direct Security Force, the Beast Guard unit. After receiving Ling Xia's emergency contact, the third squad immediately mobilized. Captain Wei Juning, in his mid-20s with a resolute face, had led the third squad for 3 years and possessed rich combat experience. He had already guessed that the troublemakers were likely from the Descent cult, so without delay, he led his team toward the pedestrian street. But before they could arrive, everyone witnessed a terrifying sight from midair. The entire sky above the pedestrian street was woven into a dense net of lightning, with electric arcs hissing and dancing like countless silver serpents flicking their tongues. Bolts of lightning crashed down continuously, directly striking enemy beast tamers and their flying spirit companions, sending them tumbling and plummeting. Below, the street lights exploded in flashes, crowds screamed and scattered in all directions, creating chaos like the end of the world. Who's fighting down there? Wei Juning's heart pounded with shock. Through the electric light, he could see that Fong Yin and Song Wuhan had been surrounded by 10 enemies, those 10 riding 7 or 8 flying spirit companions, all uniformly third-tier in combat power. With the third squad's average second-tier level, even if they arrived, they would struggle in a direct confrontation. Although Wei Juning himself was third-tier, he was certainly no match for 10 opponents of the same rank. However, the unknown Thunderbird suddenly unleashed lightning strike from above, instantly blasting all enemies along with their mounts down from hundreds of meters high. Such overwhelming power sent chills down Wei Juning's spine and made him realize he needed to provide immediate support. "Speed up," he shouted back to his team. After sharing attributes with their spirit companions, third-tier beast tamers possessed physical capabilities far superior to ordinary people. A fall from hundreds of meters would cause serious injury, but was unlikely to be fatal, not to mention the enemies still had over 20 spirit companions remaining for a counterattack. Wei Juning didn't dare delay and decided to reach the scene before the opponents could regroup. But before getting close, he saw the Thunderbird's master land on the ground first, actively charging toward those Descent cult members. Damn, what is that guy thinking? Wei Juning cursed under his breath. He could understand the other party's concerns if they didn't suppress them on the spot. This group might very well slip into the crowd and escape, but engaging over 20 remaining spirit companions in ground combat was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. However, he could somewhat understand the young man's actions, because if he didn't do this, those scoundrels would immediately blend into the crowd and flee. This was the last thing he wanted to see happen, so he had no choice but to fly over as quickly as possible. Hopefully, he could make it in time. If he didn't, that young couple would die at the hands of the Advent cult. At this moment, Fang Yin was indeed in a dire situation. The 10 Advent cult members who had just been knocked to the ground by the Thunderbird staggered back to their feet, their robes torn and sleeves soaked with blood, but all had survived. For third-tier beast tamers, the death of their spirit companions would at most damage their mental strength, and falling from hundreds of meters would only result in broken bones and bleeding, rarely fatal. Fang Yin knew this all too well. You little brat, very good. The lead cultist gasped heavily and roared with a sinister tone. If we can't leave today, then neither can you. Even if we all die here, we'll complete our mission. They had originally thought assassinating Song Wuhan would be effortless, but now they faced setback after setback. Each one growing more furious today was a complete disaster. Song Wuhan pressed close behind Fang Yin, gripping her beast-taming phone and asking in a low voice, "Boss, what's your plan?" The enemy had superior numbers and even more spirit companions, yet there wasn't a trace of panic in Fang Yan's eyes. He still had a trump card specifically designed to counter quantity. With a thought, he called out, "Little spirit ant, it's up to you. Thunder, bird, gale force." Boom. The Thunderbird beat its wings, sending violent air currents sweeping across the enemy formation like a tidal wave. The fierce winds cut through flesh and whipped up clouds of dust, but lacked truly lethal destructive power. This was often mocked as a tickling skill, because the continuous wing beating also restricted the beast tamer's movement. But right now, time was exactly what Fang Yin needed. Stalling for what? Stalling for evolution. When training the little spirit ant, he had long identified a hidden evolutionary path, but had always lacked the right combat opportunity. These 10 enemies before him were the perfect and only pressure test. In the howling gale, a pure white cocoon of light exploded from within the little spirit ant's body, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the cocoon had swollen to the size of a house. By all logic, no matter how many levels the little spirit ant advanced, it shouldn't exceed human size, yet now it had grown explosively. Fang Yan's mind flashed to ancient records describing giant ants like elephants. He didn't know if the little spirit ant could ultimately reach such legendary proportions, but at least its current size was enough to overwhelm all the enemies before him. The light cocoon shattered, fragments of light scattering in all directions. Evolution complete. Spirit companion, boulder ant. Attribute, rock. Talent, solid as stone. Bloodline, none. Skills, iron hardening, earth sync iron. Power level, awakening level 8. Species grade, first tier demon beast. Bloodline grade, second tier demon beast. This was the true form of the hidden evolutionary path, the boulder ant. This, a demon beast species? Song Wuhan's eyes widened as she immediately raised her beast-taming phone to scan it. The detection data nearly made her cry out in shock. She remembered the little spirit ant had initially been only an ordinary second-tier species, but now it had directly transcended the exotic beast category and leaped into the demon beast class. This evolutionary leap was absolutely massive. The members of the Advent sect stared wide-eyed at the colossal boulder ant. I've never seen a spirit companion in this form. Hidden evolution? Umph. No matter how much it evolves, it can't withstand all our spirit companions combined. Exactly. Attack together and deliver the final blow. Over 20 spirit companions unleashed their abilities simultaneously, weaving blazing beams, fireballs, and fierce winds into an impenetrable barrage that crashed down mercilessly on the center of the street. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions tore through the air, causing nearby residents to cower in their homes, trembling as they covered their ears. Debris and dust clouds rolled everywhere, as if the entire street had been engulfed in warfare. Fang Yin shielded Song Wuhan's head with one hand as they took cover behind the boulder ant's wall-like body. The fierce bombardment continued for several moments before finally ceasing. As the smoke cleared, the Advent sect members saw the boulder ant standing completely unharmed in its original position, and a chill ran through their hearts. How is this possible? That was a combined attack from over 20 spirit companions. A cold smile curved Fang Yan's lips. Finished? Then now it's my turn. Taking advantage of the enemy's spirit companion's brief vulnerability after expending their abilities, he commanded without hesitation, "Boulder ant earth sink." The boulder ant appeared motionless, yet the ground suddenly began trembling violently. Song Wuhan felt the earth swaying beneath her feet, unable to maintain her balance. What kind of ability is Earth Sync? She gasped in shock, grabbing onto Fong Yan's sleeve. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the boulder ant as the epicenter, a vast area of ground suddenly collapsed. 10 Advent sect members and their 20-plus spirit companions were dragged down along with the debris into the ever-deepening crater. The power was astoundingly immense, but Song Wuhan instantly realized she and her boss were within range too. Ah, she screamed. The next moment, powerful talons gripped her shoulders once again, lifting her feet off the ground. Having experienced this before, she wasn't as panicked this time. Turning her head, she saw the thunder bird hovering with outstretched wings, carrying both her and Fong Yin high in the air. Clearly, Fong Yin had already calculated their escape route. Crack, 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 crack. The ground continued sinking and fracturing, finally revealing vast spider web-like fissures across the street. Ahath members of the descent cult and their spirit companions finally could no longer maintain their footing, screaming in agony as they plummeted into the massive crater created by the earth collapse amidst the fragmenting ground. Shattered rocks then thundered down one after another, crushing both the cultists and their spirit beasts, burying them all completely. With that, the earth collapse ended. All 10 members of the descent cult were caught without exception, sealed dead at the bottom of the pit. In the wind, the Thunderbird gasped for breath as it carried Fong Yin and Song Wuhan, collapsing with a thud after landing. Activating the electrical field earlier had drained most of its power. The lightning strike from above had consumed all its stored electricity, and dispersing the fierce winds had left it nearly exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, Thunderbird. Fong Yin bent down to stroke its head. The Thunderbird tilted its head with a expression and closed its eyes to rest. So, is it over? Song Wuhan still stared blankly at the massive crater ahead. Yes, it's over. Now we just wait for the Beast Guard squad. No need to wait. We're already here. Before Fong Yin could finish speaking, several giant birds swept across the sky, and Beast Guard squad members in blue uniforms jumped down, landing near the two. Beast Guard squad, reporting for duty. Wei Juning had witnessed Fong Yin commanding his evolved spirit ant to perform the earth collapse technique. Wiping out the entire descent cult in one move, every hair on his body stood on end. Solving 10 elite descent cult members single-handedly was simply terrifying combat power. Hidden evolution combined with large-scale, high-powered ground subsidence skills made it impossible for enemies not to be completely annihilated. He immediately ordered the streets sealed, the scene cleared, and survivors captured. In just moments, all descent cult members were apprehended. In his 3 years as captain, Wei Juning had never found capturing descent cult members so easy, and this time, they caught an entire elite squad of 10. Thank you all for your hard work. Fong Yin looked at the devastated street, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though the enemies were dealt with, the scene is a bit destroyed. What are you talking about? Wei Juning smiled bitterly. Without you, we never could have caught these criminals. Fong Yin looked toward the killed or captured descent members and said gravely, this matter is extraordinary. It's best to inform Director Jiang directly. Indeed, they actually dared cause trouble in the Central District. I'll report to the squadron leader first. Fong Yin frowned. How long would it take reporting layer by layer through squadron and brigade leaders? Let me handle it. He took out his beast tamer phone and dialed directly. Wei Juning was stunned. He would handle it? Who could he possibly report to? The call connected. Hello, Director Jiang? Boss Fong, what's the matter? Jiang Hai's voice came through the receiver. Fong Yin briefly explained the situation, and Jiang Hai's tone immediately became serious. I'll be right there. At that moment, Wei Juning stared in shock at Fong Yin on the phone. This young man actually had Director Jiang's direct line? And that voice really did sound like Director Jiang himself. What? Just who is this person? And how does he have our High City Beast Control Director's private number? May I ask who you are? Wei Juning inquired. Oh, I'm the owner of Mythical Pet Shop, located at 139 Tianhong Street. Fong Yin pointed to the ID badge on his chest, speaking in a calm tone. Mythical Pet Shop? Wei Juning was taken aback, had never heard of this store, only knowing brand chains like Pet Joy Alliance and Cute Pet House. What was the background of this so-called owner of Mythical Pet Shop? After confirming their identities, Wei Juning immediately had his subordinate seal off the scene, mobilizing personnel to clear the debris and register information about the injured. Meanwhile, Fong Yin and Song Wuhan remained at the scene, waiting for Jiang Hai's arrival. Director, what happened? Inside Haisher Beast-Taming Bureau, Zheng Niaolon noticed Jiang Hai's furrowed brow after he finished the phone call and couldn't help but ask. Boss Fong from Mythical Pet Shop just called, saying they were attacked by the descent cult in the Central District. Jiang Hai replied gravely. What? The Central District? The descent cult has gone completely mad. Zheng Niaolon gasped. Jiang Hai put on his coat and said while walking. In any case, I need to go there personally. You stay here and handle those less important matters for me. Understood. Zheng Niaolon nodded. She was accustomed to handling many trivial matters for Jiang Hai due to his busy schedule, and she felt completely confident doing so. In the open space outside the mansion, Zhang Hai raised his hand to summon his flying spirit pet. Azure wings rippled like rolling waves as a giant bird with a wingspan of dozens of meters swooped down the azure petrel. Zhang Hai leaped onto its back and gently patted its shoulder. The giant bird cried out, spread its wings, and took flight, reaching the sky above the city center in just 2 minutes. However, the scene before him made Zhang Hai's pupils contract sharply. On Minqing Road and the surrounding streets, vehicles were scattered everywhere, with honking and screaming sounds rising and falling. Medical personnel shuttled through the chaos, urgently treating pedestrians caught in the incident. Most striking was the shocking giant crater in the center of Minqing Road. The 50-meter-wide commercial pedestrian street had been severed in half, with concrete and steel bars twisted and scattered like a battlefield. What on earth happened here? Zhang Hai's heart pounded. When he had received Fang Yan's call earlier, he had assumed it was a small-scale conflict that could be handled by the Beast Guard team. Only now, seeing it with his own eyes, did he realize the severity of the situation. The descent cult, how audacious, he said in a low voice, fury surging within him. The giant bird slowly descended. On the ground, Fang Yan, Song Wuhan, and Wei Juning looked up and immediately spotted the azure figure in the sky. Azure petrel, Fang Yan said softly. Those wings blocked out the clouds and sun, entirely sea blue, with a streamlined body resembling celestial waves. This was Zhang Hai's mount. As the water director, Zhang Hai specialized in water tribute spirit pets, but in the interstellar age, flight capability was equally essential. So many beast tamers would try to obtain spirit pets that combined flight with their primary attribute. Zhang Hai's azure petrel was precisely a dual attribute variant of water and flight. Unfortunately, such spirit pets were rare, and finding a truly compatible individual was no easy task. After Zhang Hai arrived, he commanded his spirit beast to hover above the building, then leaped down himself. Beyond the moment he hit the ground, it seemed as if the earth had been struck by a massive hammer. Dust and air currents swirled outward. Violent shockwaves scattered in all directions before quickly settling back down. Yet Zhang Hai's figure landed gracefully, as if the thunderous impact had been nothing but an illusion. This was the true power of a Beastmaster Guild leader. By sharing numerous attributes with his spirit beast, he could dive down from dozens of floors high and land with more grace than a sparrow. Boss Fang, are you alright? He strode forward with concern in his voice. I'm fine. I wasn't the one who was attacked, Fang Yan replied, brushing off his clothes with a calm expression. After listening to the accounts from everyone present, Zhang Hai's brow furrowed slightly. This operation wasn't simple. They were targeting little sister Song Wuhan specifically. It seems this year's Great Examination won't be peaceful. They'd make a move during the Great Examination? Fang Yan asked urgently. Zhang Hai shook his head. No. Every year's Great Examination has a complete defense system. Those descent cult fanatics have never been willing to confront us heathen, and with me personally overseeing the event each year, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Hearing this, Fang Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard Zhang Hai's tone shift. This year might not be like previous years. Since they failed today, and other schools' prodigies might be temporarily safe, the most likely target point has actually become the Great Examination itself. What? They dare make a move with you present? Fang Yan asked in surprise. Hard to say. Zhang Hai's gaze grew deep. The descent cult doesn't have many members, but each one is elite. If it weren't for them years ago, that spaceport on Blue Star wouldn't have crashed into the Pacific Ocean. In any case, I'll deploy additional security for this year's Great Examination and personally oversee it. As for the rest, we can only see what moves they make. Fang Yan and Song Wuhan exchanged glances, both reading a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. Over the next 2 hours, Zhang Hai inspected the scene, comforted the injured, and gave interviews to the media, explaining the entire attack situation to the public. Meanwhile, Fang Yan and Song Wuhan completed their statements under Wei Juning's guidance. When Wei Juning learned that Fang Yan's little spirit ant possessed hidden evolution abilities, he was instantly shocked speechless. Fortunately, the boulder ant was right there before them, so he quickly took photos for the records as solid evidence. After the statements were completed, Song Wuhan suddenly spoke up. Shouldn't there be some reward for the boss making such a significant contribution? Wei Juning was stunned. Well, there are indeed rewards for killing or capturing descent cult members, but specifically, before he could finish, Zhang Hai happened to walk over, asking with a smile, Little sister, what kind of reward would you like? This is the boss's achievement. Song Wuhan pointed toward Fang Yan. If possible, I'd like to request an aerial flight permit for the boss. Wei Juning froze on the spot. An aerial flight permit? In this age of universal beast mastery, cities generally prohibited aerial traffic to prevent chaos in the skies. Only those with permits or members of the Beast Guard could soar through the heavens. And now they were directly asking for one of these? Fang Yan was equally surprised. He hadn't cared much about monetary rewards and had expected at most a cash prize, but hearing flight permit made him suddenly realize he would definitely need such a privilege in the future. Zhang Hai cleared his throat lightly. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, He seemed momentarily stunned. That's it. I'll give you 2 permits. Take them. Take them. For Zhang, issuing a certificate cost nothing, but paying out bounties would cost a fortune. So he readily approved Fang Yan's aerial flight permit. By the way, Governor Jiang, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Fang Yan paused, his gaze shifting to Song Wuhan. And that includes you too. Song Wuhan tilted her head. What is it? Could you keep my spirit pet's information confidential? Don't let the media expose it online. Fang Yan's tone was calm, but left no room for refusal. His little spirit ant had quietly evolved into a bolder anta, hidden evolution. With the descent cult watching like hawks, the less his enemies knew, the safer he would be. No problem, I'll keep those media outlets quiet. Zhang Hai patted his chest in assurance. As for you personally, I'll have them blur out your face completely. Nothing from today will be traced back to you. For him, this was a simple matter. And with that, the matter was settled. Night fell quietly, with a bright moon and sparse stars as crows flew south. Fang Yan had originally planned to take Song Wuhan straight home, but when they passed through Haishi's night market street, they were drawn in by the bustling crowds and decided to wander around casually. The streets were brightly lit on both sides, with colorful clothing stalls and various traditional food vendors stretching from east to west like a long dragon. Customers jostled shoulder to shoulder, with vendors' calls and the crackling of oil in woks rising and falling in waves. Under the night sky, Song Wuhan wore fashionable jeans that showed off her graceful figure and slender waist. Her eyebrows curved like crescents, her eyes sparkled like pearls, and a gentle smile often graced her lips, her white teeth making her appear lively and adorable. Suddenly, she reached out and tugged at the corner of Fang Yan's shirt. Fang Yan turned his head. Boss, I want to go up in the sky. The girl's voice carried a hint of shyness. Now, Fang Yan was stunned. Those bright, watery eyes blinked at him. Is that not okay? Fang Yan chuckled and shook his head. You asked Governor Jiang for the flight permit just so you could go up and have a look? Song Wuhan's cheeks flushed slightly. Curiosity is humanity's greatest driving force. Without it, we never would have invented airplanes. I don't have a flying spirit pet, so I can only rely on you. Besides, if I hadn't spoken up, you wouldn't have even thought to use the flight permit as a reward, right? In the future, when you go adventuring in the wilderness or gathering materials, you can fly directly from the city to the gates, convenient and effortless. Her reasoning was sound. All right then, taking you up once is no big deal. Fang Yan nodded. He was curious about nighttime flying himself. Without endless curiosity, how could civilization ever reach for the stars? He even hoped to one day fly beyond the blue planet. With that, he cupped his hands together and whistled sharply. Soon, a rather large golden bird descended from the night sky. Since Fang Yan had already registered his Thunderbird, it wouldn't be attacked by the patrolling Beast Guard squads. Besides, he was currently the only person in the world who had mastered the Thunderbird's evolution path, so there was no chance of mistaken identity. Come on, get up. He called out softly, tapping his toes as he leaped onto the bird's back, then casually grabbed Song Wuhan's slender arm and pulled her up as well. Pedestrians on the street were instantly drawn to the scene. Holy crap, what are they trying to do? Don't they know there's a no-fly zone over the city? Just showing off. They'll get arrested by the beast guards in a minute. Never seen a bird like that before. Amid the noisy chatter, most people were waiting to watch the spectacle unfold. However, the next second, the Thunderbird spread its wings and soared into the sky, passing right by the patrolling Beast Guard squads in the air without any interception. The crowd's voices rose in unison. Holy shit, who is that guy? The Beast Guards didn't even stop him. Could he be some big shot? Cool winds swept across the sky above the coastal city. As the Thunderbird carried the 2 passengers over the city lights, Fang Yan had originally planned to share the night scenery with Song Wuhan and gaze at the stars, but reality took a drastically different turn. Buzz, 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 buzz. A dark swarm of mosquitoes circled around them chaotically. Boss, there are so many mosquitoes. Song Wuhan turned her head pitifully. Think of a way to deal with them all at once. Fang Yan rubbed his chin. Thunderbird, can you release some extremely low-voltage electric current? The Thunderbird gave him a sideways glance. Underscore so demanding. ZZZZT, ZZZZT. Pale golden electric arcs spread outward. Fang Yan and Song Wuhan felt tingling sensations course through their entire bodies. Fortunately, as beast tamers, their mental power instantly formed protective barriers around them, or they would have been charred on the spot. The mosquito swarm, however, turned into black specks in the electric light and fell one after another. Thunderbird, electric shield. Fang Yan commanded again. A yellow electric barrier enveloped the Thunderbird, keeping the remaining insects at bay. Okay, peace and quiet at last. Fang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Song Wuhan clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Boss, you're so clever. Then she looked up at the night sky. It's beautiful. Her nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed, but Fang Yan couldn't share in that ease. The fact that the Descent cult had dared to make their move in broad daylight in the city center filled him with a heightened sense of Krizish just wanted to run his shop peacefully, but reality was forcing him to grow stronger faster. If the Descent cult appeared again, he would be powerless to deal with them without sufficient strength. As thoughts churned in his mind, his resolve crystallized in the night. Winda had to level up as quickly as possible. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. You have gained enlightenment and unlocked beast baptism. Enhanced version. Fang Yin jolted. What the hell? He quickly opened the interface. Beast baptism. Enhanced version. Can perform baptism on one ordinary wild spirit pet. After baptism, 1. Species rank is fixed at a certain level within the exotic beast category. 2. Bloodline level is randomized within the demon beast magic beast range. He held his breath after reading it. The reason he had been hesitant to contract his first spirit pet was because initial bloodlines were extremely difficult to improve. Now this enhanced baptism was right before his eyes. With this enhanced beast baptism now available, didn't that mean he could finally contract a spirit pet? This filled Fang Yin with excitement. If his first spirit companion could possess the bloodline of a demon beast, or even a magic beast, then the potential weakness of his primary spirit companion as a beast tamer could be completely resolved. In truth, whether he signed a contract wasn't the key issue. With his god-tier talents, Lord of all spirits, and divine enhancement, he could capture any wild spirit companion and instantly boost its combat power. However, not all places were teeming with spirit companions. Take Haishur, for example. This international metropolis was enclosed by towering, thick walls, and aside from the coastal areas, wild spirit companions within the city were few and far between. Those that could be expelled had long been driven outside the city by the beast tamer guard units. In critical moments, having a few contracted partners was still reassuring. Moreover, he looked forward to adventuring and battling alongside his spirit companions. But that was for later. The immediate priority was managing his shop, well, to earn life water. Speaking of which, why had the system only now unlocked Exotic Beast Baptism Enhanced version? He had already unlocked Spirit Beast Baptism, so this late release seemed rather delayed. The system appeared to have a hidden achievement tree that only released new functions when certain conditions were met, but he couldn't figure out the specific requirements. At a lit felt like groping in the dark. Whatever, he'd go home tonight and contract a spirit companion first. So he escorted Song Wuhan home, then rode the Thunderbird back to the shop as night fell deep. After sending Ling Xia home, the Thunderbird's enhancement time limit expired. Its radiance faded as it reverted to its original feathered bird form. Fang Yin clapped his hands. Okay, let's begin the baptism. Baptism could only target wild spirit companions that hadn't been contracted and remained in their free state. Following this principle, he could freely select targets from his breeding space. But which one to choose? The breeding space alone contained 400 creatures of nearly 100 species, while the bookstore's compendium recorded over 10,000 species. After much deliberation, he realized all this agonizing was meaningless. The final decision lay in the baptism results. Bloodline type, bloodline grade, and species level. He had always been a hardcore numbers enthusiast. Suddenly, he spotted something at the corner of the desk. A tiny ant looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Little spirit ant. He paused. Little spirit ant, what's wrong? Little spirit ant, underscore. Do you want to become my spirit companion? He asked, pointing to himself. The little spirit ant nodded frantically, its expression full of accusations that seemed to say, used and discarded. Fang Yin fell silent for a long moment, a wave of scumbag, like guilt washing over him. Initially summoning the little spirit ant and feathered bird had been merely expedient measures, but through their battles side by side, their bond had grown deeper and deeper. Simply ignoring them to contract other spirit companions didn't seem right either. What a hassle. Neither the little spirit ant nor the spirit featherbird were particularly impressive in terms of race or natural talent. But with Fang Yan's various baptism abilities, initial bloodlines were practically meaningless in his hands. These innate differences could be completely ignored. He decided to baptize the little spirit ant first. Initially, he hadn't prioritized the little spirit ant simply because he couldn't imagine what kind of bloodline this seemingly ordinary little creature might reveal. But if he could actually draw a powerful mythical bloodline, contracting it would naturally be no problem. The issue was that baptism would completely alter its future evolutionary path once chosen. There was no turning back. Fang Yin crouched down seriously, meeting the little spirit ant's gaze. Little spirit ant, if you want to become my beast companion, you must accept baptism. But after baptism, your evolutionary direction might change dramatically. Are you sure you can accept that? The little spirit ant wiggled its antennae and displayed an expression, answering decisively. No problem. All right, let's give it a try. Fang Yin cupped it in his palms and headed into the backyard. The backyard was spacious, its stone floor scorching hot under the blazing sun. He opened his palms, suspending the little spirit ant in the center, and took a deep breath. Instantly, his mental sea surged like raging waves, and intense spiritual power poured out through his palms. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into the boundless starry sky, where one after another, magnificent and terrifying ancient mythical figures flashed by rapidly. In a daze, the light screen stopped like a lottery wheel coming to rest. The image froze on an ant of horrifying proportions. However, this giant ant remained unlocked, appearing only as a pitch-black silhouette. The baptism was complete. Fang Yin looked down. The little spirit ant's appearance hadn't changed at all. This was normal. Bloodlines wouldn't immediately boost current strength, but would gradually manifest during future cultivation. He picked up the little spirit ant and hurried back to the shop's main hall, gently placing it on the metal tray of the beast detection machine. Buzz! A blue-white beam swept across, and the little spirit ant's complete data appeared on the light screen. Spirit pet, little spirit ant. Attribute, normal. Talent, agile dodging. Bloodline, crimson ant. Skill, charge brown earth. Power level, juvenile 2nd rank. Species level, exotic beast 1st tier. Bloodline level, magical beast 10th tier. Magical beast 10th tier. Fang Yin nearly cried out in shock. This is already the ultimate level for exotic beast baptism evolution, isn't it? And its bloodline is actually crimson ant. He immediately searched the system for information on crimson ant. Moments later, a passage from ancient texts appeared before his eyes. The crimson ant is as large as a giant elephant, wreathed in flames, possessing tremendous strength, devouring tigers, leopards, snakes, and insects. Its eggs are as large as bushel baskets, which mountain folk harvest to make sauce, called di-hai. The text was archaic, but he quickly translated. Crimson ants are as large as giant elephants, wreathed in blazing flames, incredibly strong, feeding on tigers, leopards, snakes, and insects, with eggs as large as bushel baskets. As big as a giant elephant. Fang Yan's eyes widened. The little spirit ant's original hidden evolutionary path evolving into a bolder ant was already quite massive, but he never expected that after gaining mythical bloodline, it would have the chance to grow to elephant-like proportions. An ant of that size, just how powerful would it be? The ancient crimson ant bloodline. It's definitely worthy of becoming his spirit companion. Fang Yin gazed intently at the palm-sized spirit ant before him, like someone selecting a legendary steed. All right, I've decided it's you. Let's form a contract. The little spirit ant wiggled its antennae, making a cheerful response. He drew his personal dagger and made a small cut on his fingertip. Bright red blood quickly seeped out, mixing with his spiritual power to trace a series of cryptic symbols in the air. The spiritual contract clause is exclusive to beast tamers. Meanwhile, the little spirit ant also condensed its essence blood in its own way. Their runes intertwined and wrapped around each other before suddenly flashing bright. The moment the contract was completed, Fang Yin clearly felt a solid bond form in his spiritual sea. With a thought, the little spirit ant transformed into red light and disappeared into his beast-taming space. This independent realm was specifically created for storing spirit companions, limited only by slots rather than physical size. Fang Yan's current spiritual power was at the 3rd tier, corresponding to 3 slots, and now one was occupied. Now the little spirit ant is my companion. He suddenly remembered an anime he'd once watched and dramatically raised his right hand, shouting, I caught a spirit companion. After his emotions settled, he immediately began enlightenment, the unique refinement technique of beast tamers. Once a spirit companion belonged to a master, the effects of enlightenment would permanently stack. Its power climbed level by level. Juvenile 2nd level, juvenile 4th level, juvenile 6th level. Mortal transcending 5th level, mortal transcending 6th level, mortal transcending 7th level, finally breaking through the barrier to reach the awakening tier. The moment it entered the awakening stage, various future evolution branches appeared before his eyes. Fang Yin quickly locked onto one marked as hidden evolution, a completely new path brought by the ancient crimson ant bloodline, and the one with the strongest potential among all options. It needs to reach awakening 8th level to trigger evolution? No problem. The enlightenment continued. As its power approached the threshold of awakening 8th level, the little spirit ant's body suddenly erupted in an intense ball of light that completely engulfed it. Without enemy interference, the advancement process went smoothly. Fang Yin stared at the light sphere, almost holding his breath. After a moment, the light faded. The originally palm-sized spirit ant had transformed into a crimson giant ant that nearly filled the entire shop. Its carapace gleamed brilliantly. Ancient patterns flickered across its surface, and its 8 limbs were thick and powerful. Any larger, and it might burst through the storefront. Looks like I'll need to find time to renovate the shop. He glanced at the small store he'd only been operating for just over a month, secretly calculating expansion plans. But then again, the little spirit ant had become so magnificent. Fang Yin pulled out his beast-taming phone and scanned the creature. The data appeared on screen. Spirit pet earth fire ant. Attribute fire. Talent earth fire bloodline. Skills crimson ant. Ignite ash rock. Scorch black iron. Magma Blast Black Iron, Hardened Black Iron, Earth Sync Black Iron. Strength level Awakening 8th rank. Racial level Magical Beast 1st tier. Bloodline level Spirit Beast 9th tier. Even Fong Yin himself was stunned by these statistics. Data lines flashed across the screen, crimson text flowing like molten lava through the night. A Magical Beast 1st tier race with Spirit Beast 9th tier bloodline, and this was only his first spirit pet. To achieve such heaven-defying results right from the start was something probably no one else in the world could replicate. He had sold many mythical bloodline cubs before, but those were merely ordinary beast baptisms. This little spirit ant, however, had undergone the beast baptism, evolution edition. Even if other beast tamers possessed mythical bloodline young pets, their bloodline levels after evolution still couldn't match this earth fire ant. At best, they might barely approach it in racial level, but their bloodlines would be worlds apart. Take Song Wuhan's Spirit Fox as an example. Spirit Pet Spirit Fox, Attribute Fire, Talent Charm Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox. Racial level Exotic Beast 1st tier, Bloodline level Exotic Beast 3rd tier. The Spirit Fox was already an exotic beast species, and carrying Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline was merely icing on the cake. Its first stage evolution limit was at most the Demon Beast species, and even with incredible luck, it might barely touch the threshold of Magical Beast species. It simply couldn't compare to the Spirit Beast 9th tier Earth Fire Ant. Sub Beast Baptism. Evolution Edition stays private for now. Fong Yin resolved silently. If hidden enemies get their hands on it, that would spell trouble. As long as they're weaker than me, I have nothing to fear. Time flew by in the midst of his busy work. When he looked up again, it was already past midnight, and the streets were so quiet he could hear wind whistling past the lamp posts. Yet Fong Yin felt exceptionally exhilarated. His first spirit pet contract was successful, and it had immediately completed evolution with a spirit beast level bloodline. Higher bloodline levels meant greater intelligence and potential within the species. This earth fire ant was undoubtedly top-tier quality. If it underwent second stage evolution in the future, who knew what kind of overlord it might become? However, second stage evolution wasn't simple. Forget the earth fire ant, most spirit pets needed to reach general level strength or above before they could even attempt it. Let's call it a day. He leaned back in his chair, reviewing the day's events. Morning battles at High City's Beast Combat Center. Lunch with Song Wuhan. Afternoon attack by the Descent Cult. Evening shopping with Song Wuhan while unlocking the Beast Baptism, Evolution Edition. And after midnight, contracting the Earth Fire Ant and completing its evolution-packed schedule indeed. Calculating the time, tomorrow would be when Yang Wudi, Xiao Ruxiue, and the others came to inspect their spirit pets. Their pets had not only met training goals, but had improved in additional areas. They would surely be delighted with the results. Just as he was thinking this, the feathered bird in its cage fixed him with a cold, stare. Fong Yin quickly raised his hands in promise. Next time, it'll definitely be your turn. Tonight he had to choose between two spirit pets, and since the earth fire ant went first, the feathered bird was understandably upset. To appease it, Fong Yin could only promise that once he unlocked the Demon Beast Baptism, Evolution Edition, he would immediately perform the baptism for it. As for whether to contract it or not, it all depends on what kind of bloodline the baptism produces. If the bloodline truly doesn't work out, Fong Yin can always undergo the process a few more times. And so, this day finally came to an end. The next morning, the appointed time with Yang Wudi, Xiao Ruxiue, and Fong Yin arrived punctually. Tianhong Street was cold and quiet, with few people around. At this moment, an unexpected uninvited guest stepped into the street entrance. Yulang. After witnessing Fong Yan's strength at the beast-taming battle center the day before, Yulang had been constantly wondering just how miraculous the mythical pet shop that Wei Ran mentioned could be. But last night's news left him feeling uneasy. In the footage of the Advent sect causing trouble in the city center, there appeared a figure obscured by mosaic censoring that looked remarkably similar to Fong Yan. If Yulang hadn't personally witnessed Fong Yan's two battles at the Haisher beast-taming battle center, he would never have recognized him. Even so, he still couldn't be 100% certain and planned to ask directly when they met face to face. With his doubts, he searched along the street for the shop's location. Found it. Just as the mythical pet shop sign came into view, he noticed a line of luxury extended cars parked on the street in front of the door, clearly the vehicles of the Qiu and Yang families. All four major families of Longdu had once visited their home to seek advice from his father Yu Zhongren, so he was all too familiar with these cars. But that wasn't all. Also spotted vehicles from the Tao and Song families prominently displayed. What's going on? Yulang's heart skipped a beat. Car doors opened one after another, and Xiao Ruxiue, Yang Wudi, Tao Ranran, and Song Ziru stepped out in succession. The four great prodigies of Longdu had all appeared simultaneously at the mythical pet shop. One or two would be one thing, but all four gathering together, and in Haisher no less, this was a spectacle beyond his imagination. Wei Ran followed beside Yulang. Having been mocked by Yang Wudi last time for his spirit pet's insufficient willpower, He had specifically come this time to seek verification. Seeing the scene ahead, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi are here. Even Tao Ranran and Song Ziru showed up. Yu Lang smiled bitterly, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. Although Wei Ran didn't know much about Tao Ranran and Song Ziru, he had heard of their reputations, the four great prodigies, ranked alongside Qiu Ruxue and Yang Wudi, all from wealthy families with uniformly S-level talents. Because of this, even though Mo Han was also S-level, he was always referred to as second only to the four great prodigies. Between S-level and A-level, there seemed to be an insurmountable barrier. Let's head in. Having visited the mythical pet shop many times, Wei Ran now felt little pressure facing the four great prodigies. Last time, even the Haisher beast-taming prefecture chief had personally visited. What were the four great prodigies compared to that? Yu Lang, however, still had a head full of questions. Meanwhile, Qiu Ruxue was equally surprised to see the sudden appearance of Tao Ranran and Song Ziru. Why are you two here? Qiu Ruxue looked at the young man and woman before her with surprise. Her gray-blue school uniform skirt still swaying. The energetic Tao Ranran was already speaking first. Because I ran into that crazy guy at school yesterday. The crazy guy she referred to was none other than Yang Wudi, young man famous for his insane training intensity at Longdu Beast-Taming University's training grounds. Every training session, he seemed to be racing against time, earning him this nickname from his peers. Oh, and then, Qiu Ruxue raised an eyebrow, pressing for more. Tao Ranran recounted yesterday's events. She had discovered that Yang Wudi wasn't carrying any spirit pets with him, and upon inquiry, learned something shocking. He had sent all his spirit pets to pet shops for training. This news stunned her. After all, Yang Wudi had previously left his spirit pets at various pet shops multiple times, but always found the results lacking. Eventually, he stopped trusting any shops and took matters into his own hands. Since then, he practically treated the training grounds as his second dormitory. In his most extreme stint, he trained alongside his spirit pets for 3 straight days and nights, truly earning his crazy reputation. And it was effective. His spirit pets were generally 1 to 2 levels higher than those of the other 3 Longdu prodigies, sometimes even 2 to 3 levels ahead. For geniuses with nearly equal talent and resources, such gaps often determine victory or defeat. That's precisely why when Qiu Ruxue contracted a new spirit pet and returned from Haisher to face Yang Wudi in battle, both she and Song Ziru were left speechless. She had actually won. Now, seeing Yang Wudi trust pet shops again and willingly leave his spirit pets for training immediately piqued Tao Ranran's curiosity. Learning that Qiu Ruxue's new spirit pet came from the same shop, she immediately dragged Song Ziru along. That's basically what happened. Tao Ranran smiled with crescent eyes, her dimples faintly visible on her cheeks. I see. Qiu Ruxue mentally facepalmed. With 4 people showing up, the shop owner would probably make another fortune. Worse yet, after Tao Ranran and Song Ziru spent money here, their strength would surely increase, forcing her to spend more money to keep up. At this thought, Qiu Ruxue let out a soft sigh. The group walked to a quiet street and looked up to see 4 golden characters reading Mythical Pet Shop, hanging above the entrance. So this is the Mythical Pet Shop? The scholarly Song Ziru observed with his hands behind his back, his black hair flowing in the breeze. He too was one of Longdu's 4 great prodigies. Tao Ranran turned to glare at Yang Wudi. Hey, crazy guy, you said it was this place? That's right. Yang Wudi placed his hands on his hips, looking smug. If it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. Do you have to be so cocky about it? Tao Ranran muttered. Song Ziru interjected with a smile. Wudi, you say this shop's skill cultivation is very effective, and I'll take your word for it. But I need to understand what principle does it operate on. This was precisely why he had come along today. Belief was secondary. He was genuinely interested in the logic behind their training methods. Well, Yang Wudi scratched his head, looking troubled. I can't really say. Maybe it's Spartan-style training? He offered a guess he wasn't entirely confident about. Oh, if it's just high-intensity training, can your spirit pets handle it? Song Ziru asked. Humph, I've said it countless times, me spirit pets have unmatched perseverance in this world. Yang Wudi declared, chin raised high with his usual unwavering confidence. Song Ziru adjusted his glasses and chuckled as he exposed the old story. That's true enough. Back in school, you trained for 3 days and nights straight without moving a single step. Unmatched perseverance in the world? Tao Ranran raised an eyebrow. Yang Wudi, your talent is indeed exceptional, but your spirit pet's perseverance isn't your talent. Don't blow your own horn too loudly. As the two bantered, footsteps approached. Wei Ran walked over alongside a young man. Wei Ran, you're here? And this is? Qiu Ruxue recognized Wei Ran, but found the boy beside him somewhat familiar. The young man quickly introduced himself. I'm Yu Lang. My father is Yu Zhongren. No wonder. Qiu Ruxue had a moment of realization. I met you when I visited Professor Yu last year. All right, enough chatting, let's go in. Yang Wudi could barely contain himself and pushed the door open first. Inside, Soft lighting filled the space as the aroma of coffee beans wafted through the air. The owner, Fong Yin, rose with his characteristic lazy smile. Well, everyone's here. His gaze swept over Tao Ranran and Song Ziru. New customers? Qiu Rushua made brief introductions. Fong Yin nodded and casually commented, two of the four great talents of Dragon Capital, whom I don't know. Tao Ranran was left speechless, while Song Ziru smiled as he watched the show unfold. This owner is quite interesting. Fong Yin called back. Xia, bring them each a cup of silver heart coffee. Ah yes. Ling Xia's movements seemed slightly flustered. All four great talents of Dragon Capital had arrived today, and she dared not be negligent. No wonder the Beast Master Prefecture Lord of Sea City and the legendary Lu Ling Luo frequented this place. The owner's connections were frighteningly deep. Ling Xia's slender figure drew considerable attention, especially from Qiu Rushua and Wei Ran, who both took extra glances. Boss, you hired staff? Wei Ran asked curiously, but Yang Wudi couldn't care less about such matters and urgently asked, Boss, how's my spirit pets training going? Don't worry, I've trained them all well for you. But the shop's too small, let's go outside to see. Fong Yin gave him a don't rush look. This time they didn't block off the street, but a row of luxury cars parked at the entrance made passers-by keep their distance from afar. Besides, it was still early and the street was quiet. A few minutes later, Yang Wudi's group stood outside the shop. Fong Yin appeared leading 7 spirit pets, Yang Wudi's 4 and Qiu Rushua's 3. The next moment, Yang Wudi's eyes nearly popped out. All 4 spirit pets hung their heads low, looking utterly dejected, their tails drooping so low they could sweep the ground. Boss, why do all my spirit pets look so wilted? It's only been half a month, he exclaimed. Qiu Rushua also frowned. Even though her 3 hadn't undergone Yang Wudi's extreme requirements, they shouldn't look like this, right? Fong Yin looked slightly embarrassed and cleared his throat. Ahem, I mentioned beforehand that for outstanding results, the training intensity would be extremely high. The group didn't question this upon hearing it. Without hellish training, how could there be heaven-defying improvements? However, Tao Ranran and Song Ziru exchanged glances, their shock even greater. They knew well Yang Wudi's insane training intensity at school was a regular at the training grounds. Nicknamed the Madman, he often trained with his spirit beasts through the night without rest, yet they would still be full of energy the next day. One could only imagine just how incredibly strong Yang Wudi's spirit beast's willpower was. But today, this pet shop had somehow managed to turn these battle-hardened creatures into listless, dejected beings, as if their very souls had been drained. What kind of bizarre training method had they used? The moment the shop door opened, Yang Wudi and Qiu Rushua's spirit beasts rushed over with red-rimmed eyes. The mighty King Kong ape clutched its head, XX. The raging wild bull drooped its tail, the whale-swallowing tiger let its tongue hang out, underscore. The berserk ostrich simply buried its head in Yang Wudi's arms, TT. This whole line of spirit beasts were Yang Wudi's pride and joy, yet now they were all crying their hearts out. On Qiu Rushua's side, the frost beast, ice metal, and ice crystal flower were equally teary-eyed, their very breathing carrying a trembling chill. Wei Ran burst into laughter as he released his sand dust python. Huh? Last time you said my sand dust python couldn't handle high-intensity training, but look, no Yuri no better. Right, little sand? The sand dust python coiled its tail. Oh, laughing smugly alongside its master. Hiss. How the tables have turned. Wei Ran shook his sleeves. Now it's my turn to mock you. Boss, well done. Yang Wudi's face darkened as he reached out to pat the mighty King Kong ape's rough shoulder. What exactly happened? Boss, did you abuse them? Fong Yin crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. You can't just make wild accusations. They don't have a single external injury, and even if you took them to a beast hospital for examination, you wouldn't find any internal injuries either. Tao Ranran and Song Ziru circled around the spirit beasts, examining them carefully. Tao Ranran nodded. Indeed, no external injuries. Song Ziru was even more amazed. There aren't even traces of training wear. How does the shop train them? It's incredible. In fact, they had no idea that Fong Yan's method was both direct and brutal, leveraging the time flow difference between the training space and the outside world. External and internal injuries wouldn't appear, and even stranger, the usual muscle fatigue and joint wear from regular training were erased by time itself. After training ended, Fong Yan would still keep the spirit beasts in the training space, waiting for several hours in the outside world, equivalent to hundreds or thousands of hours in the training space. All traces were long since healed and recovered, leaving only a group of spirit beasts whose minds had been repeatedly pushed to the brink of collapse. My spirit beasts can't be this weak. Something's definitely wrong. Yang Wudi took a deep breath and pulled out his beast tamer phone. With Qiu Rushua also activating detection mode rather than relying on visual observation, it was better to read the data directly. The phone screen quickly displayed the mighty King Kong ape's holographic panel. Spirit beast, mighty King Kong ape. Attribute, normal. Talent, giant strength bloodline. Skills, low roar brown earth, slap brown earth. chest-beating roar gray rock, hammer strike gray rock, high-speed leap black iron, giant strength fist black iron. Power level, elite level 10. Species level, demon beast species tier 7. Bloodline level, demon beast species tier 8. Yang Wudi glanced over it, initially not noticing anything unusual, but the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, how did my King Kong ape advance to elite level 10? If he remembered correctly, 3 of the 4 spirit pets he had originally left with Feng Yin were at the awakening level. In just half a month, he had barely broken through to 4th tier mental power and become a 4th tier beast tamer, raising his spirit pet level cap to elite level 10, yet his first 3 spirit pets remained stuck at the awakening level. But the test results before him showed they had all shot up to elite level 10 in one go. Yang Wudi's eyes widened in shock, while Qiu Ruxue stood there stunned. Wei Ran, Yu Lang, and the others found it incredible and quickly pulled out their beast-taming phones to check the detailed information of those spirit pets since Yang Wudi and Qiu Ruxue frequently appeared in public competitions. Their data wasn't confidential, so they openly shared it with everyone. Soon, everyone's astonishment turned into heated discussion. 1. Skill proficiency. Every skill that the 2 owners had specifically requested to be improved had uniformly jumped to level 5, perfect mastery. 2. Power level. The spirit pets originally stuck at awakening level had all broken through to elite level and shot straight to elite level 10. 3. New contracted rare spirit pet. Yang Wudi's rampaging ostrich, which was only at juvenile level 3, had been forcibly pulled up to juvenile level 10. Boss, what's going on? Wei Ran's voice trembled as he recalled his previous experience boarding his sand python, though it hadn't gained levels that time. A training critical hit had caused his dust storm skill proficiency to skyrocket by 1 level. Could a similar critical hit have triggered this time? But could such a critical hit actually cause consecutive level jumps? Everyone examined the data while analyzing in hushed tones. Theoretically, power improvement relied on accumulated battle experience, with feed serving only as support. The high-tier feed sold by Feng Yan was indeed remarkably effective, but no matter how powerful, it shouldn't be able to make awakening level spirit pets jump to elite level 10 in half a month, right? Just advancing from elite level 1 to elite level 10 normally took considerable time, let alone starting from awakening level. Yet the facts were right before their eyes, and everyone could only accept the 4 words, utterly incredible. Facing everyone's gaze, Feng Yin merely smiled and nodded, clearly having anticipated the results. Looks like the little surprise I prepared worked, he mused to himself. However, this surprise wasn't something he had deliberately planned. Improving spirit pets levels wouldn't bring him additional income. Instead, he had invested a fortune in premium feed. But his pet shop's profits were astronomical, had already earned billions, so this feed cost was nothing. Speaking of this matter, it traced back to a random idea that had popped into Feng Yan's mind. Skill cultivation requires spirit pets to enter the training space for continuous practice, constantly releasing their abilities. The time flow in the training space is 100 times faster than the outside world. 1 day outside equals a full 100 days inside. Feng Yan stared at the feed in the system store and suddenly had an idea. What would happen if he threw this batch of feed directly into the training space and let the spirit pets eat while training? Time-wise, whether the feed was labeled for 2 years, 1 year, or 6 months of consumption, there would be more than enough time in the space. The spirit pets that Yang Wudi and Qiu Ruxue entrusted to him for training only needed 15 days in the outside world, which converted to over 4 years, plenty of time to consume an entire set of feed completely. Feng Yin decided to use their spirit pets as test subjects. After all, the system guaranteed no side effects, and if the experiment succeeded, it could dramatically boost the pet's strength. Why not? Of course, he couldn't voice these thoughts, so he simply explained with casual confidence. During breaks in the spirit pet training, I fed them with the premium feed sold in my store. They showed extremely high absorption rates, which proves my training methods are indeed effective. In just 15 days, the spirit pet's combat power soared dramatically, leaving Yang Wudi and Qiu Ruxue speechless with shock. Boss, I want to buy your training method. Qiu Ruxue made an offer on the spot. I want to buy it too. I represent the Yang family. I will pay top price, 100 billion. No, 10,000 galaxy coins. Yang Wudi directly quoted an astronomical sum. 10,000 galaxy coins. The surrounding customers fell instantly silent. Galaxy coins were the universal currency of the entire galaxy, introduced only after Blue Star civilization entered space and made contact with myriad alien civilizations. Theoretically, 1 galaxy coin equaled approximately 1 million Blue Star coins. But conversely, Blue Star currency couldn't be exchanged for galaxy coins at all. Blue Star paper money had no circulation value in a galaxy containing hundreds of billions of stars, and many civilizations had never even heard of Blue Star. Given this comparison, the weight of 10,000 galaxy coins was obvious. Seeing the Yang family make their move, Qiu Ruxue wasn't to be outdone. In that case, I'm willing to offer 100 standard grade energy stones. Wei ran and Yulang's jaws nearly dropped. She was bringing out energy stones too? Energy stones contained cosmic energy and could unleash amazing effects when placed in vacuum. Space had no air, no atmospheric pressure, couldn't transmit sound or heat, and ordinary life forms couldn't move freely within it. But cosmic energy could compensate for all of this with it. One could move, speak, and fight in vacuum, just as essential as water and food were to humans on planetary surfaces. For beast tamers, energy stones were lifelines. Powerful beast tamers could engage in cosmic battles entirely thanks to the cosmic energy within them. Such rare resources naturally commanded steep prices. Now that Xiao Ruxue was offering 100 standard-grade energy stones outright, the atmosphere in the venue instantly reached its peak. Therefore, when Wei Ran and Yulang heard this offer, they both felt utterly astounded. I'm sorry, but that's absolutely not for sale. Fang Yin raised his hand, politely declining Yang Wudi and Xiao Ruxue's offer with a calm, yet resolute voice. He understood clearly that the so-called exclusive training method was essentially just the different time flow within the training space. Once the secret was leaked, it would become worthless. Wei Ran immediately chimed in with a serious expression. Exactly. This is the boss's proprietary technology. How could he possibly sell it? Only by keeping core technology in your own hands can you make money continuously. Yang Wudi and Xiao Ruxue exchanged glances. Though disappointed, they understood the stakes involved. They knew that if their families could master this training method, their spirit pets would experience explosive growth in a short time, propelling them into the ranks of the world's most powerful forces. Unfortunately, since Fang Yin wouldn't budge, they had no choice but to give up. The atmosphere in the shop was quite lively. Tao Ranran and Song Zuru stood to the side, secretly amazed. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary mythical pet shop could push spirit pets' skill proficiency to level 5 perfect mastery in just half a month, and even boost their strength to elite level 10? This was simply unheard of in the industry. Boss, our spirit pets have all leveled up. Do we need to pay extra? Xiao Ruxue held up her glowing contract bracelet, asking tentatively. No need. Since I didn't mention additional charges beforehand, consider it my gift. Fang Yin waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran immediately put on an aggrieved expression. Boss, that's not fair. When I boarded my sand python last time, you didn't give me any upgrades. Even online shopping has a 15-day price protection policy. Fang Yin was momentarily speechless, but thinking it over, Wei Ran had a point. All right then, board your sand python for a few more days, and I'll boost it to transcendent level 10. Only transcendent level 10? Wei Ran's face immediately fell. Theirs are all elite level 10. You only have second-tier mental power yourself. There's nothing I can do about that. Fang Yin shrugged helplessly. Wei Ran sighed, about to say something when Xiao Ruxue suddenly pulled out a set of lustrous metal feeding containers. I don't need this set of awakening-grade feed anymore, so I'll give it to you. Since the boss helped us upgrade for free, we should offer some compensation. Really? Wei Ran's eyes lit up. Awakening-grade feed wasn't cheap, and he'd be able to use it once he broke through to third-tier mental power. Only then did Yang Wudi react, scratching the back of his head. Boss, I'm good at fighting. If you ever need help with anything, just call me. Fang Yin thought seriously for a moment. I might actually need that. If the shop competition reaches the final round, I'll probably need a 4th-tier beast tamer to assist in battle. What kind of battle? Yang Wudi clenched his fists with excitement gleaming in his eyes. The final round of the shop competition, Fang Yin answered calmly. Yet his words sent shockwaves through everyone present. They had all heard about the brutality and high prize money of that competition. Although the second round of the shop competition hadn't started yet, the second round had already added an awakening division. By the third round, which would be the final round, there was a strong possibility that a new division would be added, the elite division. The elite division spoke for itself, with a participation threshold of 4th-tier beast tamers. Therefore, Fang Yin believed that as long as they selected one of the renowned talents from the major prefectures, their chances of victory would be remarkably high. Yang Wudi was naturally battle-hungry, which perfectly suited Fang Yin's intentions. However, Xiao Ruxue beside them also lit up upon hearing this, leaning forward slightly with a straightforward tone. Boss, actually I could do it too, and I'd fight for you free of charge. She genuinely wanted to serve the mythical pet shop. This store had unfathomable depths, and the benefits of fighting under its banner were self-evident. Hey, why are you competing with me? Yang Wudi raised an eyebrow, his temper flaring up. Or are you saying you're stronger than me? Xiao Ruxue remained expressionless, responding with understated precision. I beat you last time. What do you think? You only won last time because you had made purchases at this shop. Yang Wudi's voice rose. Now we've both been training our spirit pets here for half a month. The outcome is anyone's guess. He pointed toward the center of the street. Want to have another match? Like needle against wheat, the two were at daggers drawn. The air on Tianhong Street seemed to instantly drop to freezing point. Tao Ranran and Song Zuru exchanged glances. If these two got serious, the entire street would likely be reduced to rubble in the aftermath. Just as they were frantically trying to figure out how to intervene, A crisp voice came from the street entrance, like pouring oil on fire. A competition? You absolutely must include Mew with me. First place is guaranteed. Who? Yang Wudi roared, his face dark as cold iron. Even he, who called himself invincible, wouldn't dare make such bold claims. Yet someone was declaring they'd definitely take first place. The crowd turned to look, seeing two young people approaching side by side. The leading girl had her hair in a single ponytail, delicate features, and star-like eyes. Beside her was a squinting young man with a gentle smile. Who are you? Young Woody frowned as he sized them up. Wei Ran's eyes widened, his voice slightly off-key. You. Aren't you the tournament seed player from the news who was first to collect 16 pearls? The hearts of dragon capitals, for great talents, trembled in unison. First to collect all 16 pearls? They'd only heard of this in rumors. With the national finals still far off, someone had already accomplished this feat. The speed was terrifying. Yang Wudi also instantly recognized her. You're the one prefecture master Jiang mentioned who gained recognition from 4 prefecture masters in a single day? That's right. The girl showed a confident smile and introduced herself. Shin Mingyun. If Boss Fong is willing to have me compete, no one has a better chance of taking first place than I do. Yang Wudi's brow furrowed tightly, battle intent surging. Then let's have a fight. In his understanding, Shin Mingyun was also 4th tier, perhaps already touching the peak of 4th tier, but her spirit pets might not all be elite level 10. Whereas his 3 main pets had already been upgraded to elite level 10 by Fong Yin. This battle held great promise. But immediately after, Shin Mingyun's casual remark sent a shock through his heart. I'm invincible within the 4th tier. Though I'd love to say that, unfortunately, I recently broke through to the 5th tier. She lightly wiggled her finger. You're still at 4th tier mental power, right? Do you really think you're my match? Well, what? Yang Wudi's breath caught. Qiu Rushiwe, Tao Ranran, and Song Ziru were equally stunned beyond measure. This national tournament seed player had already reached the 5th tier, at roughly the same age as them. Yet having stepped into the 5th tier so early, didn't this mean her talent was even stronger than theirs? But they remembered that Shin Mingyun also had S-level talent. There was only one possibility, then she had awakened earlier than them. Song Ziru pushed up his glasses, his tone serious. Awakening several years early brought tremendous advantages even with the same S-level talent. Those extra years meant additional cultivation time, creating a world of difference. What's wrong, boss? Don't you need a 5th-tier beastmaster? Shin Mingyun restrained her aura and fixed her gaze on Fong Yin. We don't need one at the moment. Fong Yin answered honestly. He knew the shop competition only had 3 rounds with fixed spots, making it nearly impossible for Shin Mingyun to participate. That's such a shame. Shin Mingyun didn't say much more, though regret was evident in her voice. Indeed it is. The squinty-eyed young man beside her, Xia Zifan, chimed in with a smile. I've also reached the 5th tier. You're also 5th tier? Yang Wudi suddenly looked up, staring intently at Xia Zifan's barely visible eyes. He had heard rumors about Shin Mingyun's breakthrough, but this grassroots genius, who he remembered as being far inferior to Shin Mingyun, had also surpassed them. The appearance of Shin Mingyun and Xia Zifan brought unprecedented pressure to the 4 great talents of Dragon Capital. Yang Wudi, Qiu Rushiwe, and the others carried their families' expectations, yet now found themselves struggling to breathe under the pressure from 2 grassroots geniuses. Meanwhile, Fong Yin quietly observed this clash between talents. In just one day, his small shop had welcomed 6 top-tier gifted individuals, which secretly amazed him. It seemed this shop was indeed destined for the high-end market. Scanning the hall, he noticed Wei Ran and Yu Lang, who had been left aside. Though they hadn't joined the conversation, both looked curious. What brings you here today? Looking to buy something? Fong Yin greeted them with a smile. Wei Ran waved his hand. Oh, I'm just showing him around. He pointed to Yu Lang beside him. Maybe he'll want to buy something. I really do want to, but boss, you have so many things here. Yu Lang looked up at the price tags on the wall, shock flashing in his eyes. As the system continued unlocking features, the shop's merchandise had become increasingly diverse, making it difficult for him to choose. No rush, take your time. Fong Yin invited them inside and served them 2 cups of Silver Heart coffee. It really is Silver Heart coffee. Yu Lang held the cup as its aroma filled his nostrils, his amazement growing. Wei Ran's earlier praise hadn't been exaggerated. While Yu Lang was absorbed in tasting the coffee, Fong Yin said to Wei Ran, I'll take your sand dust python with me now. Wei Ran, having already received the promise, immediately nodded. Fong Yin took out a spirit beast ball and carried the sand dust python through the back door. The python felt everything blur for a moment, thinking it had arrived at the shop's backyard, when in reality it had been transported into the training space. Next comes the feed. Fong Yin purchased a complete set of transcendent grade feed from the mall and brought it into the training space, ensuring the sand dust python would always have food available. When he returned to the front hall after handling everything, Yu Lang's coffee cup had only a thin layer left. Just then, a line of pale golden text suddenly appeared before Fong Yan's eyes. Host has discovered a system bug. Reward, customer hostility detection function. Mall has officially unlocked rapid pet upgrade service. Fong Yin was slightly stunned. System bug. He immediately understood that the loophole he had exploited earlier was the source of the bug. Now that the notification had appeared, it meant the bug had been officially confirmed and fixed. Indeed, the loophole he had exploited was a bug. Now the bug had been fixed. However, Fong Yin didn't feel disappointed at all, because he possessed the SS-level talent called Divine Enhancement. For him, the combat power of spirit pets wasn't important, nor did he need conventional training functions. What he cared about was the system's new rewards. Customer hostility detection. He stared at the panel, his eyes lighting up. From now on, he could tell at a glance whether customers were friends or foes, never again worrying about training opponents' spirit pets too well. If he encountered mortal enemies, he could simply refuse service. If they were just competition rivals, he could restrict them and wait until after the matches to serve them foolproof. The system then prompted, training space bug fix said no items except spirit pets may be brought inside. To bring feed, one must exchange for tickets from the mall. This ticket was the core of the spirit pet rapid leveling service. Thinking of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had thrown the sand python's transcendent grade feed in earlier, or his promise to Wei Ran would have fallen through. He opened the system mall to check ticket prices, only to be stunned by the numbers. Tickets were divided into 5 tiers: Juvenile, Transcendent, Awakened, Elite, and Commander. Purchasing the corresponding tier allowed bringing a complete set of same-tier feed into the training space. This was the principle behind rapid leveling. But what truly made him gasp was the payment method. Everything required energy stones. The 100 energy stones Qiu Rushua had just spent on training methods already demonstrated how expensive these things were. In one-way exchange, 1 energy stone equaled roughly 100 galaxy coins, which equaled 100 million blue star coins. But in reverse exchange, neither currency nor cash could buy a single energy stone, showing their rarity. At this moment, even the lowest juvenile tier ticket cost 1 energy stone. The service's expense was unimaginable. Fong Yin was surprised for a moment, then felt relieved. He wouldn't need it anyway, and time was money. This pricing was reasonable. Putting away the panel, he surveyed the crowd inside and outside the shop, announcing with a smile, "Everyone, our shop is launching a new service, spirit pet rapid leveling service." Regular customers like Yang Wudi and Xiu Rushua merely nodded slightly, unsurprised. With such heaven-defying training methods, it would be strange not to develop premium services. But Xin Mingyun and Xia Zifan were shocked, their eyes widening. Spirit pet rapid leveling service? Wei Ran smiled and delivered the finishing blow, pointing at Yang Wudi and Xiu Rushua. "You don't know yet, do you? They left their spirit pets here for half a month, and their combat power shot straight from awakened level to elite level 10. What?" Xin Mingyun and the squinty-eyed Xia Zifan's expressions froze. Half a month, from awakened to elite level 10? That speed was absolutely ridiculous. Is that really true? They had already been amazed by the effectiveness of this shop's feed during their last visit. Now, barely half a month later, when they returned to the store only to hear that spirit pets could advance from awakening level to elite level 10 in such a short time, everyone was practically petrified on the spot. Spirit pet growth had always followed the same principles as beast tamers' mental cultivation, emphasizing gradual progress and energy conservation. Completing such a leap in half a month was simply inconceivable. Seeing their astonished expressions, Fong Yin explained first. To be precise, it's from elite level 1 to elite level 10. When Yang Wudi and Xiu Rushua left their spirit pets in my care, they were already close to awakening level 10. I saw them break through to elite level 1 during training, so I tried to continue advancing them. Therefore, the rapid leveling service doesn't handle major tier transitions, like from awakening level 10 to elite level 1. Shen Mingyun and Xia Zifan exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. So you're saying half a month to push from elite level 1 to elite level 10? Even so, that speed is still astounding. Xiu Rushua stored her spirit pet in her internal beast space, stepped into the shop, and cut straight to the point. "Boss, how exactly does this work, and what's the price?" Fong Yin pointed toward the high-grade feeds neatly arranged behind the counter. "To enjoy this service, you must purchase the shop's top-tier feed for the corresponding stage. For example, 1. Juvenile level 1 to juvenile level 10 requires purchasing premium juvenile feed. 2. Transcendent level 1 to transcendent level 10 corresponds to premium transcendent feed, and so on. I'll use the feed you provide to nourish the spirit pets during high-intensity training, combined with battle experience, to forcibly enhance their strength." Xiu Rushua nodded approvingly. Feed alone indeed couldn't achieve 10 levels in half a month. It must be combined with training. After all, a spirit pet can't consume an entire set of feed in half a month. Shin Mingyun impatiently pressed. "What about the fees? Boss Fong surely wouldn't work for free." Fong Yin quoted the prices. Juvenile stage to level 10. 2 energy stones. Transcendent stage. 4. Awakening stage. 6. Elite stage. 10. Fixed prices, no refunds or additional charges. Even if your spirit pet is already juvenile level 8, it's still 2 stones. The system's sudden demand for energy stones wasn't good news for Fong Yin. The shop management competition didn't count energy stones or galaxy coins, so this income wouldn't help his current performance at all. However, considering he might leave Blue Star for space in the future, stockpiling energy stones in advance was prudent planning. Once the prices were announced, Shin Mingyun, Wei Ran, Yu Lang, along with Yang Wudi and Xiu Ruxuil for prodigies were completely dumbfounded. They never expected Fong Yin to start charging energy stones. Energy stones were extremely precious on Blue Star, but rarely used. Unless one planned to leave their home planet, most people couldn't be bothered to stockpile them. Why was the boss now collecting energy stones? Energy stones were one thing with enough effort. They weren't impossible to obtain. But what was truly devastating was the outrageous pricing. A rough calculation showed that raising a juvenile level spirit pet to juvenile level 10 would cost at least 200 million. Transcendent level would be 400 million. Awakened level 600 million. An elite level would skyrocket to a full billion. Keep in mind, a single portion of premium elite grade feed on the market only cost 120 million, and even with careful feeding, it would take a full 6 months to push a spirit pet to elite level 10. Now, just to save a little over 5 months, they'd have to fork out an additional billion. Was it worth it? The answer seemed to be no, yet it had to be yes. After all, there was no channel in the world where you could truly buy time with money, and this shop's service was essentially exchanging money for time, and it was the only one of its kind, with no competitors. Boss, from a market perspective, I really can't tell if your service is expensive or cheap, but for me personally, it's definitely expensive, Shen Mingyun said with a bitter smile. She and Xia Zifan came from humble backgrounds with no powerful backing. Where would they get rare energy stones? The rarity of energy stones lay precisely in their priceless nature. They were nominally priced at 100 million Blue Star coins each, but no matter how much money you had, you absolutely couldn't buy them on the market. Usually, only the 4 great families of dragon capital could get their hands on a few, or perhaps, if you were lucky enough to have a meteorite crash down from space, you might dig out a few pieces from inside. That happens quite often. Basically, anything that comes from space has the potential to contain energy stones, Xia Zifan added, squinting his eyes. Boss, if I may be frank, without accepting Blue Star coins or Galaxy coins as payment, your service will probably be very hard to sell, he continued. Not because it was expensive, but because energy stones themselves simply weren't suitable as currency. Just like gold, no matter how valuable, was too scarce to circulate as money. Fong Yin wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, I need life water more urgently right now. I'll worry about energy stones later when I go to space. Just as he finished speaking, the shop door was pushed open, and a mature, elegant woman in a light gray coat stepped inside. Energy stones, you say? I happen to have 4 of them. Could you upgrade my spirit pet to transcendent level 10? With that single sentence, everyone in the shop turned their heads in unison. Yang Wudi, Qiu Ruxiue, and the others didn't recognize this unexpected visitor at all, but Shun Mingyun and Xia Zifan almost simultaneously exclaimed in low voices, Principal Yining. The newcomer was indeed Yining, principal of 3rd Beast-Taming High School. No one had expected her to appear here today. Fong Yin was also quite surprised, though business was like that. Customers who had just left could reappear at any moment without warning. He welcomed her into the shop. Please, come in. Yining swept her gaze over everyone in the room, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. Well, weren't these the 4 great talents of Dragon Capital? They were all gathered here. She had rushed over because she had just captured the conversation about rapid spirit pet leveling from a distance using her formidable mental power. As for Yang Wudi and the others, she only noticed them after getting closer. This is Yang Wudi and his companions were from the capital after all. They weren't familiar with the social customs of Haishur, so it wasn't until Fong Yin smiled and added, This is Principal Yin Ing from 3rd High School, that they suddenly understood and nodded respectfully in unison. The title of principal carried significant weight, and everyone's expressions showed Reverend Cito hold the position of principal at a beast-taming school in this era required experience, knowledge, and strength, none of which could be lacking. The Yanning before them was already a 5th-tier beast tamer, superior to these 4th-tier tamers, and even though Shin Mingyun had just entered the 5th tier, the vast age difference still highlighted the former's profound foundation. It was precisely because of this that Shin Mingyun being rated as a tournament seed player seemed so incredibly valuable. Behind the counter, Fong Yin handed a steaming cup of coffee to Yin Ing and asked with a smile, What would Principal Yin like to purchase today? He had a good idea the other party had just selected a water gecko hatchling from his shop last time, so obviously wouldn't be coming for the same thing again. I wanted to discuss a partnership with Boss Fong. Yin Ing held her cup, her tone relaxed. Our school's agreement with Legendary Pet Shop has expired. Wait. Fong Yin instinctively raised his hand to interrupt, his voice rising. Legendary Pet Shop? Yes, our 3rd high school has been partnering with them all along. Beast-taming high schools needed to purchase massive quantities of training spirit pets every year, both for students' daily combat simulations and to provide hatchlings for teacher advancement, as well as to sell at welfare prices to students from modest family backgrounds. The quantities were so enormous that they had to be deeply tied to large pet stores. Therefore, high schools in various regions would establish fixed partnerships. Song Wuhan's approach of seeking alternative channels was just an exception that didn't affect the overall procurement model. Now that the agreement had expired, Yining decided not to renew it, and Legendary Pet Shop instantly lost orders for 1 to 2,000 spirit pets. It should be noted that this shop was known as one of Haishi's for major brand stores alongside Pet Joy Alliance, Adorable Pet House, and Immortal Traces Pet Shop, and was currently riding high. Third High School had always been on their client list, and no one expected this sudden break. Countless thoughts flashed through Fong Yan's mind. His newly opened shop was already locked in battle with Pet Joy Alliance, and Legendary Pet Shop had an even bigger reputation. Would they target him? What's wrong? Boss Fong dares to go head-to-head with Pet Joy Alliance, but fears a mere Legendary Pet Shop. Yining teased with a smile. I never intended to oppose them directly. Fong Yin spread his hands. I just want to take first place in this business competition, normal competition, you know. The principle is the same. Yining shook her head. There's only one first place. If it's not you, it's someone else. Eventually, you'll have to clash Hedon. Fong Yin pondered for a moment. You make a valid point. However, I'm still attending to customers here. Could you wait a moment? No problem. Yin Ying's gaze swept over Yang Wudi and the others before returning to Fong Yin. I'm very interested in your shop's new service. They don't seem to be planning to try it, so I'll go first. As I mentioned earlier, I have 4 energy stones. Can I directly upgrade my water gecko to transcendent level 10? Shin Mingyun beside them couldn't help but ask. Your water gecko has broken through to transcendent level? Has it only been a few days? Did the water gecko break through that quickly? Yining raised her hand to cover her lips, looking relaxed. Little sister, you forgot me. Water gecko was already at juvenile level 6 when I bought it. With steady effort and some extra work, reaching juvenile level 10 isn't difficult. As for a real breakthrough, that depends on luck, but juvenile level is the weakest anyway. Plus, she lowered her voice. I pulled some strings at Legendary Pet Shop. Shin Mingyun suddenly understood. No wonder. Legendary Pet Shop was one of the 4 major pet shops in High City. What was surprising was that Yin Ying had managed to squeeze out some extra benefits even before their original cooperation agreement expired. This principal was truly shrewd with money. Fong Yin had no interest in this side conversation, only calculating profits in his mind. No problem. For energy stones, and I'll waive the 3.6 million for the advanced transcendent grade feed. For energy stones were worth at least 400 million. 3.6 million was just pocket change. Shifting gears, he added. However, the feed cost for elite grade spirit pet upgrade services won't be reduced. Special elite grade feed costs at least 120 million. Deal. How long will it take? Yining pressed. Also half a month. Not necessary. Fong Yin pondered for a moment, deliberately drawing out his words. 1 week. In reality, advanced transcendent grade feed normally required 6 months of consumption. In the training space, it would only take 1 full day plus 8 hours, less than 2 days total. Going too fast would seem absurd, so he settled on 1 week. The results still shocked Yining. 1 week to reach transcendent level 10 directly? Incredible. All right, I'll come pick up my pet in a week. The deal was sealed. The Spirit Pet Rapid Upgrade service had just launched, and Fong Yin had already earned 4 energy stones. He hadn't expected this windfall, though he knew it wasn't pure profit after deducting the system exchange costs. More importantly, if this service couldn't quickly reach the attention of powerful figures in the outside world, no matter how impressive it was, he wouldn't sell many energy stones. After all, most beast tamers simply couldn't afford energy stones. After seeing Yining off, Fong Yin prepared to greet Yang Wudi and the others. Just as he was about to speak, Yulang suddenly remembered something. Oh right, boss, I saw on TV yesterday that downtown was attacked. The person who defeated those 10 Descent cult members, was that you? Fong Yin paused for a moment. He could be recognized, even with the TV footage pixelated. It was me. The Descent cult attacked Song Wahai, a customer of the shop. I had to intervene. So they were attacking Junior Song? Wei Ran exclaimed. He knew Song Wuhai. Yulang was completely shocked. The news said there were a full 10 third-tier beast tamers among the enemies. And you took them all down by yourself? What? Wei Ran couldn't believe it, his voice rising. 10 third-tier fighters? Holy shit. Really? The boss single-handedly defeated 10 third-tier beast tamers? He's only third-tier himself, right? Literally 1 against 10. That's absolutely insane. Yang Wudi, Qiu Rushue, Tao Ranran, and Song Zuru were all shocked upon hearing this. The incident had only erupted in Haishu yesterday, and they had all been in Longdu at the time, so their knowledge of the details was limited. However, they understood all too well the weight of those 3 words, 1 against 10. Becoming a beast tamer didn't mean one could take on 1,000 enemies single-handedly. Even when outranking opponents by a full major realm, Facing a group of enemies remained extremely perilous. Moreover, Feng Yin and those descent cult members were all third tier, and at the same tier, his ability to take on 10 opponents alone was a feat that would leave all his peers utterly astounded. If any of them had been in his position, none would dare guarantee they could simultaneously defeat 10 fourth-tier beast-tamers. Those descent cult bastards again. What a pity I wasn't there. Yang Wudi looked regretful. He had always craved battle and rarely bothered to think deeply about details. Song Zira glanced at him and said coolly, "Even if you had been there, you wouldn't have had much of a role to play. Your spirit pets are all stored at the mythical pet shop, and going in empty-handed, you could only stand there helplessly." Indeed, with Yang Wudi's fourth-tier beast-tamer strength, 10 third-tier opponents wouldn't be much trouble for him. But without his spirit pets, all his abilities would be essentially sealed. The discussion died down, and Feng Yin began attending to Shun Mingyun and Xia Zifan. Their spiritual power had just broken through to the 5th tier, qualifying them to contract a 5th spirit pet. Sure enough, they quickly selected new species that satisfied them spirit pet cubs of the spirit beast species, 1st tier category. With this, the group's shopping was essentially complete. "Boss, the second round of the shop competition is in a few days, right?" Shin Mingyun suddenly spoke up. Yes." Feng Yin hadn't expected her to bring this up suddenly. "Where will it be held? I'd like to go watch." Having registered for this year's national competition, she wanted to take the opportunity to understand the scale and process of the event. "This year's national competition finals will be held in Haishur," Feng Yin explained. "The second round of the shop competition is scheduled for Tianhai Plaza, near the city center." "Huh? Not at the Deep Sea Nest?" Shin Mingyun's eyes widened. The Deep Sea Nest, or Sea Nest for short, was Haishi's famous landmark building that could accommodate 300,000 spectators at once. It had been built specifically to welcome the national competition back in the day. Now it only opened for major events. Feng Yin smiled wryly. "This is only the second round. How could they possibly use the Sea Nest directly?" He went on to explain. The national competition was held annually, and to give different regions opportunities, the host cities rotated each year. Longdu had hosted multiple times, so it was only natural for Haishur to take its turn again. Moreover, with Haishi's rapid development in recent years, it had joined the ranks of international metropolises, and hosting this competition here would surely attract large numbers of overseas spectators. The Deep Sea Nest would naturally be activated when the national competition officially opened. This scale would absolutely be national level. Beast tamers and spectators from across the nation will gather to watch the event. The thought of such a massive crowd and thunderous cheers made everyone's blood boil with excitement. Though the finals wouldn't be held until the end of the year, still several months away, so this grand spectacle would have to wait. Shin Mingyun frowned and muttered, "They're not even using Lianhai City Stadium? That doesn't seem right." Feng Yin rubbed his temples and patiently explained, "Our competition isn't exactly a major event. To get into the stadium, we'd have to wait until the third round." "Fine, I'll definitely come watch when the time comes." Shin Mingyun waved at him. "Boss, good luck." Squinty Eyes immediately chimed in. "Boss, are you confident about taking first place?" Feng Yin shrugged helplessly. "I'm confident in myself, but the scoring rules for the second round are too unusual. If both the Transcendent and Awakened groups lose, I won't even get a chance to compete. The match will be over before I can take the stage. Everything depends on luck." After their chat, Shin Mingyun, Xia Zifan, and the others left one by one. Yang Wudi and his group also rushed back to Dragon Capital to handle business matters, uncertain whether they'd make it back to watch the second round. None of this mattered to Feng Yin. His only concern was securing first place and advancing to the third round. Once the shop quieted down, he and Yining discussed their collaboration with the entire school. With over 1,000 students, they needed detailed lists of food, training, and advancement requirements for each spirit pet. The discussion alone consumed most of the day. Night fell. Under the soft lighting of the shop, Feng Yin collapsed onto the sofa with a long sigh. The earth fire ant was too large to let out for exercise, so he could only allow the spirit featherbird to fly freely indoors. The earth fire ant was his trump card for the second round, but the spirit featherbird would also compete. He smiled and beckoned to the bird. "The competition is counting on you." The spirit featherbird lifted its head and snorted lightly. Humph. Feng Yin was speechless and could only smile wryly. Compared to the honest and simple earth fire ant, the spirit featherbird was aloof and prideful. Suddenly, a system notification exploded in his mind. First time obtaining an energy stone, unlocking immortal beast baptism, commander level feed. Feng Yin was stunned. Immortal beast baptism? Another opportunity had arrived. But then he frowned. The immortal beast baptism actually required material 6th tier materials, no less. Previous baptisms only cost money and never demanded additional resources. Worse still, to obtain a mythical bloodline of a corresponding attribute, he needed 6th tier materials of the same attribute. Fire attribute required fire attribute materials. Dark attribute required dark attribute materials. 6th tier materials were expensive, and buying them would likely cost a fortune. After thinking for a moment, he wondered, should I go collect them myself outside the city? There were quite a few gathering spots around High City, and with good luck, he might find some. But with the competition imminent, he couldn't spare the time. First, let's win the second round. He clenched his fist to encourage himself. Besides the Pet Joy Alliance, his opponents included Cute Pet Corner, all formidable competitors. Song Wuhai, Wei Ran, and the others weren't guaranteed victories, and Zhou Ye's awakened group was particularly crucial. Whether they could advance to the third round depended entirely on the team's performance. Time passed amid preparation and anxiety. The second round of competition had begun. Haisher City Center, Tianhai Square. In the hearts of Haisher residents, this is the must-visit landmark, not only the city's largest square, but one that ranks in the top 10 nationwide. After strolling through downtown's pedestrian streets, tourists typically wind their way here to catch the breeze, take in the scenery, and unwind. But today's Tianhai Square is utterly transformed from its usual state. At the center rises an enormous arena. Construction crews have been working around the clock for days, and the air still carries that distinctive burnt smell of freshly cut metal. Though temporary, the structure is built entirely from high-strength alloys, all to ensure it won't be reduced to scrap metal the instant beast tamers clash. Considering that some spirit pets can spew flames hot enough to melt gold, the organizers have stationed 5th-tier elite beast tamers from the Beast Taming Bureau as a precaution, ready to deploy energy barriers with their spirit pets the moment any battle aftershocks threaten the audience or arena. The arena's dimensions are equally impressive. Even the most massive spirit pets have ample room to maneuver freely. When Fang Yan arrived with Ling Xia, movable grandstands already surrounded the arena, with a rough count of at least 10,000 seats, clear evidence of the event's popularity. Ling Xia gasped at the scale. This many seats? This second round is massive. I really didn't expect the shop tournament's second round to reach concert-level proportions. Fang Yan smiled wryly. By his calculations, matches would almost certainly run into the evening. Boss Fang, over here. Director Feng from the Tianhong Street Administrative Office stood waving. The two navigated through the crowd to the section marked Tianhong Street Representatives. Seats were already organized by district in neat rows. Fang Yin noticed an entire row of luxuriously appointed chairs closest to the arena, clearly different in specification. Director Feng, who are those seats for? I heard quite a few upper-class elites will attend, including some of Haishi's bigwigs. Director Feng wasn't certain of the exact guest list, only that the row was reserved for distinguished individuals. With time before the official opening, scattered spectators gradually filled seats. To accommodate onlookers, many sections were open to the public on a first-come, first-served basis. Boss, I'm here. A vibrant voice cut through the din. Fang Yin turned to see the young girl Song Wuhan bouncing toward them, her twin ponytails whirling with excitement. I'm not late, am I? She plopped down with a wink. Not late. Sit wherever you like. Fang Yin gestured to the empty seats. So, confident about taking first place in the junior division? Of course, boss. Song Wuhan flashed a victory sign enthusiastically. For your competition, I've been holding back my spiritual power breakthrough. I could have reached second tier ages ago. Doesn't that dedication deserve some extra rewards? Fang Yin flicked her forehead directly. Don't think I can't tell your spirit fox may have reached juvenile level 10, but its mental power is still quite a ways from 200 points. Song Wuhan covered her head, grimacing as she retorted, Boss, mark my words, I'll definitely break through to second tier before the major exam. While they were talking, Wei Ran and Yu Lang squeezed into the stands. Yu Lang first looked around, then casually pulled out a chair behind Fang Yin and sat down. Oh, Junior Song is here too? This competition looks pretty big. Wei Ran flexed his arms, muscles bulging. Humph, perfect chance for me to show off my skills. Yeah right, Yu Lang scoffed. If you actually lose, don't blame me for laughing at you. You jinx. Wei Ran glared at him. Yu Lang waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's not talk about that. What do you think of our new student council president? She stood us up again at this morning's flag ceremony. Don't even mention that damn student council president, who's never around. Wei Ran complained irritably. Yu Lang grinned as he twisted the knife. Actually, I think she just has a rather free lifestyle. Free? If she wants to be free, she shouldn't have become student council president. Seriously, Wei Ran snorted disdainfully. Fang Yan, drawn by their bickering, casually asked, What are you guys talking about? Boss, we're discussing the school's student council president, Yu Lang explained. She was basically appointed temporarily, but after taking office, no one at the student council ever sees her like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. I also heard she's a compulsive liar, Wei Ran added. Huh? That's probably just rumors, Yu Lang said, somewhat surprised. Wei Ran disagreed. Better safe than sorry. While they were chatting, the venue quickly filled to about 80% capacity. Just then, people in the front rows suddenly began standing up one after another. The front rows were occupied by either people from participating shops or prominent business owners and celebrities. Fang Yin usually couldn't be bothered with pleasantries with these people, but seeing them all stand up in unison made him curious about who had arrived. His gaze sharpened at it was a familiar professional beauty. Huh, Zheng Miaolon? Fang Yin blurted out. Zheng Miaolon walked over in her high heels, smiling as she nodded. Boss Fang. You? Fang Yin was momentarily speechless. Don't mind me. I just wanted to come take a look, Zheng Miaolon said, glancing around at the Haisher celebrities, then sighed softly. I should have kept a lower profile instead of announcing my arrival in advance. Yulang's jaw nearly dropped at this scene. Boss Fang actually knows Secretary Zheng. She's the secretary to the beast-taming bureau chief of Heishi. Everyone in Heishi's upper circles knows her. Before he finished speaking, a shocked exclamation suddenly erupted from the crowd. The celebrities in the front rows all stood up, and even Zheng Miaolon immediately put away her smile and stood up as well. Fang Yin noticed the surprise in her eyes and couldn't help but turn to look. The next second, Wei Ran's shocked voice rang out. Boss, it's the Zhou family head. The Zhou family head is here. Fang Yin froze in place. Zhou family head Zhou Guanzhong. What was he doing here? Just like Dragon City has its 4 great families, Haisher also has 4 great families, with the Zhou family being one of them. However, Fang Yin still couldn't understand why a mere shop competition could attract the patriarchs of entire families. In the front row VIP section, Zhou Guanzhong appeared. When Zheng Miaolon saw him, she lowered her voice in surprise. Patriarch Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Guanzhong was equally surprised. Oh, isn't this Secretary Zheng? You're here to join the excitement too. Zheng Miaolon smiled bitterly. Just taking a casual look, nothing to do with Lord Governor. Zhou Guanzhong nodded and casually raised his hand. I'm also just taking a casual look, nothing to do with the Zhou family. See, I didn't even bring many people. Zheng Miaolon thought to herself that was nonsense. Each patriarch of the 4 great families possessed considerable strength, and though slightly inferior to Governor Jiang, the gap wasn't significant. Who would dare provoke them if they really took action? Therefore, neither said much more. Just as the two were conversing, another commotion arose. Patriarch Mo, hello. Patriarch Mo, about the business we discussed last time. Patriarch Mo, your seat is over here. Wei Ran caught sight of this and directly cursed. Damn, Patriarch Mo is here too. Another patriarch of the 4 great families, Mo Shichong, head of the Mo family, had actually arrived in person. With this development, a small competition had simultaneously welcomed 2 patriarchs, instantly elevating the stakes of the contest. The Mo family. Fang Yin frowned. This level of attention was indeed suspicious. If only one patriarch had come, that would be one thing, but now with 2 present, it inevitably made people think. Wei Ran, do you know about these 2 families? Wei Ran scratched his head. I don't know much about upper-level affairs. Yulang raised his hand to add. Haishi's 4 great families have always maintained a Tuver-Sustuo competitive structure. The Zhou and Wang families are allied against the Mo and Lu family alliance. However, it's all just business competition. With Governor Jiang keeping watch, they don't dare make too much trouble, so they can maintain a harmonious facade. I see. Fang Yin nodded, his gaze falling on the front rows. So this patriarch Mo Shichong doesn't have a good relationship with Zhou Guanzhong. Regardless of their grievances, the appearance of Zhou Guanzhong and Mo Shichong marked the completion of the VIP section, signaling that the competition was about to begin. Fang Yin surveyed the arena. The audience seats were packed full, roughly estimated at over 10,000 people, with countless more standing around watching. She hasn't arrived yet. He noticed that Zhou Ye's seat was still empty, but as long as she arrived before the Awakened Group's competition began, there was no rush. The host took the stage, appearing to be a professional from an invited television station. After a brief opening, they immediately proceeded to the draw. The city center district had 17 streets that registered for the competition besides a few main thoroughfares, meaning 17 pet shops had advanced to the second round. It had to be said, this number wasn't ideal, being exactly 1 too many. This meant that one shop would receive a buy. That means it starts with 161, then becomes 81, 41, and so on until the champion of the current group is determined. The juvenile division kicked off first, with Song Wuhan signing up once again. Her spirit fox had now reached juvenile level 10, significantly stronger than during her last competition, greatly improving her chances of victory. The draw concluded quickly, and mythical pet shop didn't receive a buy. Fang Yin took his seat in the audience as first-tier beast tamers stepped onto the arena below to battle one by one. Each participant in the juvenile division brought only 1 spirit pet, making it the fastest-paced division, though often considered the most boring of the 4 groups. Below the arena, Zhou Guanzhong watched the fights with a smile, casually striking up conversation with someone nearby. Old Mo, I never expected you to show up. What's so appealing about this competition to you? Mo Shichong, head of the Mo family, responded with a fake smile. I'm equally surprised you'd come. Rather than asking me, why don't you explain why you're here first? I'm just here to watch casually, Zhou Guanzhong shrugged. Then I'm also just here to watch casually, Mo Shichong replied with a smile. The 2 family heads played verbal tai chi with each other while Zheng Miaolon, eavesdropping nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. She had only wanted to observe Mythical Pet Shop's performance, but ended up encountering both family heads simultaneously. This level of situation could only be handled by director Jiang himself. She wondered whether to call Jiang Hai over, but considering the competition would last until evening and director Jiang's busy schedule, she dismissed the thought. Secretary Zheng, what brings you here? Mo Shichong suddenly asked. Though Zheng Miaolon only possessed 4th-tier strength, her position as Jiang Hai's secretary meant neither Mo nor Zhou dared underestimate her. Me? I'm here to watch Mythical Pet Shop, she answered honestly. Mythical Pet Shop? Mo Shichong raised an eyebrow. Never heard of it. In contrast, Zhou Guanzhong seemed already familiar. Mythical Pet Shop? Perfect, I'm quite optimistic about that store too. This statement left even Zheng Miaolon stunned. Zhou Guanzhong actually supported Mythical Pet Shop? Had he shopped there before? Mo Shichong chuckled softly. Interesting, you two are backing a store that's not particularly well known. Logically speaking, shouldn't Pet Joy Alliance or Adorable Pet House easily take first place this round? Regarding the second round situation, Fang Yin indeed faced only two main competitors, Pet Joy Alliance and Adorable Pet House. As for Legendary Pet Shop and Immortal Traces Pet Shop, their main branches were located in other districts and wouldn't appear at the city center venue for now, so Fang Yin had no chance to encounter them. So which one are you backing, Old Mo? Zhou Guanzhong asked. I don't know much about these stores. Pet Joy Alliance has the largest scale, so I'll bet on them. Mo Shichong answered decisively. Indeed, Pet Joy Alliance currently held the highest market share in High City. All right, then I'll bet on Mythical Pet Shop, Zhou Guanzhong said with a laugh. As soon as those words fell, the atmosphere seemed to turn confrontational. Zheng Miaolon was secretly shocked the competition was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Mythical Pet Shop had actually drawn the attention of both family heads. Was this good or bad for Mythical Pet Shop? What Zheng Miaolon didn't realize was that neither Zhou Guanzhong nor Mo Shichong had expected to encounter each other here. The two companies were already competitors, and now that they had crossed paths in the audience, they could only engage in verbal sparring for the time being. Zhou Guanzhong sighed inwardly. Had simply wanted to watch the match in peace, but ended up with a headache instead. Mo Shichong, on the other hand, was quite intrigued, planning to see what made this mythology pet shop that Zhou Guanzhong had so enthusiastically recommended so special. In the center of the arena, the juvenile division battle was currently underway. The crowd roared deafeningly, lights blazed brilliantly, and the combat was fierce and intense. Just as the match between the two sides was drawing to a close, the contestant representing Pet Joy Alliance stepped onto the stage, a young man barely 18, about the same age as Song Wuhan. The school emblem was still visible on his uniform sleeve. The moment he took his position, the audience erupted with banners bearing bold red characters reading, "Wan Yunjia must win." The cheerleading squad was uniformly dressed in school uniforms, clearly his schoolmates. After brief inquiries, the audience quickly learned his identity: Wan Yunjia, a prodigious student from First Beast-Taming High School. Tens of thousands of spectators gasped upon hearing his background. I know him. He's a top genius from First High. Not just top tiers, the most promising candidate for this year's Haisher University Entrance Exam Championship. Is this kid really that strong? Absolutely. He awakened and shrank talent. If he hadn't awakened so late, he'd already be on par with those wealthy family heirs. The words shrank electrified the entire venue. Globally, those possessing strength talents were extremely rare. Although Fang Yin had encountered quite a few, the total number was still under 10, and 4 of those shrank individuals, Yang Wudi and his companions, were from Longdu. In Haisher specifically, such talents were even rarer. By comparison, Song Wuhan, the most outstanding student from 3rd High School, only possessed a ranked talent. With Pet Joy Alliance fielding Wan Yunjia, Wei Ran in the stands immediately panicked. Wan Yunjia actually has strength talent. Can Junior Song still win? His previous confidence in Song Wuhan was completely shattered by his opponent's talent level. The whistle blew again. Wan Yunjia commanded his juvenile pet and defeated his opponent with a single strike, triggering another thunderous cheer around the arena. Wei Ran clutched his head. It's over. The juvenile division is finished. Many spectators around Fang Yin also frowned, pessimistic about Song Wuhan's chances. Fang Yin himself remained calm. From a scoring perspective, the juvenile division was only worth 20 points, so even if Song Wuhan didn't place first, it would have limited impact on the overall outcome. However, personally, he still hoped she could defeat Wan Yunjia. In the front VIP section, Mo Shichong nodded approvingly upon seeing Wan Yunjia take the stage. I've heard of this young man. When news of his strength talent awakening broke, even I heard about it. Looks like Pet Joy Alliance has the juvenile division locked up. He turned to Zhou Guanzhong with a cheerful, half-joking, half-provocative tone. Old Zhou, it seems that mythology pet shop you so highly recommended won't be taking first place. Zhou Guanzhong frowned and retorted. What's the rush? Mythology's representative hasn't even appeared, yet what makes you so certain Wan Yunjia will win? Mo Shichong didn't press the argument further, simply shrugging with a smile. Well then, Let me see what kind of people mythology will send to the stage. Next came several more battles between other pet shops. Finally, it was Song Wuhan's turn. The host announced loudly. Next up, we have Miss Song Wuhan from Mythology Pet Shop. Hearing this, Zhou Guanzhong and Mo Shichong in the audience perked up, their gazes immediately turning to the entrance tunnel. They saw that Mythology Pet Shop had also sent out a young person who appeared to be around Wan Yunji's age, clearly still a student. Also looks like a student. Wonder what her talent's like, Mo Shichong muttered under his breath. Zhou Guanzhong didn't respond, only observing the young woman about to take the stage from the corner of his eye. Song Wuhan stepped onto the platform, spiritual energy stirring faintly in her sleeves. With a wave of her hand, a spirit fox appeared before the audience, its entire body flamed with lustrous fur. The arena fell instantly silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. After just a few seconds, a cacophony of shocked exclamations erupted. What the hell, a spirit fox? A spirit fox? I have one at home that can't even beat a black-furred hound. Isn't that just an ornamental pet? Can it even fight? Doubtful voices rose and fell. After all, this was the second round of the shop tournament, not the first. No one expected to see what looked like a house pet. Seeing the spirit fox, Mo Shichong couldn't help but sneer. Old Joe, this is the shop you're optimistic about? Do they only sell spirit foxes? His doubts mingled with the mockery from the surrounding audience. Zhou Guanzhong frowned, equally puzzled. How could Mythology Pet Shop send out a mere spirit fox? The Youth Division Championship had been nearly monopolized by the Pet Joy Alliance. If Mythology lost to Wan Yunjia, it would be understandable, but sending a spirit fox to compete, wasn't this just giving up? On the platform, Song Wuhan felt countless dismissive gazes upon her, her fingertips tightening slightly. Since contracting with the spirit fox, she'd grown accustomed to such doubts, yet still couldn't understand. What spirit beast she contracted was her own business. Why did others care more than she did? Fortunately, she'd learned to ignore them. Today, she would prove with her strength that this spirit fox wasn't just for admiration, it could fight. The referee's whistle sounded, and her opponent commanded the flame hound to charge forward, crimson flames trailing from its paws. Song Wuhan's chest trembled slightly as she commanded mentally, "Little spirit, power charge." Both being fire type, their flame techniques would cancel each other out, so she decisively abandoned fire-based moves. The spirit fox pushed off with all four limbs, sparks flying from its claws, transforming into a red blur as it collided with the incoming flame hound. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out, the shockwave hitting the protective barriers at the edge. The flame hound was sent flying, crashing heavily near the platform's outer edge, struggling twice before lying still. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Tweet spirit fox wins. The audience fell silent again, then erupted in even greater commotion. What the hell? The spirit fox one-shot the flame hound. The flame hound might not be super rare, but beating a spirit fox should be no problem, right? What kind of spirit fox is this? Its combat power is insane. Zhou Guanzhong showed delight on his face, turning to Mo Shichong with a smile. Old Mo, didn't I say not to rush? The outcome isn't decided yet. Mo Shichong, who had been sharp-tongued earlier, was left speechless. He could only stare intently at the calm-looking spirit fox, his brow furrowing deeper. This spirit fox was no ordinary creature. Mo Shichong knew exactly how pathetic spirit foxes were as creatures. There was absolutely no way a spirit fox could possess that kind of terrifying combat power capable of delivering a decisive blow. Almost everyone who made it to the second round had juvenile 10th level spirit pets. Being instantly defeated at the same level was simply unbelievable. However, Mo Shichong was ultimately the head of the Mo family, having weathered countless storms. He merely raised his hand to smooth his sleeve and smiled with narrowed eyes. Spectacular. This is exactly what makes a competition worth watching. But I still believe Pet Joy Alliance will win. Don't forget, Wan Yunjia has strength talent. He wasn't clear about Song Wuhan's talent. No matter how surprising it might be, it would be difficult to shake that towering mountain that was Wan Yunjia. In other words, the probability of Pet Joy Alliance failing was virtually zero. Zhou Guanzhong sighed beside him. Money makes the world go round. Pet Joy Alliance is willing to spend big to recruit such talent. How can other shops compete? Once strength awakens, fame follows, and investments pour in. In his view, Mythical Pet Shop could never afford to hire strength talent. The asking price was high, and the resource requirements even higher. Even if they were willing to spend the money, such people were hard to find. Mo Shichong shook his head with a chuckle. Old Joe, that's not entirely true. For these shops, financial resources are part of their strength. This competition isn't simply about who hired the stronger person. Since Mythical Pet Shop hadn't secured first place yet, Zhou Guanzhong could only frown without responding with the winner undecided. Mo Shichong's words naturally became truth. On the other side of the audience, Mythical Pet Shop supporters were equally fired up. Excellent. Way to go, Junior Song. Wei Ran whispered excitedly, clenching his fists. Yulang reminded him. She can probably handle the other contestants, but don't underestimate Adorable Pet House. And don't forget about Pet Joy Alliance's Wan Yunji has strength talent. Wei Ran sighed. Ah, strength is just too difficult. Yulang nodded. Definitely stronger than a rank. It just depends on what exactly Wan Yunji awakened. We're both in college now and haven't paid attention to the high school scene for ages, so we don't know what his ability actually is. In the Pet Joy Alliance rest area, newly appointed regional manager Zwapeng closed his terminal expressionlessly and said coolly, Mythical Pet Shop does indeed have some tricks up their sleeve, and no wonder they could defeat Maruhome so thoroughly. But they never imagined that even for the lowest scoring juvenile division, I brought in Wan Yunjia. Gripping the contestant roster, his tone was confident. With Wan Yunjia here, first place in the juvenile division belongs to Pet Joy Alliance. If we were to fail, we could only lose to Adorable Pet House. Mentioning Adorable Pet House, he thought of that first-tier beast-tamer average talent. But having fought in the wilderness for years, his entire being radiated a murderous aura, as if he had walked over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Zwapeng admitted the man was extraordinary, but unfortunately only first tier. If that person were stronger, having reached the second or third tier, with his combat experience, he could easily compete in the Transcendent or Awakened divisions. He had been confident that Cute Pet House had a real shot at first place today. But then he pursed his lips. Mythical Pet Shop. Looks like first place in the Novice division is out of your reach. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the final match of the Novice division was finally scheduled. Events unfolded exactly as Zwapeng had predicted. The combat genius from Cute Pet House was ultimately blocked by Wan Yunjia, whom he had hired at great expense. He had to admit, a genius was still a genius. Even though his opponent surpassed Wan Yunjia in both field experience and fighting spirit, the arena's rule against reckless killing acted like chains, binding the very fighting style that made him shine in the wild. As a result, Pet Joy Alliance sailed smoothly into the finals. Meanwhile, Song Wuhan from Mythical Pet Shop also fought her way through, winning battle after battle. In the end, the ultimate showdown of the Novice division was set, Song Wuhan versus Wan Yunjia. The moment this news broke, the stands erupted. It's not Cute Pet House versus Pet Joy Alliance, but some mythical shop against Pet Joy. Pet Joy Alliance is still the strongest. First place is definitely theirs now. Exactly. Who can stop in strength talent? No one believed in Song Wuhan. The reason was simple. They had no idea she actually possessed a rank talent. And even if they did, they wouldn't think a rank could compete with strength. At the center of the arena, Wan Yunjia wore a confident smile as he spoke first. Student Song Wuhan, I've heard of you, the most outstanding student at third high. It's just unfortunate that my talent is strength. Song Wuhan looked up calmly. Just because you awakened strength talent, you think you're superior to everyone else? Wan Yunjia was stunned, opening his mouth to explain. No, I. Cut the chatter, Song Wuhan interrupted. Having strength talent doesn't guarantee you'll win. Deep down, she clenched her fists silently. This time, she had to win. The memory of losing to Wan Yunjia last time still haunted her. Today, no matter what, she would turn the tables. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Sharply the battle began. Wan Yunjia raised his hand and released Starlight, the spiritual pet's glow coalescing into a rare shadow rat. The shadow rat glided silently across interwoven shadows, its slender form extremely agile, with speed as its sharpest fang. Then Wan Yunjia shouted, Shadow Clone activate. Whoosh! The shadow rat's form twisted, its black shadow expanded, then suddenly split into an identical clone. In an instant, two black shadows darted through the ground's shadows, moving so fast they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. This was Wan Yunjia's strength talent Shadow Clone. Talent, Shadow Clone S. 1. All spiritual pets can create shadow clones identical to the original. 2. After splitting, both the original and shadow are considered originals. If the original body is defeated, the remaining clone automatically inherits the original's identity. 3. After splitting, both original and shadow retain 70 of their original health. 4. Styre mental power can create X clones. Wan Yunjia's current 1 Styre mental power allows only 1 clone. 5. After splitting, both original and clone gain a 50 speed boost. Below the stage, Zwapeng saw this scene and smiled slightly. Wan Yunjia's got this. He knew the talent's details inside and out. Extremely scalable, with effects that grew stronger with increased power. Even with just 1 Styre mental power, that 50 speed boost was enough to leave most ranked geniuses in the dust. When speed reached its peak, non-targeting skills simply couldn't hide, as they say. In martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. With such an advantage, how could Wan Yunjia possibly lose? On the arena, Song Wuhan frowned as she watched 2 shadow rats charging toward her spirit fox. Clones? Logically speaking, clones would split the original's life force, so if she could find and defeat the main body, the other clones would dissipate. Unfortunately, she knew little about Wan Yunjia's strength talent and could only grope for a solution in the dark. Surrender? Impossible. It's just 1 more shadow rat anyway. Xiaoling, fire bullet, she commanded decisively. The spirit fox opened its mouth, launching a blazing fire bullet toward the left shadow rat. Taking out one first, whether the original or a clone, would weaken Wan Yunjia's offensive. The flames exploded, but the target suddenly flickered and dodged aside. Useless. I can easily dodge your skills. Wan Yunjia snorted coldly. With a gesture of his fingers, both shadow rats became blurs as they pounced on the spirit fox. Bang! The spirit fox was knocked back several meters, its claws leaving shallow white grooves on the arena floor. In this critical moment, Song Wuhan's talent to rank half-blood tenacity triggered passively. When her spirit pet's life force dropped to around half, its combat power immediately surged by 30. Though this was combat effectiveness rather than base stats, it was already a rare boost against its strength talent, and it was precisely because of this that the spirit fox could barely hold its ground in the dangerous whenever Sustwo situation. However, the pressure of the stalemate still weighed heavily on Song Wuhan's heart. Strength was indeed ridiculously strong. She absolutely could not lose again after her last defeat and the subsequent attack by the Advent cult. If she stumbled again, she would have no face to meet her boss. She quickly spotted a weakness. The Shadow Rat's attack power was mediocre, indicating that Wan Yunjia had not purchased high tier skills from her boss's mythical pet shop. Otherwise, the damage would not be limited to this level. Since his skills were ordinary, she still had a chance to turn the tables. But the Shadow Rats were too fast, making her Spirit Fox's single-target skills extremely inaccurate. Her analysis completed in an instant, Song Wuhan's eyes lit up. Since targeted attacks were fruitless, she would cover the entire field. Spirit Fox Ring of Fire. Hearing the command, Wan Yunjia's pupils contracted sharply. Dodge. For him, his talent's greatest fear was large-scale AoE attacks. Once both the original and clone were damaged simultaneously, his already reduced 70 health would be fatal. However, he also knew that bronze-level area skills were notoriously weak and unlikely to instantly kill the Shadow Rats, giving him a glimmer of hope. Whoosh! A ring of crimson flames shaped like a giant donut suddenly rose around the Spirit Fox. The fire ring expanded rapidly, instantly closing in on one of the Shadow Rats. Suddenly, with a whoosh, flames erupted as one Shadow Rat was caught in the spreading fire. Just when Wan Yunjia thought his Shadow Rat could shake off the flames and be fine, the result was, the Shadow Rat was completely engulfed by the fire. The flames whooshed and wrapped around the Shadow Rat, giving it no chance to struggle. After a brief convulsion, it turned into charred ash. On the arena, the other Shadow Rat immediately let out a heart-wrenching shriek when the clone was destroyed. The main body naturally felt the same pain. What? What? This is impossible. Wan Yunjia's face changed drastically, freezing in place as if struck by lightning. If he hadn't used shadow cloning earlier, his real spirit pet would have been reduced to ashes by now. The only remaining Shadow Rat's health instantly dropped to 70%, barely managing to become the new main body, but the situation had already taken a sharp turn for the worse. He couldn't understand it at all. A mere bronze tier area skill shouldn't have such lethal single-target damage. What he didn't know was that all the skills Song Wuhan's Spirit Fox had learned were purchased from Fang Yan's same level, but with power that was a whole tier higher. In other words, even though it was an area skill, when it hit a single target, it was like precision targeting. Losing one clone immediately tilted the battle. Song Wuhan's eyes lit up as she called out softly. Xiaoling, keep up the momentum. With the Shadow Rat at 70% health, it was much easier to handle than before. She immediately commanded her Spirit Fox to continue casting bronze tier, fire-based area spells. Though bronze tier skills weren't numerous, mastering one or two was enough to dominate. Wave after wave of flames came, and the Shadow Rat rolled and fled but couldn't escape. The smell of singed fur filled the arena. Before long, the second Shadow Rat was also on the verge of collapse, and Wan Yunjia raised his hand in defeat with an ugly expression. The referee announced loudly, Song Wuhan wins. First place in the youth division. Instantly, the tens of thousands of spectators around the arena first held their breath, then erupted in tsunami-like uproar. The Spirit Fox won? What's going on? Isn't Wan Yunjia supposed to have steer talent? How is he so weak? Ordinary spectators were completely baffled since the second round. Detailed contestant information had been kept confidential, so they were just watching for entertainment. But those who truly understood were even more shocked. Song Wuhan, with mere attire talent, had actually defeated steer talent? It was simply unbelievable. On the high platform, Zhuopeng suddenly stood up, his gaze locked onto the girls celebrating and jumping on the arena. How is this possible? In his view, even in its early form, Wan Yunjia's shadow cloning shouldn't have been easily defeated by attire talent. On the other side of the spectator seats, Wei Ran clapped the armrest. Wow, Junior Song actually won. He was equally confused. Is Wan Yunjia's talent just creating clones? Seems pretty useless. Fang Yan pondered for half a second. Maybe he hasn't truly developed his talent yet. For him, whether opponents were strong or weak didn't matter. Song Wuhan had won, and that was what mattered. Thinking of this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Suddenly Wei Ran remembered something. Oh right, Wan Yunjia's spirit pet skills. He never came to shop at your store, did he, boss? Never came. Fong Yin shook his head with a calm expression. From now on, my competitors temporarily can't buy anything from my store. Thanks to the system's newly unlocked customer hostility recognition feature, as long as there was competition or opposition, he could screen them in advance. This way, opponents wanting to use his merchandise to counterattack him? Not a chance. Fong Yin felt completely at ease, no need to worry about opponents secretly shopping at his store anymore. In the front row of the audience, when Zhou Guanzhong saw Song Wuhan overwhelm Wan Yunjia and claim first place in the juvenile category, his expression nearly froze. This scene far exceeded his expectations. Even though he had always supported Mythical Pet Shop, he never imagined Song Wuhan could overcome the mountain that was Wan Yunjia. After all, no matter how varied S-level talents might be, they shouldn't be something an A-level talent could directly challenge. Mo Shichong, sitting beside him, finally couldn't maintain his composure. He lowered his voice but couldn't hide his shock. The skill that Spirit Fox just unleashed its power was no longer at the brown earth level, almost touching gray rock level. Why is this? Zhou Guanzhong casually analyzed. Probably high skill proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the more the power naturally increases. Mo Shichong shook his head, still unable to let it go. That explanation doesn't convince me. Experience comes with age, and Mo Shichong had indeed caught something unique about the Spirit Fox's skill. But Zhou Guanzhong was too lazy to investigate further, thinking, this is most likely Mythical Pet Shop's trump card. If there's a chance in the future, I'll visit them personally to get a clearer picture. With this thought, he chuckled. Looks like my judgment was right. Mythical Pet Shop is definitely not ordinary. Pet Joy Alliance has run into a tough opponent this time. Mo Shichong frowned at these words. First place in the juvenile category is only worth 20 points. The four categories are Juvenile 20 points, Transcendent 30 points, Awakened 62 points, and Shop Manager 70 points. 20 points can't make any waves. The key is still the Transcendent and Awakened categories. These allow 2 spirit pets each, making tactics more complex and giving stores with deeper foundations greater advantages. Both Pet Joy Alliance and Cute Pet House are determined to win. In my opinion, today's overall championship will still go to Pet Joy Alliance. Old Mo, just admit defeat. Your judgment really isn't good. Zhou Guanzhong shook his head with a laugh. Mo Shichong glared. Based on just one juvenile category match, I admit Mythical Pet Shop is worth watching, but a small shop is still a small shop. How can it compete against an established giant like Pet Joy Alliance? Then let's wait and see. Zhou Guanzhong shrugged. In truth, he couldn't guarantee 100% that Mythical Pet Shop would achieve final victory, but at least they weren't without hope. Managers, what do we do next? The employees from Pet Joy Alliance's main store gathered in the rest area, each looking anxious. Ma Ruhong's failure had led to his immediate dismissal, his whereabouts unknown. If they lost again, not just Zwapeng, but even they would suffer the consequences. Zwapeng took a deep breath, pressing his hand against his throbbing temple, and said in a low voice, "Don't panic. We only lost 20 points in the juvenile category. As long as we take first place in both the Transcendent and Awakened categories, even if we forfeit the Shop Manager category, our overall score will still lead. I've carefully selected 2 people for these categories. They will definitely take first place. Right, Yinshen?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young man silently appeared beside him, responding softly, That single syllable carried unshakable confidence. Zwapeng smiled. Though it might seem somewhat unsporting, finding you was also a stroke of luck. This shows that even heaven is on our side. Go ahead, take first place in the Transcendent division. Yinshen didn't look back, waving goodbye to his companions as he strode decisively toward the arena. On the other side, Wei Ran pulled out his chair and stood up, his face full of determination. "Boss, I'm heading up too." "All right, good luck." Fong Yin patted his shoulder, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, what about the Awakened division? Where's your person?" The Transcendent division match was about to begin, and the Awakened division would be next. With no sign of the third-tier beast tamer, this was unsettling. Fong Yin lifted his wrist to check his watch and looked around. Zhou Yu was nowhere to be found. He had sent messages and made calls, but everything had fallen on deaf ears. Could he really have been stood up? "Boss, who exactly did you hire?" Yu Lang couldn't help but gossip. "Someone from your school, Zhou Yu." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Ran, who was walking toward the arena, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and spun around with wide eyes. "Boss, say that again." "Zhou Yu? What? Do you know her?" Fong Yin asked, puzzled. "Know her? Not just us. There isn't a single person at school who doesn't know her. She's the new student council president." Wei Ran nearly jumped. Fong Yan's mind immediately conjured the image of the president they had discussed that morning. The one who stood students up, so it was her? Her identity didn't really matter, but someone who could stand up the entire student body might very well leave him hanging too. "Boss, I think you're probably going to get stood up." Yu Lang shrugged. "Didn't I tell you the student council president was full of lies? You can't believe every rumor." Wei Ran frowned, but then glanced at the empty entrance. But she still hasn't shown up. Just as Fang Yin was about to speak, his phone buzzed. Oh, she replied. What does she say? Wei Ran immediately leaned over. She says she'll be here. Fang Yin felt relieved. I believe her. With that assurance from the boss, Yu Lang said no more, simply waving his hand. Fine, but don't dawdle. Losing would be embarrassing. I'm going to win. Don't forget the boss upgraded my sand python to transcendent level 10. Wei Ran walked toward the arena with his head held high. When he had initially asked for a guarantee, Fang Yin had readily agreed and upgraded the sand python to maximum level both to satisfy the customer and improve today's odds. But your Azure Spirit Snake isn't at transcendent level 10 yet, is it? Yu Lang reminded him. Wei Ran had purchased his Azure Spirit Snake only one day after Song Wuhan's Spirit Fox, and it had long since reached juvenile level 10. The difference was that his mental power had already reached the second tier, so his Azure Spirit Snake had naturally broken through to transcendent. Song Wuhan's mental power, however, was stuck at the first tier, forcing her Spirit Fox to remain at juvenile level 10. My Azure Spirit Snake isn't at max level, but having the Sand Python is enough, Wei Ran said with complete confidence. Fang Yin didn't say much more. As for Wei Ran's chances of winning, he really couldn't make a good judgment. Song Wuhan's battle had just shown him the true meaning of Dark Horse. While pondering this, he caught sight of a figure walking through the crowd from the corner of his eye. The person had a lean build but steady, powerful steps, like a wild beast honed in the jungle, with an aura completely different from the other contestants around. Fang Yan's brow immediately furrowed. Boss, what's wrong? Yu Lang noticed his expression and followed his gaze. Oh, that's a contestant from Pet Joy Alliance, right? Is there a problem? Fang Yin slowly exhaled and lowered his voice. Wei Ran, you need to be careful. If you really face him, your chances aren't good. You'd better prepare yourself mentally for a loss. Huh? Wei Ran nearly jumped out of his chair. Boss, I was feeling confident, but that one sentence just threw me off completely. You just looked at him once. How can you conclude I'll lose? Different spirit and energy, Fang Yin said without taking his eyes off the figure. That person has clearly spent years in the wilderness and is very experienced. Most importantly, his mental power, the intensity I'm sensing is close to the second tier limit. 299 points isn't impossible, just one step away from breaking 300. If you get into a prolonged battle, his mental power endurance will definitely outclass yours. 299. Wei Ran's voice cracked in shock. How is that different from third tier? Just 1 point of mental power count. He just grit his teeth and break through. Yu Lang immediately frowned. What do you mean grit his teeth? Sometimes that 1 point can hold someone back for ages. Don't make breaking through sound as easy as using the bathroom. Wei Ran scratched his head. Sigh, I'll leave it to fate. Let me go draw lots first. The draw results were announced. I got a bye in the first round. Oh, not bad luck. Wei Ran breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to go on stage for the first 8 matches, giving him a perfect chance to scope out his opponents. At this moment, the person Fang Yin was most focused on was naturally the man from Pet Joy Alliance named Yin Chun. The other participating shops and audience members in attendance were likewise keeping their eyes locked on him. After all, no matter who they sent out, Pet Joy Alliance remained the biggest competitor. Soon, in the 5th match, Yin Chun stepped onto the arena. His opponent was from a small shop that Fang Yin didn't particularly care about. The referee announced the start, and Yin Chun raised his hand, releasing a contractual glow. Summon. The white light faded, and a rock-type spirit pet landed heavily on the ground. Stone Golem. The tens of thousands of spectators erupted in thunderous exclamations. My God, isn't that an extremely rare species among rock types? Someone actually managed to raise a stone golem. This is incredible. How did Pet Joy Alliance get their hands on one? Fang Yin watched with an even deeper frown. Yin Chun. Pet Joy Alliance really is more ruthless than the last. The stone golem was composed entirely of gray-black rock pieces fitted together, with a massive build and joints that flickered with faint spiritual energy. This creature evolved from a little stone golem and appeared ordinary, yet belonged to an extremely rare species. The reason was simple. Rocks could be found everywhere in the wild, but over long ages, the probability of inorganic stone developing consciousness and transforming into a living being was almost infinitesimally low. Calculated from the base number of consciousness awakening, the success rate for stone types was arguably the lowest. Therefore, stone golems were incredibly rare. What truly makes this spirit pet awe-inspiring is its final evolution from the mountain giant. It's a true behemoth that, once fully evolved, stands 100 meters tall in urban areas, capable of crushing streets with a single step, demonstrating the terrifying power of the stone golem. Its ultimate evolution is absolutely incredible. Right now, Yin Chun from the Pet Joy Alliance holds exactly such a stone golem, making everyone break into a cold sweat for Wei Ran. Song Wuhan quickly returned to sit beside Fang Yin, lowering her voice but unable to hide her concern. Boss, the dust python is an earth attribute spirit pet, right? Earth counters rock, so Wei Ran should have decent odds. Fang Yin shook his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the arena. Attribute advantages aren't everything. Rock types are famous for their high defense. Some attributes remain tough to crack even when countered. Rock and metal are perfect examples. Their defense is so strong that their disadvantage isn't as significant as you'd think. As expected, Yin Chen achieved a clean victory over his opponent using the stone golem. His training was clearly exceptional, though his stone golem was at the same transcendent level 10 peak as Wei Ran's dust python. He also secured a one-hit victory. Neither the technique nor talent could be discerned. Yu Lang frowned and muttered, both are defeating enemies in one move. Can't make out any techniques or talents at all. Fang Yen responded calmly. We can only trust in Wei Ran now. In the subsequent ranking battles, both sides displayed their unique skills. Wei Ran's strength was unquestionable. His dust python won consecutive victories, easily sweeping through various masters. Yin Chun was equally terrifying, still defeating enemies in single strikes. The first place became increasingly unpredictable. Combined with Song Wuhan's earlier impressive performance, no one could predict who would ultimately claim the Transcendent Division Championship. Just then, an unexpected turn occurred. Wei Ran drew someone from Cute Pet House. This meant Mythical Pet Shop would face Cute Pet House midway through. Fang Yin looked toward the audience seats, where Li Feiyu sat with a large group of staff members, her expression calm. He knew Cute Pet House's overall strength all too well. Li Feiyu was formidable, and Pet Joy Alliance's new manager had also become an unknown variable. When the store manager division began, these two would definitely be his greatest opponents. Currently facing Wei Ran was a second-tier beast tamer from Cute Pet House. Fang Yin looked up to assess a great talent. 2 spirit pets both at max transcendent level 10, and more critically the opponent's spirit pets perfectly countered Wei Ran. They were all wind attribute. Wind-type spirit pets could mostly hover in midair, making earth-type skills like Sink and Earthquake completely miss their targets, while flying sand and stones would be scattered chaotically by fierce winds. This undoubtedly put Wei Ran at a disadvantage. However, as soon as the arena battle began, Wei Ran caused the entire field to be rapidly swallowed by yellow sand, with dust billowing everywhere. The opponent tried to summon fierce winds to disperse it, only to discover that the more wind blew, the denser the sand became, completely blocking visibility. The audience could only see a chaotic whirlpool of dust, with no one able to see what was happening inside. The next second, both spirit pets of the Cute Pet House Beast Tamer were directly knocked out of bounds. Both of them. As the dust fog cleared at the arena's edge, the severely injured wind-type spirit pets lay on the ground, having lost their fighting ability, while Wei Ran's dust python coiled in the center, its pale golden pupils gleaming coldly through the sandy veil. Witnessing this scene, the entire venue erupted. No one had expected Wei Ran to be so dominant despite being at an attribute disadvantage. A single dust python had forcefully crushed such a formidable opponent as Cute Pet House, and the process was virtually invisible to all. This is way too powerful. If Song Wuhan's victory over Wan Yunjia seemed like a stroke of luck before, then at this moment, Wei Ran used facts to tell everyone that Mythical Pet Shop was far from ordinary. In the past, the audience's attention had focused almost exclusively on well-known establishments like Pet Joy Alliance, Cute Pet House, Legendary Pet Shop, and Immortal Traces Pet Shop, while remaining largely ignorant of other smaller stores. Tonight, they suddenly realized that perhaps a dark horse was about to enter their field of vision. Discussions spread outward from the arena like ripples, surging toward the stands in wave after wave. Mythical Pet Shop? I've never heard of it before. I should find a chance to check it out. A curious voice rose from the crowd. Don't be silly. My friend says that place is ridiculously expensive. A sharp voice immediately threw cold water on the idea. But I heard that shop has a really good reputation. Another puzzled discussion emerged. 3 completely different emotions intertwined, making the atmosphere even more heated. In the front row of the audience, Imo Shirchong's eyes widened. I'm truly ignorant. To think there's a pet shop capable of boosting combat power to rival Pet Joy Alliance, that's genuinely impressive. He marveled silently. Yu Lang also spoke in admiration. That guy Wei Ran has really made his sand dust python shine. Last time I went to Mythical Pet Shop, he had pushed most of his skills to level 4 mastery. Combined with subsequent real combat, many skills have reached perfection. He spoke rapidly, his words full of admiration. Skill proficiency plus talent, plus rapport. His sand dust python is now virtually invincible at the transcendent level. Unless he encounters a restraining attribute or an opponent who has surpassed the transcendent level, Wei Ran has very high odds of winning. Let's hope so. Fang Yin still frowned, his gaze sweeping over Yin Chun beside the arena. The man's calm demeanor made him vaguely uneasy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the final match of the Transcendent group began as Wei Ran and Yin Chun took the stage simultaneously. You seem quite strong. Yin Chun's voice was calm. You're not weak either, old man. Wei Ran shot back. Old man. Yin Chun froze, pointing at his own nose. You're calling me old man? Wei Ran blinked. Huh, aren't you? Yin Chen's face instantly flushed red as he growled angrily. I'm only 3 or 4 years older than you. Ah well. Wei Ran scratched his head, only able to think privately that this guy just looked naturally old. The referee's whistle cut through the air, officially starting the match. Wei Ran summoned his sand dust python first, while Yin Chen chose his stone golem, as usual. Sorry about this, but with attribute advantage, I won't hold back. Wei Ran chuckled lightly. The sand dust python whipped its tail, and the dust storm skill instantly covered the arena, the swirling arcs of dust completely obscuring visibility. The stands erupted in complaints. With all this dust, who can see anything? Why don't they put cameras inside? Are you stupid? You think cameras could survive spirit beast battles? Just as everyone was discussing, a heavy stone figure came flying out of the arena. The fifth-tier beast tamers from the beast-taming academy stationed at the arena's edge quickly intervened, blocking the flying figure to prevent it from crashing into the spectators. Even so, the audience near the ring screamed in terror. The referee urgently blew his whistle, and sharp tweet-tweet sounds echoed throughout the venue. The stone golem was out of bounds. The crowd immediately erupted. The stone golem got thrown out. Was it wrapped up by the sand python and then hurled out? Or did the snake's tail whip it away directly? Snake-type spirit pets only have those two moves, constricting and tail whipping. In the mythical pet shop's private box, Yu Lang and Song Wuhan excitedly high-fived upon seeing Yin Chen's stone golem defeated. Now Wei Ran has a chance. Yu Lang whispered. Song Wuhan also smiled. Boss, why are you still frowning? There's only one spirit pet left on the other side. Senior Wei is sure to win, right? Fong Yin shook his head. No, Wei Ran is still going to lose. Song Wuhan nearly jumped up. Boss, this is a huge advantage. What are you basing this on? On the arena, the yellow sand hadn't settled, and dust filled the air. Yin Chun gazed at Wei Ran through the haze. His brow furrowed. Being countered by attributes gave him just as much of a headache. The sand python was indeed formidable. If this dragged on, he would surely lose. No choice then. Yin Chen muttered to himself. You're the one who called me uncle, so don't blame me for winning dishonorably. With that, he summoned his second spirit pet. As the summoning sigil lit up, a sharp aura exploded from within him, making his entire figure seem to grow taller. The audience scratched their heads anxiously. The dust blocked their view, and no one could make out what the new spirit pet looked like. Just then, two massive figures violently shot out of the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. Something else flew out. Everyone shot to their feet, but froze in unison when they saw clearly what those two figures were. A massive sand python and a young green spirit snake that hadn't had time to grow. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Those were clearly Wei Ran's spirit pets. What happened? Yu Lang rushed to the railing, eyes wide, as if trying to dig answers out of the mist. Song Wuhan was so shocked she couldn't speak. She stiffly turned her head slowly, staring at Fong Yan. When Fong Yan had said Wei Ran might lose earlier, she hadn't believed it. And when he directly said, will definitely lose, the result was Wei Ran really had been defeated. The situation on the arena was chaotic, but the outcome was crystal clear. Song Wuhan's chest heaved violently. How had the boss made such an accurate prediction? He was absolutely prophetic. At this moment, Fong Yin watched the scene unfold with a deeply furrowed brow. He hadn't expected his opponent to actually break through to the third tier at such a crucial moment. That sudden burst of energy was precisely the mental power aftershock that occurs when a beast tamer advances to the third tier. Beside the arena, Song Wuhan also caught the strange fluctuations in the air, powerful and oppressive, making her heart skip a beat. Is this third-tier mental power? How could third-tier level mental power suddenly appear in the arena? She asked, completely puzzled. There's only one possibility, Fong Yin said, staring at the arena. The opponent just broke through on the spot. Yu Lang whipped his head around in disbelief. A breakthrough during the match? Isn't that against the rules? This is the Transcendence Division. Third-tier beast tamers aren't even allowed to compete. I can't say for sure, Fong Yin shook his head. In terms of strength, it's definitely a violation, but if the breakthrough happened during the match, it's very difficult to judge by the rules. The referee panel only tests contestants' mental power levels before the match. Once the fight begins, no one can guarantee that a contestant won't break through. Yu Lang remained indignant. There must be room for discussion about this rule. Song Wuhan waved her hand, forcing herself to stay calm. Even if his mental power broke through, as long as his spirit pet hasn't advanced to the awakened level, Senior Wei Ran won't necessarily lose. Stronger mental power just means longer spirit pet deployment time, better endurance, or longer-lasting talent skills. Beyond that, there's no real advantage. It's not like he can suddenly catch some wild, uncontracted spirit pet and summon an additional one, right? As the three discussed, the dust on the arena finally settled, and all spectators could see the situation clearly. Wei Ran sat dazed in the center of the stage, while before him stood Yin Chen's second spirit pet. That's a golden or stone. Gasps erupted throughout the stands. In the previous rounds, Yin Chun had only used one rock monster to win consecutive matches, so no one had seen his second spirit pet. Now the answer was Revelita golden or stone, also of the rock type, but far rarer than a rock monster, and it also possessed metal attributes. The combination of metal and rock gave the golden or stone a regular polyhedron structure with sharp, defined edges and a shell that gleamed with dark metallic luster, appearing utterly indestructible. Though less than half a person's height, it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds due to the large amount of metal content within. If it's a golden or stone, it makes sense that the mythical pet shop couldn't handle it last time, someone sighed. This thing is too heavy as sand, dust python couldn't even budge it. But weight isn't the main issue. Another spectator shook his head. Even if it's heavy and hard, the sand dust python should have had other ways to win. Wait, I just heard someone say that the Beast Harmony Alliance contestant broke through on the arena? What? Is that really what happened? Since the ordinary spectators in attendance couldn't sense the mental power aftershocks, various theories began circulating. Yin Chen's on-the-spot breakthrough immediately sparked heated discussions among the tens of thousands of spectators. All at once, Yin Chen's breakthrough caused an uproar of discussion among the tens of thousands of spectators at the venue. However, beyond Yin Chen's breakthrough, an even more shocking piece of news emerged. Just as everyone was still reeling from his mental power surge, his second spirit pet, the Golden Origin Stone, also ascended, directly advancing to Awakening Level 1. The arena erupted in chaos, with the audience's gasps of amazement nearly lifting the dome off its foundations. What the hell? Breaking through in mental power mid-match is one thing, but is spirit pet breaking through too? Is that even possible? Logically speaking, the Beast Master breaks through first, raising the spirit pet's upper limit. Then the pet follows suit. That barely makes sense. But this timing is way too convenient. It's hard not to suspect that guy from Pet Joy Alliance deliberately waited until after the match started to pull this stunt. Discussions erupted everywhere. If Yin Chun had only advanced in mental power, people could accept it. Beast Masters can't precisely control when they break through. But having his spirit pet advance simultaneously seemed utterly bizarre. The only reasonable explanation was that both he and his pet had already been on the verge of breakthrough, and he had forcibly suppressed it, creating this seemingly miraculous coincidence. Examples of suppressing one's own breakthrough weren't uncommon. Many prodigies believed in letting nature take its course, deliberately accumulating power until the moment was perfectly ripe, before pushing forward in one decisive surge, making their mental power more refined and solid. However, Yin Chen didn't appear to be that kind of exceptionally gifted prodigy. Before his breakthrough, his combat ability was merely on par with Wei Rance, yet he was several years older, making his natural talent seem even slightly inferior at first glance. Beyond the audience's uproar, undercurrents also stirred in the VIP section. Zhou family head Zhou Guanzhong furrowed his brow. Humph, deliberately exploiting loopholes in the regulations. Pet Joy Alliance's methods are quite underhanded. In his view, without Yin Chen's mid-match breakthrough, Wei Ran would have had an excellent chance of victory. Mo Shichong, however, shook his head with a smile. You can't put it that way. Being able to spot regulatory loopholes is itself a form of strength. The rules don't explicitly state no mid-match breakthroughs allowed. If Mythical Pet Shop had also brought in a Beast Master stuck at the third-tier threshold who broke through on the spot, surely no one would cry foul, right? Zhou Guanzhong frowned. Old Mo, you're becoming increasingly unprincipled. Principles, Mo Shichong shrugged. What's wrong with being a bit flexible? Zhou Guanzhong found himself momentarily speechless. Feeling the situation growing increasingly troublesome, he judged that Yin Chen's actions likely didn't constitute a violation. Sure enough, directors from various district offices rushed to hold closed-door discussions with the competition committee. 20 minutes later, the host returned to center stage and announced loudly, Yin Chen was not in violation. The reasoning wasn't complicated. While contestants' mental power had indeed been tested before the match, completely prohibiting any breakthroughs throughout the entire competition would be overly harsh. Battle was the most conducive environment for triggering insights, and many Beast Masters discovered breakthrough opportunities precisely during life-and-death confrontations. If forced to suppress such moments, who could guarantee when the next opportunity might arise? Under this ruling, the Transcendent Division Championship ultimately fell into Pet Joy Alliance's hands. Yu Lang was immediately filled with amazement. Boss, I never expected you to be right again. In the end, they still didn't rule it a violation. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.